Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallows here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates in a spring training game lost yesterday to New York Yankees 12-3. Pirates' next game is going to be against the Boston Red Sox today. It'll be at 12:05. Not 12:05, I'm sorry. Pirate game's at 1:05 p.m. today. Again, Red Sox, Pirates in spring training, 1:05 today. Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 9 o'clock at night. They're playing on the road against the Colorado Avalanche. Right now, the NHL standings have the Penguins still in last in the Metropolitan Division. They're the only team in the division without at least 60 points. They're at 58 right now, 3 behind the New York Islanders, who have 61. Penguins are also second to last in the entire Eastern Conference, just above the Buffalo Sabres, who have 54 points. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Raquel. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's your pal Crowley here for Zero Res. Spring is just around the corner, and that means sunlight pouring through your windows. And you don't want that light to reveal pet dander. You don't want that light to reveal dust and dirt and salt stains. No, spring is about revival. It's about renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the over 10,000 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet cleaner, starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Ouch! Check from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slapshot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan, Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace with over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Show favorite, the Farm to Table Expo, returns with dozens of small local growers and food producers. Come sample and buy the bounty of their harvests. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez, just 23 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Tuesday morning. Still kind of cold. It's supposed to get warmer tomorrow. The high's supposed to get warmer, but it's going to be rainy the next couple days. At least tomorrow. I don't know. Let me check that weather report one more time. Let me get an update. Last time I checked it, there was rain in the forecast. Yeah, there is rain tomorrow. And I lied. Today, the high's supposed to be 61. It's cold out there right now. High of 61, low of 33. So it's going to warm up toward the afternoon. Wow, it's going to warm up a lot. It's 34 right now, but the high is going to be 61. That's great. Just overcast skies. Tomorrow going to rain. High of 60, low of 40 for tomorrow. Then Thursday it's going to jump down. The high is going to be 40. Low is going to be 30 on Thursday. So sporadic weather as we move towards spring, and of course the clocks will be sprung forward an hour this Sunday, so it'll pretty much be the official start of spring for us. So the weather's starting to play along a little bit. I just hate the back and forth. It's not like we can control Mother Nature. I just hate the back and forth. It also gets me a little sick too, like literally sick, just because I can't. My frail body, it can't handle the the temperatures moving back and forth that rapidly. It's like consistent weather, but we're in Pittsburgh, and a lot of Pennsylvania does not get consistent weather, so it's rough. It happens. What are we gonna do? You just gotta weather through it. But spring gonna be here soon enough. Summer will be here before you know it. Baseball season also right around the corner, or less than a month away now from baseball games being played, March 27th. Very excited. Speaking of baseball, and those associated with it. So I woke up to a tiny one. A tiny Twitter war this morning that got me a couple extra followers, and you can follow me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. So a whole thing went down. Livy Dunn, Paul Skenes' girlfriend. Seems like a nice lady. She's also an athlete. She does gymnastics. She did gymnastics at LSU. They both went to LSU. Of course, Paul Skenes, very good pitcher. Very good at baseball. Livy Dunn got her Mardi Gras beads. Great. But now it's a story, and I say that to say that it is what it is. People are getting upset. It's fine. The story itself is fine. A little misleading at the beginning. I get it. I understand that all. But I woke up to this. Donnie Football, Donnie Chedrick, changed his name on X2. It's not Donnie Football anymore. It's back to Donnie Chedrick. I think it's because it's not football season is what he said. But he said, for the record, I don't care what Livy Dunn is doing with her personal time. Okay, fair tweet. I've said that plenty of times before. I think people are really creepy when they talk about Livy Dunn. It's just like she's with Paul Skenes. Is these stupid opinions and weirdos come out there and say things and make assumptions. And we had a lot of comments on our X post about that specific Mardi Gras bead story as well. You got to let it go with Livy Dunn. Stop being creepy. People in the comments, people making I also don't care what she does with her time. I wasn't tagged in this post that Donnie put out there though, and I I get where he's coming from, and I've said that before. Well, Mark Caboli was very nice to include me in a comment there where he says, "Yep, we all care what Callis does with his time," and tagged me in a post. So I woke up to a couple extra followers, and Donnie responded to that post by having one of those fresh pinch of Bel Air memes. We? Ha-ha! And then Mark tagged Crowley in that post because, you know. Yeah, so I don't know. People care what I do with my personal time. We're all public figures in a sense here, so like, I think Livy knows what she signed up for yet, though. I want society to do a little better with a story like that. I get it. The title was a little. It's all interesting. But don't be worried about it. There's no need to be worried about this stuff. Sure, and Mardi Gras beats. It's okay. It's nothing crazy. She even put on her own Instagram. She's like earning her beads and then clarified, and it is what it is. That's the story I think that didn't need to be so reacted to the way it was. I think it was supposed to be a cute story, but I found out about it because I woke up this morning and I saw it. Like Donnie put that post out, Mark tagged me in it, and now I'm slightly involved in that opinion. So I agree, but I was like, what is this about? And then I saw the story, and I was like, okay, I kind of get what it's about. I kind of get it. Oh, well. It's one of those things where, we'll leave Livy alone. It's fine. Leave her alone. That's all right. She's with Paul Skenes, whatever. I mean, she's of interest in a public sense, but don't be worried about it. Don't be worried about it. You know, don't take these stories and run with them like that. Like we're good. No need to get overly upset. No need to be creepy. And again, she seems nice. Never met her in person. Don't have a personal relationship with her. She seems nice. Don't really care what she's doing. Other time, Paul Skenes, as long as he's staying out of trouble. Don't care what he's doing with his time. Don't know him personally. Appreciate that he pitches for the Pirates and he does well. Don't really care what they do. Outside of baseball, there's some public interest, and that's natural. But there are just certain things where it's like, okay, we gotta relax. There's a story out there. There's attention on something. Don't be worried about it. Very good. Thanks. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. Again, 412-928-9370. If you want to get a phone line, if you have an opinion on this, I mean, I don't know. I don't really think there's too many extreme opinions. I know we're getting that one over with. I did want to talk about the Penguins this morning more specifically. Before I woke up to that, I just woke up to that tag from Caboli, and I saw people were following me, and I was like, what did I get involved in? And it turns out it wasn't that serious. It's just, So, I did want to talk about the Penguins. So now back to your regularly scheduled programming. But again, you're also welcome to get a phone line anytime, 412-928-9370. Again, on X at Callis_33. Watch us on YouTube. Don't forget we got a YouTube live stream that runs all throughout our regular programming, throughout the day, our regular show programming. So if there's a talk show on, most likely it'll be YouTube live stream. So you can go to 93.7 The Fan on YouTube. There's a video stream on 937thefan.com. Communicate over the text line. All the good stuff. So, great. Let's talk about the Penguins. So, Crowley brought up something yesterday, and it had me thinking, and it was I think a good opinion in that what does the league really owe Sidney Crosby? I hadn't thought about it until he said it, but it is a good point to make if you talk about trading Sidney Crosby, and I had a dream over the weekend, there was so much hockey news flying around, I had a dream that Sidney Crosby got traded. And I was sad, and I was like, but I wasn't, devastated. I'm like, oh, yeah, it had to happen. That was my subconscious talking. But yeah, so Crowley brings up a good point because there have been insiders and analysts out there saying, yeah, the league deserves better. Sidney Crosby deserves to play on a team that is good right now and playoff bound right now. He doesn't deserve to stay on the last place Pittsburgh Penguins, which, yeah, I never thought I'd be saying that. Tell me 3 years ago, yeah, the Penguins will be in the last place. Never would have thought. But they are. They're last in their division. Second to last in conference. And, yeah, I mean, there's these insiders that are clamoring that Crosby could trade it to a contender. I'm with Crowley. I get it, though. Like, that's something I never thought of. But, yeah, what has the league done for Sidney Crosby to make that make sense? To take him away from Pittsburgh, right? What has the league done? You know, they don't protect their stars. League doesn't protect its stars. And the promotion of the NHL, it's not great. Like, the NHL PR is not great right now, at least, you know, among the greater amount of teams in the league. It's not great. Like, they don't promote as well. The Four Nations face-off is something that turned people's heads, was popular for the stretch of time that it was on. Something they can continue, but the way the All-Star break was before is just no good. Like that 3-on-3, whatever that was. So the league's not doing the Stars any favors, Crosby included in that. I mean, why shouldn't we keep him in Pittsburgh for the rest of his career? Just see what happens. I mean, you want to get rid of Malkin or Letang after a while. I mean, that's going to hurt. But that makes sense. Crosby, though, give him his farewell tour in Pittsburgh whenever he's ready to retire. Him being a one-team guy just seems to make sense. But certainly, I don't understand what any analyst out there is doing, any insiders doing out there, giving opinions that Crosby owes the league anything. I mean, Crosby, I want to say almost single-handedly, had a lot of talent. The Penguins had a lot of talent, but I mean, he was the franchise face that led the Penguins to 3 championships this new millennium. And that got the league, you know, paying attention to Pittsburgh, which is good for us. Yeah, what's the league done for him, though? Not working to protect its stars. Not drawing genuine interest in promoting well. So I'm with Crowley when he said that yesterday. I mean, I thought that made sense. Yeah, I wouldn't feel bad for Crosby. I mean, there's a lot of good that's come in Pittsburgh as well. I just hope that the Penguins, you know, the Fenway Sports Group, the nameless gray faces that are now operating this team, I hope that they eventually manage this team back to a winning team. I hope that things don't, you know, spiral down without Crosby, Letang, and Malkin. We can only hope. But we're still in the realm of the Penguins. They won 3 Stanley Cups in a 10-year span. And, you know, 2 of those are back-to-back. So I think there's still a lot to be grateful for. And now, I mean, I think there's some gratitude to be had, too. Like, hey, the Penguins are going to be bad. And they're going to have more draft capital. They're going to have more assets going forward because they're playing as badly as they are. They're not hanging around in limbo. They are now losing. And they're at a point where they're at the bottom of their division, and they're second to last in their conference. They seem to understand, and everybody seems to understand that they are not a good hockey team, which is good. I say keep Crosby around, see what happens. Or if he wants to stay in Pittsburgh, there's no need to trade him. Just let him ride out his career with the Penguins. Like, I almost can't imagine him in another city, in another jersey. There's no need to say that Crosby owes the league. There's no need to say that we should have Sidney Crosby on a contending team. No. No, I'm not so much of a stickler anymore because I know it's rare for a player to just play for one team his entire career. I'm not a stickler for that, but this just seems like it fits. It feels right. For him to hang around, if he wants to especially, but to trade him just because the league needs a little more entertainment, to have another star on a contending team, I don't know. I'm not sold. I'm not sold on it. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. You can reach me on that line. 412-928-9370. Anything you want to talk about. There's still NFL rumors swirling around out there. The Steelers have like 7 quarterbacks that they could possibly have this season. We got a lot of speculation going on. This is something that 4 years ago was not even a thought because Ben Roethlisberger was still the quarterback, but now he's not. Several quarterbacks have followed. None have lived up to what he once was with the Steelers. What are the Steelers going to do? They got they're like roughly 7 quarterbacks. I mean, what do we do here? I don't know. We can talk about some NFL rumors a little bit coming up. Keep talking about the Penguins. If you want, the Penguins are not good. I say Sidney Crosby deserves to stay in Pittsburgh if he so chooses. League, he doesn't owe the league anything. That's what I say. 412-928-9370. What do you say? How do you feel about these Steeler quarterback rumors as well? Let me know. 412-928-9370. If you want to talk about the Pirates at all, we're still early in spring training. Pirates have a game today, though, at 1 o'clock against the Boston Red Sox. Penguins play tonight against the Colorado Avalanche at 9 o'clock. So there's still plenty of sports now that are happening. Pitt men's basketball won't play until tomorrow. They have a game against NC State tomorrow. So, a lot going on. A lot to talk about, and we can talk about more next. This is your Pittsburgh hometown sports talk radio station, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Aricalis. Back after this.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. However, don't forget, till further notice, the HOV lanes are closed along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. This due to structural concerns. Also connected with that, Route 28 down to a single lane each direction underneath the Veterans Bridge. Meanwhile, work continues on the Parkway West. Watch for 2 lanes in both directions there between the Penn Hills and Monroeville interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shape them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet. Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number One Cochran Ford has just added a 5th store. And to celebrate the new Number One Cochran Ford Youngstown, all their Western Pennsylvania locations have Ford Fab 5 grand opening savings. Pick any one of their 3 different $500 offers when you buy or lease a new Ford. Choose from $500 off MSRP or an extra $500 over KBB for your trade or $500 off dealer-installed accessories. Plus, enjoy 5 times the selection with more than 950 models available to you. Learn more at Cochran.com or visit Number One Cochran Ford, Monroeville, Allegheny Valley, or Butler County. 2025 Ford Escape applies to select new Ford vehicles in stock only. Extra trade allowance is over KBB instant cash offer and based on accurate vehicle condition report. Excludes prior sales and pre-owned vehicles. May not stack with any other offers. Ends 3/31/25.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrought1d.org to find your local Type 1 diabetes support network today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Talking sports in the Berg. Early.
Good morning, sir.
Back now to more of The Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's morning, bright and early. Maybe it's almost bedtime for those of you that work overnight. Either way, thank you for choosing Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan and me. My name is Nicholas Raquel. It's a pleasure. So touched on a little bit. There's a Livy Dunn story out there that's it's fun. So many people don't think so. My consensus with Donnie football is that, we both don't care what Livy Dunn does with her personal time, so it's whatever. It's fine. It's a story. It's a quick one about an Instagram post, and we move forward. That's what you should do as well. Plenty of you have voiced your opinions on the comments of those posts that we put on social media. Good for you. Don't care what she does with her time. Not really concerned. But what she does with her time, I think a lot of people are creepy as it relates to talking about her. There's no need. No need for that. That being said, just saw this, speaking of 93.7 The Fan headlines, just saw this because I was talking about the Penguins. Tristan Jarry recalled, Bloomquist sent down. Yeah, so Bloomquist not cutting it. Tristan Jarry there. Bloomquist objectively had his worst start in the game on Sunday. Penguins lost that one in overtime to the Toronto Maple Leafs. So, yeah, a lot going on. There's that. I didn't initially see that until right now. So that is a fan headline. Tristan Jarry has been recalled, so not releasing him, I guess, has proved to be useful because the alternatives aren't all that much better. Man, the Penguins are in rough shape. 412-928-9370. Got a phone caller who wants to chat. So, good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Nick. It's Larry in the PAL. How you doing?
I'm feeling all right this morning. What's up?
Okay, I'm going to touch on all three of the pro teams. We'll start out with the Penguins. Sidney Crosby doesn't know anybody anything. It's whatever he wants to do is what he needs to do, whether it's stay here, retire, or move someplace else. He has done enough for the league and the team.
Amen.
As far as the Steelers go, I can't remember. Does Canada still have a football league?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They need to go up there and plug them somebody like a Kurt Warner from up there and just stop worrying about these 38 and 37-year-olds. And if they can't do that and they can't sign Justin Fields, start their third stringer and just pick up somebody in the lower rounds of the draft and just carry us through this year. We're not going to be that good anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then as far as the Pirates go, I remain optimistic. I'm going to predict them to be over 500. But what they need to start to do is groom Kutch as the hitting instructor so that when he retires, he can slide in that role and still be on the team and bring that smile to the fans. That's all I got, Nick. You have a great day.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Kutch would certainly be good at getting on base as a strength or finding ways to have guys get patient approaches up there just by how often he does get on base. So that's not a terrible idea. Never thought of that. I mean, I would think that he would want to enjoy retirement for some length of time before just like jumping back into baseball. I think that everybody has that instinct, or any athlete has that instinct to like take a break. Or really anybody with anything. Like I'm sure plenty of you out there, like you ever done a job for so long and then you're like, man, I need a break. I need to retire. I need a break. I just need off. And then you take off and maybe 6 months pass, maybe a year passes, maybe a couple of years pass. And at some point you're just like, man, I miss like working. It's like my entire life I worked and now I'm not working and I feel like I'm not being useful. And then you go back. But you need that break, I think, to realize that. I realized that about this job when I took that break back in November. Because I hadn't had very many off days, so I took some vacation days for a week in November just to, like, rest and recuperate. And I, like, by Thursday, I was like, man, I miss waking up. Like, it's a drag sometimes when you wake up this early in the morning and you're like, But I needed that time. Like, I wanted a break. And then after taking a little break, I realized, like, man, I actually like my job. I feel like I'm not being productive. I want to come back. So I don't know what Kutch is going to do. I don't know how quickly they would slide him into a hitting instructor if they did. It's not a terrible idea. I just don't think it would happen as soon as you'd think for him after retirement. I think he'd want to enjoy retirement a bit. He's got a kid. He's got a wife. He's got a family. I think they want to spend some time together before he would get back into any aspect of the game. Yeah, I'll remain optimistic on the Pirates as well. Like my opinion is it's not guaranteed that they're going to be bad or that they would struggle this season. My contention is just with the hype around the team, which is the hype around the team is lacking. Geez, I'm just slightly mispronouncing words this morning, and that's just what happens. So bear with me. The hype is lacking with the team because they didn't invest, I think, enough in the offense. There's no huge names that they brought in. There's some big names, but they may be over-the-hill big names, so that's why I'm like, the huge names, like the prime guys. There's nobody, in their prime of production, I'd say, on the in the Pirates offense right now that they acquired in free agency this offseason. That's the issue that I have, and so there's no hype surrounding that side of the game. And so you're excited about the pitchers, but we've seen in history where teams have had great pitching but not great offense, and those teams did indeed struggle because the pitching wasn't good enough. You still need balance. And so all I'm saying is, I'll stay optimistic about the Pirates as well. But the hype, the excitement around the Pirates is not there. That's really what it is. And as for searching in Canada for our next quarterback, whatever. I like it. I like it, kind of. It's fun. It's an opinion. It's an idea. I'll take any ideas on the Steelers right now just because there's so many quarterbacks linked to this darn team. It's just surprising and strange, but this is what we're doing in Pittsburgh because Ben Roethlisberger's not the quarterback, and nobody has lived up to that. So we got to keep searching. We got to keep coming up with ideas, and I'm fine with the ideas. Keep them flowing, and have fun with it. It's all fine to me. That's it. I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Raquel. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show is next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 93.7 The Fan would like to thank everyone who attended the Fan 15 anniversary party. We look forward to continuing to bring you the best sports coverage and talk in Pittsburgh. Special shout out to our fine partners, including Boyd and Blair Vodka and Rum, East Suburban Sports Medical Center, Hampton Beer Outlet, New Flow Men's Health, Icy Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold, so drink up before your luck runs out. Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity will be holding a Casino Royale on Saturday, March 29th at Live Casino. For tickets, go to cwhfh.org/gala. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. In looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for limited time is subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See our weekend features. Celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori, March 7 through 9, and Pittsburgh native and HGTV celebrity Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords, March 14 through 16. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic volumes on the build on the inbound Parkway East between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. You are still traveling the posted speed limit, though. Parkway West, same story there, past Banksville into the Fort Pitt tunnels. And don't forget, due to structural concerns, the HOV lanes closed along the Parkway North and the crosstown. That throws extra traffic onto the main line of both those roadways. Road work continues on the Southern Beltway this morning. Watch for a right lane closure on the westbound side between Westport Road and the Route 30 interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84 Lumber.
Jeez, here we go.
We had our council meeting yesterday, and they were voting on stuff to put in the pool. And this vote failed, but they were 3 people of the 7 were in favor of putting a $15,000 zip line in the pool. And we're like, what do we need a zip line for? Just make give us a pool.
Let me just play a little devil's advocate here. A zip line going into a pool sounds pretty awesome.
For kids?
Oh, yeah.
You want to put Nora up there?
That's a liability and an accident waiting to happen.
Absolutely it is.
Again, it failed, but 3 of them thought it was a good idea, and I'm like, guys, what are we...
And what do you need, 4 out of 7 to pass it? Oh, man. And we're talking about tax money going into ziplining, right?
$15,000?
Yeah, that's probably where you're going to lose me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was going in, like you would drop off into the pool. Did you see the designs, the renderings? Was there designs?
Yeah, there's renderings. I was just like, how is this even a discussion? And how did it almost pass? It was nuts.
That is nuts, actually. That is nuts.
There's a park we go to. I don't remember which one it is, but there's a zip line there. It's only like 8 feet off the ground. It's awesome. It's so cool.
Goes into the pool?
No.
Oh.
It just goes onto another platform.
Oh, okay.
From one platform to another. Did the zip line in Nemacolin before. You ever done that?
No, I heard about it, though.
Can you believe I did that?
You did that?
I did that, yeah.
Were you all strapped in?
Yeah, it was terrifying.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know if I would ever do that. No.
And then I didn't make it all the way to the end. I was like 3 feet from the final platform, and I was just dangling there, and they pretty much had to pull out a vaudeville cane to pull me back in. Yeah.
How did you stop?
I don't know. I guess I just don't have enough mass to me.
The momentum.
There was not enough momentum. It was super cool, visually stimulating, adrenaline stimulating, but the end where I was dangling there, probably only for like 8 or 9 seconds, I was like, all right, get me the hell off this thing. Just dangling here 70 feet off the ground, no good. There's a picture my wife has, because we went to Nemacolin for a little honeymoon right after our wedding, and there's a picture of me getting onto the thing. And I look terrified.
Oh, yeah.
Just absolutely shook to the core. But they're fun.
How long was the, until you got to the 3 feet or whatever?
Probably 2 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a decent amount of time to be lining through the jungle.
I felt pretty safe. Have you ever seen the video of the dude who the brake wasn't working, so he puts his hands on the rope?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Get your hands all destroyed.
Oh, my gosh.
Absolutely chewed up.
Oof. No way.
No.
I'm good.
That's what my daughter says all the time now. My 1-year-old, she's in this language burst. So you ask her to do anything, she goes, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way.
No way.
Yeah.
Even like, what is the thing at Kenny where you have to pull the cord? We talked about that.
Oh, Sky Coaster.
Sky Coaster.
See,
No way.
that terrifies me more than the zip line.
Yeah.
Because the zip line, it's a decent grade, and you pick up speed, but you're not free falling.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do the Sky Coaster?
Never.
No.
I did.
Oh,
You did.
God.
Yeah, that's right.
Were you the one to pull the cord?
No.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do any element of it, but I especially couldn't be at the top and be the one who has to pull it.
I'd actually want to be the one to pull it. Because you're in control, you know.
You know what? That's true.
I didn't realize how high it was. Like, you're up there, and it's like you just keep going and going. And I'm like, okay, we're there, and then you're just not there. You keep going up and up and up, and then it's real high, and then we're just sitting there, and my dude left us up there, and after like 45 seconds, I'm like, pull the cord.
Oh my God, you were up there for?
Yeah.
No.
Because they tell you, they're like, don't take too long, but whenever you're ready, the guy that pulls it, pull it. Go ahead.
I don't even like being at the top of a roller coaster.
No, I don't like looking down. I was talking to one of our family friends, and Rochelle, and they've been friends forever, and our kids play basketball together. Rochelle and her, whenever they were like probably 10 years old, they got stuck on the Steel Phantom, like on the hill.
No.
And they almost had to walk down.
No.
Yeah. They were talking about that. This is like 2 days ago we were talking about.
See, that's terrifying. And even before knowing that, you still see the stairs that go up alongside it.
Yes, that's what I was thinking about. Like, I know what those stairs are. And I always put myself in that position, like, weirdly. It's like looking over, like, an edge, and it's like, man, that's a far drop if you fell. But it's, like, enticing. Like, I always, like, look at that and, like, man, what if I had to walk down? Like, I don't know if I could. I don't know if my body would let me walk down.
I think my legs would turn into jello,
Yeah.
man. Seriously.
Yeah.
Because think about, oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
Think about climbing out of your seat on the roller coaster.
Oh, my gosh.
And then having to walk over to the stairs.
Oh.
Starkey, for whatever reason, was talking Kennywood yesterday with Pomp and City Limits. And they were talking about the Thunderbolt and all these old wooden roller coasters. When I was a kid, you don't think about it, but now I'm never getting on a wooden roller coaster in my life. Like, we have steel.
Yeah.
Why would we not make things out of steel? What? We used to make it with wood. Didn't have the metals. What the hell are we doing?
Right. It only takes one piece of wood to be rotten.
Oh, my God.
To rot, right? Like, that's what I think about. Like, whenever you're on the racer, like, the racer's been there since 1912.
Ugh.
Like, I know that they probably replaced some parts, but all it takes is one little bolt that's in wood.
No. My wife always
that's why
loved.
they test them thoroughly. That's why they shut them down.
Yeah, they do, and of course we love Kennywood, but I like the walking around part of Kennywood
and eating.
And now they have beer,
yes,
which I don't think mixes all that well with some of the other amusement park things. Like, I don't need to be tanked on top of the Steel Phantom.
Right. You're just asking to throw up.
But if I'll have a beer, walk around with some potato patch fries,
for sure.
Play some of the games with my daughter, go on the Kittyland rides. That's my jam now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. Texter, I got stuck on the pitfall at the top for 20 minutes.
Get the heck out of here.
Till they slowly dropped us. Then I was the first to get back on after they reopened it. Stuck for about 5 minutes then. Oh, my God.
What?
My dad in Vegas went on a pitfall that was on top of a building.
I've seen that in Vegas before.
So not only are you up, but you are up.
Yeah, no way.
Nope. Nah. Heights, no good. I mean, I'm scared of my shadow. People know that. But heights, I think we all can agree with. Except for Callis. Callis got on the cherry picker on the, what was it, the fire engine outside of Bowser.
Yeah.
Yeah, heights don't scare me as much. Fast drops do. That's why the Sky Coaster, I was never a fan of the Pitfall either. Or the Tower of Terror in Disney. Not a fan of that one. Go up and down. But, yeah, but I mean, you get all these precautions in the fire truck. Why not?
So if you fall, at least the paramedics are on scene.
Yep.
Now you'd go.
No, you
go splat. You're
you
done.
have a harness on too. They've wrapped you in this. Yeah, you didn't know that?
You were harnessed up?
Yeah, they do that with everybody. That's the safety precaution they take.
Texter. I got stuck on a roller coaster at Cedar Point for 3 hours with my legs dangling. See, I'm not afraid. I'm not really afraid of like something going horribly wrong and getting injured or anything like that. But there's the very real fear of being trapped on that.
Mm-hmm.
And that ain't it. Anytime an elevator slows down and I think I might get stuck in the elevator, I start panicking. So I ain't trying to dangle for 3 hours at Cedar Point.
Legs probably fell asleep.
I think I was at Cedar Point once, and I saw they have that roller coaster that's real, like you go up real steep and then you come down real steep.
Millennium Force.
Yeah.
And I saw it one time come backwards.
Nope. Nope.
Like it didn't make it over the hill.
What?
It didn't make it over the peak, yeah.
I'm never riding a roller coaster again.
I probably won't, honestly.
Never going to happen.
I think I'm past that stage in my
Me
life.
too.
I'm good.
I get dizzy now, too.
Yeah.
I don't need that.
Like, my kids don't need me to ride it. Like, they just ride with your brothers.
Yeah.
Like, they don't need me.
That's right. That's why I have kids, so that they can hang out together and do those silly things.
Like, I put my time in, fellas. Like, I've rode this Phantom in many versions. Steel Phantom, Phantom's Revenge. I've rode all the versions that there could ever be. I'm good.
You say you rode all the virgins there's ever been?
That too. I'm good. Like the Thunderbolt. I'm good. I to put my time in. It's your turn.
I don't like the sound of the Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Nah. And my wife loves the Jackrabbit. She's like, you pop out of your seat. I'm like, that's not a selling point for me.
No.
I don't need that in my life anymore.
I'm good. I can barely even fit.
Yeah, you're a big guy.
Yeah, I can't fit on the wooden ones. I cannot fit on the racer.
I get freaked out even by, like, Garfield's Revenge is scary to me. Or they had the old, do they still have it? Noah's Ark? That was scary as hell.
That was
still there.
Weird.
Oh, my God. Why are we scaring people?
That was weird.
I thought I'd see, like, 2 giraffes and some zebras and stuff. Nah.
The Gold Mill. Remember that one in the beginning?
Yeah.
Like, where you first walk in, it's real dark. It's like you're on a boat.
A lot of people make out in there.
Yep.
From
it's
what
a
I
good
understand.
make-out spot.
Yeah. You ever done that?
I think I kissed a girl in there one time. She didn't like it.
Was it the Gold Mill or the Old Mill?
Old Mill.
It was Old Mill.
It was Old Mill.
But
Old
that's
Mill
where
or Gold
Garfield's
Mill?
Nightmare is
I
now.
think it was Old Mill, yeah.
Was it?
I think that the last time I went to Kennywood, they actually put the Old Mill style back, and they took out Garfield's Nightmare.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Texter, yeah, you guys are soft. Why do I need it? Why do I gotta like what you like?
Who's soft?
And you know what? I'm okay with being soft. I have nothing to prove. Like,
That's
whatever.
right. I'm not soft because I'm still in my 20s. Yay.
Like, I'm soft. Okay, fine. Like, I have nothing to prove. Like I said, I put my time in.
It's a good mindset.
I put my time in. It's not like I haven't rode these rides before. I have. I'm good.
Yeah.
I know what to expect. I'm good.
We should go and do the Sky Coaster together as a bonding
I
experience.
honestly don't know, and I'm being serious, that we probably would be overweight for all 3 of us. That's like 600-700 pounds, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we'd be allowed to.
We could try to make weight for it. Like, I'll lose some poundage to get on that thing.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be. Yeah. Wouldn't be allowed. That'd be funny, though.
Just sitting
I probably would never do it. You'd have to, like, really entice me to do it.
I'd do it again with you. If you guys did it, I'd do it too.
There'd have to be something like a pot of gold at the end.
Bill in Westview text, watching the Final Destination movies ruined a lot of things for me.
Yep. For sure.
Texter, what if you had to go to the bathroom? You're stuck on the roller coaster just dangling there.
Man.
Nah. I like the water rides.
I don't.
I like the Raging Rapids.
I don't want to be wet the whole time and then.
You got to do it at the end.
At the end?
Yeah, you can't do it at first thing. Like, I like the Pittsburgh plunge, but it can't be first.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're with the kids, like my daughter, she liked the Pittsburgh plunge, but no, we didn't ride it. She's too short. No, she liked to stand there and get splashed, you know?
That nasty water.
That water's gross.
Do you still qualify for any of the Kittyland rides since you're...
You want to clear your throat? I rode a lot of the Kittyland rides.
I mean, do you still, though? Because,
Yeah, well, you got kids, Callus. I mean, you think that's some sort of bird? I'm just
No, but I
trying to
mean,
be
like,
a dad. You get a funnel cake, get some potato patch fries, you go to Kittyland. I mean, oh, wow, geez, look at you riding Kittyland rides. It's not like I go there by myself in a trench coat. I got a kid. I got kids.
I can imagine you on one of those. On the
It's
little carousel or the tiny pitfall.
Well, we went on I think they call it the Lil Phantom.
Yep.
And even that I don't love.
Mm-mm.
We did the little, what do you call it, the little kangaroo deal, and I didn't like that either. The turtles, I forget what it's called.
Kangaroo deal.
Texter, speaking of beads, can you talk about that weird article that Lindbergh wrote yesterday? No. Well, listen, I didn't write it. Doran didn't write it.
Nope.
Callus didn't write it. We didn't write it. We are not in charge. That's all I'll say on that.
Yeah.
That's it. I did see some wild videos circulate in the For You tab yesterday from some of the nonsense going on in those Mardi Gras parades.
Me too.
Oh, my God. I think we both saw the same one.
Probably.
Nice lady took her pants off.
Yep.
And people were throwing king cake on her back. Oh,
That's what that was.
Yeah.
I thought it was pie. Which would equally be as good of an idea.
I thought it was pie. Oh, good pie. I thought it was pie. He's over there critiquing the pastry or whatever.
But I was inspired by those videos. I was. I'm like, well.
Oh, yeah? Do tell.
Yeah.
They could take it apart.
Don't. You know what? Don't elaborate. Don't elaborate. Change my mind.
Inspired? What was he inspired by?
We were down there for the very start of carnival season. So we got like little mini parades that were going on all around town. So there would be some streets that were blocked off. We had the one that went right down in front of us. And that was good enough for me. I'd love to get down there for the actual big Mardi Gras parades now that I've warmed into the culture. But I don't think if you would have dropped me in one of the massive parades just for, like, all right, here you are, New Orleans, first night, massive parade, I think I would have lost my mind.
Yeah.
A ton of people.
Mm-hmm. A lot of weird stuff going on.
Lot of weird stuff. A lot of weird stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, even the parade we saw, there was some partial nudity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Wait, Cows, what are you inspired by?
Yeah, I know.
Like, what could possibly that video... How could that video inspire you in any way?
Woman takes her pants off, and people are throwing cake at her and dumping beer on her from atop one of those balconies, and Callis is inspired.
Well, I was thinking about clowns getting pies to the face. What if you just did a comedy bit where you did a pie to the ass? I mean, oh, that doesn't sound right. No, wait a minute. That's not what I meant. Like an actual pie, you know.
I don't know.
He's 12 years old.
Yep. Inspired. Wow.
So this is the day, Fat Tuesday, where you're supposed to eat a whole lot of nastiness and then give it up for 40 days. And that's basically the gist, right? What's one thing you wouldn't want to go without for 40 days? I'm giving up nothing.
I usually give up something.
That's nice.
Yeah, I usually do. It's always been like I could never give up like beer.
Mm-hmm.
But now I don't I don't really have a taste for that stuff anymore.
Yeah, you've cut back significantly in like the last 2 months.
Yeah. It might be that.
Can I tell you why I believe in giving something up?
Sure.
When I was in 8th grade, it was and the Lent season's always before baseball season. I gave up soda. Gave up pop. So I wasn't drinking anything carbonated, and I became super in shape just by not drinking that for that time.
Yep.
So
that makes a big difference.
Disciplining yourself, and it's a nice excuse to force yourself to be disciplined. And then, I was shockingly surprised by the results. So I'm like, yeah, maybe this isn't so bad. Maybe I gotta keep it together.
The reason why I never gave up that stuff or gave up alcohol and stuff because my birthday is March 31st, and I always was like, yeah, I'm gonna have a drink on my birthday, but I usually give up fried food, and I'm with you, Callis. If I give up fried food for 40 days, I tighten up.
Oh my God, absolutely.
No fries or anything like that. It usually helps.
Here's my issue, because I've wanted to do the beer thing, and I've done dry January before. I can't give up beer now because March Madness is here. And every Friday during Lent we do the fish fry thing. We grew up on that. St. Bernard's would always go to St. Bernard's fish fries. Now we're getting fish sandwiches. And there's nothing better to me than washing down a fish sandwich with a Guinness.
Right. And then St. Patty's Day.
St. Patty's? No.
It's tough.
Can't do it.
Right.
Texter, pie to the ass is diabolical, Callis.
I'm still confused by that one.
I'll give up something. I'll think on it. I'll get back to you. I'm sure you're all really concerned out there what I'm going to I should give up something. It's good for the soul.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, we're not eating a lot of meat on Fridays because that's just the way we were raised. Sometimes I forget, and then I feel bad, but I try to stick to that.
Mm-hmm.
But then you need protein. You got to get the protein.
Right.
Fish, I guess. Can you do eggs?
Yeah.
You know what I thought yesterday? So I made chicken cutlets for dinner, So you pound them flat, you dip them in the egg, and then everyone knows how to. Who am I? Trying to tell people how to cook.
Bobby Flay.
I'm Bobby Flay over here. Just teaching everybody how to cook. Like a great British bake-off over here. Just think about these chickens. Like, if these chickens had brains like we did, and they don't. They're not very smart animals. But you think about, okay, I know I'm about to get my head chopped off. Then some dude going to crack open my eggs.
Right.
Dip me in my eggs.
Yes.
And fry my ass up?
Yep.
Barbaric, Doran.
Very.
Absolutely barbaric.
Chicken or the egg? What came first?
Texter, I give up Zin every year. Not happening.
No.
Chicken or the egg? I think the chicken was first. But I can't tell you why.
Right. Because it had to start out as an egg.
That's one of those cliched ones that will always hurt my brain.
Same.
Callis, what came first, chicken or the egg?
I say the chicken, because I am religious, and I believe God created all creatures first, and the egg is just the reproductive process for the chicken.
That's a good.
I like that. That's fine.
Very good.
I like that. Yeah.
That's very good.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. That settles my mind a little bit because it's always boggled my mind down.
You've been boggled?
I've been boggled down by it, just thinking about how everything works. Yes.
Texter, try to give up any negative comments towards Cal. See how that goes for you. All right, done.
You didn't last the whole show. We tried that once.
I'll do it today.
No negative comments?
Yep.
So,
From here on out?
Okay, I thought of one more question.
Yep.
Would you let me pie you to the ass so you didn't have to watch 13-9?
You want me to bare my ass to you so that you can slam it with a pie?
Yeah, and then we just don't watch, because you're never going to watch 13-9, I figure.
What kind of pie?
That's what I'm saying.
What kind?
Banana cream?
Key lime?
Key lime? What do you think of that proposal? Because he's not watching 13-9.
I don't want to see his butt.
That's what I'm wondering, is why Callis is so eager to get me to drop trowel.
Right.
No, it's so we can do it for the social media, and then everybody can look at your bare ass being smeared by a pie. I just figure, unless you want to watch 13-9, we could do that too. Ever.
I'm not going to be able to do this for 40 days.
No.
Let's start first with 4 hours. One of hockey's biggest insiders on his podcast yesterday addressed Erik Karlsson trade rumors. Are the Penguins going to be able to move this contract off the books? How about Ricard Raquel? How about Tristan Jarry's back? How about the Penguins on pace to set a new record? We got hockey talk to start the show, Doran Dickerson. And a very interesting, I think, Bucko breakdown in hour number 1. And we start it all in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Karlsson, I feel, I don't know if it's going to happen now, but I've talked before about how after his bonus is paid this summer, all of a sudden the actual cash left on his deal for the last year and a half is about $11.5 million over 2 years. That's not impossible. So I do think we will see Karlsson talk, but I don't know if I expect it until this summer.
Elliot Friedman, probably hockey's biggest insider, the 32 Thoughts podcast, saying that Karlsson probably could be moved, but unlikely to happen before the deadline. That's sort of been my thought on it the whole time, Doran. You've got such a bloated contract for a guy that, yeah, he'll produce for you, but also is horrific defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, we found that out, man.
Oh, my God.
This isn't nice, and I don't know the man. I can't stand him. Can't stand him.
Why?
I thought he would be a franchise-altering player. I still don't blame Kyle Dubas for acquiring him.
Me neither.
How many bad contracts Dubas got off the books?
Granlund,
whole bunch of guys to bring in a player who the year before won the Norris Trophy and had 100 points. The process on that, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get all the bad players out of here and bring in somebody that, at worst, should fix your power play, which was the big sticking point for the Penguins at that particular time. So I don't blame him for trading for Karlsson. It has not worked out. Now, at the end of last season, he played well when the Penguins made their push. He's had varying degrees of success this year, but far too often, Erik Karlsson just says, I'm going to do my Erik Karlsson thing. And maybe the worst moment of his Penguins career came on Saturday against one of those Canadian teams, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Thank you, Doran. Where there's 4 seconds left in the period, and he makes a risky pass that you shouldn't make at any time in a game, but you're not going to score. Why are you trying to be fancy? And then you give up on the play.
Mm-hmm.
And 0.1 seconds left, it winds up in the back of your net. I'm totally done with the guy. I just don't know that it's reasonable to think that he can be moved before the deadline. But the first thing that needs to happen is he needs to be asked to waive his no-move clause. He talked about that after the game.
Address that then. I don't want to put words in
Rob Rossi with the question here.
That and any thoughts you have on that matter?
Yeah, I think it's just we were talking about like how do you deal with what's coming up, and obviously in my situation, I have full say on whether anything happens or not. I have not been asked, and until I do get asked, whenever that is, and if that is, I'll take a stance. Until then, I'm not worrying about it because again, I have nothing to worry about because I will know. I'll be the first one to know, I'm sure, and then I'll deal with that situation if that occurs. Up until now, it hasn't, so it hasn't been on my mind, and it's not something that I, walking around thinking about. But it obviously is a stressful time here for most of this group right now with the situation we're in, and everybody's been around long enough to know what's going to happen, most likely, and that weighs on you. As for my situation, like I said. I'll deal with that if it and when it comes, and until then, I'm not.
He's not thinking about it at all, Doran.
No, not at all.
He hasn't been asked to waive his no-move clause.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't you want to be moved, though?
That's just it for me, man.
Right? Or am I missing something?
I want him to want to be moved, too, for a couple of different reasons. Even if he doesn't, don't you want a guy that wants to go play on a winner?
Yeah.
And so that tells me he's kind of coasting through the final stages of his career. Mm-hmm. And I think watching him, that your eyes are telling you what then my brain is telling me after hearing that answer. Like, this guy's kind of just going through the motions out there. Also, Kyle, and I'm talking directly to Dubas, why the hell haven't you crossed all your T's and dotted all your I's here? I'm sure that there have been teams that have called on Karlsson. You should be calling teams on Karlsson. You should, because of the nature of these deals, have talked to him about this. Because things can come together really quickly. The deadline's Friday at 3 p.m. You should have talked to him and said, hey, Karlsson, there's like 7 or 8 teams that have expressed interest. Would you be willing to go to any of these teams? And it might be realistic based on everything we heard Elliot Freeman say off the top of the show, but I would at least want to be prepared for it. Like, what if someone comes with an offer you can't refuse? Now you can't do it because, we get to the finish line and now Erik Karlsson's going to shoot the damn thing down?
Mm-hmm.
You need to be having these conversations. And, Doran, I contend that this right now, at least until this point, probably the most important week of Kyle Dubas' Penguins career. I think the Jake Gensel the Jake Gensel trade and the moments leading up to that were very big. But we're now past that. I think right now is as big a time for Kyle Dubas as they're going to be with him wearing a suit for this Penguins organization. Because the direction of this team can change dramatically in the next 4 days.
Yeah.
And when we're doing our show on Friday, I'm sure we'll be talking about what could they do. There's a good chance we're talking about what they've done. But unless you ask Erik Karlsson to waive his no-move clause, obviously, not breaking any news here, he ain't going anywhere. So I think it's a dereliction of duty here.
What about Ricard Raquel?
He got to go.
Yeah.
Got to go. No chance that you don't move this guy. You don't wait till this offseason either. Starkey brought up a good point yesterday. Ricard Raquel, he kind of goes one good season, one not great season, alternates throughout his career. He's got 27 goals. He's on pace for 40-ish. He is, if you look at a bunch of these trade deadline lists, either number one or number two most desirable target. So I think you need to move him. And I think you need to move him now. And people will argue, well, maybe you could get more in a deal for him this summer because it's a complicated deal to get done. I'm trying to prey on teams' desperation right now.
Yes.
There are teams that right now are in the race that I want to prey on their desperation. Utah is one that has been linked to Ricard Raquel. You know, maybe they don't finish strong. Maybe this offseason they're like, are we farther away? I don't know. A lot of teams will do that. But when you're in the middle of it, when you're in the heat of a Stanley Cup playoff chase,
you got to get all pieces on deck.
Yes. I'm going to swing for the fences. And there's a rumor, not a rumor, this is a proposed deal from Emily Kaplan of ESPN. I don't know if you saw this. This is unreal. If this is what you can get for Ricard Raquel and you don't trade this guy, just fire Kyle Dubas into the sun right now. So Emily Kaplan, hockey insider for ESPN, she writes, a trade to Utah for left wing Matthias Michelli, or he's super Italian, might be Michelli. Matthias Michelli. I'll Google it. So for Matthias Michelli, a 2025 first-round pick, and a 2026 second-round pick. That's what a very smart hockey insider is saying could be the return for Ricard Raquel. If Raquel is a Penguin at 3:01 on Friday, we riot.
Yeah.
Or I guess like 3:10 because it takes some time. You'll always see the tweets. Now, wait a second here. The league might not have approved deals. They can trickle in after 3 o'clock. Let's say by 4 p.m. Friday. If Ricard Raquel is a Penguin, I think we riot, man.
Who else is on the block?
For the Penguins?
Yep.
Brian Rust is not going to be because at the end of the season, as I understand it, like somewhere in the summer is when his no-move clause would be up. And I don't know that I want to trade Brian Rust anyhow. That's one that I don't know about. He's a great guy. He's a hell of a clutch hockey player. He's just a hell of a hockey player. And I would want him being around for the next generation of young players. He's 32, though, and you would be able to, I would think, get a lot for him. 21 goals this year, 25 assists in 52 games. He's clutch. He's good defensively. He can play on your penalty kill. Guys love multiple times Stanley Cup winners to add to the room. It's why I would consider keeping him. But if someone this offseason makes me an offer I can't refuse for Brian Rust, I mean, you absolutely have to consider it.
Yeah.
Tristan Jarry's back.
I saw that.
I don't think Tristan Jarry could do enough between now and the deadline to make himself desirable.
Nope.
I also don't mind him being brought back up, which we'll get into later on in the show. Do you think this is the most important week of Kyle Dubas' career so far? 412-928-9370. Ricard Raquel has to go. Erik Karlsson, I think, should be on the block. Apart from that, they do not have a lot of sexy pieces, Doran.
Nope.
So you have to move Raquel. What say you? 412-928-9370. Weigh in. Also, I discovered a statistic yesterday about Penguins goaltenders that I think is amusing and also devastating all at once. We'll get into all of that. We got a Bucko Bradenton breakdown at the end of the hour. Jeff Hathorn at 7.
You said it wrong again.
Doesn't matter. Southside Jake 735. Jason Mackey at 8. Tyler Kennedy at 8:35. We're bouncing all over the place today. Hang out with us. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tristan Jarry brought back up by the Penguins. Blomqvist sent down. Penguins have a game coming up tonight against the Colorado Avalanche at 9 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Deebo Samuel got his wish to be traded, and no one could be happier than Washington quarterback Jaden Daniels, Commanders All-Pro wideout Terry McLaurin, who will be even more scary, and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. This is Christmas to those guys. Meantime, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy is losing one of his most dangerous weapons, although there's going to be more money available now for Purdy's new deal. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
The Beach Boys, the Sounds of Summer Tour. Friday, May 30th at Timber Rock Amphitheater. The music, the memories, the Beach Boys, riding an endless summer wave. Get tickets now at timberrockamp.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys, the Sounds of Summer Tour, produced by Dresky Entertainment.
At the Home Depot, it's our business to support yours. Partner with your go-to source for building your business. We can help you streamline your operations by supplying the whole job from start to finish. Any questions? Our Pro Desk is ready to answer the call with supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. Elevate your efficiency and take on more projects with the partner you can trust. The Home Depot, how pros get more done.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Clouds and sun today, the high 60.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. and happy 50th.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound heavy heading past the runaway truck sand pile into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East also heavy now between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed. However, watch for single-lane each direction restrictions underneath the Veterans Bridge. It's part of the work going on for the structural concerns that has closed the HOV lanes along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. Expect heavier traffic on the main line of both those roadways as a result, and that's till further notice. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We've asked the question on Twitter via a poll, which is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Is this the most important week in Kyle Dubas' tenure? Friday at 3 p.m. is the NHL trade deadline. Erik Karlsson could be on the block, though much more likely it gets done this offseason. Ricard Raquel, one of the top 2 most desired players on the trade block right now. I can't think of a reason why you wouldn't move Raquel, but the one that texters will bring up, and here's one right here, is, well, you gotta keep Crosby happy. Here's what they wrote at 412-928-9370. You have to keep a decent line mate with Sid. You can't leave him in a desert. I think this is the year they move Russ. Well, I mean, those two things are kind of being said out of opposite sides of your mouth. The text line brought to you by Egger Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. There was a time in the prime of Sidney Crosby's career when he was on a line with Brian Gibbons during his prime. Now, Crosby's still great, but he knows the score.
Yes.
He understands what's going on. He knows what he's signed up for. I am not hurting the future chances of the Pittsburgh Penguins contending just to give Crosby a line mate that he's comfortable with. I can't factor that into my decision-making at all, Doran. If I can get a first-round pick and a second-round pick and a good young player for Ricard Raquel, which is what Emily Kaplan put out there, I'm not letting Sidney Crosby's feelings about it keep me from trading the guy, Doran.
Well, this is where it's at. Like, I mean, this is the battle that they're also fighting, that it's behind closed doors, that we think that they're probably fighting, but they probably are actually fighting, is the Crosby battle. I mean, even with, like, Gensel last year, I'm sure they fought the battle with Crosby of trading Gensel and how hard that this situation probably is for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of angles to it, and I mean, Gensel was on what line last year?
He was on Crosby's line.
So that's going to be 2 years in a row?
Yep.
I don't think Crosby's going to like that. And if Crosby has any input that we may think that he has, I don't think that it's going to happen. But he also knows the game. And he knows, he's been around a long time. Now, he's never really been in this situation before other than last year. But he knows the game. He knows what assets need to be brought in order to turn this thing around. But at the same time, like, are you getting his input, and are you valuing his input of what you should do moving forward? And if that's trading a guy 2 years in a row that's on his line that he's very close with, I don't know how he'd feel about that, even though that the grand scheme is getting this team better.
It might make him a little pouty face. I mean, we saw how the entire team reacted last year to the Jake Gensel trade. They go out and they get their doors blown off by Washington, and it looks like they'd rather be any place in the world than on that ice against that team. And that's 1A, 1B, their biggest rival, depending on how you think they feel about the Flyers, and they just totally no-showed in that game because it hurt them. They love Jake Gensel. Mm-hmm. But I've already given Crosby, if I'm the Penguins organization, his friends. I've given him Malkin for the foreseeable future. I've given him Letang for the foreseeable future. You're going to get to hang out with those guys. Hey, you could sit next to them on the bus. You could sit next to them on the bench. You could sit next to them on the airplane. And what I would tell Crosby is, look, I know it's going to suck, because it is. That's the reality. It's going to suck you take a Ricard Raquel away from him. But do you want to win again in a Penguin sweater? And I think that the line can be drawn. Like, what do they say? The fastest way between point A and point B is a straight line.
Yes.
I think trading Ricard Raquel gets you there a little bit faster. You get rid of the cap space, you bring in assets, and perhaps you could then utilize those assets because you've acquired so many first-round picks, second-round picks, third-round picks these next 3 years. You don't have to make all those picks. So you give up cap space, and you wind up accruing more assets. I would just say to Sid, man, the cap's going up $30 million these next 3 years. We want to have assets right now. Next year's draft is supposed to be much better than this year's draft, kind of like in the NFL with quarterbacks. Like, just be patient, Sid. Like, give us 2 years, and we think we can actually turn this ship on the dime. I don't think that's impossible.
And then there's a part of me that is like, okay, Sidney Crosby, business-wise, knows the score as well.
Right.
And whenever he signed his extension in August, I'm sure he knew that this could be a high possibility.
I think that's why it took so long, frankly, Doran, is he was really thinking about days like today, weeks like this. Like, there's going to be a lot of lean times, and I'm going to have to say goodbye to some people. Do I really want to sign up for that? And ultimately, he signed on the dotted line, and I think that means he's okay with it. Doesn't mean he has to like it, but being okay with something and liking it are different. But if he's okay with it, I think he showed that by signing the contract, if that makes sense.
Yep.
This trade talk brought to you by Bet365, and you can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Yeah, this Matthias Michelli guy, it's Michelli. Damn it.
Michelli?
Yeah. He's Finnish, so he's not Italian, my bad. I mean, it sounds like an Italian name. I mean, like, this guy's going to have you
Honest
over.
Mistake.
He's going to have you over for some, pasta, little
cutlets.
Little chicken parm cutlets, damn right. He's 24 years old, and this is Emily Kaplan said he could be part of a possible return in a package for Utah. 25 years old, scored 17 goals last year and 57 points in 82 games. This year, 18 points in 52 games, so not having quite as good of a season. But he's young. He scored most of his goals 5-on-5. He would definitely not be on the Penguins' power play. This is a useful young player. And I'm looking at some of his advanced stats. Seems like a really good young player. A useful young player. So not only are you getting the draft picks, but you could say, hey, Sid, here's a left wing. Maybe he plays up with you. Maybe he plays up and down the lineup. And this is what they need to do. Good young players and draft picks.
And capital, yes.
Yes, that's the perfect way to go about a rebuild. But this whole, you can't do this to Sid. Sid signed the contract.
Right.
Sid knew they wouldn't be great. Probably thought they'd be better than this. But guess what? You ain't. You suck. Not you, but the team. The team sucks. And they suck with Raquel. So if you suck with Raquel, I'd rather suck without Raquel and a first and a second round pick and, by the by, a good young player. 412-928-9370. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, Rob. Oh, go ahead. Rob and go.
Good.
See, sometimes it takes time to build chemistry with your line mates.
Right. We're good. I just was going to ask the question real quick.
Yeah,
Do you think that this is why it took so long for Dubas to actually sign and become the GM? Because he wanted to take a year off because of all this. And knowing that what he had to work with was going to be a lot harder than it probably looks. And then knowing that the enticing factor of the organization probably pulled him in the direction like, yeah, let's go do this. Let's be the general manager of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Like, that sounds great. But really looking at the situation, it's probably why that he took so long, and it probably took so long to get him over here.
Yeah, I think
he wanted to take a year off, right?
Yes. And he even said so. He's been excoriated in Canada because he said he was going to go be in a cabin in the woods for a year. I think he thought they'd win more when he got here. That's why he goes out and gets Carlson.
Yeah.
It was a terrible signing to get Graves, but the reason he did it is because he thought Graves was better than he was, and you were in a win-now mode. The reason he signed Tristan Jarry is because he was a two-time All-Star, and he thought, okay, we can win with Tristan Jarry. Probably shouldn't have thought that. But he thought he could win. But he also knew he was going to get some leeway here, too, where he was going to try to win early, and then whenever he couldn't, he was going to get some rope to be able to see the Penguins through the rebuild. And now we got to the rebuild faster than he thought. But, yeah, he got hired for two different jobs in one.
Yeah.
Make the Penguins a viable contender at first, and then when they're not, you got to turn the ship on a dime. And he's trying to do that right now. And we're not going to know whether he's good at this for a while, Doran.
Yep.
Like the Graves thing, bad. A lot of people kill him for the Karlsson thing. He should be crushed for the Jari move, and we'll get into Jari coming up in the next segment. But we're not going to know whether he's the right guy for the rebuild for probably 2 years.
Yes.
He's got 15 first, second, or third round picks in the next 3 years. 15. And if he trades Raquel, we're looking at probably 17 first, second, or third round picks in the next 3 years. And it takes time for those guys to develop. So I think he's doing the right thing, but we're not going to know until some of these guys get through the system. Rob in Chicago, sorry about the delay. Hi.
Hey, good morning, guys. At some point in time with the Penguins, and like I said, we're fortunate to have, since 1985, three best players in hockey for the past 40 years. But with Crosby, at some point in time, the tail's got to stop wagging the dog here. The general manager's got to do his job and, just put some better players on the ice.
I think he did with the Gensel thing, Rob. Like, Crosby was really mad, from what I understand about that, because they never even really approached Gensel with a contract that made sense for Jake. And so even long before the deadline, I think Sidney was miffed by that, but yet he still signed the contract this offseason. Crosby's got this loyalty to the Penguins franchise that I think is commendable, but you can kind of take advantage of that too.
It's not realistic. I mean, the Karlsson, it was good for getting rid of contracts, but you're looking at a team that was soft to begin with. No defense whatsoever. Then you bring on a guy who's known as a defensive liability. I mean, this had trouble written all over it. I mean, for whatever reason, the offense hasn't synced up with him, and it hasn't worked out, just like Derek Brassard. But, they got to keep trying, I guess.
Yeah, thank you for the call, Rob. I imagine Karlsson will get moved this offseason. I'd be more surprised than not if he's a Penguin next October. Like, I think I'd be fairly shocked by that, actually. 412-928-9370. Any reason why the Penguins shouldn't move Ricard Raquel? You can weigh in. Is this the most important week thus far of Kyle Dubas's tenure? Coming up next, Tristan Jarry recalled, Doran. And it's good. There's also a statistic that makes my head explode. And I can't wait to run it by everybody when we come back. Bradenton Bucko breakdown at the end of the hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play today in spring training at 1 o'clock against the Boston Red Sox. Pirates lost 12-3 yesterday to the New York Yankees. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. We have entered March. College basketball conference tournaments are here. And we've got Robert Morris, one of the great stories in Pittsburgh sports, a Cinderella story, if you will. They are playing in this tournament, and they are one of the favorites to win it. And they have had a tremendous year, 20-plus wins. Can they get back to the tournament, the big tournament? And you can bet on them to do it right now. Get to FanDuel. And new customers get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything. Anything you want, including who's going to cut down the nets at the end of March. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and get in on all the college hoops and get paid instantly when you play. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. And looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking. I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure, and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms, Zero Resified starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com today.
So why will your kitchen from Petite be different?
You know, Barry, people get the help they need to visualize the kitchen of their dreams.
What kind of help?
Design help. Interior design help. And Petite eliminates the nightmare remodeling for a surprisingly great price.
That's right. No more worries about how, when, or what happens if something goes wrong.
Our installation department eliminates the worries and makes sure the project goes smooth as silk.
It really is from custom creation to expert installation. You get the kitchen of your dreams without the worry.
That's it. A quality new kitchen with some features that you won't find anywhere else, and the expertise to make it happen.
Call Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center today at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
After you use bounce dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, bounce dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Boss.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Here's a break. Moving in, Pasternak to the backhand, to the forehand. Pasta scores! Extend that point streak to 17 games for David Pasternak, the hottest scorer right now in the National Hockey League.
All right, easy. Getting a little too excited there for a game between two teams that ain't going to make the playoffs. Jeez. That courtesy of ESPN. Why are we playing that? It's because it was the first shot of the game from Saturday, and of course it scored. And I heard Mulsey bring this up on his show yesterday. No pony, explosive diarrhea. The Penguins have allowed a goal on the first shot 13 times this year.
Yes.
You know what the record is? 14.
I was about to say 14.
Now, they've only been tracking that since 09-010, and it was the Flyers team that beat the Penguins in the 2011-2012 playoffs that actually set the record of 14. I think it's probably more likely than not, Doran, that they'll give up 2 goals on the first shot in the final 20 games of the season.
What, they played Sunday, right? Did they play Sunday? Well, whatever. Their last game, it was the fourth shot. It was like within the first 2 minutes of the game. But it was the fourth shot. So they almost tied the record that game, but they had 3 more shots before they scored.
I mean, it's insane to me. And Mosey did this whole thing where it's about the start and they're not starting well enough. And I liked his take, and I thought he said it eloquently, and he got me thinking about it. I just think their goalies really suck and their defense really sucks. And when your goalie really sucks, every shot is a good shot.
Uh-huh.
And so I don't know it's that they don't start well. I just think that they never play well.
Right. Or it's in the head.
And it's in the head.
It's in the head. I mean, whether it's Ned or Yoel, Yoel's putting in a situation where it's like sink or swim, and he's obviously sinking, but it's not really, in my opinion, it's not really his fault that he's brought up and thrust in the situation so early. He's clearly not ready.
I'm with you 100% on that.
That's all Jari's fault.
And that's why I'm happy that they've recalled Jari.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with Jari and everything to do with Blomqvist. You can't keep trotting him out there. The vibes in the dressing room, I'm sure, are awful. You're getting shelled, and then your confidence has to be waning.
Oh.
And you're thinking about a guy that could be, not saying he's going to be, but could be your franchise goalie.
Yes.
And you've thrown him to the dogs before he's ready, and he's playing a fair amount. That just can't happen right now.
Nope.
It can't happen. It'd be one thing if they were good and he was the backup goalie and he's playing a couple of times a week behind a team with good defensive structure and seeing the ropes and understanding everything. He's getting shelled. So the league average save percentage is .901, which is the lowest it's been in a long time, like 20 years or something. Ned has an .892 save percentage. Jari has an .884 save percentage. Blomqvist has an .885 save percentage.
Oh, my gosh.
Doran, these are like 1980s numbers.
Oh, my goodness.
You're not even stopping 90% of the shots? I mean, in Jari and Blomqvist cases, you're stopping 88.5% of the shots. I mean, these numbers are laughably bad. And speaking of laughably, let me ask you this. If the Penguins give up the first goal, a shot, that's good English. If they give up a goal on their first shot again the next time they take the ice, what is your reaction to that?
Ha
I laugh too, man.
Laugh? I kind of want it to happen tonight. They play the Avalanche tonight, right?
Oh, God.
I kind of want it to happen. I want to see this happen.
I want them to break the record.
Yeah.
Like if you're bad and you're tanking, at least be bad.
Yeah, embrace it.
Yes. And I kind of wish now, hindsight being 2020, they had called Jari up a couple weeks ago, because I do think there are dumb general managers in the league, in any sport.
Mm-hmm.
There are dumb radio hosts, too. Showcase him a little bit. See if maybe he can catch lightning in a bottle. See if he can get hot. And then maybe some bad GM takes him off your hands for you. You eat some of the contract. That's something that I think is doable with Karlsson this offseason, too. Why it might make more sense to trade him in the offseason. I think if you eat like $5-6 million, because you're not going to win next year. Why not eat it? That's what rebuilding teams do all the time. You eat some of Karlsson's contract, I think you can actually get something for him.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to move Karlsson's entire contract, I think you'd have to maybe give up like a first or a second round pick.
Yeah.
Like, here's a first round pick and Erik Karlsson. Please take him off our hands. But if you eat some of the salary, which they absolutely can do, you could get something in return for the guy. Do you laugh when the Penguins give up a goal on the first shot? 412-928-9370. And it's all of them, too, man. It's an affliction that I think is contagious. Jari's done it. Ned's done it. Blomqvist has done it. It's unbelievable. It has to get in their head.
Yes, at this point. At this point, they're just so worried about doing it that it happens.
And then on that one on Saturday, I mean, it's the hottest goal scorer in the league, and he's walking in all alone. Like, we all knew how that story was going to end. Tony in Rhode Island, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Love the show, guys.
Hey, thank you, Tony.
You guys do a great job. So I'm just thinking, when Crosby leaves the Penguins, I really doubt they're going to find another generational talent. So they're going to have to play a different style, meaning they're definitely going to need more defensive structure. I mean, would you guys agree with that?
Maybe. We have never seen the Penguins win at a high level without center depth and without superstar scoring.
Yeah.
We've never seen it. It was Lemieux, it was Yager, it's Francis, Paul Coffey, others, and now Crosby and Malkin. And then they had Phil Kessel. Like, we've never seen them win without stars. Like, the best player in the sport, but you can. Thank you for the call, Tony. Like, I think about the Rangers. They put on the letterhead, we're rebuilding. And you're thinking, oh, man, this might take 5-6 years. Well, 2 years later, they're like, all right, let's get Zibanejad. Let's get Artemi Panarin. Let's spend some money. And all of a sudden, they were good again.
Right.
Those guys are stars, but they're not superstars. Like, you can win without these guys. We've just never seen it.
Yes.
And I would wrap my head around that. I think the Penguins always want to be, because it's just the culture around here. I think they always want to be a high-flying, score a bunch of goals team. They want to be fun to watch. Harlem Globetrotters on ice. I think that's what they want to be. And I think you can be that without having the best player in the game. And I think that's what they're going to – I think the most likely path to them winning playoff series in the future is you have to wrap your mind around having a handful of really good players and not the best two players in the sport.
Is that how FSG thinks, though? Because do really good players bring money and put butts in seats? Because I think that they're basing off the regime of Mario Lemieux and how he ran things and obviously how he played and just basically what you're saying. Like, there's always been stars. Does FSG can they sit back and be like, okay, we can win with Jags, just another guy, guys?
I do think
is that how they want to form their franchise?
It's a great question. Dubas, when he acquired Karlsson, said they're always going to go big game hunting.
Yeah.
And when he came in as general manager at Toronto, he went out and spent a ton of money on John Tavares. I think he's always going to go after the big fish if it makes sense for where they are in their contention curve. Like, I think he'll go out and get those guys. But I think it remains to be seen whether Pittsburgh is going to sell out 41 games if you don't have a marquee star. Like, you can have great players, but if you don't have the marquee star, how's this town going to view it?
Right.
I'd like to think that as long as the team is good, people will show up. But I don't know. I don't know. Because we haven't seen it.
Almost 40 years.
It's been 40 years.
40 years, yeah.
84. Oh, my God.
Yep.
It's been 41 years since they drafted Mario Lemieux. And we've been blessed every single year. I mean, they had Lemieux during the X generation. He was hurt a ton. He played like 19 games. But they've had that guy for 40 damn years, dude. It's insane. So what's it look like when they don't? I think we'd be guessing. 412-928-9370. That's a good call. That's a good question by you. Coming up next, the Pirates have acquired somebody that can actually help the team, it looks like. That and more in the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tristan Jarry called up. Bloomquist sent down. Penguins have a game tonight against Colorado Avalanche at 9 o'clock. They lost 2 games over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Doran.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life. But how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give you his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West delays over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East starting to stack at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while Route 28 is up to speed. However, you will find those lane restrictions in both directions underneath the Veterans Bridge. It's due to the constructional concerns being addressed on the Parkway North, causing the closure of the HOV lanes along that roadway, as well as the crosstown. You will be seeing extra traffic on the main lines as a result. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps and put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey, you want to give your bathroom a fresh, luxurious upgrade? My friends Nick and Larry at Boulevard Glass and Metal, they designed custom glass shower doors that bring elegance and style to any bathroom. Sleek, frameless designs to custom finishes, they do all of it. Enjoy shower doors that fit your style and space perfectly. Durable, easy to clean, and built to last. Your dream bathroom, it starts here. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com for that free consultation. A stunning shower is just a call away.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Right now, you can sign up and get 1 free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will come back to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a free application and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Buccos played the Yankees last night. You could hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. You could watch the game on Sportsnet Pittsburgh, but you had to take the Yes feed. Did you happen to check that out, Doran? No. So it's the Yankee Entertainment Station feed, and I found myself just hating the Yankees the entire time. Their buckets are great. I mean, their hats are awesome. They got the pinstripe hats in spring training. But, oh my God, the broadcast. oh, this Yankees organization. Guys come in here. They get to meet Hall of Famers. And it's
Glazing.
all true, but it's just such glazing.
Yes.
And they talked about O'Neal Cruz the first time he was up at bat. And they're like, oh, he played shortstop. Now he's playing center field. He could do a great job there. And the play-by-play guy was like, yeah, but the Yankees are awesome. Come on.
Oh.
I couldn't help but watch Bucko baseball, but I didn't want to watch the Yankee broadcast. All right, right now it's time for the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health. Doran, the Pirates claimed a player yesterday off of waivers.
Yes.
And at first you think nothing about it. Justin Lawrence, last season, 4-4 with a 6.49 ERA. That is not good. But if you peel it back a little bit and you do a deep dive on the numbers, his time in Colorado, 2 years ago, ERA of 3.72, 78 strikeouts in 75 innings. That's a good reliever. And he's funky. He's kind of got that submarine thing, and he throws hard, and he's got a good breaking ball. At Coors Field, arguably the toughest place for pitchers to fare in all of Major League Baseball, he had a 6.96 ERA in 98 innings. On the road, though, Justin Lawrence had a 3.86 ERA in 95 2/3 innings. So you get this guy out of Coors Field, all of a sudden he's a really good reliever. Well, guess where the Pirates don't play, Doran? Coors Field.
There we go.
He should be a pretty good reliever. So you it's not even really a risk. You just claim this guy for nothing. You're not paying him a lot of money, and he's going to help the bullpen. I'm not saying Pirates fans should be dancing in the streets, but this is a shrewd move, and I think the bullpen can be a big strength for the team this year.
I agree, but this means that Oviedo is getting what? He's going on the
60-day IL with a lat injury.
Right.
Which is a new injury.
Yes. And obviously coming off of the elbow injury, so this is probably compensating, which we saw. This is what happened to Bednar last year at the same time, right? Bednar came in spring training, had that lat injury, I believe it was, and then he wasn't the same all season. So
I don't know how much you can really count on Oviedo this year.
Know.
And that's a massive bummer.
Yep.
Because, I mean, he was so good 2 seasons ago with the Pirates. So good. In a deal with the Cardinals gave up a guy, and you're thinking, okay, I mean, if the Cardinals are giving him up, something's going on there, right? And he wound up being really good. I just don't think you can count on him this year. But Bubba Chandler, though? Can you count on Bubba Chandler at some point coming up this year? Bubba Chandler, 1/3 of an inning yesterday, 2 hits, 4 earned runs, 1 strikeout. Didn't look good. I'm still excited about Bubba Chandler.
For sure.
Bailey Falter, I thought, pitched well, and the defense didn't do him any favors yesterday. 2 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 strikeouts. His ERA this spring at 3.86. My guess right now is, as the season goes on, Skenes ain't going anywhere. Jones ain't going anywhere. Keller's not going anywhere. Healy, been really good for the last few years. I think he's going to be a mainstay in this rotation. When Bubba Chandler's ready to come up, I think Bailey Falter either becomes a trade piece or he's your long guy out of the bullpen, and you feel really good about your pitching depth. But my guess would be he's the guy that ultimately comes out of the rotation.
Yep.
All right, there's your Bradenton Bucko Breakdown, brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health. That was a battle of 2 very nice spring training hats yesterday.
Yes.
The Yankees with the white pinstripes, and the Buccos, they got the Jolly Roger on the front.
Like it?
I'm going to get myself a Jolly Roger hat, Doran.
Yeah, I can see you rocking that. I thought you already had one.
I have an old school Jolly Roger hat with like the laughing pirates on there. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't have that one, no.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
Don't have it.
Yeah.
We go to opening day this year against the Yankees?
Of course. Might be like 60 degrees. Hopefully it's better than last year.
I know.
Freezing.
We've spent way too much time in the mornings before our show looking at like the extended forecasts. And I saw one of the local weather people said that the next month it's going to be mostly higher than average temperatures.
Yes.
We've made it, people, including today where it's going to get into the low 60s.
Sunny.
And sunny.
Need it.
Some thunderstorms tomorrow. The Masters is just around the corner, Doran. We've got March Madness coming up, the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Draft.
The draft. Oh, man, what's the weather going to be like next year for the draft? That's a huge swing.
Huge swing.
No clue.
Oh.
Could be 70 degrees and sunny. Could also be 38 and snow. Exactly right. All right, coming up next, Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, is going to join us. We have yet to touch on the Steelers. We'll hit on a little bit of everything with Jeff when we come back. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Today is the day where most places will hit the 60s for highs. I have Pittsburgh seeing a high of 65 degrees. Skies will be mostly cloudy to start the day with broken, partly cloudy skies this afternoon. Out the door, sunrise temperatures are up near 40. Noon temperatures should be in the mid-50s. Hey, make sure you enjoy the pleasant weather while it lasts, with rain, storms, and even snow all returning on Wednesday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, is your home for NBA live betting. You can miss the first few minutes of a game, might miss the tip, might miss the whole first half. Jump in the fourth quarter. You might have to go somewhere in the fourth quarter. You're just there for the start. Either way, you can make your picks from the first whistle to the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. I watch Golden State all the time. Quentin Post, if you're looking for over on threes, that's kind of all he does. He's a new, interesting player for them. Get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's tax time sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Closure of the HOV lanes and restrictions on the Parkway East throwing a kink into the morning rush. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. First, the closures of the HOV lanes along the Parkway North and Crosstown. This is due to structural concerns. In addition, watch for restrictions in both directions on Route 28 underneath the Veterans Bridge. Parkway East, watch for single lane in each direction restrictions between Monroeville and Penn Hills as work continues until the beginning of the month on that bridge over Old William Penn Highway. Once you get past it, you're in line again at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West jams near the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit. Too legit.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are joined right now by our sports director. Great man, Jeff Hathorn. Jeff, how you doing today? Good morning.
Morning, guys.
Jeff, we want to talk about a little bit of everything with you. We've yet to touch on the Steelers today, so at some point we will. But we did just do the Bradenton Bucco breakdown, so let's keep that theme going right now. The Pirates' rotation seemingly going to be their strength. I think the bullpen could wind up being one too, and I really like this shrewd pickup of Justin Lawrence, who was dreadful at Coors Field, but really good outside of Coors Field.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not the only split that is like that when you pitch in Colorado. But he comes with that kind of three-quarter to sidearm angle, brings a different look from that bullpen. There's still a couple of question marks, but they've got some good young arms, Kyle Nicholas being another one. I know people may remember Kyle Nicholas on that first Skenes start, but they feel like he's really settled into that bullpen role and has a good arm. And we'll see about Bednar. I mean, was last year because he didn't have the spring training and he rushed it and just kind of threw off his entire year? Or are we going to see the David Bednar that was an all-star? Obviously, at that back end is going to be key. But, yeah, I think that bullpen has the potential to be pretty decent. Let's face it. Most everybody's bullpens are guys that you have a little bit of questions about. It's just about how do you maneuver these guys into roles.
Jeff, 4 hits in 5 games and 1 home run for Henry Davis. Could this be finally the year that he breaks through? And if he does, and we are anticipating him having a decent year, like at what position? With Joey Bart, Andy Rodriguez, obviously coming back this year, like where can Henry Davis be infused in his lineup whenever the season starts?
Man, that would be a nice problem to have.
Yeah.
And if he's hitting by then, I think some catcher, I think some DH at times, so you give Kutch a day or 2 off. But I see him primarily behind the plate, and then you move Endy maybe out, and you rotate Bart with Henry Davis, and Endy plays a little first base or somewhere else. They just even haven't, from what we see, they haven't worked him anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Other than catching. So catching and DH seem to be the option. And, man, that would be great. As spring goes on and pitchers start using a little bit more of their arsenals and Davis is still hitting like that, yeah, that would be a nice problem to have. Because what is the biggest concern we all have about the Pirates going into the season? Where are they going to get offense from? If he's hitting the ball, you got to find a spot for him.
Joey Bart hit one like 750 feet last night, too. Oh, my God. That thing was annihilated, Jeff. When I think about the catching position, I mean, I think it's pretty simple. He's got to be the guy based on what he did last year.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that they're going to force Henry Davis into playing a lot? Not necessarily behind the plate. I mean, I know what you just said there about, maybe once or twice a week if that would work out. But are they going to give him a ton of opportunity at the big league level? Or do you think he would have to get some at-bats accrued at AAA?
Well, let's see how the next few weeks go, and how he's hitting a little bit later into spring training. If he forces his way onto the roster, I mean, who says Endy has to start in the big league club?
Right.
I mean, he might take Endy's position, and the word to Endy is, listen, we want you to go work on some things, maybe play a little first base down in AAA, get a couple different positions in, because he does have versatility. He's played a little outfield, even played second base. So I think that's the situation you're in. I know there's a potential log jam at catcher, but things just have a way. I mean, knock on wood, but injuries are going to happen. Things are going to happen where this stuff is going to work itself out.
Jeff, Darius Slay, is he going to be a Steeler?
I don't know what his demands are. I know he has interest in going back to Detroit. I know there's a Terrell Austin connection with Darius Slay. And he's also mentioned, like, hey, maybe I'll take a little less and be with Philly. I mean, could he be a Patrick Peterson? Maybe. If you're the Steelers, I don't know I get it. Slay's experience, he was a great player. I'm sure he'd be a really good mentor to Joey. I guess I'd have to see what the money is, but you'd either have to believe in Trice, probably bring someone else. I don't know if is Slay still an everyday corner at 34? And if he wants decent money, is that the right investment for this team?
Jeff, if we get to next Monday and Justin Fields is not a Pittsburgh Steeler by that point, do you think he goes elsewhere? Because I kind of feel like they need to get it done now.
I think ideally you get it done now. And even some of the reports we've seen about the New York teams interested, just remember his agent is out there working every channel he can to make sure that there looks like there's more interest even if there isn't. I mean, New York teams have higher draft picks. They have options in the draft, especially the Giants. That doesn't mean there isn't interest. If he does get a chance to have the legal tampering, it's going to at least make the Steelers pay more than what they could before they would sign him. I would love to get this deal done. Just because they haven't to this point, I'm not going to write off the fact that they aren't going to get it done before that legal tampering. But I think now is when the negotiation starts to ramp up and those conversations become a lot more serious and the dollar figures become a lot more concrete. I just don't know. If you're the Steelers, what are your options? Mm-hmm. I mean, Art said they wanted someone that youth or age was a factor. Well, if you don't take Justin, what are your options? Are you going to sign Sam Darnold to huge money based on 1 year? Are you going to go again to another bridge year with Aaron Rodgers or bringing Russ back? I just don't see how that helps you. I still believe that they have time for Justin. But to your point, if he gets out there and gets to meet and hear contract offers of other teams, and maybe not even that, but get to sit in a room and say, here's the offense we'd have for you. That's where I would worry if I'm the Steelers.
Jeff, last thing here for you. Ricard Raquel, will he be a Penguin at 4 p.m. on Friday?
I hope not.
What would the logic be in keeping him?
I don't see he's got a couple of years left on his contract. I don't think this team is in a 1 year turnaround to get back to be a Stanley Cup player. So if there's a team that's desperate, and look, there's a lot of teams out there that are in the playoff hunt, some of whom have not been in it for a while, or some that might think, listen, we could win the East adding a guy like Raquel. And there's been talk that first round and more is a potential return for Ricard Raquel. I know people get worried about what's Sid going to think. They traded Jake Gensel.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And Sid signed an extension. So if you trade Ricard Raquel, who, remember, as great as he's been, has also had droughts that have been over months long. I think you're striking when the iron's hot. I think this is something you have to do unless that whole well dries up. But I don't see that. I mean, every list you look at, the worst is he's the bottom half of the top 10 of the best players available.
That's right. Jeff, appreciate the time as always, buddy. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Hathorn. Check out what he's got going on, 937thefan.com. When the Penguins said, we're going to keep Letang, we're going to keep Malkin, that should be good enough for Crosby, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
Okay, you don't get to play with Raquel. Okay, you don't get to play with Gensel. But the Penguins paid Letang and Malkin.
Multi-year.
Multi-years when you absolutely could have made the argument at the time that they should not have done that.
Right.
You could even have potentially made the argument that they should have traded one or both of those guys when before that time period to try to extend the window for Crosby, but they didn't. Why? Because they're being loyal to them, but they're also being loyal to Sid. So if you've got those two guys as quote-unquote untouchable, those two guys that have no move clauses, then everybody else should be able to be moved. That's how I see it, and I think that's how Crosby should see it too. And if he doesn't, tough. Tough. He got over Gensel, he'll get over this. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A ton to react to from Jeff there, including Doran bringing up a corner who was just cut loose that I think could make an impact here for a number of different reasons. That's on the way. We've got Southside Jake with Are You Smarter Than a Plumber at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Terry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tristan Jarry, in the latest report, has been called back up to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Blomqvist has been sent down. Penguins have a game tonight at 9 o'clock against against the Colorado Avalanche. Again, 9 o'clock, Penguins play the Colorado Avalanche tonight. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Born Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. According to the Wall Street Journal, there's now a better but less utilized way to treat athletes who suffer concussions. Old school protocols basically isolated them in a dark, quiet room until symptoms abated. The new treatment consensus is to start mild to moderate aerobic activity as soon as possible. Now, this both boosts recovery and prevents athletes from becoming depressed. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of kinks in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Parkway East, single lane each direction restrictions. This is due to prep work on the bridge over Old William Penn Highway. That's between Monroeville and the Penn Hills interchange. Once you do get by it, you're going to be in line again at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again at Millville, heading down to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us at _Adam Crowley at Score and Doran. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Just spoke with our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, in the last segment. We were talking about Darius Slay a little bit. Cut loose by the Philadelphia Eagles. Has a relationship with Terrell Austin. Terrell Austin, formerly the defensive coordinator with Detroit when Darius Slay was there. I look at Darius Slay's numbers on Pro Football Focus. They're pretty good from last season. He's 34 years old. I think because he wasn't their number one guy last year, because he is a little bit longer in the tooth, Doran, I don't think you'd have to pay a lot to get him to come here. And so from that standpoint, it makes a ton of sense to me. And then from the, hey, let's get someone in here to be a mentor for Joey Porter Jr. standpoint, it makes a ton of sense to me. Like, again, you're not winning the Super Bowl in 2025. So you might say, why are you adding a 34-year-old? Well, first of all, you need somebody to play opposite Joey Porter Jr. Why not it be a guy who just won a championship who can show a young player who you're hoping is going to ascend in year 3, Joey Porter Jr., the ropes a little bit?
I mean, I think this is a must. Like, I think that this would be a number one target right now. He didn't get released because of his play. The guy can still play. The reason why he got released is because they drafted 2 corners last year, and those 2 corners had stellar years. Cooper DeJean proved, obviously, in the Super Bowl and proved this year that he could be the starting corner for the Philadelphia Eagles and not just a nickel corner. Obviously, Quinyon Mitchell on the other side, another rookie this past year, is a stellar corner. So they don't You talk about being giving advice and being the veteran in the room for Joey Porter Jr. Obviously, Darius Slay did that for those two guys.
Great point.
Did that for those two guys. And I think Joey Porter Jr. missed out on his second-year growth because he didn't have that guy. I think that he played better his first year than last year because he did have somebody like Patrick Peterson to show him little techniques, to work with him, to kind of bring him along. He needed a guy like Patrick Peterson opposite side of him or even just behind him to help him this past season with little things. And I think that going into year 3, Joey Porter Jr. has to and must make a big jump, a big leap to be, inching his way closer to being that number 1 corner. And Darius Slay coming in on opposite side of him that can still play can really help him with that. I think this is a must for the Steelers. They need cornerbacks. They need depth at that position. And they also need a starter and a veteran starter that can still play. Darius Slay's that guy.
Couldn't agree more. We get people texting in. Slay's not going to go to the Steelers to end his career, even though that's where more retirees are projected to go. He'll go to a winner. Listen, the Steelers are not a championship contender. We all understand that. But they don't flat out suck either.
Right.
And it's tough for Steelers fans. It's tough for me to think about it that way. I mean, when they make the playoffs, they get crushed. And they're always, a game or two, a bounce or two away from not making the playoffs. I understand that. But listen, I think it's a destination more than people who are fans of the team want to admit. Mike Tomlin is really respected by players all across the NFL.
Especially defensive backs.
Particularly defensive backs. And so maybe they're not the number 1 suitor for Darius Slay. I'd be shocked if they're not among the top 5 teams he would consider to go to. I mean, it's an interesting point about the retirement home, though. I mean, you get Russell Wilson last year, Cordero Patterson comes to mind, Patrick Peterson. There have been a bunch of guys that come here at the tail end of their career, and I wish it wasn't that way. I really do. But I look at this even more than can Darius Slay play. Can this be an investment to make sure that Joey Porter Jr. pans out? Like Joey Porter Jr. last year, I don't want to say he was bad. I mean, he was, to me, high-end number 2 kind of corner. They need him to be a number 1.
Yeah.
Because if not, you got to go find a number 1. And he has all the traits to be that guy. So pay this dude a little bit of money to come in, maybe help you in, because I don't think he's bad. He's a good player still. And, yeah, he can teach the guy the ropes. I don't know why anybody would be against this.
It's not the biggest need, but it is a need. Like cornerback is a need for the Steelers. They need cornerback depth or they need a starter. I don't know what Dante Jackson, is he coming back? I don't know what his situation is. Corey Trice, I mean, he's on IR, he's off IR, and you don't know what you're going to get out of him, but he could create that depth if you do get a stable, a person that's concrete at that position opposite of Joey Porter Jr. This is a must, in my opinion. Like, I will go all out to get this guy right now.
I don't think you even have to. I don't think he's going to cost that much money because of all the reasons that
But I would try to outbid of whoever is at the table, too. Like, if the Lions are at the table, if he wants to take less money to stay in Philly, like, my focus right now, like today, would be to get Darius Slay in that building.
Those do seem the options. Detroit, he wants to go back there, or at least he's expressed that.
Everything that's familiar to him.
Right.
You know, Detroit's familiar. He got drafted there.
But so is Terrell Austin then.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
And you mentioned Corey Trice. It's not just Joey Porter Jr. I mean, Corey Trice would have been a third-round pick if not for the gestures wildly health concerns, which plagued him at Purdue and have already plagued him in the NFL. But as far as a talent standpoint, this guy could play in the league, and he's going to need some guidance too. And I'll just ask people out there, do you trust the Steelers coaching staff to get the best out of these guys, or do you think a little bit of peer help can help? Because I think a little bit of peer help can help. And if let's say you pay him what you paid Dante Jackson last year, that's a price I'd be willing to pay. They got a ton of cap space. Dante Jackson, if they don't want him around, that's going to save some cap space. They can restructure and get cap space. This isn't a guy that's going to break the bank in Pittsburgh. I think he'll most likely wind up back with the Eagles, actually. They've done this before. We'll release a guy. We'll bring him back on a cheaper deal. I could see that happening. But if he's not back in Philly, I think you've got as good a shot as anybody else.
Yeah.
And again, he can still play. I'm not asking to bring in a guy whose only gift that he could bring is reputation.
Right. And a liability in pass coverage, like Patrick Peterson was.
And that's what I thought Peterson was at the end, too. And Peterson's a great guy, does the podcast with Pony. I mean, I do think his leadership was valuable, but he couldn't play the way that they wanted him to play. They put too much on his plate. And just bringing in Darius Slay doesn't mean you fix the position. You can still draft a guy.
Yeah.
You can still poke around in free agency outside of Darius Slay. Like, this doesn't open and shut the book on cornerback this offseason either. You need depth at that position. People are texting in, why doesn't Minkah help him with this kind of stuff? Well, they play different positions.
Right. Two totally different positions.
Right.
Totally different.
And I think Minkah does. I think Minkah understands the scheme. I think
the scheme of it, yeah.
Yeah, he's valuable with film study and things of that nature, but how you playing corner? Man corner in the NFL? That's not what Minkah does.
Nope.
I mean, he'll lock down on a tight end,
right.
but he's not out there on an island against Jamar Chase and has to get his head right after he gets burned a couple of times. Darius Slay's had some ups and downs because every corner in the NFL has some ups and downs. I'm not seeing the downside of this. What say you? 412-928-9370. Texter, I'm sorry, we don't need another older guy. This sounds like the new Pat Pete. Okay. It takes a melding of old and young. Like, you're not what are you going to draft? You're not taking one in the first round.
Right.
You're not taking one probably in round 2. So I think corner is one of the positions they need to address in free agency. There's a ton of good number 2 and number 3 corners out there. Mike Hilton just got cut loose by the Cincinnati Bengals. He's not going to be back. I'm not sure you go down that path, but maybe you do. I'd at least explore it.
I would.
So I think the free agent market lines up with their needs. You don't need to go pay for a number 1 corner. And teams will absolutely overpay for number 1 corners in free agency. Can you get a number 2 in here? Can you get a Darius Slay in here? That's what he profiles as. Yes. So yeah, I'd be knocking on his door, Doran.
Yes.
At 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on that, your reaction to that coming up next. Plus, are you smarter than a plumber with a new twist? We got new rules for Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates have a spring training game today at 1 o'clock against the Boston Red Sox. Pirates lost 12-3 yesterday to the New York Yankees. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez, just 23 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people die from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You thinking just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football here thinking I did something spectacular, dropping 45 pounds. But then Steve pops in and he dropped a whopping 150 with Awaken 180 weight loss.
I got started because I was sick and tired of just being sick and tired all the time. Wanted more from life, and I knew that at my size, I wasn't being who I could be, who I want to be for not only myself, but for my wife. And I just like, something has got to change and it's got to start soon. I mean, the program is so easy. Everything is really written down for you on your first day. Having someone there to help you and also keep you accountable, just having that someone to talk to, and even the fact that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life is amazing because our lives change on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And sometimes you need help figuring it out because keeping the weight off is a lifetime commitment.
A lifetime commitment is what you'll receive with Awaken 180. 45 pounds to lose like I did or over 100 pounds like Steve, Awaken 180 can get you there and keep you there. Free support for life online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low OT, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus tax, for a limited time it's subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now, only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony. Some explosions and a clock ticking, because this offer $149 or less ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
That's right. Are you smarter than a plumber? Southside Plumbing and Heating with a twist. We're changing things up this week. We'll tell you about that in 1 second. Still getting considerable pushback on the text line about Darius Slay. So I did a little homework here. And this is just a point of reference because I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I've watched all these guys on film or would be able to break it down if I did. So here's a point of reference. Patrick Peterson last year, his Pro Football Focus grade was 69, which is actually pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. I'm looking at a top 10 list of free agent cornerbacks this offseason. DJ Reed is the number 1 available corner. 70.7 grade. Slightly better. Slightly than Patrick Peterson. Or, excuse me, than Darius Slay. Oh, Freudian slip there. Number 2, Charvarius Ward. 56 grade. Rasul Douglas, West Virginia guy. 59 grade. He was the 3rd best. Just going down the list, Carlton Davis, 74 grade. Byron Murphy, tested grade at the Combine, 72. Asante Samuel, 59. Christian Fulton, 71. Abedo, 63. Nate Hobbs, 61. None of these corners lit the world on fire last year. That's the top 10 list.
Yes.
Patrick Peterson still at 30. I did it again.
Darius Slay.
I wrote it down. Patrick Peterson is what happened. Darius Slay at 34, 69. Like, he was good. He was good. And is a veteran guy, and you're probably not going to have to pay him as much as the Wards or the DJ Reeds of the world because he's, again, an older player. Thank you for coming to my cornerback TED Talk.
Love it.
And for that, I apologize, though. The Patrick Peterson did the thing.
You got it.
Didn't mean to. Now it's time for Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? And here's the new rules as I understand it. Southside Jake is going to give us a jersey number. And he's going to give us clues and we're going to guess which player wore the jersey number. Do I have that right, Southside Jake?
Yeah, essentially, it's going to be like a blind charade. It's going to be me, you, and Doran versus Harry, who is the keeper of the clock. 20 seconds, 3 rounds, 3 players in a round. Stuff like that. We'll do a trial run here. We'll see what happens. Don't hate on us too bad.
And if it takes longer than 20 seconds, Callis will buzz us, and we'll have to move on to the next one.
That is correct. Like I said, we're going to do a little trial run here.
A little workshopping live on the air. It's March. The Penguins stink. Pitt basketball not making the tournament. We got free agency still a week away, so why not try it out today? All right, Jake, let's get this thing cooking here.
Okay. All right. The first number, Callis, you got 20 seconds on the clock.
Yep.
All right. The first number is number 1. So let's go, guys. Let's pick some number 1s that you think.
Warren Moon.
Warren Moon's a good one.
Correct. Correct. Next one is a NBA player. Played for the Milwaukee Bucks. 12-time NBA All-Star, Rookie of the Year. Oh, boy.
We're not going to get all 3. Go to the next one.
Okay. Next one is a world champ, 15. God. Did I run out of time?
I don't know. He didn't buzz.
Yeah, that
us.
was 20 seconds.
Well, where's the buzzer? It's supposed to be a buzzer.
There we go. No.
Who was the
Man,
Buck?
We might have to adjust more time. I don't know. That was pretty hard.
Who was the Buck?
Good. So the Buck was Oscar Robertson.
Yep.
And who was the last one?
And the last one was Ozzie Smith.
Oh! The Wizard of Oz, St. Louis Cardinals. All right, let's go.
I was tongue-tied. I was under pressure.
I know.
Under pressure. I didn't know what I was getting myself into.
I feel like you should give us all the clues, and then we have 20 seconds to guess.
Right. That's good.
Okay. We'll try that this time. Like I said, we're just spitballing.
Workshopping.
Boys. We're just spitballing. Yeah, exactly. All right. Next number 24. We got a basketball player, a baseball player, and a NASCAR driver. All right. Let's see.
Well, all right.
Laker.
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant wore 24.
Kobe Bryant, correct.
He also wore 8. The
baseball player, Mariner in the red.
Who wore 24.
AL MVP. 13th time All-Star.
Mariner red.
Comeback player. Played with his dad. Or his
Oh, yeah, Ken Griffey Jr. Yeah. And then the last one's Jeff Gordon, right?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, well, we got 2 out of 3.
We ran out of time, though. All right.
I like that better.
I like that better.
Okay, we'll try that one. All right, next number. Here we go. Number 35. We got a basketball player and 2 baseball players. Okay.
Kevin Durant.
Wait, what's the number?
35.
Correct.
35.
35. Callis roll. So.
Now 2
Kevin
baseball
Durant's done.
players.
2 baseball players. Most stolen bases in baseball history.
Ricky Henderson.
Ricky Henderson. All-time Yankee great. 18-time All-Star. 10-time world champ.
35.
A character. Animated character.
Yogi Berra.
God.
We got that one.
I feel like that was less than 20 seconds.
I feel like Callis is back there, and he's going 15 seconds.
Yeah, like.
I don't know. I can't. Oh man, this is tougher than I thought. But
you know what? I think it's challenging enough. I think 20 seconds is perfect. If you read the clue first, we go 20 seconds, and we have 3 guesses. I like that.
Yep.
And we're going up against Callis. Callis won today, but we'll get him next week.
Yeah.
Jake, I like that. That's fun.
All right. Well, I'm happy you like it. And like I said, I hope the listeners don't kill us too bad on the text line because, again, it was just a trial run, people. We'll come back better next week.
All right, Jake. Thank you for your time.
All right, fellas. Have a great day.
All right, Jake. You too.
See ya.
Text her.
Oh, here we go.
This game is dumb because it's not are you smarter than a plumber? It's can you answer the questions a plumber looked up if you want to make it are you smarter than a plumber? Why don't you have someone else read the questions and you can see if he can beat you in answering them? I guess that would be are you smarter than a plumber?
Right. Maybe we'll have Callis do it.
Callis come up with questions and we'll see once and for all if we actually are
smarter
than a plumber.
Yes.
My eyes are opened up after looking at that list, though, of cornerbacks that are available.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, my God, you can't have Darius Slay. He stinks.
He could still play.
And then it's like, oh, Rasul Douglas is the third best corner available, and he graded out as a 56 last year for Buffalo. He's long. I think he's more of a zone guy. Whatever. Like, did you think the Steelers weren't going to try to address corner in free agency? I'm tired of them spending so much money on defense, so I'm going to find someone who's flawed, and I'm going to pay them not a ton of money and hope that it's better than what I had last year. Is anybody going to argue that Darius Slay would not provide an upgrade and an improvement over what they had last year in Dante Jackson? Look, Dante Jackson took the football away, but Dante Jackson, I think, at large, was not a great player for them last season. And so you're looking at an upgrade, and you're looking to do so without breaking the bank. This isn't a flawed player, but he's 34, which makes it perfect for me.
Yeah.
And so I've put that up as a Twitter poll, Doran. Darius Slay, question mark, yes or no? 66% of people say no. If you're one of the people saying no, and seriously, we're not going to shout you down, but I'm just curious as to why. 412-928-9370. Give us a ring right now and tell us why you would not be interested in Darius Slay becoming a Pittsburgh Steeler. 412-928-9370. Jason Mackey's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have recalled Tristan Jarry, and they got a game tonight at 9 o'clock. They're going to play the Colorado Avalanche. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. You have those single lane restrictions in both directions in effect until the end of the month on the inbound and outbound Parkway East between Monroeville and Penn Hills. Once you do get by it, you're jammed to Churchill down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28, you do have those restrictions in both directions underneath the Veterans Bridge due to the closure of the HOV lanes along the Parkway North into Crosstown. You're slow there before the Route 8 at the bypass all the way down to the Veterans Bridge, while the Parkway North main line is stacking up right around Bellevue Westview and then again from Venture Street down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
Hi, I'm John Henney, fourth generation owner of Henney Jewelers in Shadyside. When it comes to shopping for a diamond engagement ring, be sure you're getting the very best value. Before you think about purchasing a ring anywhere else, please stop in to Henney Jewelers to compare. Our friendly team will make you comfortable and never pressure you. We are confident we'll help you find or create your dream ring at the absolute best value. Stop into Henney today or go to HenneyJewelers.com to make an appointment. Henney Jewelers, we're your jewelers for life.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare
case is fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. The people have spoken, at least for now, that they prefer the old "Are you smarter than a plumber" format.
Yes.
I think I agree with that, too. But we'll take a stab. We'll take a chance. We'll try something out. Mm-hmm. People texting in. Darius Slay, yes. The new "Are you smarter than a plumber" game, no. Somebody else texts in. You need to fill holes in free agency so you can fill other holes with the draft. This is why you go younger. And Pat Pete had a good year the prior year as well. Pat Pete was never a scheme fit. He was great in zone coverage the year before. And we pointed that out at the time.
Mm-hmm. Minnesota.
In Minnesota, he played a ton of zone and was outstanding. And then he comes here and they need him to be a man corner, and it just didn't work out. People also curious, Doran, not that this is gospel, but on the grades for the Steelers corners last year. Because we just went over the top 10 available free agent corners, and their grades don't blow you away. Patrick Peterson, absolutely. He's among the top 4.
Darius Slay.
We need a penalty box on this show.
Yeah, we do. We tried.
The hell is wrong with
If Kyle's paid attention, he'd buzz you all the time, but he doesn't pay attention.
I'm actually working on something.
Then I try to tell him
to
put the buzzer in my folder so I could just buzz you and then he never did it.
I got something even better.
And I'm not supposed to be mean to Callis for Lent, right? So actually today should be the day that I just let fly until tomorrow. Then I got 40 days where I got to be nice to Callis. He said, I'm working on something, which doesn't help us now. And then he also isn't wearing headphones in there. And so you're talking, and he's just talking right over
I heard him talking.
How'd you hear me talking?
Oh, so you're just doing bad radio then instead of being deaf in the booth is what was happening.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So Darius Slay's grade compares favorably with some of the top available free agents this year. You would think he would come at a discounted cost because of his age. I really think that's the case. Dante Jackson last year, just for reference, and again, Pro Football Focus isn't the be-all, end-all. It's just a tool. Dante Jackson's grade was a 50. That's horrendous. He took the ball away early, and that's nice. Turnovers, pretty big deal. But he got routinely torched other than that. Joey Porter Jr.'s grade last year, 55. Darius Slay's grade was 15 points higher than Joey Porter Jr.'s. So for all the people saying, no, you can't do this, why not? What, because he's not a long-term option? You can't argue the Steelers spend too much money on defense, and then we give you an option for like a year or two here in Darius Slay, and you be mad about it. Mm-hmm. You just can't. Mm-hmm. What, you want to tie yourself to a high-paid, big-money corner for the next 3 to 4 years? I don't think that's good business. Get a stopgap and then see if somebody falls to you in the draft in the 3rd or 4th round.
Yeah.
And you develop there. I don't understand why anybody would be anti-Darius.
Just his age.
Scars of the past.
Yeah. There's not nobody really knows how good Darius Slay did last year or how bad people think he did. They just think his age.
They think 34. They see 34, and it scares them off.
Yeah, they have PTSD from Patrick Peterson. That's what it is.
But meanwhile, a guy like Cam Hayward at the top of the league in his mid-30s. Now, Russell Wilson for a long time last year looked pretty damn good for his mid-30s. Matthew Stafford just got a $90 million guaranteed contract, and he's 37 years old. Now, Darius Slay just won a Super Bowl. Darius Slay has the winning pedigree. I'm not sitting here and telling you he's God's gift to cornerback play, but he would be a significant upgrade at the position, and he would not cost you an arm and a leg. That's the exact kind of guy they should be looking for.
Yes.
And then it helps with Joey Porter Jr., and it would help with a guy like Corey Trice Jr. as well. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. You have strong opinions on Darius Slay, and we want to hear them. 412-928-9370. Mike Hilton also out there, Doran.
I could see him coming back, being that gadget guy, that blitz guy that they used to use. I could see that.
Hasn't he ripped them after games, too?
Yep.
I don't know if they like that.
But they're familiar with him. They don't like that from
and
guys.
They love that.
Yeah.
I mean, once you bring in Patrick Queen, you kind of...
Yes.
You're kind of saying you don't worry about that stuff. And now I'm looking, again, just as a tool, I'm looking at Mike Hilton's grade last year. 76. That's the best out of any of the guys in the top 10 list. Now, he's only a slot guy, but they needed help in the slot for years.
Cam Sutton.
And you know what, Doran? We need to start looking, and I think the league is, as slot corners are starters now.
Yep.
Like, you need 3 corners. Cooper DeJean, slot corner last year. And the Eagles said, we're going to go get this guy because we need a good slot corner. He's going to be on the field a ton. Mike Hilton, only 30 years old. He's played a lot of good football in this league. He's an outstanding blitzer. We've talked about the need to maybe help T.J. Watt out a little bit.
Yep.
You blitz Mike Hilton, who has such a great timing for that. You blitz him off the same edge, T.J. Watt, a couple times a game. Give them something to think about. I like that.
Yeah, a lot.
Man, that was the world's quickest turnaround for me on Mike Hilton.
I can definitely see that.
Yeah.
I could see that happening for sure.
They love doing stuff like that.
Right.
Oh, we know this guy. Let's bring him back.
Yep.
Yeah. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jason Mackey's going to join us on that hotline coming up next. He wrote a strong piece on the Penguins. Should they or shouldn't they move Ricard Raquel? We'll get his thoughts on Darius Slayton, what the Steelers are doing, quarterback, and more. That's all on the way. Jason Mackey. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shederovich, & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-4605. 800-390-4605. 800-390-4605.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Major kinks in the morning rush. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. Inbound on the Parkway North, a lot of heavy inbound traffic on the main line due to the closure of the HOV lanes along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. Mainline Parkway North delays from Bellevue, Westview, all the way down to East Street, and then across the Veterans Bridge onto the Crosstown over past Fifth Avenue. Also in the inbound Parkway East, you'll find delays through lane restrictions in both directions between Monroeville and Penn Hills. Once you do get by those, you're going to be in line again at Greensburg Pike to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Greentree. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And we joined right now on our fan hotline by our good buddy from the Post-Gazette, Jason Mackey. Jason, good morning to you today.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. How are you doing?
It's great to see you too, buddy. I think we're good. We're good.
Great.
Fat Tuesday, Mardi Gras. You giving anything up, Jason?
No. Do people do that for Mardi Gras?
No, they do it for Lent. And Mardi Gras is the day that you snort what you got to snort, eat what you got to eat on the day before Lent. That's pretty much how that goes. Smoke them if you got them kind of thing?
No, I think it was just kind of a regular day for me. I didn't cross Mardi Gras with Lent, Adam. I just learned something today. I didn't understand.
I think that's the whole thing is like today's the day. You go for it.
Fat Tuesday.
It's Fat Tuesday. You go buck wild, and then starting tomorrow for 40 days and 40 nights, you deprive yourself from something.
Got it. I never did much of that. I'll crush a fish sandwich though, but I never did the giving up something for Lent.
We're gonna have to do a fish sandwich talk at some point this week. Get
No
people
doubt.
to tell us where the best fish sandwiches are. Because we'll be making the rounds starting, tomorrow. Ash Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyhow, you should give up bad sports takes, Jason, because I saw you wrote one on the Post-Gazette website yesterday.
What do you got?
You don't want them to trade Raquel? What is wrong with you?
No, I don't.
Why is that?
I don't. Because I don't think they're going to get – I don't think this has to take 3 years, Adam. I don't. With the cap going up, with what the Penguins can do, they're going to have a little bit of money to spend this offseason. They should have picks already. I don't think you should make a habit out of trading Sidney Crosby's left wing, especially when that player is highly productive. If you think you can be competitive in the next couple of years, and I think they should, this team is moderately – this is going to sound like damning with faint praise. This team is moderately decent if it could have any goaltending whatsoever. It is not. Like, if there was goaltending here, this team, we might be talking about getting into the postseason, being in a postseason spot. There is no goaltending. The cap's going up. If you can find a way to figure out the goaltending, they've got a couple young kids in Wilkes-Barre. They can go out and spend money. Whatever, solve the goaltending problem. I would do that. Sidney Crosby's given you an immense discount for a number of years. I would not year after year trade his left wing. And just Ricard Raquel is a better player with them than they would be. They would be trying to chase the type of player that Raquel is via free agency, via trade, whatever. They already have him. It's an incredibly favorable cap hit. I would keep him.
That makes sense to me. It really does. That does make sense, especially the part where you're saying that they'd be chasing the type of player that Raquel already is. You might as well just keep him. But if you don't want to trade Raquel and they don't trade Raquel, who would be on the trade block? Who would you trade to try to get some assets back?
Yeah, I mean, the easy one's Doran, and this isn't a sexy answer, Anthony Beauvillier and Matt Grzelcyk.
Oh, yeah.
I know, baby. I know. Crank it up. I mean, I would love to trade Tristan Jarry if you could. You can't. I'd love to trade Erik Karlsson if you could. You can't. Same thing with Ryan Graves. I'd be listening. I don't get the sense right now, at least, that this is going to be a terribly, blockbuster-style deadline for Kyle Dubas. I don't know if it can be. I just think he's limited in too many things. I mean, I'm not saying they're not going to trade Raquel. I would understand if you're blown away by an offer. I don't think they're going to be blown away by an offer. So, I mean, who they can reasonably trade, it's fairly minimal.
All right, I'm going to throw this one out at you. Easy for me to say. So Emily Kaplan of ESPN, she was mocking up some trades for the website, and she wrote, trade Raquel to Utah for Matias Michelli, who is a youngster. He's 25 years old, had 17 goals last year, 15 even strength goals. You would also get back, in her hypothetical, a 2025 first-round pick and a 2026 second-round pick. Jason, I understand all the reasons why you said don't move Ricard Raquel. If that is what you could get back, how do you not do that, though?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you're going to get that back. I think that's a made-up trade scenario. I don't think that's a scenario that's going to be on Kyle Dubas's desk. That's a really good situation.
You think you get at least a first-round pick?
That's hard to say. Yeah, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. I think it's unlikely. I think if you get a first-round pick, you're not going to get a lot with it. And I really struggle to see that coming for Raquel.
I mean,
I really don't see a first, a second, and a usable player.
Desperate team.
Usable young player.
Desperate team. He scored 27 goals. Could be on the doorstep of 40. I could see it. I could see it more now, maybe even than in the offseason, Jason, when you've got all these teams jockeying for position. And when you go like team by team needs, everybody needs a top six winger. Every single team. I think you could get a nice little bidding war going if you're one Kyle Dubas.
Again, you can. And if the offer's really good, I wrote that in the column, I don't have a problem with trading Raquel. I would just have to be blown away by it. Now, the offer you mentioned, that's darn good. I'm not going to be against that. But I think reasonable expectations, you're not going to get that. And I just go back to, they have a guy on a 37-goal pace for $5 million, and he signed for 3 more years after this one. Isn't that what we want here? Isn't that what we're trying to do here? Anything else you take is a lottery ticket.
If you believe that they can win at a high level, then yeah. My question...
The urgency should be there to win now. They've got guys on the back end of their contract. They need to make a few moves that prioritize right now.
I think they're further away than that. And you mentioned goaltending. Like, if they had better goaltending, they'd be in a much better spot. I do agree that they would be in a better spot with better goaltending. I'm just looking around wondering where that's going to come. If they had a goaltender that I thought, you know what, he's having a down year, but I expect him to be good, then I might hang on to Raquel. But I'm looking around going, Dubas never figured that out in Toronto. He hasn't figured it out here. I'm not going to hold on to Raquel in the hopes that he's going to figure it out this offseason. That's just how I view it.
I hear you, but I wouldn't hold on to Raquel like just under the assumption that Kyle Dubas is going to screw up the goaltending. That's not fair to Sid. That's not fair to other guys who are here.
But doesn't he know what he signed up for? I mean, he lived through a Jake Gensel trade, and they were all very upset about it. Might have cost him a playoff spot there, lost to Washington. I mean, if you could trade Gensel, and you're still going to keep Letang and Malkin around, I think, okay, the worst has been done.
Gensel's on an expiring deal that they're not going to be able to keep around because they're making other business decisions. I also didn't like it. I wish they would have kept Gensel. I think it would have been smart. But, I mean, it's a different contract. They weren't going to be able to afford his next deal. They can't afford Raquel's current deal because it's really good.
Jason, the Pirates added right-handed pitcher Justin Lawrence to the roster. Give us some background on what to expect and what could be on the table for Lawrence as he's a Pirate now.
Yeah, so he's a side-arming reliever who can't throw strikes. Talk about we'll get people excited over that one. I don't love it. I don't see the fit. I don't see where he's going to pitch. I mean, he's been in the big leagues the past 4 years. He hasn't been particularly good. Had an ERA over 6 last year. He's got a really good sweeper. That's sort of his pitch that people know him by. His sinker is absolutely terrible. I will say this about the Pirates. They've done well with relievers who are sinker-based. Usually they're left-handers, but they're kind of able to figure out that pitch mix. So there's some path forward, but I don't like it. I mean, it's sort of one of those random Pirates garbage bin dumpster dive kind of things. He hasn't been good lately.
Man, me and Jason just aren't going to agree on anything today.
What are you? Are you all in on Justin Lawrence?
No, I don't think you need to be all in on him. I mean, they didn't bring in Kent DeColvey, for God's sakes. But, I mean, outside of Coors Field, he had a 3.86 ERA his last 95 innings pitched. I think it's a worthy swing on a guy that doesn't cost you anything, and if he stinks, you just cut bait.
Oh, I love how that's the take now regarding the Pirates.
Well,
we found this is the time to not crush them over the dumpster diving.
Well, isn't dumpster diving how you build a bullpen? I mean, that's what Neil Huntington did.
It is. I agree.
If this was a starter who was going to take the ball every fifth day, where I would like to see some consistency, okay, I'd be pissed. Or if it's Adam Frazier, I was and am still irritated by that, and Tommy Pham. But I mean, this is sort of how you build a bullpen. You throw stuff at a wall and you see what sticks.
All right, fine. It's a valid point.
Got him on that one. Someone on the YouTube.
I just don't have a lot. I don't have a lot of faith it's going to stick, but that's all right. I get your point.
Someone on the YouTube comments, which are just a cesspool, and I love reading them. They're highly entertaining to me. Says Emily Kaplan is high. I used to have Emily Kaplan on my old show all the time. She's from Penn State, and I would DM her all the time. We would talk about hockey things, and then she would come on the show. And then one day I look up, and she unfollowed me.
Oh, she probably got mad that you were sliding her DMs all the time. She got annoyed with you.
I was sliding for hockey talk. I wasn't sliding for anything nefarious.
Yeah, right.
She's great, by the way.
She's outstanding.
I'm a big Emily Kaplan fan. I think she does an awesome job.
Well, so she's obviously right that the Penguins will get a young player and a first and a second round pick for Ricard Raquel. All right, Jason, last thing for you. We've talked about this one a ton on today's show, too. Darius Slay going to be available.
Ooh.
34 years old. Your thoughts on bringing him in opposite JPJ?
I like it, Adam. I like it. I mean, are we going to agree on something?
We do.
I see you raising your fist. Yes.
We agree on Darius Slay and that Emily Kaplan's really good at her job.
Okay. I mean, as long as the number's not exorbitant or something like that, yeah, I like it. I like the fit. I like addressing the spot opposite JPJ. You wouldn't have to worry about Darius Slay. I don't want to have to think over there. I don't want to have to, is this guy going to trail off? What am I going to get? Is he going to be healthy? Is he going to be productive? I like it a lot. I do hope they address that spot via free agency. I think it's a great way to do it. Much rather do that than via the draft. They have other needs there. But, yeah, if Darius Slay is a reasonable option for reasonable price, 100%.
Jason, last thing.
I'm glad we agreed.
We agree on that. Last thing for you. If Justin Fields gets to Monday, so hits free agency, is he good as gone?
I think so.
Me too.
I think so. I mean, I think they're losing leverage, Adam. I worried about this several weeks ago. Get out in front of them. Get them signed before we get closer to this date. I mean, man, 8 days from now, Justin Fields can field offers from every NFL team. Why would you sign right now with the Steelers? I mean, if they made it worth your while, if they explained to you why you're going to be a focal point, if they paid you more money, great. But at this point, if I'm a player, I'm going, that's my right as a free agent. I'm going to exercise it. I want to see who's going to pay me. If I'm going to risk losing the Steelers job, I know that at least half the people in that building and maybe more, they want me back. So, okay, I'm going to listen to everybody else, and then we'll have a conversation post March 12th or even earlier than that because of the tampering period. Yeah, man. I worry that ship is going to sail because he's going to be able to hear from other teams.
Jason, really good, spirited, fun. We appreciate your time as always, and we will talk to you next week.
I love it, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for having me.
You the man.
Thanks, Jason.
Jason Mackey of the Post-Gazette. I like that.
Yeah.
We're so...
He had valid reasons why to keep Raquel, though. He kind of persuaded me to start leaning in that direction.
Well, I'm torn because the nugget in there that I agree with is it does not have to take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years to rebuild this thing.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't take the Rangers that long. Now it's taken Chicago that long. The Red Wings haven't been back to the playoffs in a decade. We've seen it both ways. But I look at the Rangers. I look at Washington last year. They sold at the deadline, sneaked into the playoffs, and here they are, the best team in hockey. It does not have to take a long time, but I don't think it's going to be next year, and I think it's probably not going to be the year after. And so now we're on the last year of Raquel's deal then, and is he going to be the same player then as he is now? Now is the best value I think you're going to get for the guy. And they don't have goaltending.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be another thing if I thought, Blomqvist, he comes up here and he shows out.
Good.
Like, oh my God, this guy could be the guy. He still might be able to be, but he's shown me nothing to that effect. So I think he just got to strike while the iron's hot. And I can't take Sidney Crosby's feelings into it. I just can't. He makes a compelling argument, though. I'll absolutely agree with that. He's only a $5 million player, and he's going to score maybe 40 goals for you this year. That's pretty good value.
Mm-hmm.
Also why I don't think Emily's out to lunch whenever she says it could be a first, a second, and a younger player. You can tweet us your thoughts on anything we talked about in that conversation. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. More on the Penguins at 8:35. We're going to be joined by Tyler Kennedy. Up next, Justin Fields. Can you get something done with him between now and the start of the legal tampering period? And something Shedeur Sanders said that I don't agree with, and I don't know where Doran comes down. That's all on the way, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have recalled Tristan Jarry. Blomqvist sent down. Penguins have a game tonight at 9 o'clock. They are going to play on the road against the Colorado Avalanche. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina, G&P Trope. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Mandy needed to sell her home in Michaelis and reached out to Gina to learn more about her options. Since this was her first time selling a home, Mandy had a lot of questions, and said that Gina was always there to answer any questions she had along the way. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on the price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G&P Trove Remax Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Whatever you want to say about the NHL's on-ice officials, don't say they're not keeping up with the times, folks. This season, the league began rolling out specially tricked-out Apple Watches that buzz and pulse game clock and penalty time remaining alerts. This allows the officials to focus on the action, which in hockey can change dramatically in a flash. For those of us who love hockey, know this. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it to keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Choose Syntec full synthetic motor oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for the Ultimate Hockey Watch Party, Sunday, March 9th from 3:30 to 5:30 as Pittsburgh takes on Minnesota. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The closure of the HOV lanes along the Parkway North and the Crosstown throwing heavier traffic onto the main lines. First, the Parkway North delays between Camp Horn Road and Bellevue Westview remains heavy from there down toward Venture Street. Then again, approaching East Street across the Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown, which is heavy over toward 5th Avenue. Parkway East, you have those single-lane each direction lane restrictions between the Monroeville and Penn Hills interchanges. You'll have some slowdowns there. And then again from Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound, outbound heavy from Green Tree toward Carnegie, and then before Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tyler Kennedy going to be joining us in about 10 minutes. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Real quick, Doran, was just reading what Josh Yohe put out there in The Athletic regarding the Penguins and the deadline. He thinks you're going to see some stuff happen before Friday. The Penguins are in Vegas later on in the week, and thus it's hard to get players out there from Wilkes-Barre, and it's a logistical nightmare. And so they don't want to be out there playing with like 19 guys. Not because they're not okay with losing, they are, but because it become an injury risk for the guys on the roster. He thinks that you're going to see guys like Noel Achari moved, Bavillier moved, which I think we're all okay with. I mean, that doesn't, I don't think that gets anybody's blood boiling or anything like that. He thinks Raquel only gets moved if it's for a king's ransom, but also makes a really good point that right now you could say there's only between 6 and 8 sellers. The rest of the league feels like they're in this thing, thus leading to a bidding war where you could get a king's ransom for Raquel. So that's Yohe in The Athletic. Give a little background there as we approach the deadline, and we'll talk to Tyler Kennedy about some of those things coming up at 8:35. So Justin Fields obviously still has not been signed by the Steelers. Monday's the legal tampering period, like officially, right? Not that there hasn't been tampering going on. If he hits that and he's not a Steeler, he's not going to be a Steeler, is he?
No.
I don't think so either.
And I think he's going to hit it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Just like Mackey said, and we've been saying for weeks now, why wouldn't you test the waters? And then you can fall back. And then, I mean, NFL in sports and, you know, being at that level, it's about taking chances. And really in life and anything, it's about taking chances. And if you're Justin Fields, you went 4-2, you got pulled as a starter. Everybody understands that it wasn't your play is the reason why you got pulled. If that'd be a different case, and you would, you know, have some bad film out there if that was the case. But he has some good film. He went 4-2 as a starter, got pulled for, you know, a veteran quarterback, and you know that was enough film. I mean, honestly, he may look back and want to have been the starter the whole season. And a lot of people look back and in hindsight probably think that Justin Fields deserved to be the starter for more than 6 games. But in the grand scheme of everything, that was the best thing that probably happened to Justin Fields because he only put good stuff on film, really. Yeah. Like if he'd have started more games, that gives him more opportunities to play bad. And he would not be in this situation right now. So it was perfect for him how everything went down. He only got 6 games. He got enough film. And now he's going to have suitors. So you gotta test the waters. You have to. I mean, just for yourself, you'd be doing a disservice for yourself by signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers right now and not seeing what another team might offer you. So, yeah, he's going to hit free agency, and I don't think that he's going to turn back. He's going to get better offers than he's going to get from the Steelers.
I'm fascinated what happens. If Russell Wilson winds up with the Giants, and there's been some smoke to that fire for a couple of days now, a report coming out of SNY that league executives think that Russell Wilson's going to wind up in New York. If neither one winds up here, I have no clue who it's going to be.
No idea.
Zero.
Yeah. Like,
who are we talking to? Was it the 15th anniversary? I don't know. You and I were someplace, and people were like, what's going to happen with the Steelers at quarterback?
Yeah, we were like, we don't know.
Honestly, no idea. Yeah. Is it Fields? Is it Russ? If not, I don't think they're going to pay Sam Darnold. Now, Fowler says that they could be in the mix for Darnold. I don't think that's a wise business decision. He's a guy who plays like Russ, who's roughly the same age as Fields, but I don't know that that's the marriage that I want, the talent marriage that I want.
And the financial marriage.
From a money standpoint, I can't do that to myself. Because it's all the things we said about Stafford, strapping yourself against the cap for a player who's nowhere near as good as Matthew Stafford. Like, okay, if you pay $40 million for Stafford, I'm sure that at some point I could have gotten behind it.
Yeah.
Because he's Matthew damn Stafford.
Right.
And I would have been excited to watch him play. You pay $40 million for Sam Darnold? Oh, my God. The hell are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
You can't get excited about that, and then you can't pay who you need to pay in free agency.
I have no idea. Like, I mean, it would have to – I mean, you know where the arrow probably points. Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, Everybody else is kind of sewn up. The Giants got their quarterback. If Justin Fields, say, goes to the Saints, I mean, that leaves the Raiders. I mean, I feel like you're going to end up getting in a war with the Raiders. Like, whenever it's all said and done. And maybe sneak it, like a legit war of who is going where.
Oh, man.
I could see Darnold going there. California kid. Tom Brady's a California guy. Give him another chance. Maybe there. But I feel like it's going to come down to, but I don't know. What do you think? Tom Brady and the Raiders would want Aaron Rodgers?
No. I mean, from a quarterback play perspective, I could see Brady liking that, but I don't know that he wants to. I mean, Brady's now got his say-so over the organization just overnight.
Yep.
And Aaron Rodgers would want some level of say-so. So I don't know that their egos could mesh.
Right.
I keep coming back to Geno Smith for some reason. Like, I think he could be an option. Not that excites anybody.
How could he? I mean,
he's in his mid-30s.
Who would be their quarterback?
Well, therein lies the rub.
Right.
Derek Carr.
Oh, God. I thought he's going to retire. I think he's retiring. I heard that from a legit source.
Oh.
Yeah. He's retiring.
Well, please enjoy your time away from football.
Yep.
5 years ago, you told me Derek Carr was going to be the Steelers quarterback. I'd be doing somersaults in the streets.
You would?
Yeah.
5 years ago?
I was a huge Derek Carr fan.
I thought he was good, but, I wouldn't do somersaults.
He got that Raiders team when they went 12-4 and he broke his leg. I think they were destined for greatness. And I can't get over how tough he was. His leg is broken. He's sitting there on the ground just going, it's broke.
Mm-hmm.
It's broke. Mm-hmm. Come over here. Because I funnel everything through a filter of how I would react in this situation. I wouldn't react like that.
Mm-mm.
That's broke. It's broke. Come on over here. Yeah. Damn, dude. Yeah, Derek Carr doesn't do it for me. So if he wants to walk off into the sunset, by all means, walk off into the sunset.
You're looking at Daniel Jones. You're looking at Aaron Rodgers.
Kirk Cousins.
Good God. Oh, God. Oh. I don't know if I could do that.
I would rather, no joke, no shtick, nothing. I would rather just watch Skylar Thompson lose than Kirk Cousins.
Absolutely.
100%.
Or Jameis.
Yeah, you know what? Why not?
Yep.
Why not? He going to do things and be like, holy hell, this offense looks great. Next week, 3 points, 5 interceptions. At least make it good bad, like the Penguins are.
Yep.
Penguins will score some goals. They'll give up a bunch. Jameis Winston would at least be entertaining. Danny Dimes. People are texting in. Let's pay Justin Fields today. Just do it today. Make him an offer he can't refuse. Screw it. All right, we switch gears back to the Penguins coming up next. Tyler Kennedy going to join the show. Tyler brought to us by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates played the Yankees in spring training yesterday and lost 12-3. Pirates have another game coming up today at 1 o'clock. They're going to play the Boston Red Sox. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's chilly out right now, but it's going to get a little warmer today, but it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from the roofing. P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
37 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at guardianprotection.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Well,
College basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. And right now, new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. You want to be tracking these teams that are getting hot at the end of the year, getting ready to make a little bit of a run, maybe. So underdogs, there's a local one who might fit that bill. $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join Lamont on March 13th for a 5-course wine dinner. Prosciutto wrapped mozzarella, gnocchi calabrese, Mediterranean branzino, steak pozzola, and baked Alaska bomb, paired with amazing wines. For reservations, visit LamontPittsburgh.com or 412-431-3100.
Hey, it's your pal Crowley here for Zero Res. Spring is just around the corner, and that means sunlight pouring through your windows. And you don't want that light to reveal pet dander. You don't want that light to reveal dust and dirt and salt stains. No, spring is about revival. It's about renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the over 10,000 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet cleaner, starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-4605. 800-390-4605. 800-390-4605.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
NHL trade deadline Friday at 3 p.m. Tyler Kennedy joins us now to get into that and more. And TK brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, injury settlement planning attorneys. TK, good morning to you, buddy. How you doing?
Good, boys. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good. TK, before we get into any of the deadline-related stuff, the Penguins are 1 goal away on the first shot of a game from tying the NHL recorded record in that statistic. They've given up 13 goals on the first shot of a game, which is just, I mean, it's flabbergasting. If you're on the ice and this is happening over and over and over again, what the hell is going through your head?
Well, it's got to be alarming, right? And when you hear Ned talk, it's all about starting on time and being ready to rock when the puck drops. Like I've been at the last couple games, and it seems like it's been part of the other team's plan of getting quick starts on the Penguins, because sometimes they're sleeping and sneaking by their D, catching their D sleeping. You don't know how many breakaways are in the first 3 minutes of the game, but there's quite a few. And I know I think a lot of the blame goes on the goalie from everyone saying, but when you think of Boston, you have maybe one of the top 3 goal scorers in the league over the last 4 years coming down in the first minute of the game. Like, he's going to put that puck in the net. So it's been like a tough start, and it's just not this year. Like, think of last year, right? Last year was exactly the same. Slow starts, let's go. They're always chasing from behind, and that's not how you're going to win. You know, the Penguins are chasing from behind way too often the last couple of years.
TK, what advice would you give to a young goaltender like Yoel Blomqvist that's been thrown into the fire and has struggled lately?
Well, I think just to believe that you can play at this level. You know, whenever you get called up, you start second guessing yourself because you're going, especially a goal, you're going against the best goal scorers in the league, and you got to really believe in yourself that you're ready to take that step. And the ability to learn how to turn the page when there's a goal scored. When you think of like the good goalies, they let up bad goals here and there, but they're able to move on from it and not let it affect the rest of their game, you know. And when you think of first shot goals, that takes a lot of the confidence out of a goalie. But if you can have that ability to say, hey, that's just one, I can play good the rest of the game, that would be such a great trait to have being a young guy coming into the league.
I mean, Marc-Andre Fleury went through whenever he came up. I mean, he played in front of some bad teams, and he had his struggles. You could always see it, though, the talent in him. And I'm not saying Blomqvist is as talented a goalie or as good of a prospect as Marc-Andre Fleury was. Of course, that's not the case. Are you seeing anything from him that makes you go, okay, he's going to be able to do that at this level, TK?
Well, not like a Marc-Andre Fleury, right, for sure. You know, like, I haven't seen those spectacular saves, and I don't know how many starts. He's probably had, 10 to 15 starts so far?
Yep.
Like, I'm looking for him to steal a game. I'm looking for him to be like, wow, no, this is, like, give me a little confidence in yourself. Give me a little confidence that you can make that big save in those key moments. But maybe he's not ready to come up, and that's why they're keeping him kind of down there, finding his confidence, finding his game, because that goalie – the mental side of being a goalie is more important than any other position on the Penguins or on an NHL team. And when you have a goalie coming up and you're going to a team that's struggling or not playing well and at the bottom of the standings, it's tough to get scored on and not win games, you know, because when you don't win, you look in the mirror and like, was it my fault or was it the team's fault? You start second guessing yourself. So that's kind of been tough for a guy like Bloomer, you know, because we haven't seen him what he can do yet. But some of the shots, like a lot of them aren't his fault, you know, because there's a big body in front. I think it's a collective group effort on why they're getting scored on so much, from the goalie not making those big saves to the defense playing not hard in front of their net and letting guys get second chances, not getting guys out of the front of the net. Like right now, when you think of going in front of the Pittsburgh Penguins goalies, like you're not taking a beating. You know, when I used to play, I used to hate going to Philly. I used to hate going to New York, all these teams, because I knew when I went there, I was going to be black and blue the next day, because these guys would give those little hard cross checks. The goalie would be, you know, tap you in the back, well, you know, slash you in the back of the legs. Like it was hard to go there because you were going to pay a price. Right now, the other team's not paying a big enough price to go to our front of our net. And when the guys stand there, the goalies can't see the puck, and that's why it's going in. It's a collective effort from a lot of different parts of the team and why, you know, Bloomer's struggling a little bit and why they're getting scored on so much.
What do you think about trading Ricard Raquel at the deadline? About 8 teams might be sellers, 6 to 8 teams might be sellers. The most proven goal scorer available on the market right now. TK, do you move him or do you hold on to him?
Well, I just think it depends what someone's willing to offer for him. You know, like if it's not like something where he can make an impact next year, or like I wouldn't go after draft picks. Like we have enough picks now. I think Kyle Dubas has done a good job of having, I think it's like 29 picks in the next so many years. Like, he's got a ton of picks. It's getting guys that can help, one, with speed of the team. I just think the team, obviously, with the core is not younger. We need to, build a team that comes in with guys that are like little road runners, like speed. When you think of the Washington Capitals, Alex Ovechkin is maybe one of the slowest guys. Well, he probably is the slowest guys on the Washington Capitals, but when you look at their team, they play so fast because they have guys that can wheel and deal, and they know when they get over the red line, they chip pucks, and they have these guys that are barreling down at the defense, finishing their checks and getting turnovers. So we need more guys like that are willing to chip pucks, finish their checks, and stuff like that. But the hardest thing why I don't want to trade Raquel is because the hardest thing to teach, to find, to learn is scoring goals. And Ricard Raquel knows how to score goals. He's hot, like he's waving a hot stick right now. He's a proven goal scorer, maybe not at this rate, but he knows how to score goals. And he can play in your top three and produce. And that is so hard to find in the league. And we look at his price tag. His price tag, if the cap goes up, like you're getting him at a pretty good buck.
For sure.
And if you trade him, who's going to fill that line on Sid and produce? So it's a tough. Like, I probably wouldn't trade him because I know how hard it is to find a goal scorer. Like, think of Phil Kessel. Like, Phil Kessel didn't do much besides score goals, but every GM knew in a league that if this guy can put up 20 a year, there's always going to be a spot for a guy like that. Because again, being a guy that went through the ups and downs of scoring goals, consistently scoring in the NHL is the hardest thing to do because you just have like a knack that you can't teach. So I would keep him.
TK, great stuff as always, man. We appreciate your time, and we will talk to you next week.
All right, boys. Have a great week.
Thanks, TK.
Tyler Kennedy. I spilled my entire cup of water on myself during that.
Yeah, I saw that
conversation.
I saw that.
And now it's on my butt.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
I
have to go pick up my daughter and be all cold.
Yeah. At least it's water.
Yeah.
Could have been something else.
I'm pissed.
It'll dry.
I'm really annoyed with myself.
It'll dry. I heard something. I looked over and you stood up. You were like, look at me.
Look at this dumbass.
Look at this.
Look at this friggin' idiot. There's water all over me. Like I'm a child, for God's sake. Just want to smack myself in the face. I've been teasing something since the last break of yesterday's show, Doran. We're finally going to get to it coming up next. Travis Hunter. What's more difficult, what he's doing or what Shohei Ohtani's doing? That's next, but first to Harry Headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Penguins have recalled Tristan Jarry. They've sent down Blomqvist, and they're going to play against the Colorado Avalanche tonight at 9 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
937 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident involving a vehicle into the hillside on the northbound side of the Parkway North, just past Camborne Road. There are crews on the scene blocking the left lane, traffic getting by in the right lane past the scene, and that's causing delays approaching the scene. The inbound side of the Parkway North, because of the closure of the HOV lanes, you have delays now at Bellevue SU down to Perrysville, and then heavy from McKnight Road down the East Street Valley across the Veterans Bridge. And on the crosstown, it's heavy over toward the Boulevard of the Allies. Parkway East jams at Churchill, and Route 28 heavy from the Route 8 at the bypass down to the north side. You have single lane each direction restrictions underneath the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Yeah, I need to change my oil. I want to get a full synthetic oil.
How about Pennzoil Platinum? It's the only oil made from natural gas.
Sounds great. How much for an oil filter?
Oh, that's free.
What?
The filter is free with the oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's just part of our A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Your old or broken phone can let you down when you need it most.
Perfect.
But at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get the most for it, up to $2,000 in value for an amazing new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and a new line on My Plan, and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. That's like a 3-for-1. And you can get it on any plan. At Verizon, trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. The other guys won't give you that. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad. Up to $2,000 value based on iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch.
Start your day right with GetGo Cafe and Market, where value meets flavor. Wake up, double up on GetGo breakfast sandwiches and save. Enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Customize your order with eggs, meat, cheese, and more, all served on buttery croissants. It's easy to have a great morning with this delicious deal. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home, just like I do. Hey, it's Dan Zangbrilli letting you know that Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing with their newest location in Scott Township on Cochrane Road. Find out more at AllegiantFCU.org.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we have asked, okay, what the hell do the Steelers do if Justin Fields and Russell Wilson don't come back? And we talked about it during the break. There might be an option. Wonder where people come down on it. So that's coming up. Also, a former really popular athlete in this town doesn't think it would be a big deal if the Steelers didn't bring Justin Fields back because he thinks he can't play. So there's a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. But right now, Travis Hunter told a reporter at the NFL Combine he thinks what he does on a football field is harder than what Shohei Ohtani does in baseball. What do you think about that?
I think it's more physically demanding.
Agreed. I would agree with that.
I don't know if it's harder. It's more physically demanding of having to cover a wide receiver and having to play wide receiver and to be effective at doing that. Like, there's one thing of just going out there and lining up and running, but to be effective, catch the ball, score, lock down a corner, like that is a very hard thing to do. Now, he's talking in college, too. Now, let's see him do it at the NFL level. I don't think he'll be able to do that. They may try it, whoever picks him, probably the Titans or whatever, but I think it's more physically demanding. I wouldn't necessarily say it's harder. I'd probably say harder to do is Shohei Ohtani.
Now, albeit for me to say this, but I think the hardest thing in professional sports is probably hitting a baseball. I mean, you can either do that or you can't. Like, you can either pick up the spin and have the muscle reaction time to do that, or you can't. It's such a specific, bizarre skill.
Right.
The way that you laid it out, I think, is perfect. He's running miles.
Right.
Travis Hunter is. So physically demanding? Yes, absolutely. I think this breaks the tie if there were one. I don't think there is one in terms of actual difficulty. But Shohei Ohtani signed the richest deal in baseball history. 10 years, $700 million. Why? Because he's a unicorn. Because only one guy has ever done that, and it's Babe Ruth. And even he was like, I'm just going to go to hit the baseball.
Right.
And hit it a long way. Like, there have been guys who have tried it at the NFL level. I mean, we've seen it. I mean, his dad played a little bit of wide receiver. Now, no one's done it quite the way that he just did it in college, where you're going to play 90% of the snaps on offense, 90% of the snaps on defense, and try to do that in the NFL. We've seen other, like Troy Brown would do a little bit of both.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who else comes to mind.
Julian Edelman.
Who did that? Julian Edelman did a little bit of that.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Or Charles Woodson.
Charles Woodson did, but he didn't play a ton on offense. No one's tried to do it quite the way he's done it. Like, if he comes in and it's 90%-ish, right, on both sides of the ball, and he does it at the high level, we could maybe revisit the conversation. Because I think your point's a really good one.
Yeah, it's more physically demanding. Honestly, like, you just have to be an insane athlete and just have the lungs, like, in insane shape, which he is. For Shohei Ohtani, your technical skills have to be very, very good. You don't have to be an insane athlete, but to be able to pitch and strike guys out, then to be able to hit bombs at the plate, then be able to go back and pitch and strike guys out. The best of the best. The best of the best, not callous at the plate.
No offense.
And then go in there and then hit off the best of the best. Like, that's technically harder than playing corner and receiver.
He hit a home run off of Paul Skenes last year. Skenes had gotten the better of him, and it didn't look close. And then Shohei Ohtani rips it, grips it, and destroys the thing. Shohei Ohtani, it's not just, this guy's a good hitter and he's a good pitcher.
Right.
He hit .310 last year with an OPS over 1,000, hit 54 home runs, drove in 130 runs. 3-time MVP, 3-time Silver Slugger, 4-time All-Star, 2-time Major League Player of the Year, and when he's healthy enough to pitch, he's probably one of the top 15, I'd say, best pitchers in all of Major League Baseball. I just don't know how it's going to work for Travis Hunter.
I don't know how it's going to work for him, and I don't think that NFL club is going to let him do what he wants because it's just so physically demanding. You become a liability. But I will throw out another hot take here.
Oh yeah, let's get it.
I think that Paul Skenes could be the second best at doing that, at what Shohei Ohtani does.
If they'd let him.
Right. Yeah. Like, if they let him, like, I think that he could be, like, the second best of all time hitting and pitching. I think that he could be where Shohei Ohtani is as a hitter, where Shohei Ohtani is as a pitcher. It'd be, like, vice versa. Like, Skenes is a way better pitcher than Ohtani.
Yep.
But he's a better hitter.
Right. Ohtani's out there hitting 54 bombs.
I think it'd be reversed.
We had somebody on last year and asked them where Skenes would have ranked as a prospect just as a catcher, and that he would have been a draftable player.
Yep.
But he wasn't putting his all into that. And the one thing we do know about Paul Skenes is that, like, if they gave him the opportunity to do that, he would put a ton into it. Like, this guy's a tireless worker. I don't know how good he'd be at hitting the baseball.
I think he'd be very good because of his mindset.
Right.
And knowing the pitches and studying and understanding the game and understanding pitchers and understanding catchers and understanding, like, just at the plate and where guys' feet are at, like the little things that he studies that I think that comes with Paul Skenes. I think as a hitter, he could just use that as fuel.
Let's say the Pirates draft, and I don't disagree with any of that. Let's say that the Pirates drafted Dylan Cruz and that Skenes went to Washington, right? I would really want to see what Skenes could do. But you know me, I'm a scaredy cat.
Yeah.
And he is, if he stays healthy, going to win the Cy Young this year. I mean, that's how confident I am in the guy. I'm not going out on a limb saying that. Like, I wouldn't want to mess with it by having him try to hit.
No, they won't, but just for fun.
Oh, yeah.
I think that he could be almost as good as Ohtani.
He hit 21 homers at Air Force. And he was also, I think, their closer. And then he transfers to LSU. He's a starting pitcher, and all of a sudden, whoa, this guy is the number 1 pick in the draft. I mean, his story is unbelievable. And I think he'd want to do it, too. Like, he's expressed some desires to do that.
Yeah.
Problem is, I don't think you can't send him down to the minors. And if he's going to start, he's going to be a starting pitcher up here. He would fail if he had to hit 2 and learn on the job in the big leagues.
Yeah, in the bigs, right.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, it would have had to have been last year where you say, all right, Paul, we're giving you a full year in the minor leagues. You're going to hit and you're going to pitch, and then we'll see where it goes. And if you don't hit well enough, then guess what? We're not going to do that because you're so damn good at pitching. We need to have you up.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can't do it because you can't send him down.
Right.
Maybe a missed opportunity, maybe not. I'm just happy they got the guy who can throw the damn baseball. That's a good conversation. I'm interested in what people think about all that. 412-928-9370. Champ Bailey, Deion Sanders, people are writing. I think we mentioned those guys. Maybe we didn't mention Champ.
Champ Bailey played receiver? It didn't.
I guess it didn't. I don't remember that.
I don't either.
I remember him being traded for Clinton Portis.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Clinton Portis a weird one.
Is he?
Yeah.
Why?
He would dress up all the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Him and Dennis Rodman cut from the same cloth. Is how I would
Clinton
put
Portis used to wear dresses?
Yeah.
He did it.
I think he did.
Get the heck out of here.
And if not, I'll issue a correction when we come back at 9 o'clock. Oh, it is not. It's 9:01? All right. We'll come back. What happens if the Steelers strike out with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson? May they then turn their eyes to the draft? And a prominent former Pittsburgh athlete says, don't even worry about Justin Fields, and then proceeded to absolutely eviscerate the guy. That's all on the way. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Celebrate Ashley's 80th anniversary by getting a great night's sleep. Buy a Beauty Rest Black mattress and get a free adjustable base, putting the luxury of custom comfort and function at your fingertips. Plus, enjoy even more flexibility with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1230.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I used precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Vehicle into the median accident is tying up the left lane of the outbound Parkway North. This is just past Camp Horn Road. Your delays now backing as you head past it in the right lane, back between Bellevue, Westview, and Camp Horn Road. Meanwhile, the inbound delays are stretching from Bellevue, Westview down toward Perrysville, and then again approaching the Venture Street off-ramp all the way down to and across the Veterans Bridge. Crosstown is heavy from the Veterans Bridge over toward 6th and 7th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Yeah, just doing some statistical dives on our guy, our favorite guy, Paul Skenes, who hit 24 homers in 100 games at Air Force. Wouldn't it be great to be Paul Skenes? Having fun right now. Rookie of the Year last year. All-Star Game starter. Favorite to win the Cy Young this year. Have a chance to take this franchise and put it back on the map for a minute here in baseball. And then you just know, dude, you're counting down the days to eventually you're going to hit free agency and you're going to make like $800 million. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think about the beard for Paul Skenes?
I think it's good. It shows that he's maturing. He coming in baby face with just a mustache. His first year, now he's going to his second year. He's a different guy. He's like, I know what to expect now. I'm here. Here's a beard.
I look like a grizzled vet now.
Yes.
I hate it.
Why?
I freaking hate it.
Well, I mean, as the years go on, it's going to grow in more. He probably can't really grow a beard yet.
It's not a great beard, but that's not my problem with it because I just shaved the other day, and everybody has noticed, and not one person has complimented me. So, albeit for me to, criticize someone's facial hair, I'm not talking about the quality of it. But I love the idea of every fifth day people in the stands wearing Skenes mustaches, and that's kind of his thing. Like Jared Jones will go button undone at the top, and he's got the salad popping out. He's got the long hair. I just like the ragtaggy kind of look of the Pirates rotation when those two are at the top of it. Like the one dude kind of looks like a slob, but like this Adonis, and the other dude's got this kick-ass mustache, and you can't make fun of him because if you do, he'll hit you up in the face with a 101-mile-an-hour fastball. I just like it.
Yeah.
Like Yager had the mullet. Like if Yager cut the mullet.
He did cut the mullet.
I know I didn't like him as much when he cut the mullet.
Oh, different times. Decades.
What if Troy Polamalu cut his hair? You're not happy with that. He wouldn't get Head & Shoulders commercials. His whole life would have changed. He wouldn't have been as good without the hair. I think it would have affected his powers.
Then he used to roll it up, and you couldn't even see it flowing out.
Well, he got tackled the one preseason game by the hair. Right. He was ticked. Didn't you do that to him?
Yeah. His hair, it smelled like Head & Shoulders. That's the one thing I remember. He undercut me on a route, and he intercepted the ball, and I tackled him out of bounds, and all his hair was flowing in my face. I was like, oh, he really does use Head & Shoulders.
So, real quick, and I don't know if I'm allowed to do this because it's not like they're a sponsor or anything, but sometimes you ever look at a tube of toothpaste, and it's like, this is the greatest toothpaste in the world. It's going to prevent cavities, and you'll have fresh breath all day. And you look at it. Ain't ever been a toothpaste that's giving you fresh breath all day.
Right.
But Head & Shoulders says you ain't going to have dandruff if you use it. And I'll be damned, Doran. You use Head & Shoulders, no dandruff.
None.
Because I had a dandruff problem in the middle of winter. You pointed it out. You said I thought it was snowing outside. Back of your jacket all covered.
Yes.
Been using Head & Shoulders ever since. Bang, no dandruff.
Right.
It's like one of the products that it actually does what it says on the bottle.
Yeah, a lot of products do, but
I had to use my daughter's toothpaste today. I couldn't get any more of the mint stuff out.
I did that the other day, too, with my kids.
Is it like the blue Crest?
Yeah, it's like candy.
Yeah. It tastes so good, man.
Yeah.
But I also felt today driving in, I was like, my mouth doesn't taste good now. Now it tastes like Zen mixed with bubble gum, Fruity Star, Child's Crest toothpaste. All right, you can weigh in on any of that if you'd like to. On the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. LaShawn McCoy came out, absolutely destroyed Justin Fields. We'll get to that coming up in the next segment. But you and I were talking earlier in the show, like, the clock is ticking on Justin Fields. Legal tampering period on Monday. New league year, right, begins on Wednesday, on the 12th. So we are on a rocket ship right now to the moon. And if Justin Fields hits free agency, and all these teams can communicate with him and share their offensive philosophies and tell him how much he's valued, oh yeah, by the by, and pay the dude, he's probably good as gone. If you're the Steelers and you really want to keep Justin Fields around, and the rumor right now is he's their number one guy, you got to get it done before then. Okay, but it's not in Justin Fields' best interest to do that. And I guess Russell Wilson wants like $30 million. It's definitely not in your best interest to do that. I think there's at least as good of a chance, if not a better chance, that neither of these guys are your quarterbacks. If that's the case, can you draft Jackson Dart 21st overall?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Absolutely not. It'd be Kenny Pickett all over again. Except for you'd thrust Jackson Dart into the role of being the starting quarterback faster than you did Kenny, and it'd be even worse because he's going to get overdrafted. He's shooting up the draft boards, but his real true draft grade isn't where he's going to go, which is going to be probably the first round at some point, if he does. Like his true draft grade is maybe late second, early third. Like that's his true draft grade. He's going to get overdrafted. You'd be in the same situation as you were with Kenny, and then you'd be going back to the drawing board next year of drafting a quarterback again, so you're wasting draft picks. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Maybe second round. I could perk up a little bit at the second round pick.
You ready for this humdinger?
Yes.
I'd trade up and take Jackson Dart.
Trade up where?
Mid first round, take him.
Get the hell out. You're lying.
I am lying. But Jeff Howe, a National Football League insider for The Athletic, report that just came out late yesterday. 2 NFL teams strongly believe that Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart will be selected within the top half of the first round.
No way.
Top half. Now, this is smokescreen season, and my God, everybody be lying at the combine because you got the guys that you want, and so you want to throw as much misinformation out there as possible. It wasn't all that long ago that everybody in football thought the Steelers were going to take Malik Willis in round 1, and we were all stunned, frankly, stunned, when they took Kenny Pickett 20th overall. So there's a lot of lying that goes on right now. And I think Jackson Dart could be a good NFL quarterback. Yeah. I mean, I thought he was really good at Ole Miss for a great offensive schemer. And you look at a lot of the analytical numbers. Like now analytics have really entered the fold when it comes to the draft, more than ever before. And there are profiles. He seems to check a lot of the boxes, and I'm not saying this from a point of understanding. I'm just reading and relaying. He seems to check a lot of the analytical boxes for players that have a really high floor.
Mm-hmm.
So chances are Jackson Dart comes into the NFL, and worst case scenario is he winds up being like a 15-year quarterback. Probably a backup, but maybe he's more than that. My take on him is the same it was on Kenny before the Steelers drafted Kenny, and that's I'm not drafting a guy with a really high floor. I'm drafting a guy with a considerable ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody that I think can compete with the freakazoids in the NFL. And look, he can move, and there's a lot of nice with Jackson Dart. I ain't drafting for nice. I'm drafting for damn, right? Like, I ain't wifing the guy.
But this is the same conversation that we had last year, and this is why I like this kind of situation, and I don't like it at the same time. Is because if you and people love doing the relatable, like, you know, comparisons of players like, oh, this guy, you know, this receiver, 6 foot, 190 pounds. He reminds me of his comparable is to Santonio Holmes. We do that all the time. And you know that Jackson Dart is going to get overdrafted because of what Bo Nix did last year because their profile is the same. They are the same. And they're like, we can get the Bo Nix of this draft. Because Bo Nix, you know, we didn't know. He transferred a bunch of times. He was older, so, you know, he's going to be outside of the first round. We're not going to reach for him, but we'll take him in the, second round, right? That's what the Denver Broncos.
No, first round.
Oh, he ended up going to the first round.
6th quarterback taken, yeah.
So, like, he was mocked to the second round, and that was, like, the area that you thought he was going to go in. So then Denver takes him. It's the same thing that's going to happen with Jackson Dart.
And it happens every damn year.
Because they're going to compare. They're going to be like, he is the Bo Nix of 2025. And it might not be the same. It might not be the case.
And you know what? Here's the other thing, and I hate to give Sean Payton credit because the guy just drives me up a wall. He landed in a really good situation. That was a defense that played well. You're throwing to Cortland Sutton, and you've got a head coach that initially brought him on slowly, and then as the season wore on, he gave him more and more keys to the car, and Bo Nix wound up being really good. Let's say the Steelers draft Jackson Dart. Is he in a situation where he can come in and succeed? No. So I was tongue-in-cheek earlier. I'm not doing that.
Nope.
My take will remain the same. I'm holding steadfast in this. If you draft a quarterback in round 1, of course, there's never a guarantee he'll be good. That's an opportunity missed to add pieces to the roster for the quarterback that you ultimately will feel better about probably the next year. Like, I can't take Jackson Dart in round 1 and he's throwing to George Pickens and ... question mark. Like, how's he going to succeed?
Right.
And then
you just learned your lesson with that.
And then are you going to pass up on a quarterback next year trying to make it work for Jackson Dart in year 2? I mean, we know they'll move off a quarterback. They did it with Kenny, but they ain't going to do it after 1 year. No chance. No chance would they draft a guy in the first round and then, next year we're going to draft another one in the first round. They're just not going to do that. Your point on draft comps is a good one. I saw Tyler Brooks, who's an NFL analyst for the 33rd team. Did you see this? My favorite draft comps: Shemar Stewart, Myles Garrett; Cam Ward, Patrick Mahomes; Shadur Sanders, Tom Brady; Ashton Genty, Barry Sanders. Get the hell out of here.
He's joking, right? Oh, that was like a parody, right?
I hope so.
Me too. That had to have been a joke.
There's this one, I remember this vividly. I'm watching NFL Network, and I forget, so I guess not too vividly. I forget who the prospect was, but he's dropping back, and they're breaking down his mechanics, and then they cut to immediately an NFL Films throw, music in the background of Tom Brady. I'm like, why in the world would you do that to this kid? Hey, Jimmy, you've just been compared to the greatest quarterback of all time who's won 1 million Super Bowls. How's that make you feel? Honestly, pretty crappy. I don't want to be compared to that guy, because when I wind up being Josh Rosen, people are going to be parked outside of my house throwing trash and rotten tomatoes at me. No. I think I did it yesterday, though, with Santonio Holmes and Golden out of Texas. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I did that. Yeah.
But I think that was actually, like, I saw that somewhere. Like, somebody posted
Oh, yeah, I stole it.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting there
you
looking at measurables and going, hey.
Yeah.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Do you think the Steelers should draft Jackson Dart 21st overall? 412-928-9370. Wait until you hear what LaShawn McCoy had to say about Justin Fields. You get people in this town that are pretty polarized on Justin Fields. Nationally, I don't think you get a lot of that. This is unbelievable stuff from LaShawn McCoy. That's next, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have recalled Tristan Jarry, and they've sent down Blomqvist. Penguins play tonight at 9 o'clock against the Colorado Avalanche on the road. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This Sunday at Phoenix Raceway, Britain's Catherine Legg will become the first woman born outside the U.S. to compete in NASCAR's Cup Series race since 1977. She'll also be the first female NASCAR driver since Danica Patrick back in the 2018 Daytona 500. Legg has 4 IMSA class victories. Good luck, Catherine. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
College basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season, and right now new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. You want to be tracking these teams that are getting hot at the end of the year, getting ready to make a little bit of a run, maybe. So underdogs, there's a local one who might fit that bill. $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Another iteration of the league's biggest rivalry this weekend as Los Angeles travels to Boston. While Boston looks to maintain their spot in the East, Los Angeles will look to make a late-season push to improve their seeding for the postseason. Led by one of the greatest to ever do it, will LA be able to pull off the upset against a young, hungry Boston team? Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guessed they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all those things on Amazon. And the best part, you won't even have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Pick up through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news and bad news in this report, brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Have an accident in the city of Duquesne. This is in the 100 block of Route 837 Duquesne Boulevard on the Kennywood Bridge and at the intersection with Hoffman Boulevard. Watch for delays. Earlier accident cleared on the outbound Parkway North just past the Camp Horn Road interchange. However, the left lane is back open, but you still have delays back before Camp Horn Road and past the seam. Inbound Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, Parkway East in Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, wait until you hear what LaShawn McCoy had to say about Justin Fields. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Someone texts in and says that they would rather shove a pencil in their eye than continue to listen to Crowley on the radio.
That's tough.
I would simply just turn the radio off before shoving a Ticonderoga in my eye.
Yep, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, some of us like me and Doran have to be here. So.
Well, people need to realize, too, we do this for free. You're not paying for my services, and our ratings are great. If you want to turn it off, turn it off. I'm sure we won't miss you. We'll still be doing great. But it's not like, I pay $19.99 a month to be entertained by Doran and Crowley. No, it's just free. We provide a service. You either like it or you don't. But please don't stick anything in your eye.
That wouldn't be good.
No, that'd be bad. Don't do that.
Then they'd blame you, and then it'd be your fault, and then they'd come after you.
Speaking of people coming after somebody, we just had our web guy, Andy, in. And he posted on our website yesterday, and it went out on Twitter. He wrote, while Skenes was making his spring debut, his girlfriend, Livy Dunn, was earning, in quotation marks, her Mardi Gras beads. And people have just crushed the station for this, have crushed Andy for this. So I clicked the story because I was like, oh, my God, what's going on here? He's getting a lot of blowback. She's the one who said she was, quote-unquote, earning her beads and then made a joke about her grandma and how she needed to explain further that it wasn't the traditional earning of the beads. She was being cute, and that's all Andy was doing.
Well, I mean, this is the simple case of, just looking at a headline and not reading the story. That's what happened.
I do think the headline was provocative, and Andy knew what he was doing. But if you click the story, you have to feel better about it.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion. But for today, perhaps he's social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Doran, your guy, LaShawn McCoy, former Pitt Panther. He have 13-9 fame. A potential NFL Hall of Famer, too.
For sure.
He's on Fox now. He said about Justin Fields, why would you be keeping Fields other than to make him a backup or giving him a clipboard or a package to run the ball here and there? He can't play. He can't throw. He doesn't win. Explain to me, from a good franchise and a good coach, why the hell would we keep him? That's the most scathing review of Justin Fields' play that I've heard or read. I don't know where he comes off saying that. Look, Justin Fields ain't God's gift to quarterback play. No one's saying that. I don't think the majority of people think that Justin Fields is going to be the Steelers' next franchise quarterback. But to say he can't play, I think, is a bridge too far. I think he can obviously play.
When has he lit it up, though? Consistently.
I mean, he rushed for over 1,000 yards.
Yeah, playing quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, that factors in. It's one of the reasons why Lamar Jackson's been a multiple-time MVP, is because he runs. I mean, he put up the throwing statistics this year to still be the guy. I mean, it's not like he can't throw the ball.
Right.
And he throws it a lot better than Justin Fields. But to say he can't play, I think, is way too far. Way too far. He's got a spot in the league. He was 4-2 last year, 10 touchdowns, 1 interception. I mean, those are the numbers of a guy who can play, not can't play.
Mm-hmm. And he's had a lot of opportunities, though, too. Whenever, I'm thinking of, why Shady would say something like that. It's seeing all the opportunities that he's gotten and I think that Justin Fields has a lot left in the tank. So, don't take this the wrong way, but, what has he shown for all the opportunities that he has gotten over the, 5 years that he's been in the league, that he's shown that he could be, that dude? Not really.
He has definitely not shown he could be that dude.
Nope. Consistently, maybe a game.
Right. And last year when he was consistently protecting the football, he was not consistently doing the things that made him special in Chicago.
How many yards, what was his best game as a Steeler? How many yards did he throw for?
Justin Fields, to my recollection, and I'll pull up the stats now, had a quarterback rating of over 90 every game. Every game. He had a quarterback rating of over 90. That doesn't mean spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't see the breakaway speed from Justin Fields until the Cleveland game in the snow, when he came in to be kind of the gadget guy, and he had that long run. That was the best run he had as a Steeler. I felt like he was doing that routinely as a Bear. I think the Steelers this year, if they bring back Fields, the hope is that you can get a little column A and column B, right? Can you be the special athlete and playmaker that you were in Chicago while also being able to cut down on the mistakes that you made while we're in Chicago? But I think that's a tough needle to thread, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do both at once, be this risk-averse guy while also finding a way to be Superman on the field. I think Fields is a classic case of, if he had a different landing spot, I think Fields could have really been a special player.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it so many times where you're just in a bad situation. Now, one guy that really kind of put that to bed was Joe Burrow. Like, Joe Burrow was going into a bad situation, bad offensive line. He kind of, made the most of, his first 2 years. Well, his first year he got hurt, right? First year I think he got hurt. So, I mean, he made the most of that situation. But you see it all the time. Quarterbacks going to a place that it's just never going to work out. I mean, look at Trevor Lawrence. Look at, Bryce Young. I mean, he's getting better. But it is hard whenever you are one of the best quarterbacks in the draft, you're going to a bad place. You're going to a bad place. Like, I mean, like if I were Shedeur Sanders and the Browns have the second pick and my dad is Deion Sanders and one of, great marketing, obviously has a lot of power. Like if I were to use my dad's power, because I have it at any point, I'd be like, I do not want to go to the Browns because I will die.
Yeah, the whole Arch Manning thing.
I will. The Eli, right?
Yeah, Arch says you ain't going there.
Right.
And then he doesn't. And he's got some gravitas.
I would use that because I know that, I'm never going to pan out as a Cleveland Brown. So
I look at, Joe Burrow, bad team, but he was throwing to T. Higgins. He was throwing to Jamar Chase. That first year at Cincinnati, it was T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd. Joe Mixon was really good. A.J. Green at the tail end of his career. But he had weapons.
Mm-hmm.
The team sucked. But at least he had guys to throw to. Trevor Lawrence, I mean, that's as bad of a situation as you can walk into. Baker Mayfield, it was as bad of a situation as you could walk into. Justin Fields, a really bad situation. And if you had changed that on him, if he had landed in a place with some more offensive talent right from the jump, then maybe he would have panned out. Because I still think the skill set translates to being a good quarterback in modern football.
Look at C.J. Stroud compared to Justin Fields. C.J. Stroud goes to a good situation, new head coach, innovative offensive coordinator that obviously isn't there anymore, but he had weapons, like you're saying. The situations for C.J. Stroud compared to Justin Fields. You put Justin Fields on the Texans 2 years ago as a rookie quarterback drafted in the top 10, he probably plays as good as C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
But it's all situational. And, it is what it is to this point for Justin Fields. He hasn't really shown he could be that guy consistently throughout his career.
And it becomes ingrained in you, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you play 5 years, and there's a lot of ups and downs. Eventually that just becomes baked into who you are. I'm not saying that Justin Fields is going to be a franchise quarterback in the NFL. I think he's, of the people available, the best bet for that. And worth it because you know him and you can build around him. And then if it doesn't work out, you give him 2 years, $30 million, something like that. Okay, you just wash your hands of the guy. But to say he can't play, I do think is a bridge too far. But I went back and I looked. LaShawn McCoy was not a big fan of the Steelers getting him even to begin with, Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
He said, this guy ain't it. So he's just doubling down on the previously held opinion. And 6 games, I guess, of a sample size wasn't enough to move LaShawn McCoy off that spot. But I think you eloquently stated it earlier, Doran. 6 games might have been the perfect amount for Justin Fields.
It was, because he had 2 games. He had 2 games where he really, shined. He had, 245 yards against the Chargers passing, and he had 312 yards against the Colts, and that's the game that they lost. But the other games, 156, 117. 131, 145. Which guy are you getting? Which guy are you getting? But that was a perfect situation because he did have 2 really good games within that 6-game stretch that, he could have been the 131 guy the rest of the season, and then he wouldn't even have a job right now probably.
Right. Because he became Kenny Pickett with legs at times.
Yep.
And part of that's on them too, which is another reason why if I'm Fields, I don't want to come back. Let me be me.
Yeah.
And no matter what, here's the other thing. No matter what they said this offseason to me, in this lead up now, next Monday, we'll probably have a pretty good idea if Justin Fields is going to be a Steeler or not. I don't know that there's anything they could say to me now, Doran, between now and then where I'd go, oh, okay, I know you're telling the truth. Oh, Justin, we'll turn the keys over to you. Justin, here's all our plans for wide receivers.
Numbers.
Running backs. It's
the
money.
Yeah.
Money.
Yeah,
money.
Me.
Right.
That's how you show me.
Yes.
Is if you know your worth whenever you get paid what your worth is in life. You pay me a significant amount of money, more than everybody else, then that's telling me that you want me. So either buck up or shut up. That's what the Steelers have to do within the next how many days?
Right, you can't promise me anything with your words. It has to be
No,
the actions.
it has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
If LaShawn McCoy were the general manager of the Steelers, he would not be a Steeler.
Nope.
All right, coming up next, you brought this to my attention, and my God, it's true. Another quarterback mocked to the Steelers 21st overall, and it hurts my head. He might be the one that I'd take, Doran. He might be the one, and I'll tell you why when we come back, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have a spring training game today. They're going to play the Boston Red Sox at 1 o'clock. Pirates lost 12-3 to the New York Yankees in the spring training game they played yesterday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
Hola, amigos. Barnabas here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We had some line movement over the weekend. Jedi Broom is now plus money to win the Wooden Award. Broom is still a walking double-double, and one game should have moved his price down. Jump on it now while you can. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here with Matt and Catherine. They made the decision to lose weight and improve their life together, both dropping 33 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
She came home so excited one day and said, I heard about Awaken 180. I'm so excited. You have to try it with me. It's not medication. It's not a shot. It's food. You're going to make meals. And I think that was one of the biggest selling points.
What makes Awaken 180 different is the maintenance program. Just to know that you get that support gives me the confidence to keep going. I think it's important for people to know how much more fun it is to do it with a partner. Just to have the support system, it's so much more helpful.
It's going to change your life.
Thanks, guys. Like any goal, accomplishing it with someone sharing the same goal makes it twice as easy and twice as rewarding. Grab a coworker, friend, or spouse and make your 180 with the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com today.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/award.
And Doug.
Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station. Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Our buddy Phil Bananas, who listens to the show and tweets us every day, tweeted us a statistical head-to-head comparison of Justin Fields and Daniel Jones. And let me tell you, my guy makes a point. Like, I know I personally have said, yeah, bring Fields back. And then when anybody suggests Daniel Jones, I go, oh, he sucks.
Right.
It's kind of impossible to have both opinions at once because their numbers are really comparable.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Jones a better thrower of the football than Justin Fields has been. Not quite the runner that Fields has been.
I mean, but
still a good runner, right?
Not far away.
I think this is what it is for me, Doran, that I saw Fields for 6 games and the preseason, and I just felt like there's more to offer there. And because I watched Justin and put him under the microscope and then saw what he did in Cleveland with that long run, like my thought just was, or is, he can be better than that. He was more magical at times in Chicago, and he proved that he could largely take care of the football. And so I think there's a little yin and yang there where he can still be spectacular and protected a little bit more.
My thing is, and I agree with you in a sense, I'm just like two ways on Justin Fields. Like, you know, for me personally, like this is the best of the options, really. So you have to factor that in. And his pedigree is very tantalizing to me. And I would think that I could get the most out of him. He's, you know, I mean, he's 6'3", 220 pounds. He could throw the football, you know, and he can play quarterback and he can run and he's a good teammate. Like all those things do matter to me. But on the other side of it, and this is how I just kind of live every day. If he was that good, Russell Wilson would have never started after 6 games.
Right.
It just comes down to that with me. I'm that broad, I'm that cut and dry. If you are that good, you give them no choice but to keep you in. And he had an opportunity to do that. He had an opportunity to go in there and say, I'm your guy. And that didn't happen.
The Dallas game was the game.
Yeah.
You play better in the Dallas game. You get a 7th game.
Yes.
I don't know where it goes from there, but you get a 7th game. The entire country's watching. It's against them. Mike Tomlin eats that stuff up.
Yep.
And you go out there and you play well against a defense that didn't have its best 2 defensive players, you still would have been the quarterback. We had that conversation a bunch at the time. And here's where we're going with this too, man. Like, I'm just thinking about next week and come free agency. Like, I don't know how I'm going to react. I always react in the moment. I'm trying to put myself in my mind's eye, what I'm going to say, how I'm going to feel if across the ticker or on Twitter I see Justin Fields goes to the Jets. Like, can I be that mad?
No.
Like, because at the end of the day, we're still talking about Justin Fields. Like that should be the take. That's where we are right now.
That's what Shady, I think, was trying to say.
Yeah. Like, don't cry over Justin Fields.
Exactly. This isn't like Matthew Stafford. This isn't Lamar Jackson. This isn't, what are we talking about here? Seriously. Guy, I think he can revitalize his career, and I think that he has a lot of tools. And I would love for anything to see, but I would love for him to do that. Would love for him to do that. But we're not talking, like, where would he rank in the 32 quarterbacks?
Right. Bottom 10, bottom 12.
Right.
It's not like Justin Fields played like Sam Darnold played, but here. Like, if there was proof of concept and he did that here with all the weapons that they had and didn't have, it'd be a totally different conversation. But he left you just wanting more when they flipped it over to Russell Wilson. Like, you were left wanting more, but nobody was running around going, oh my God, this is a travesty. I disagreed with it at the time, and we had great debates and great conversations about that. I think most people disagreed, but I think we did, and a lot of other people came around to, okay, let's at least see what Russell Wilson has to offer, meaning that at the time we weren't saying this guy's some sort of sure thing.
Mm-hmm.
So come Monday at 3 o'clock or whatever it is, and he's not a Steeler, like, I don't know, am I going to flip out? Probably be weird to do that. This is a bad place to be.
Yeah. Because of, and also because of the limited options outside of him. Like, if he is who we're talking about, like in, the bottom half of the league, the guys behind him are probably behind him. The guys that are available are probably somewhat behind him, right?
Well,
or in the same place.
And especially given the cost. And we have to see what he's going to wind up getting paid, whether it's with the Steelers or elsewhere. Like, that factors into it, too, big time. Like, one of my big reasons I want Justin Fields is because I have this, like, $15 million number stuck in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's more than that. If it's less than that, great. I just don't know. I'm guessing it's going to be 15 or above.
I mean, but think about the situation, though. Like let's play this game real quick. Is like, there's not great options out there. So, like, you kind of can set your price. Like, do you want me or not? Like, all right, Steelers, I know you're desperate, so we'll put you on the back burner. Let me go test and see what the Jets are talking about. Let me go test and see what the Saints are talking about. What are you willing to pay me? Oh, we're willing to pay you 16. Well, that's more than probably the Steelers. So I'm going to go, okay. Well, I'm going to go back to the Steelers. My agent is, well, we want 20. How bad do you want them? How bad do you want them? Who else are you going to take? You're going to, what, Daniel Jones?
You going Christian Kirk?
You know me. You're familiar with me.
Right. You going Derek Carr?
You're familiar. What are you going to do? You're either going to pay up,
Joe Milton,
or I'm going to take 16 with the Jets, which is more than you. So he kind of has the upper hand, in my opinion.
The reason, as I'm thinking this through now, the thing that hurts, that will hurt, like, we're seeing it with the Penguins right now. Like, it sucks that they're losing, but it's the right thing for them. So if they don't get Fields and it's one of these crappier quarterbacks, it's one thing to say I want to see them lose games, and I think that might be the right thing for the franchise too. It's another thing to have to live it every Sunday when we haven't for 18 years. Like, we at least get to see the Steelers be a winning football team every single year, and if they're not, this thing that we love is going to suck every Sunday for 4 hours every Sunday.
Yep.
And it's a tough thing to wrap your head around. There is a quarterback I'd draft 21st overall. We'll get into that as we wrap up the show. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. You can vote on all of them at _Adam Crowley. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight against the Colorado Avalanche on the road at 9 o'clock. Penguins reported yesterday recalled Tristan Jarry and Bloomquist down. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Look, I need to get this off my chest. The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log on to the app. I find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown, at 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open boxed or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident now in the 100 block of Duquesne Boulevard. It's Route 837. It's on the Kennywood Bridge at the intersection with Hoffman Boulevard. So watch for delays past there in both directions. Also, all the earlier delays on the Parkway north have gone away. You're clear both in and outbound all the way down the East Street Valley. And 28's looking good, but you still have restrictions in both directions underneath the Veterans Bridge. Because of the structural concerns, the HOV lanes will remain closed till further notice. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East, single lane each direction restrictions between Monroeville and Penn Hills, and then additional delays at Wilkinsburg. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Captain is back. That's wild-caught, beer-battered cod with melted cheese and all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't let this delicious option sail away. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in a hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Dane Brugler every year puts out The Beast, Doran, where he ranks like 300 draft prospects. His latest mock draft, 21st overall, Pittsburgh Steelers select Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado. He writes, Sanders is going to be a wild card. He could go in the top 6 or fall out of the first round entirely, and neither outcome would be a shock. One reason why I'm intrigued, is that he played behind garbage lines at Colorado. I mean, garbage lines. And so he would be able to exist, you would think, behind a garbage line in the NFL. And I could definitely see him being there at 21. Now, he's not a guy who's going to run around a lot. He's accurate. He's got a good enough arm. I did see a recent evaluation that compared him to Kenny Pickett.
I did see that too.
Yeah.
Better arm talent.
I agree.
I wouldn't pass if he was there.
You would take him?
Well, I mean, think about the situation we just talked about all show. Like, that's a quarterback where I probably would take. Because if Justin Fields goes elsewhere, Russell Wilson goes elsewhere, and you're kind of stuck, and you don't know who the quarterback's going to be, yeah, I probably would take him. And I think that Mike Tomlin and the Steelers organization could kind of put water on the Deion fire. I think that they could handle it in a way. I think that Deion wouldn't step on Tomlin's toes for respect reasons.
I tend to agree with that, and it was one of the things that freaked me out about Shedeur at first. We haven't been reading a whole bunch of comments out of Deion in the draft process. The one thing that Shedeur got from his dad that is evident anytime he gets behind a microphone is the confidence. He was asked about going to Cleveland, and he said, look, I've turned around 2 programs. I turned around where my dad started initially. Jackson State. I want to call it Jack State because of Rich Rod. And then I go to Colorado. They hadn't won Jack in 25, 30 years. And last year they were contending for a Big 12 championship. So I like the confidence out of him. I don't think his dad's going to be that big of an issue. Mm-mm. But then it comes down to the player. And I like the player. I don't love the player. And I feel like if I'm taking one in the first round, I got to love him. Maybe more on that tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be 800 different mock drafts that come out in the interim. Texter, how about Joe Milton? You've been beating on that for a while.
Yep.
Like, he wouldn't be my starter, but as a backup, as an option that you throw out there that's got pedigree, you can throw it 90 damn yards. Think of a lot worse backup situations.
For sure.
All right, Doran, fun show today. We hit on a lot.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow, Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. Ray Fittipaldo with the latest on the Steelers at 8 o'clock. A lot more goodies as well. We're going to hand things over to Pump and Joe. They're coming up next. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations open. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still a couple of trouble spots to deal with. This report brought to you by Wet Go Go Unlimited. We still have an accident being cleared on Route 837. That's Duquesne Boulevard on the Kennywood Bridge at the intersection with Hoffman Boulevard. Also an accident now on the outbound Parkway North. It is off to the side. We have vehicles on both the left and right shoulders as crews have arrived on the scene. Just watch for some slowdowns there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wet Go, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, coming off of a spring training loss against the New York Yankees, will play today spring training action against the Red Sox at 1:05. With Andrew Heaney making his Pirates debut. G1 Bay, Brian Reynolds, Andrew McCutcheon starts it off in the lineup for the Bucks, with Nick Gonzalez playing second, Ryan Hayes at third, Isaiah Kiner Falefa at short, followed by Derek Hall, Billy Cook, and Jason DeLay to round out the starting nine around the diamond for Andrew Heaney. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog, get you
top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limits, I was talking to some people over at Pitt today, and our next mission, our next travel plan could be Pitt softball. We could go over and participate in a workout. Warm-ups, hitting, fielding, pitching, try to bunt off their pitchers, try to hit off their pitchers. What do you think?
I would love that, Joe, and I think that would be great to pair it with this news that I have. We are in talks with RMU about potentially getting some golf going as well. How about that?
I like that a lot. I like that a lot. What are they going to do? Take us out for 18? I don't want lessons. I want to compete.
Well, we can compete.
Maybe a putting contest? Anything?
I think I would compete a lot better in that than I would driving. I have
Closest to the pin, something like that?
To get a lot better at golf, I need some lessons from the savvy old news hound, potentially.
You don't want lessons from me. You'll go the wrong way.
I'll take them from Bob.
Well, Bob's not here, I was just going to say, and therefore nobody cares anymore, but we're going to forge ahead. I didn't even know Bob wasn't here until late last night. Isn't he usually here on Tuesdays, part-time Pomp?
He is never here on Tuesdays.
Wait, when's he here?
Monday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh, so no Tuesdays and no Fridays.
Correct.
What happened to Donnie Football Fridays? I don't even know. He just all of a sudden wasn't here.
Disappeared. That's why it was halftime Donnie Football Friday. It was not part-time Pomp, but it was part-time Donnie on Friday.
Do you like the new song for our quiz show with Donnie? We'll have a mini Donnie Football Friday, although now he's Donnie Chedrick, and I'm very confused.
Right, Donnie Chedrick until the beginning of August or middle of August.
But when he comes in with us, he can be Donnie Football for a segment, correct?
He can be, yeah.
Sure he can.
Interchangeable names.
And the quiz show music got nixed, so I just made up my own song. I thought you liked it. Did other people? Did you get any feedback on that? The PM team seemed to love it, especially the lyric that you were involved in.
Yes, I think that was their favorite part.
Hello, we have a new quiz show. It's time for you and Donnie and Joe to play quiz show. Hello, oh, limits questions below. We're glad you're here, so grab your beer. It's time for quiz show.
Voice was in a good spot that morning, I think. Any offense taken? I never got a chance to ask you with the line that you're involved in.
No offense taken at all. The quiz show, my efforts to ban the quiz show have not gone unnoticed, but they have been unsuccessful.
That's a great way to phrase it. I love that. Listen, there's a lot of places we could start today. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, I might add. There's quarterback developments such as they are. Shador Sanders could be dropping. Somebody else could be rising in the draft. We're going to get to all of that. We have some interesting guests today. But I've been thinking about this lately, and it seems like a good day to drop it. People talking about the faces of each league out there, Limits. Like, who's the face of the NHL right now? I was talking to somebody recently who pointed out that after all these years, Ovechkin and Sid are still as much or bigger stars than any of the young guys. Now, this was before McDavid scored the goal to win for Canada in the Four Nations, which, by the way, might have been a very overrated tournament. 10 seconds after it was over, the American team was saying, well, the big games are really coming up in the Olympics here in, less than a year or so?
Yeah, next year.
But it was really, it was great hockey. Don't get me wrong. It really was. And McDavid scores the winner. So who's the face of hockey right now? We'll get to that in a moment. I want to go through our teams right now. And then I want to go through the various sports in the hallway. Who's the face of golf right now? Doran wondered if it's still Tiger Woods, and he might be right. Jeff Hathorn had some other opinions. We'll get to that, Limits. First, I want this from you. How do you define the face of, whether it's a franchise or a league? For me, It's if I went to, Sioux City, Iowa, or Portland, Maine, and asked them, hey, who's the first person that comes to mind when I say Pittsburgh Steelers? That's how I define face of the franchise. Or it could be when I go to, Billings, Montana, or the middle of Switzerland, and I say, when you think of the NBA in America, which name do you think of? That's how I define it. Which person is most associated in most places with this team? Does that sound like a reasonable definition to you?
Yeah, very reasonable. Or if you're walking around the mall and you see a face and you're just like, yeah, I know exactly who that is immediately upon one little glance.
Right. So I've planned out a very meticulous topic here that I would love for people to weigh in on as well as we move along here at 412-928-9370. Why don't we start with the Pittsburgh Penguins? And I think there's a very obvious face of the franchise. That's Sidney Crosby. That doesn't even need to be discussed, correct?
Correct, easily said.
Who's the all-time face of the franchise? For me, it's Mario Lemieux. That doesn't even need to be discussed. Would you agree?
Wasn't even alive for Mario's big run, and I also agree with that.
So that one is as obvious as it gets. Those are the faces of that franchise. Sid now, Mario all time. If only it were all so easy limits, then we wouldn't even have a discussion. We wouldn't even be in a bar room right now inviting our friends. There would be nothing to talk about.
Now, I do wonder, though, as more and more time goes on and Crosby's playing career becomes more so of legend, if eventually Sid will overtake Mario, but as it's currently stated right now, it's still Mario.
I have a two-word answer to that. He won't. Now, Sid's resume is already there with Mario's. Right. But as far as face of the franchise, Sid would be the face of pretty much every other franchise, just about. This one has Mario. That's the thing. Like Sid's resume right now, as far as trophies and cups and international accomplishment, it might, plus individual records, it's either getting there or is ahead of Mario's already. But Mario is the all-time face of the Penguins, I think.
I agree. Who would be the only two teams or three teams, maybe Detroit, Bobby Orr, maybe Edmonton, where Crosby would not be the main face you'd think of?
You mean, Detroit, Gordie Howe, Boston, Bobby Orr.
Yeah.
Gretzky.
Gretzky, Edmonton,
Yeah, there's not many that Sid wouldn't be the face of, and he is right now of the Penguins for sure. All right, let's move to the Steelers. That's a little harder. And this could be anybody, by the way. It could be owner, could be coach, could be player, could be anybody. The face of the Steelers right now is Mike Tomlin. And by the way, the face of doesn't necessarily mean in all respects a good thing or a compliment. For example, with the Pirates, I think it's Skenes now, but up until Skenes for a while there, Bob Nutting was the face of the Pirates. The person most associated with the Pirates was Bob Nutting for a long time. Ever since, I think, McCutchen left.
I don't know about that, considering you barely hear from him.
You don't think 4 years ago, if you traveled to every little hamlet in western Pennsylvania and said, who do you think of first when you think of the Pirates right now, people would rage, a lot of them, and say Bob Nutting?
I think a lot of people would say errors, the Will Craig play, all kind of dysfunction. I don't think of Bob Nutting would immediately come to their mind, no.
The Will Craig play, the face of the franchise.
Oh, I know that. I'm just thinking of other instances and other moments. I mean, we're not describing it as just one player. I'm kind of just broadening the subject a little bit more. No, I don't think it's Nutting as number one. I think it would be more so Shelton than the collective.
Well, right now it's Skenes.
Right, no doubt.
Unquestionably. But let's do Steelers. I think the face of the Steelers right now is Mike Tomlin. You?
I think it's TJ Watt, but Mike Tomlin is definitely in that discussion as like a 1A, 1B, with Tomlin being the 1B. I think Watt's accomplishments and being also tied for the all-time sack record Plus, I mean, very noticeable face. When they put out graphics for Sunday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, it's always T.J. Watt that's on it.
See, I think if you traveled to different cities and even different parts of the world and said, who do you most associate with the Steelers right now, it would be Tomlin, maybe by a long shot. Again, for the way things have gone in the playoffs, where they haven't been competitive in a single game in 8 years, that's for better or worse. But I think it's Tomlin. You may be right, though. Maybe it's T.J. Watt. I think it's Tomlin.
I think J.J. Watt has also helped to increase the status of T.J. by the amount of media that he already does. And it's kind of by association as well that Watt has been able to grow his name even more.
I'll go with Tomlin there. How about the all-time face of the Pittsburgh Steelers? Who is it, Limits? Is it the Chief? Is it Dan Rooney? Is it Joe Green? Is it Franco Harris? Is it Troy Polamalu? Is it Jack Lambert? Who is it?
I think it's Joe Green, followed by Franco second. Because, I mean, when the NFL ranked the top 100 plays of all time, top 100 moments, the Immaculate Reception was number one. And if you ask anybody, like, who's the greatest Steeler of all time, and you can point to who was the face of that dynasty, they look at Joe Green. So Joe Green, to me, is the face of the Steelers forever.
That's a pretty good call. In this instance, when I actually think of it, literally of a face, I think of Jack Lambert and the toothless, raging scowl as the actual face of this franchise's history. But in our definition, which is, you know, who do you associate most with Steelers history? Man, that's a tough one. Because how do you not choose the Chief on one hand? But I think I would agree with you that it's Joe Green, I think, as the all-time face of the franchise. Chuck Noll is up there.
Good pick.
Right?
Yeah, he should be. Mel Blount to some extent. I mean, he's not on that same level, but I still think of him. And I think of Dan Rooney.
Dan Rooney, for sure. For sure.
That's the hard thing about the Steelers. Like, you can literally make a Mount Rushmore of just faces of the Steelers and probably have a second mountain right beneath it.
How about the Pirates? I think the all-time face of the franchise is Roberto Clemente. And I think right now it's unquestionably Paul Skenes. Has suddenly, after how many starts has he made? 17 starts in his career? How many?
23 last year.
23? He's unquestionably it, although Bob Nutting is right there. And I think Bob Nutting has, for better or worse, and actually worse, been the face of the franchise for a long time.
Skenes, without a doubt. McCutcheon had a really good run, like a 6-7 year run in the last 10 years of being the face before he was ultimately traded. I do want to make the case, though, and I do agree on Clemente, but I do want to make the case for Willie Stargell.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Pops, We Are Family, those 70s Steelers, World Series championship rings, 2 rings to show for it. All that he meant for the team during that period. A lot of people, when you see a Stargell Stars hat, you immediately think of Willie Stargell.
For sure. And that's very understandable, Limits, but I think it is Clemente.
Yes, it is Clemente.
As the all-time face of that franchise. How about different sports right now? This is where this topic was generated in face of the NBA. And kind of like with the NBA, as I said earlier, the younger stars are having trouble usurping the old guys as the actual faces of their league. In the NHL, it's Ovechkin and Crosby in a lot of ways. I mean, McDavid doesn't exactly have an electric personality, and he hasn't won anything of significance. If you want to say the Four Nations face-off, I'll say, okay, a lot of people saw it. I don't know that we look back on his career someday and say, remember that time he won the Four Nations face-off? I mean, maybe, but he hasn't really won anything of significance yet. You could make an argument that Crosby and Ovechkin, especially now that Ovechkin is chasing the all-time goals record, that those guys somehow, as they approach 40, are still the faces of their league. And it's the same as true in the NBA, where young guys like SGA, and who might be the MVP, and Jason Tatum, the stars of that league are still LeBron and Steph in a lot of ways. Do you agree with that?
I think it's easy in the NHL. Who was the captain of Team Canada during the Four Nations? Whose name was being chanted at the very end of periods in Montreal? Even a Penguins team that is last place in the Metro. Who's playing a national TV game on Saturday? Who's playing a national TV game on Sunday? It's Sidney Crosby. He's the face. He's the main draw to the NHL.
I would put Ovechkin next to him or ahead of him at the moment because of the goal chase.
He's right up there.
I mean, that's the home run chase, basically. And that's what a lot of people can relate to. And when that happens, I think they're equal right now. And I think because Sid's team has disappeared through no fault of his own, obviously, and because Ovechkin's one thing for his team to have surged, but he's also going for Babe Ruth's record here. I think he's up there, or at the moment at least, probably a little ahead of Sid as the face of the league.
He should be. And I feel like Crosby, and look, the NHL we know does not market their stars well enough. I feel like Crosby is marketed more and is more well-known than Ovechkin is. Now, maybe Ovechkin will be able to overcome that because of this chase and the national attention that it's getting.
What do we mean they don't market their stars well enough? I've been hearing that for a quarter century, more than that, for 30 years since I started covering the NHL. What would that mean to you? Sit in more commercials or what?
More commercials, more appearances on like big time shows. Like the NHL.
Like what?
The NBA, it seems like stars are constantly on like every single national TV show, whether it's a sports related show. You're seeing them on Seth Meyers, on Fallon, stuff like that. Or, I mean, there are so many instances where, you know, the NFL stars are just marketed so well. State Farm commercials for Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
The NFL doesn't need to market its stars. The NFL's the NFL no matter what. I don't know if better marketing is – hockey is what it is in the end. It's a niche sport. Is that the right way to say that?
Yeah, it's very regional.
It just is. And you can put Crosby or Ovechkin or McDavid in all the commercials you want and market them like they're – I don't know, like they are Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce.
Steph's
it's
in all
not
these,
going to matter.
Steph's in all these commercials. See a lot of commercials with Ohtani. The same thing can be said for Freddie Freeman or Mookie Betts or Aaron Judge, anything like that. So maybe
nobody thinks of Freddie Freeman as a star of who's the face of Major League Baseball right now?
Ohtani, followed by Judge.
I agree.
Then Mookie Betts is in that area. Paul Skenes right now is top 10. He could become top 5 this year.
He could be. I think he will become top 5 this year.
Probably right behind, seriously, maybe top 3, right behind Judge.
Paul Skenes might already be top 5, but I think Ohtani, you're right, is the face of the league. And that brings us to football. Who's the face of the NFL right now?
Mahomes.
Still?
Yeah.
I agree.
Who would overtake him?
Is it Brady still, even though he doesn't play?
Thought about that, especially being basically the owner of the Raiders, even though he's just a minority owner. Sure, he's making all the decisions.
It probably is still Mahomes. Yeah, you're right.
Second could be Barkley. Outside of like main quarterbacks, Josh Allen's probably second. But if you're looking to try to expand the horizon a little bit, Saquon Barkley's a very worthy candidate. Likeable personality, really good dynamic star in a big market.
Here's our debate from outside in the hallway. Who's the face of golf right now?
I don't think it's
Doran thinks it might still be Tiger.
I don't.
Who is it?
Especially because Tiger's just been so inactive over the years. Like, he's still participating in tournaments, but...
And he's also participating in the made-for-TV stuff, the indoor stuff. There's an argument for him. Who is it if not him? Scotty?
Either Scotty Scheffler or I think DeChambeau has really, especially what he's done with social media, that, what is it, Break 50 that he does too.
Yeah.
He was trying to hit a hole-in-one over his house. He did like a 20-day challenge with that. Like, I was captivated by that, seeing that on social media.
Yeah, you might be right about that. The problem with Scotty is, again, doesn't exactly, he's sort of the Connor McDavid of golf.
It's quiet.
It's not exactly an electric personality there, which, you know, he is who he is. That's fine. But when we're talking about who rises to this level, I don't know, man. That's a tough one.
Well, to be the face, you have to be flamboyant. You know, you're a star. You can just tell when you walk into the room, the attention is drawn to you.
Yeah, I think that's different than flamboyant. Like, Sid's not flamboyant.
No.
But you mentioned him as the face of his league.
Some exceptions obviously occur, but when you look at like LeBron or Mahomes or Ohtani, I feel that way about those players. Sid is just so unique in his own way that I think he kind of stands out as a little bit different compared to all the other big stars.
I think it's a combination of excellence, of winning, And you're right of personality. You don't necessarily have to be a 10 out of 10 on all three, but I think that's generally what it is with every sport. Did we miss anything? Limits?
Do you think Steph or LeBron is the face of the NBA?
Probably still LeBron, but Steph is up there with what he's doing.
He would probably be the B to LeBron's A, yeah.
Yeah, I would think so.
Considering he changed basketball, as we know it, maybe forever, with a three-point shot.
What are the texters saying? They always have an opinion or 10?
Yes, they do.
Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The all-time face of the Steelers, I think it maybe was the most interesting category there. We both settled on Joe Green. Might be Jack Lambert. Might be Dan Rooney. Might be the Chief. Might be Franco. What do they got?
Couple of texters are saying that we have to give Terry Bradshaw his flowers as well.
Okay.
As a potential option. A couple others are saying Dan Rooney, but then also Bradshaw, Franco, Mean Joe deserve to be in the conversation. A couple of people also advocated for Chuck Noll. For golf, Mark points out Scotty Scheffler. Somebody else does point out, Tiger Woods, still the face of golf regardless.
I kind of agree with that, honestly, but go ahead.
And others are pointing to Scotty Scheffler, and a couple people advocated for Willie Stargell as well for the Pirates. And T.J. Watt being in national commercials means that he's the face, not Tomlin, according to another texter.
That one I sternly disagree with, as great as T.J. Watt is. I just think the modern-day Steelers are most associated with Mike Tomlin by a long shot. And again, that's at this point, with their lack of success in the playoffs, it's for better or worse that that's the case. 928-9370, 928-9370. The Penguins were the easiest one. Sid right now, Mario all time. The Pirates, we both said Skenes currently, and we both said Clemente all time.
That's pretty easy too, but Stargell has an argument. What about Honus Wagner? Ron would be able to give a better argument for that.
I think when we get back to the Honus Wagners of the world, it's a little tough. I don't know if we went to Sioux City, Iowa, and asked the all-time face who do you most associate with the Pittsburgh Pirates all-time, that many would say Honus Wagner. Although, his baseball card could make that so, right?
Millions. You don't remember the 1909 World Series?
Ron does. Ron was there.
This is the 100th anniversary, Joe, of the 1925 World Series this year.
You know what yesterday was? The anniversary of the Miracle on Ice. How about that? What were you, minus 30 at that point?
1980?
Yeah.
I would have been minus 21.
Minus 21. I'll tell you about my favorite column, maybe, that I ever wrote. And it was right before the 2002 Olympics in Salt Lake City, okay? I went out to cover the Olympics there. And on the way, my flight went through L.A., believe it or not, which is a little bit of an overshoot. Did my flight go through L.A., stop in L.A., or did I intentionally visit L.A.? Either way, there was an event, and it was the first time that the 1980 Olympic team got together for any event since they were at the White House after the game in 1980. This was 22 years later. And they had a little pickup. It seemed like a miniature rink that they played on. A miniature hockey game. And they were like scrimmaging. Herb Brooks was behind the bench. I got a little makeshift rink, right? In like a convention center. I got to go stand behind the bench.
Wow.
With Herb Brooks and all these now gray-haired, bald-headed guys playing hockey, busting each other's chops. The first time they had been reunited since 1980, and I got that kind of access to it, and it was amazing. And I'll never forget it. There was one guy who didn't show up, and now I can't remember who it was. Was it Pavlich, the guy who lived in the woods? I think he's passed away since then. Or maybe he did show up. Hold on a second here. I have to look up the column. I'll let you know on that, but it was as memorable as any column I've had, for me at least, and it was Well, Sports Illustrated ranked it the number one sports moment in this country in the 20th century.
How many other reporters were there?
Not many, believe it or not, because it was sort of off the beaten path that they would suddenly meet in L.A., of all places, right?
Yeah, that is kind of very unique considering Olympics weren't there.
I know. It was like some precursor to it.
Did you talk to Herb Brooks?
Oh, yeah. I talk to Herb Brooks all the time. He gave me real estate advice. I used to fly with the Penguins, and it was very odd because I remember one night specifically, it was something like an 8-0 loss to Ottawa, in Ottawa, and I was traveling with the Penguins at the time, going on their charters and everything else. And Herb Brooks came up to me with the financial page from USA Today, seemed very unconcerned with the 8-0 loss, like his top priority was to come over to me and continue a conversation we had had earlier in the day about mutual funds. So he was telling me all about Roth IRAs and things like that, and plus which stocks I would follow. He seemed very riveted to that, perhaps more than the game that night, which was interesting to me.
Short memory, I guess. And you've gone through it for as long as he had. You just, I guess, can quickly turn the light switch off as easily as you can turn it on.
Yeah, and he was something else, especially by that point. He was quite a character. He had definitely mellowed and softened. I was telling you and Pomp last week when we were talking about movies and the movie Miracle and how great Kurt Douglas was, or Kurt, was it, who was Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell was Herb Brooks, and how Herbie's son Dan said to me he was perfect in the accent, in the mannerisms, but the only thing was that was my dad about 10 or 20 years later. My dad was much more of a blank at that point in his life than what you saw from Kurt Russell. That was the only thing. But otherwise, he was perfect. Anyway, 412-928-9370. You want to weigh in on any or all of the above. And in the meantime, quarterback developments really all over the place, most notably the draft, where there's one star rising and seemingly one star falling. It's hard to know what to believe this time of year, but that seems to be the way of it. That seems to be the way it's going right now, is that there's one guy who's falling precipitously and one guy who's rising. Are the Steelers going to draft one of these guys? Anything's fair to ask at this point. I don't think any of us 1 year ago today had the Steelers nuking their quarterback room and bringing in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So I think all speculation is fair at the moment. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Destiny's Child, Andrew Destin, at the top of the hour from the Post-Gazette, live from spring training, assuming he's still there. College basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. We have a local team that's playing at home in its conference tournament this week. Could they get there and then pull an upset? That's what you live for in March. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, no better time. The app's easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have lost 2 in a row. Did take a point from Toronto on Sunday. Will play against the Colorado Avalanche tonight at 9 o'clock. in Colorado. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 23 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. When she was growing up, golf took Daddy away from her, Tiger Woods explained when asked why his daughter Sam hasn't followed in her father's and brother's Charlie footsteps on the links. Instead, on Saturday night, Sam helped lead the Benjamin School to its first ever Florida State Championship in soccer, with a beaming Tiger cheering in the stands. Boomer Esiason.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay is my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes story from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich from Petite. Traditions are passed down from generation to generation. And at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we have a tradition of making customers' dreams come true.
Over the years, 3 generations of our family have worked with countless customers. We've listened to their ideas and then developed designs for their kitchens and baths.
And speaking of traditions, we've also had the unique privilege of creating generations of satisfied customers the Petite way.
They've seen that upgrading a kitchen or bath adds value to a home and makes it more desirable. And we can do the same for your home with the best designers and installers in the business.
Come visit our newly remodeled showroom. The response has been overwhelming.
Petite Kitchen and Bath is on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit, or call 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Discover sweet and exciting flavors at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Count your lucky straws because the Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. Don't miss out on this refreshing treat before your luck runs out. Head over to Get-Go today and indulge in this magical treat. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
Build your business with a partner you can trust. The Home Depot. When you join Pro Extra, you get lower than shelf pricing and dedicated support to help you streamline your business and stay on budget. Get dedicated pro support for supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. At the Home Depot, we supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right.
The numbers seem to jump way up on our conversation there as far as listeners. I think people somehow became engaged in that face of the franchises right now and faces of all of sports right now. Let's recap for our new listeners very quickly. A limitless wonder, okay? And again, by face, I think both of us agreed that it's the person most associated with a given franchise or sport. You could twist this in a lot of different ways, and you might not be wrong. You can personalize it, customize it, you might say. Limits. But again, for me, it's if I showed up in some random city like Billings, Montana, and said, when I say Steelers, you think what? For me, the face of the Steelers right now is Mike Tomlin. For you, it's TJ. Donnie Chedrick back there, otherwise known as Donnie Football, said Cam Hayward, which might be right. The all-time face, we agreed it was Joe Green. I'm wavering a little bit. For me, it could be the Chief. It could be the Chief, or it could be Franco. For the Penguins, the current face is Sid. The all-time face is Mario. For me and you, that was unanimous. For the Pirates, it was Skenes right now, Clemente all-time. And then we did the various sports. What did we agree on for golf? Did we agree on Tiger? Even the current face, despite the fact he never wins and doesn't play all that much anymore?
No, I think DeChambeau has become the face.
DeChambeau, okay.
I do. I mean, I understand the Tiger argument. I really do. but I feel like he's starting to fade a little bit, like as much as Tiger can fade.
It is interesting to me in our current sports world how hard it is to knock off the king, so to speak. When you have a generational legend, man, sometimes the torch gets passed right along. Sometimes it takes a while. And in hockey, in the NBA, and maybe even golf, I hear you on DeChambeau, but maybe even golf, you have these aging stars who you could argue anyway, are still the faces of their league. Sid and Ovi, LeBron and Steph, and Tiger still. And that may be true in other sports as well. I don't pay enough attention to, like, tennis anymore. I used to watch it all the time, and boxing and things like that. Used to watch that all the time when I was much younger, but don't ever anymore, or hardly ever. But here's a question for you, Limits, to expand the topic and perhaps expand your horizons. Who's the all-time face of the, let's say, NHL? The all-time face of the NHL is who?
Wayne Gretzky.
I agree.
Wish it was Mario. Think Mario might be second or third. Gordie Howe's
I think
up there.
Bobby Orr is up there.
And Bobby Orr.
Is Scotty Bowman up there?
No.
No? More cups than anybody who ever lived, I believe. But yeah, I think it's Gretzky. Who's the all-time face of the NBA? Michael Jordan? Jerry West? Bill Russell?
Man, when I think of the NBA,
I think it's Jordan.
I think of the Jordan shrug. I think
of the Nike logo.
I think of the Nike logo. I think of the Jordan logo. I think of Jordan over Elo. I think of Jordan with the...
And you weren't even alive for Jordan's prime.
I think of Jordan holding the trophy crying and all the people that have tried to imitate it.
That speaks to that legacy more than anything else, because you and millions of others, you weren't watching Michael Jordan in his prime live.
No, I've seen all of LeBron in his prime live, and I think that Jordan is better. I'm a Jordan over LeBron guy.
I know, that's amazing. That says a lot.
I mean, it's just the power that he has. And I feel like, Jordan Brand selling more shoes than anybody still is just astronomically insane.
That blew me away when we had Sonny Vaccaro on and watching that movie Air, that Jordan in what they call passive salary, because he doesn't do anything for it anymore, gets hundreds of millions, I believe, a year from Nike, because he made that deal originally where he got a slice of the pie on every shoe.
And I'm not even like
And now that expanded into that whole enterprise of, what's the name for it?
What, are you talking about the Jordan brand?
Yeah, the Jordan brand.
I mean, it's morphed into Air Jordan.
Jordan, yeah. That's what I mean, yeah.
And I'm not a huge Jordan shoe guy. I'm wearing LeBron's right now. I'm wearing purple and gold LeBron Lakers shoes right now, also because they're Baldwin colors. But, I mean, the impact I think that he has
still and the same is true with Tiger.
And
the same is true with Ovi and Sid. My God, I was a young man when those two broke into the league. You know, they were allegedly going to save the league, and I think they've done as much as they can. Nobody was really going to save the NHL to the point of making it mainstream. But those two have done every bit they can on the ice, off the ice, wherever, to try to make it. They've more than fulfilled expectations, which is amazing, because the expectations felt unrealistic. They've surpassed them. And all these years later, what year was that, 05?
Yeah.
2000. Were you born yet?
I would have been 4.
When you were 4, those two broke in. We're sitting here in 2025, and they're still arguably the two biggest stars in the NHL. I mean, it's incredible, the lasting power. Or maybe that's more of a statement of, wait, where are the other guys? Connor McDavid hasn't won yet. And, again, he's not exactly, Mr. Personality. So who else is there?
Austin Matthews, but again, similar thing. Not that big of a personality, really hasn't taken the national stage. And I wonder how much playing in Canada has to do with this. Like, it didn't matter for Gretzky, even though he also played in LA.
I would say not much if you're a big enough star, but you got to win. In all these situations, you got to win. And they haven't won. Although McKinnon won, but I don't know that anybody really thinks much of it, about him. Of course, they think a lot of him as a player, but about him. Okay, so we have the all-time kings of the NBA. How about the all-time king of We did the NHL, the NFL. Who's the historic face of the NFL? Who is it?
It's Tom Brady. But I also think of John Madden.
Oh.
Yeah, Tom Brady. Muck it up. Tom Brady, Belichick. You could put Ringgold's own Joe Montana in there.
No, you can't.
No?
He was great, but he's not an all-time.
He's in the discussion. He's not on Brady's level, but he's in the discussion.
For me, he's not in the discussion. If we're talking all-time great quarterbacks, he's in the discussion. But all-time face of the league, he wasn't a big enough mega star to be in that conversation. This is reserved for Michael Jordan and Gretzky. And in this case, you're right, I think, in Brady. I think you might be right that it's Tom Brady.
I think it's easily Brady. I mean, John Madden, really polarizing star.
That's a great pick because of Madden football, because he was part of telecasts, and because he won the Super Bowl.
And the Raiders.
Mostly because of the video game, honestly.
Right, and
or
broadcasting.
Maybe broadcasting. It might be him. It might be.
I don't know. I think he's second behind Brady. I mean, Brady, when I think of the NFL, I think of Brady, the GOAT. I think of 28-3, all the comebacks that he had, 7 Super Bowl trophies. Like, Brady
doesn't need any endorsement from you. He's Tom Brady.
Not at all. And considering the deal that he signed with Fox for how many million a year to broadcast games, he's not even that good at it, and he was able to be the number one broadcaster. Like, I mean, come on. It just shows the power that Tom Brady has and the willingness that Fox was to basically give him a blank check. Here you go, Tommy. Sign it away because we know people will watch and are interested in your opinion.
Maybe just because he's Tom Brady and played for the Patriots, I'm going to go with John Madden as the all-time face of the NFL. Am I crazy for that?
No.
I
don't think you are.
What about Peyton Manning? What about Jim Brown? No, it's Brady. It's Brady. It's got to be Brady.
Peyton just did not beat Brady enough to get out of that shadow. But now Peyton's done some great things.
I think they were even in the end. He beat him in Denver. He beat him in Indy. He owned that rivalry late. Brady owned it early.
Yeah.
I don't think it's about who won the head-to-head matchups, though. Again, it's about mega star. Now, Peyton Manning is that. He is that, but he didn't win enough.
And Peyton's a lot more likable. Like, if I would rather watch a program with Brady, like the Brady roast just annoyed me. It just annoyed me.
What about Cordero Patterson?
Where would he rank?
If Artie Smith had a vote, he'd rank first.
If it was the top returners of all time, he'd be in the top 5. Him and Devin Hester.
All right. We've done 3 sports. How about Major League Baseball? Babe Ruth? Is that the person people most associate with the history of baseball?
You know what strangely was the first name that came to mind, and maybe because his name is just on my mind given the recent news of he might be eligible again for the Hall of Fame, is Pete Rose.
Very interesting.
Polarizing figure.
You're seeing the keys now. I'll tell you that. You are seeing the keys.
The hit king, like, should he be in the Hall of Fame? I mean, there's a controversy around him. One thing about all these stars, too, Joe, is like there's always controversy around them. Like Jordan goes and plays baseball. LeBron goes to Miami, the decision. Tom Brady, did he cheat with Spygate, Deflategate, and all the above?
It's about, it's about superstar power and curating, but it has to be accompanied by winning a lot.
Yeah.
It just has to be. Willie Mays is up there. The Say Hey Kid is up there.
Bonds.
Notoriously, probably, but I don't think the all-time face of baseball, no.
No, probably not.
I think it's Babe Ruth. But I think Ohtani might have a shot at that.
Ohtani does, just because, especially if he gets back to pitching after the injury that he sustained.
Yeah.
Multiple injuries now on his arm.
How about Adam LaRoche?
What about Andy LaRoche?
Maybe the LaRoche brothers, like the Malachi Crunch from Happy Days. You remember that?
What about Rob McCulviac?
For one day, anyway, he was the greatest star in baseball history. Let's hit the phones limits, shall we?
Let's go to Dan on the road, has an opinion on the face of golf.
Dan, what's up?
How you doing, Joe?
Good.
I don't usually drink before 11, but I'm going to do it for you.
Why not? Ron starts at 8 a.m. down in Florida.
Well, yeah, a little early.
What do you got?
So, what about Arnie Palmer for golf?
As an all-time face of golf. That's a pretty good pick. He's sort of Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, he has golf courses everywhere, restaurants. and he markets his name, like with T and all that stuff.
No doubt. And I think also at a time when he was, rising in the golf world, it seemed like he was more of a relatable everyman with sort of his own style, his own way of playing, his own,
yes,
army and things like that. That's a good pick. That's a pretty good pick.
And
he's got a drink named after him. That doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I wanted to add one thing, too. David Beckham for soccer.
Bend it like limits. Yes, they made a movie of him. I appreciate that. Who is he? All right, then let's expand this. Limits. Are you ready for this? Who's the all-time face of soccer? Pele. Is it Pele?
Probably, yeah.
Who's the all-time face of tennis?
I mean, you could even look at Messi right now as a great face.
You could look at Messi for sure. I think it's Pele. Maybe I'm a victim of my generation. Whatever that was. I've forgotten.
All-time face of tennis?
Yeah.
I am not a tennis historian to be able to accurately answer that question. I'll be flat out honest. Right now, it's got to be Novak Djokovic or maybe Roger Federer, right?
For sure. I mean, you would also have to ask, is it a men's player or a women's player? Who is it?
Serena.
Chris Evert? Martina? I wonder. Jimmy Connors? Bjorn Borg? Who's the all-time face of it? And why are we talking about this? How about boxing? It's Muhammad Ali without thinking, right?
Easily Ali. Where would the likes of Tyson?
Tyson's up there.
Or Frazier rank?
Not Frazier.
Yeah.
He was my favorite, Smoking Joe Frazier. But it's Ali by a trillion miles. And that's him and Jordan are the two most obvious calls of all.
Easily. And then I still think that Tyson has to be like in that category. Maybe from like an old school and then an old school.
Yeah. What are the texters saying, Limits? I'd be very curious.
People are also texting in about Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Andre Agassi.
Andre Agassi's not a bad one.
Somebody mentions Hank Aaron and Jackie Robinson for baseball. A couple people.
Jackie Robinson's a great pick.
A couple people talk about Hank Aaron on here.
I've told this story before, but I'll tell you it if you'd like to pull up a little chair, Limits, for story time with Grandpa Joe.
I have my cocoa ready.
Marshmallows?
2.
Maybe little candy cane to dip in it?
Yes.
Sure.
Graham crackers.
Fires lit. My dad used to sneak into Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. Him and his buddies would sneak in, and he still tells me about Jackie Robinson stealing home. How that's unlike anything he's ever seen in sports. That, when you see that nowadays, it's almost like it's either a trick play or a sneak attack or sort of kind of a steal of home or a surprise attack, right? Yeah. Then everybody in the building was expecting it. It's like when Aaron Judge comes to the plate, everybody's standing wanting a home run. Jackie Robinson would be on third with everybody in the place waiting for him to steal home, and he would still do it.
It's incredible.
It really is. I mean, I can't imagine being in that ballpark for that kind of play and that kind of anticipation, but that's what my dad said, and my dad doesn't lie. I can't imagine it. Jackie Robinson's a pretty good pick there, yes.
What about Walter Payton? Joe Namath?
Joe Namath, yes.
Vince Lombardi?
Vince Lombardi is a very nice pick. They didn't name the trophy after him for nothing, did they, Limits?
Texter, Tom Brady sucks on Fox, Limits. Yeah, he's not very good.
Yeah. He wasn't he's agreeing with you then.
He is, yes. I agree with the texter. Also, Roy McIlroy currently for golf.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Not really. No. Not at all, as a matter of fact.
Somebody says Roger Goodell face of the NFL.
He might be right now.
The same person that texted that in about Tom Brady just sent it in 4 more times.
All right, Limits. I think we've exhausted that topic, and I enjoyed this hour. I really did, actually.
I did, too.
It was a nice, refreshing change and an expansion to all sports. And I didn't pay off the tease of the quarterback rising and falling in the draft, did I?
No.
I'll pay that off later. Next up, we're going to take a trip to Bradenton where I think Destiny's Child still resides, if he's in Bradenton. Either that or he just came home, so he can give us the lowdown either way on the Pirates. Man, I'm getting very, very curious about Henry Davis and his fate. Is he going to come north with the ball club? Or is he going to go back to AAA where we know he can hit AAA pitching? That ain't the problem. It's the majors that has proven to be the problem for Henry Davis. What about him? What about Bubba Chandler? What about some of these young guys that you want to be part of the team? I think Bubba had a rough day yesterday, did he not?
Yeah, he gave up a couple of runs. I don't even think he got out of his one inning of work.
Maybe he was working on pitches.
Possibly. Hunter Barco also pitched, another lefty. They have so many arms in the minors.
He's barking up the right tree, isn't he?
That's right.
Who the hell is that?
He's a left-handed pitcher who's going to be in AA, maybe hit AAA, and could be another option for them in the rotation as a lefty that throws around 95, 96.
Well, I certainly look forward to that. What I really look forward to is them trading one of their younger pitchers or two of them to bring in a bat or two. I mean, it's never been more obvious that that's an answer. If you're not going to spend money to go out and shore up your lineup, then use this alleged surplus of pitching to bring in a bat.
If Mike Burrows has a really good spring or has a really good run in the minors, they should trade him. Or I would keep Chandler. Barco, I would probably deal, even though he's a lefty.
The only two I wouldn't deal, and I might deal Chandler, is Skenes and Chandler. That's what I want to be the top of the rotation. I know Jones has the potential as well and showed us flashes early last season of what he can be. But if you want to get something, you got to give something. If I'm going to trade an electric young talent on the mound, guess what I want in return? An electric young talent at the plate. That's the way it works. That's the way the world works, Limits.
Or you can get Luis Ortiz and a couple of other pitchers for Spencer Horwitz.
Or you could do that.
It could be a lopsided trade if you just
I'd
give somebody else something.
That even happened until you mentioned it.
Exactly.
Not exactly the deal that shook the baseball world, was it?
Not entirely.
Well, anyway, let's talk to Destiny's Child about that coming up. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week. I'm refreshed from that conversation, Limits. I think I've been bogged down in Steeler quarterback talk. Now I feel very good. Refreshed for the rest of the show.
Sorry to cut you off. I feel very good. And maybe that's why, because I feel so good today as well. Maybe something's just in the air. Like, you walk outside and your
It is something, yes.
Your thing on your car said it's like 20 degrees.
Oh, I felt so good today. It was like 45 or something.
Feels like 50. It's like 50.
Yeah. I noticed that today when I went out to the car. The first thing I noticed was finally there's not this oppressive freeze on me in the morning. Like I wasn't sitting on an ice castle in my car. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't like getting in the car and you can see your own breath.
Yeah, I swear. The first thing I do in the morning, right when I sit on my seat, is swear really loudly. Because it's just so uncomfortable, is it not? And then today's beautiful. Today I'm going to go out for a club fitting. I'm going to play some golf, at least hit some balls around outside. I can't wait, Limits. I feel refreshed.
I'm excited for you. I have to get my license renewed at some point. It expires soon.
Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry every Wednesday. Contests run Wednesday through Friday at noon at 937thefan.com's contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. On Route 19 in Peters Township. Let's get some questions answered on the Pirates as they move closer to opening day with Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero, the Vikings are not expected to franchise quarterback Sam Darnold by today's deadline, but the Cincinnati Bengals, I should say, are expected to franchise tag T. Higgins for a second consecutive season. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trouble, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for limited time, it's subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You thinking just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
In the time it takes you to actually board that flight from Group 8,
Now boarding Premier Altitude Elite Club members.
you could have bought a Hyundai on Amazon. Yes, that Amazon, where you buy everything else.
Mid-tier Altitude Elite, feel free to board now.
So while you're waiting for them to make up new boarding groups, you can order your dream car and the dealer will have it ready in no time.
Now boarding groups 1 through 7.
So close. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability, pickup through participating Hyundai dealer in select markets.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland. And so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6986.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-444-9919. 800-444-9919. Again, that's 800-444-9919.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Red Sox today, 2 hours away. G1 Bay, Brian Reynolds, and Andrew McCutcheon lead it off in the lineup for the Buccos, followed by Nick Gonzalez, Key Brian Hayes at third. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa will play short with Derek Hall at first. Billy Cook in center and Jason DeLay catching. Andrew Heaney making his first Pirates start after being signed at the beginning of free agency, beginning of spring training. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
You know what that means? It's our Tuesday guest, Andrew Destin, a.k.a. Destiny's Child of the Post-Gazette. You still in Bradenton, my friend?
Yep, still here in Bradenton, Joe. Thanks for having me on, as always. Last week down here, actually. I'll be sneaking back up to Pittsburgh at the start of next week to help out Mr. Matt Vensel with a little bit of Penguins coverage. But me and Noah still down here in Bradenton, enjoying the good weather and enjoying some Pirates baseball.
Well, you guys are doing a great job down there. I'll say that. And my first question here, and Andrew is on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Is Henry Davis going to make the team? I mean, we're talking about, it's almost like we forget about this guy. This would be akin to the number one overall pick in any draft, like a Steeler who's like just off the radar, or a Penguin player who's off the radar after getting drafted 1-1. What's going to happen to this guy?
Yeah, Joe, I think he's going to make this team, and I think there's a complicated answer to it in the sense that part of it is going to be merit, right? Part of it is going to be that Henry Davis has earned the opportunity to, if he continues to perform like he has in spring training and look like the guy who isn't necessarily as pole happy as he was last year in spring training at the plate, and he certainly was during the regular season. But I think another component to this is that I've certainly been proven wrong in thinking that Andy Rodriguez would be ready for the start of the regular season. He's certainly playing in these games. He looks fine at the plate. He looks fine in the field. But you have to wonder, would it be in his and the Pirates' best interests to have Andy Rodriguez start the year in AAA, get regular everyday at-bats, continue to work his way back into that top game-playing shape, rather than force him into, a little bit of a complicated situation in that you have Joey Bart, who's the true number one catcher. At least that seems to be the plan as of right now, and he's earned that right based off of what happened last year. So it's a twofold answer. I think Henry Davis is looking the part of a big league catcher right now, offensively and defensively. And second, a guy in Andy Rodriguez that the franchise thinks a lot of. I don't know that it necessarily would be best for him to have him be an everyday guy right now or to be in the big leagues right now.
So where would Henry Davis play then?
I think he's going to be behind the plate, and I think you can find enough at-bats for him on a regular basis to keep him satisfied, engaged, and it's in the best interest of the Pirates. I don't think he's going to catch more than 2-3 times a week. I think Joey Bart and him will split that up relatively evenly, but Bart will get the majority of the starts behind there. In a series, a 3-game series, Davis will start at least one of the 3, and then you can rotate him in at DH. I mean, I don't think it's realistic to believe that Andrew McCutchen is going to be the everyday designated hitter, and the Pirates are going to want to rotate that spot with other guys. One that comes to mind immediately is if Henry Davis hits, that could be a perfect spot for him. I think they truly do view it as he has improved so much defensively at catcher. That's a position he's most comfortable with. Keep him there rather than try and pigeonhole him into a position that doesn't really work out. We saw that in 2023 when they tried to put him in right field. Certainly he has the arm strength to do so, but that's a position that just doesn't come naturally to him, and you have to wonder if it really ever would. As of right now, they're trying to get the bat figured out. It seems to be trending in the right direction. To throw another variable at play there with changing a position, I feel like that would really, not be in the best interest of Henry Davis.
So what happens to the human rain delay and Endy? Jason DeLay and Andy Rodriguez, they lead the league in catchers. What happens to those two guys?
I think Rodriguez, you have him go down to the minors, and the reason that's fine, and same with DeLay, the reason this is fine is because you need to see if Joey Bart is legit. And I understand that last year he really came into his own and found a new home in Pittsburgh where he's got all sorts of family ties. But you have to remember the body of work that he put together in San Francisco was subpar, right? This is a guy who never lived up to his number 2 draft status. Defensively, he is a little bit shaky there. So I think this could go one of two ways with Joey Bart. Either he lives up to it and is the guy he was last year, especially in the second half, home run. You figure it out later with guys like Andy Rodriguez. But at least in my opinion, defensively speaking, I think with the development that Henry Davis has had, defensively speaking, Joey Bart is probably the weakest of those 4 guys defensively. I'm fairly confident in saying that. But Andy Rodriguez, when healthy, is better. Jason DeLay, certainly when healthy, is a guy who the franchise and the pitchers think really highly of. They like his ability to receive. They like his blocking ability. And Henry Davis, I think, has gotten a lot better and earned a lot of pitchers' trust. So I think that if we're talking about position changes, Joey Bart feels like a more logical candidate at this point, especially considering how injury-prone he has been behind the plate and how much he is still trying to work to improve defensively and is just a bigger body guy. Maybe it would be better for the Pirates if he's the kind of guy you look at eventually down the line. I'm not saying tomorrow, I'm not saying in a week, but maybe he's the guy who it makes more sense to consider a position change.
Is Andy Rodriguez's arm all the way back? Because if it is, he really had my eyes open as a possible answer catching. I loved his enthusiasm, his leadership, his arm. It wasn't long enough for me to judge the bat. I honestly thought he was going to be the guy. Is he back to throwing 100% the way he was?
The arm looks really good. The arm really does. I think it's more so a matter of just getting everyday reps. You can look good in spring training, right? You can look good in fielding drills. The first time we saw him throwing down to second base on either days 2 or 3 or 4 in Pirate City, the arm talent looks really good. But you just cannot simulate the pressure of a big league game of throwing guys down at second base, throwing on back pick to first base, gunning somebody down, all those sorts of things. You kind of just need to get game reps in really meaningful games. And that's not to suggest that spring training games don't matter, but frankly, they don't. There's just not as much pressure. And when you're only getting 4 innings, 5 innings at a time, it's harder to get into that rhythm that you really could get into by playing 4 or 5 games a week in AAA. So the arm, it's healthy. It looks great. It's there. But there's just some stuff that I feel like with Endy Rodriguez, kind of similar to a pitcher coming back from Tommy John surgery. The arm might be perfectly healthy 12 or 14 months removed from surgery, but you still have to pitch. You still got to go through the whole rehab process. And Endy Rodriguez is healthy, but you got to get some games under your belt.
Andrew, who would you say is the leader in the clubhouse right now to play first base with Spencer Horwitz injured?
Oh, man, it's a tough question. There's just so many candidates to it, right? When you break it all down, there's the non-roster invites. There's the guys currently within the franchise. If you ask me, I would say DJ Stewart. I really do think the hitting ability that he's demonstrated in recent weeks in these spring training games, he's the most proven big league commodity of these guys. He's got the pedigree of being a former first-round pick out of Florida State. I think really highly of DJ Stewart. That being said, first base is not a natural position for him. It's been kind of a mixed bag in terms of what he's put forth defensively in these spring training games at first base. So I like DJ Stewart. Jared Triolo has a spot on this roster regardless and might be a guy who gets spot starts there. But I don't see Derek Hall making this team as of right now. Nick York could potentially be an option at first base, but that feels more like an every now and then versus a 4 or 5 times a week kind of option. Billy Cook feels similar where it could be a spot start. I think DJ Stewart's a guy who overcomes the odds as a non-roster invite and makes his team flat out of the camp.
Talking to Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette here. He's in Bradenton right now. How about the plight of one Bubba Chandler? Does he come north with the team? And if not, how soon?
I don't think so. I think he will eventually get up there, and that might be a time frame like a June or a July, but there's really no need to rush him, especially with the way that the starting rotation is constructed right now, and with going out and getting guys like Andrew Heaney. Yes, it's not exactly an encouraging sign, and we'll hear more from Pirates team doctor Todd Tomczyk tomorrow on Johan Oviedo and the lat strain that he suffered in his return from Tommy John surgery. He's now on the 60-day IL, but at some point Oviedo will return, so that's starting pitching depth. Bubba Chandler, there's absolutely no reason to rush the guy because, hey, he's still just a 22-year-old kid. He's still coming along. He's learning his ways. And I think a really telling moment was last night against the Yankees when he was pitching. As much as just a spring training game, it is a moment where he was maybe not necessarily overwhelmed by the circumstance, but, it was a big moment. It was a big showing, and I don't think that Bubba Chandler necessarily is ready to be that alpha dog mentality guy from the absolute get-go the way that Jared Jones is. I think Bubba Chandler certainly has that in him, but maybe he's not necessarily quite as far along as Jones was last year at this time. And the circumstances are different. The rotation is much more stacked this year than last year. So it's not a slight on Bubba Chandler. I just think it's a matter of, hey, this rotation, that's the one area where they've got a lot of depth as a team.
You sound like you're in a wind tunnel, Destiny's Child. What's happened here?
Well, we're trying to get ourselves to the ballpark. There's a late report date today with the night game last night in Tampa. So we're pulling up here and got all sorts of windy breezes. But it's actually probably the warmest day down here. It's close to 80 degrees here, close to first pitch.
Are you with the Noah Constrictor?
That I am. He's leading the charge right now, following behind him.
Well, tell him I said hello. And in the meantime, boy, it is windy there, isn't it, Limits?
A little bit.
Are they going to announce the obvious here pretty soon? At least I think it's obvious that Skenes is starting in Miami, the season opener.
No word on that yet, and I'm curious to see if he actually does start the opener, because part of me wonders if it would be better for the Pirates, at least from reducing pressure and kind of paying respect to a guy like Mitch Keller. You could have Keller start the season opener and then have Paul Skenes go either second or third down there, because there's also the Tampa series. You could, in theory, go ahead and say, okay, Paul Skenes will start game number 2 or 3 of the series, and then he would be in line to start the home opener against the Yankees on that Friday. So part of me wonders, sure, it would make sense to have Skenes start opening day, but maybe it's a little bit more nuanced, maybe a better approach to it to pay respect to Keller, let him get opening day, and then allow for Paul Skenes to start in a pretty big moment at PNC Park against the Yankees.
I think a lot of people are still wondering if there's going to be a big move or really any move to help in addition to the lineup and add more thump in the lineup. Are you hearing anything at all that could be the case before opening day in a couple of weeks?
No, not necessarily. I think the lineup as it is right now, this is kind of what you're working with. And part of that is, hey, Spencer Horwitz is injured, right? When he comes back healthy, they really do think he's a big component of what they're trying to do on the offensive end. So I look at it as the starting lineup as it is right now. Yeah, it's not necessarily the best in baseball, but they feel fairly confident in it. They think this is a group that, on paper, can compete, can at least tread water with other teams in the National League. I'm not necessarily as convinced as the Pirates are outwardly, but I'm not expecting a big move. I think they look at it and think that they've got enough guys who, if healthy, like Brian Hayes, like Joey Bart, who can have bounce-back years, like Jack Sawinski, Henry Davis. If all of those guys can figure it out and get back being to at least league average players or repeat what they did at times last year or in 2023, then they could have a special group, offensively speaking, much more so than any player they could get in free agency or via trade at this point in spring training.
Lastly, Destiny's Child, how are things going with Shelty? We all know last year there was somewhat of a bitter feud between you two. Has it been ironed out? How's it going there with him?
It's been good. Great to always catch up with the skipper. He's in good spirits these days. It's been nice to be able to catch up with him down here.
That's because they're 0-0 right now.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, maybe call me back again in May and see how the team's doing if they're coming off a tough skid. I remember last year when after they played in the Bay Area and went 1-5 against the Giants and the A's, it was a little bit tenuous on the end of that road trip. But no, seriously. I mean, it's been great to catch up with him. It's been great to be down here. He's in good spirits, and I think this team and him, they understand the pressure that is on them to win. But at the same time, there's kind of a quiet confidence and belief that, especially because of the pitching, they can be a solid team this year. Whether that actually transpires remains to be seen. It's a tough NL Central and a lot of teams who are fairly similar, but I think they believe they've got as good of a shot as any team to compete.
Thank you, Destiny's Child. We'll be reading your stuff. And again, on behalf of Limits and myself, say hello to the Noah Constrictor.
Please.
Always do, and thanks as always for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
See you, buddy. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What a nice man he is. On Limits, you won't find a nicer one, not even Jerry DePaula.
Well, that's very tough to compare him to Jerry DePaula.
I know.
Or Jeff Hathorn.
Or Jeff. I'm ready to go there, though, with Destiny's Child.
I'm closing in on it.
Of course, kidding about a bitter feud with Shelty, although when we hear that, can we play that clip again? This was last year when Destiny's Child was predicting when, who was it, Key Brian Hayes or somebody was going to return to the lineup?
Jared Jones.
And the Pirates were not at all in the prediction business, and we relayed that report to Shelty, and this is what Shelty said.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
I love that clip.
Was there a question there?
Because it's the last person who would ever be in a bitter feud with anybody, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Could you imagine if him and Jerry started feuding? What would that look like? It would be the kindest feud.
The world would end. It would be a kind feud, yes.
It would end with a handshake and a high five and a nice little pat on the back.
Coming up, another nice man who's been successful for a pretty long time at Duquesne University coaching their women's basketball team. That is Dan Bert. Limits and I have been to a couple games this season, and I want to ask Dan some wider-ranging questions about NIL and such, about the rise of women's basketball overall. I was talking in the hallway earlier today. Cooper Flagg, I realize, is a big name, but I'm not so sure the biggest names in college basketball again this year aren't on the women's side, with Paige Beckers and Juju Watkins out at USC. I'm not so sure about that, Limits. How about you?
Nah, I think Cooper Flagg is probably one, but I'd put Beckers two, yeah.
Really?
I do.
Okay. Putting our face of the franchise test, if you and I traveled around every city in America and said, do you know who Paige Beckers and Juju Watkins is? Speaking, by the way, of marketing, which you want NHL to do a better job of.
Yeah.
Juju was in that State Farm commercial. She's in a lot of different places. And I said, I'm going to read you 3 names here in pick a town. Pick a town in North Dakota.
Or the middle of Iowa. Or the
Are there
middle of
towns in
Idaho.
North Dakota? What is a town in North Dakota? What's the capital of North Dakota? Do you know?
Where's North Dakota State?
Wrong. What is the capital of North Dakota?
It's Fargo, North Dakota?
I don't know. Bismarck. So if you and I went to Bismarck, North Dakota, and showed up at a random bar and started asking people, which of these following names do you know? Cooper Flagg, Juju Watkins, or Paige Beckers? I wonder. And I wonder if we brought that same question to, Fredonia, New York, and any other town in America you can think of. I wonder. I do. I at least think there's an argument for that. Inarguably, the WNBA is on the rise, and women's sports in general are on the rise. I mean, look at some of the numbers from softball, college softball when they get to the World Series. Volleyball's gone crazy at the college level. Television ratings and attendance-wise, and basketball too. So let's talk to Duquesne's coach about that next on Pomp and Joe Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Why don't we talk about my friend Gina Giampietro as well? One of my favorite topics to talk about. Same with Mandy, who needed to sell her home in McCandless. Reached out to Gina to learn more about her options since this was her first time selling a home. Mandy had all kinds of questions, said Gina was ready to answer every one. Mandy said Gina knew how to price her home fairly, had great marketing technique, and was always looking out for Mandy's best interests. Mandy said Gina and her administration team are amazing to work with. She gives Gina 10 stars in a heartbeat. So do I. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in Pittsburgh and you're ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Pat Leonard, the reporter for the New York Giants, the Steelers are likely to be suitors for free agent wide receiver Darius Slayton. The NFL tampering window, the legal tampering window, begins on Monday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 23 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Rooted Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. While the NFL world is focused on where former Colorado teammates Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders will land, back in Boulder, this is an intriguing season for Coach Deion Sanders. Coach Prime has a quarterback battle to navigate for the first time as a head coach and has to make up for losing half of his offensive playmakers. Colorado won 9 games last season, but sportsbooks have set their win total a bit lower for next season at just 6.5. I'm Maggie Gray.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a Western PA guy born and raised, much like my friends Joe George and Larry Kelly. They're the highly respected AV-rated injury attorneys at LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. And as Larry explains, integrity is everything that Western PA is all about and part of the LGKG business model.
Personal integrity, my father, Fred Kelly, gave me the definition of that when I was a young man. And it's really simple. Do what you say you're going to do. Sounds simple, but it's not always done. You know, at LGKG, we've been keeping promises for over 90 years. When we make a promise to our client, we do it. And you know what? If we hadn't done it, the word would be around. The people would know. We live in this community. We work in this community. We coach in this community. People know us and we know them. And I think that's why. Because in communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations, Western Pennsylvania, LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Some sun this afternoon, the high 60.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Trust PJ.com today. That's trustpj.com.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Earlier this winter, City Limits and I had a chance to check out a Duquesne women's basketball game to shoot around with Megan McConnell. One of the, I think one of the best players in the country, myself, who has a chance to play in the WNBA. And the coach of that team was very gracious to us, and that is Mr. Dan Bert. And he is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, his team on its way to play Fordham in the A10 tourney. Dan, how are you today?
I'm well. I really appreciate you having us on today.
Of course. Your team right now is having a pretty good year by my account, Dan, and I think Megan is going to be probably the A10 player of the year. Has that been decided yet? Does she have a good shot at that?
She has a very good shot at that. We'll know that answer here a little bit later this afternoon. She's going to be up for Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year. She'll probably make the all-academic team, I would imagine, also. And then from a national perspective, she's a semifinalist for a Defensive Player of the Year award, the Becky Hammond's Mid-Major Player of the Year award, and a slew of other awards. And all of those are well-deserved, and we're really excited about what Meg has meant to our program over the years. And this week is really going to be about us focusing in on winning an Atlantic 10 championship, but also celebrating what Meg has done for our program over the last 5 years.
Man, she's been unbelievable. And that day we came out there just to shoot around with her, I could tell that one of her main attributes is she's a cutthroat competitor. There's no doubt about that. I guess that's what those McConnells are, huh?
You took the words right out of my mouth. She's a McConnell. And that's the way they are, and you never bet against the McConnell, and we certainly didn't when we took Meg 5 years ago, and it's worked out fantastically. And really excited about what this week is going to be, but then also what Meg's future will be. We do believe that will include the WNBA, and certainly a very lucrative contract overseas also when it gets to that type of year later next fall.
So a couple of questions arise with her career, and she's been remarkable, Dan. One is, who else was after her when you were recruiting her? And two, in this age of NIL and transfer portals and everything else, has it been a battle to keep her?
Very, very fortunate. Coming out of high school, I can still remember being in my driveway talking to her AAU coach, the Western PA Bruins, John Tate, and he was saying, Danny, you got to talk to Meg McConnell. And I was like, she's really skinny. She's really thin. Her Aunt Susie's down the street at that other school. And, I wasn't sure. And we had one phone call, and that's really all that it took. Meg was all in from the first phone call, and then we brought her in on a visit. And, her father, Tim McConnell, the great high school coach, was sitting beside her. And, I said, Meg, you're not going to find a better coach than the guy that's sitting beside you. Your dad is as good as it's going to get. And, I just hope that, your 4 or 5 years here at Duquesne will be exceptional. It'll be everything that your parents want it to be. And it certainly has been that. And we're going to hopefully cap that off with an A10 championship this week. And, we feel like we've had a pretty good year. We're a little bit behind where we thought we would be, but Meg has been an outstanding leader when you consider that 6 of our 12 on our roster are true freshmen. And so she's led a group that really doesn't know what's around the corner every day to an 18-win season so far. And, again, we've got a lot more basketball to play.
Have there been some sleepless nights about worrying if she would leave along the way, or was it always clear that she was going to stay?
In January of last year, January of 24, I brought her in and I said, I'm hearing some murmurs, and I'm be a fool to not understand that you're graduating along with the other 6,000 points that we graduated last year. And, if you wanted to go and take the money and find something that was a little bit different for you, I completely understand. She had her brother, TJ, have success doing that. And so, I told her we were just very honest with one another like we've always been. And she interrupted me and she said, Coach, I've already talked to my parents about this. I'm not going anywhere. So that was a very profound statement, probably the most profound statement that I've ever had in 28 years of Division I basketball for a player to say that to me. And, she turned down multiple six-figure offers from A4 teams, and she was good to her word. And was there sleepless nights? No. But did I hold my breath until she was in the first day of class in August? Maybe just a little bit, because, you're talking about a lot of money, and you're talking about a young person who wants to have great success. And, I really appreciate everything Meg doing and believing in me and our staff, our university, our basketball program. And, no real sleepless nights, but a little bit of holding the breath until that day in August.
Dan, this is something that we talked about when we were down there for a game earlier this year, but there's only 36 players that get drafted in the WNBA per year. What stands out the most about Meg? What makes her so qualified to be a part of that elite group of 36?
Well, you're not going to find someone in Division I that anticipates better than Meg, and that's a really good question. I'm glad you asked me that. Her anticipation skills, whether it's going to rebound on either the offensive or the defensive glass, and then her ability to shoot passing lanes and get steals is as good as anyone in the country. When you look at rebounding at players that are 6 foot and under or 5'10" and under, she's one of the top 5 in both of those categories. And then from a steals perspective, she led Division I in steals per game this year, averaging 4 steals per game, and that was a consistent thing. She had 2 games where she had 9, but her anticipation skills, her ability to shoot the 3 off the catch with range, deep range consistently has been very, very good. And then, you have that X factor. And so, WNBA teams pretty much know who their roster is going to be. They know, 10 of the 12 spots and sometimes 11 of the 12 spots. So they're really drafting for that one last spot unless they've got one of the first 10 picks. And they're looking for someone who's not going to cause an issue, who's going to know every play from every position, someone who can provide value when they get on the floor, but who's going to make the other players around her better, around them better. And Meg really fits that. I never compare her to TJ on the floor. The only time I compare her to her brother TJ is the opportunity to be drafted versus being a free agent and selecting the right club for her that maybe doesn't have the same amount of point guard depth. And then, there's skill sets that are similar once they do step on the floor, because I think there's a lot of similarities there. But in terms of their games in college, I've never done that. But their professional careers, I think there's going to be a similar arc to one another.
Dan Bert, women's basketball coach at Duquesne University. They're on their way to play Fordham in the A10 tournament. Dan, I have to ask you quickly if you were impressed at all with my free throw shooting the day I came over there. I was certainly better than the guy to my left here, wasn't I?
Let me tell you, Joe, you can play. There's no question. You've been down to Mellon Park back in the day. Everybody out there, Joe Starkey's a baller. That guy can ball. He got a little stiffer as we've gotten older, but you can tell that he's played a lot of basketball on the playground, whether it's Mellon Park or up at Kennard or somewhere in the suburbs. He's not just a good free throw shooter. He's got a nice quick release, and you know that he can shoot it.
You like that?
Yeah, but I wish that Dan would have seen us shoot at Pitt whenever Biba Cummings and I beat Joe and Jalen Lowe in a free throw shooting contest. I got my revenge.
Biba Cummings being the key to that sentence. But Dan was about to review your game. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, boy.
You don't get paid to have silence, so I won't say anything about Austin.
Well, thanks, Coach.
Now, I'm reading on your bio, Dan, that you finished the 2017 Pittsburgh Marathon in just under 7 hours. Why would – I've always wondered why anybody does that to themselves. So you had to train for that and then run it. Is there any enjoyment in that, and do you still run like that?
I ran cross country in high school and was a pretty good cross country runner in high school. And in 2017, when I decided to do the marathon, it was 1 week prior to the marathon, and I did it on no training. And I finished dead last. And they were actually tearing down the finish line when I crossed, and I was emotional. I was in tears that I finished. And there's a lot of good stories from that 7 hours. I'll never do that again, ever.
That's amazing, though. That's actually inspirational. That you were literally the last person to cross.
I was literally the last person, and I was almost 50 years old. And I told our athletic trainer here at the time that I was going to do that that weekend, and it was about 4 days away. And she said, "Dan, you could die." And you don't feel like that you have any health issues, but I remember crossing over from Shady Side over a hill, and my son, my 5-year-old at the time, Milan, held up this big sign that said "Suck it up, sissy," and
that's great.
That was for me, and I sucked it up, and I found a way to finish it. That catch-up bus that corrals all the really slow people that want to quit. I refused to get on that, and somehow, some way, I crossed the finish line as they were tearing it down, and they took me into the the war room where everything happens, and they took my picture with the medal, and I still have that medal hanging up in my closet. Every day I tend to look at it and go, yeah, I did that, and I'll never do it again, ever.
That's cool.
My next thing is, I'm going to go try to surf here and learn how to surf and have some fun with that. I think as we get older, it's good that we always challenge ourselves with new things. So my next thing's going to be surfing.
Love it. In the meantime, I wanted to ask you about sort of the explosion in women's college sports, whether we're talking basketball, volleyball, the softball World Series. It seems like more people than ever are coming to games, more people than ever are watching when we get to the biggest games for sure. And I guess in basketball, that brings us to Caitlin Clark, who I consider to be the female version of Steph Curry. It's just like watching her game, you can't take your eyes off her. It's magical. What do you make of her and sort of the rise of women's basketball?
Well, I really believe it is the rise of women's sports. I think that we're seeing with Pitt volleyball and Louisville volleyball on the women's side and others that volleyball is a very viable program at the college level, and there's great interest there. Women's softball is the same way. Women's basketball has had its peak back in the early 2000s, and then we kind of leveled off, and Caitlin Clark is our Elvis, is what I say. She's like what NWA was back in the day. There'll never be another NWA. There'll never be another Elvis. They shocked the system, and she has certainly done that. She has shocked the system with her game. Her game is very similar to Steph Curry. There's no question about that, but I would venture to say that her passing ability on the women's side surpasses what Steph's passing ability is on the men's side. And so you're really dealing with someone who's truly a unicorn, and she's very relatable, and she knows how to keep herself out of trouble and stay very vanilla so that she's well-liked by a great wide swath of the community. And very frankly, she's exciting to watch and a lot of fun to watch. And we have a basketball camp in the summer that's 8th grade and under, and we have just about as many boys as we do girls. And you would be shocked at how many boys want to play like Caitlin Clark that are in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th grade. Last year we had the women's NCAA championship outdraw the men, and certainly some of that had to do with Caitlin Clark getting to the Final Four. This year is going to be very interesting because we have true parity, and on the women's side, we haven't had that for a long time. We've had the dominance of UConn and then South Carolina, and before both of them, Tennessee. This year, you really do have about 15 different teams that could win the national championship, and probably around 22 to 25 that could end up in the Final Four. I'm a voter for the National Coaches Poll, and I believe I've had 7 different number ones over the course of voting this year. And I can tell you that the top 10 or 12 slots have been filled by more than 25 people. So we really do believe that the NCAA tournament on the women's side this year is going to have great excitement. And we're going to see some upsets because a school like in our league, we hope to win the automatic bid. That's the only way we're going to get in. But George Mason and Richmond should be able to get in as at-larges. And Richmond in particular has the ability to win a game and maybe two and surprise people because of the unique way that they play and the way the roster is constructed. Florida Gulf Coast is the same way, and South Dakota State is the same way. They're sort of the Gonzagas of women's basketball. And so we're really looking forward to an exciting women's tournament this year.
Wanted to ask about NIL. We see it so prevalent for especially the bigger major schools, whether it be the ACC, the SEC, the Big East. What is the challenge for you in the A-10 and just, for other programs that you talk to or you see in recruiting with NIL for different programs?
Well, there are programs in the Atlantic 10 that have name, image, and likeness. We do not. We don't have a dollar. And I take a lot of pride in that. That's not that I don't want my players to be paid. Certainly if they can get opportunities to make some money, I'm all for that. But we really lean into the educational component, and we really value the student athlete, a true student athlete. And so I charged my assistant coaches 3 years ago when we saw this coming down the road that we wanted to recruit as many high-quality, preferably A4 level type talent that wanted to major in the health sciences. And the reason why is at the A4 schools, they're not going to allow you to major in biomedical engineering, pharmacy, nursing, physician's assistant, PT, OT, things of those types of majors. And so we allow our players to do that. So we had a young lady last year, Ayanna Townsend, who is from the Hill District here and played at Winchester Thurston out of high school. And one of the reasons that we got her after she transferred is that we said that we would allow her to be an occupational therapy major and that I would pay for her to get her doctorate. And so Yanni, as we call her, is finishing her doctorate in the fall semester in occupational therapy. That would not happen at an A4 school in typical fashion. So at one point, I believe we had eight health science majors on our team. And so the other part of that is that when you're a health science major, once you start your sophomore year, it's very difficult to even transfer those credits to another university. So it almost becomes like a multi-year contract. And then also the number of schools at a high level that allow their players to major in those types of fields are very small. So we feel like we have a unique opportunity that we can offer here at Duquesne, and it's paid off. We've got really wonderful student athletes that really value their education and are really good people and work in the community.
Great stuff. That's a great story that you were able to help somebody in that respect get her doctorate. That is awesome. Dan, good luck with everything. We appreciate you joining us. And go make a run in the A-10 tournament if you would. Good luck.
Well, the best 3 words in March are, see you tomorrow. So
I like that.
See you tomorrow. We're going to go burn the ships. And so what that means, Joe, is I'm going to go put on a Viking helmet. You'll be able to see it on social media. We're going to go down there and we're going to burn the ships. And that simply means when the Vikings landed for war, they would burn their ships and go, and there was no alternative but to win. And so that's what we're going to go do when we're in Richmond, and we're excited to do that. Appreciate you supporting us and supporting women's basketball. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, Dan. We'll talk soon. That's Dan Bert, Duquesne women's basketball. He's great, man. That was fun. And he's still talking to Limits back there. I can tell. I think Limits felt insulted that Dan wouldn't say anything about his basketball game.
I didn't honestly feel insulted, but it's funny. I said, see you, Dan. Talk to you soon. He said, Austin, just so you know, I wasn't trying to insult you. I was like, no, I didn't think that at all.
He had a great review of my basketball game. You know what's funny about my basketball career, such as it was, which was nothing, is that, and I see this all over the place in every sport from Pee-wees on up, and have seen it through my daughter's sports career from a young age, both from the positive and negative side, is that when a coach infuses you with confidence, which means lets you make mistakes on your way, that can lead to great results just as the opposite can. And I realize coaches are sometimes not in the position where they can let everybody make mistakes and keep playing, depending on what level you're at. But when I was in high school, I was not allowed to shoot. Like, if I took one shot and it didn't go in, that was it, man. I was done. Taken out of the game, things like that by Mr. Tishner. So not that I still resent him. So it took till after my career for me to realize my basketball potential. And it was really on pickup courts. Like Dan said, I could show up anywhere and play and shoot. And I'm a really, really good shooter.
Yeah,
that's indisputable. And when I was 25 or so, probably could have played on a Division III level and been somebody's shooter from the three-point line. Never real quick, but the moral of that story is that it can make all the difference to a kid, to an athlete, when their coach allows them to make mistakes along the way and infuses them with confidence instead of the opposite. Do you know what I mean?
The moral of the story is that you could have been Jack Golke of D3 basketball potentially. But yes, I fully agree with that. And I've had that with different coaches that I've had over the years, whether it be in grade school, high school, because we had a similar thing where we were not allowed to shoot threes in grade school basketball.
Right.
Like when we were in 7th and 8th grade. I mean, you could if you were down by 3 with however much time left, but threes were very frowned upon.
Now, there's another side to that story because I've also been a coach. And it has to be from the player part. They have to earn your confidence. I get that. And the way they do that is by working hard. You know, we would have people who wouldn't play the sport in the off season and then show up and expect to be infused with confidence and play and be allowed to shoot. And my feeling was like, no, you don't make the shots in practice and you don't work in the off season. You haven't earned that. So there's always two sides to that story about how much leeway you give a player. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. And, I mean, it's all part of that influential aspect of it and how, coaching truly does matter. We always wonder, how much does it and how much blame? We put so much blame on coaches when things go wrong. Shouldn't we give coaches more credit when things go right?
Here's the deal. Coaches and teachers have a profound effect on kids, positively or negatively. And, I mean, we could, if we opened the phone lines for such stories, we'd be here for 24 hours talking to people about which coach, teacher had a huge effect on your life, positively or negatively. I still resent that guy. All these years later, I can still feel that resentment. Like, I felt there was favoritism because the one dude who played in front of me, his dad was a gym teacher there. And I felt it's real for me still all these years later. On the other hand, when I talk to teachers out there, and I am one of those too from time to time, I remember my 8th grade, or maybe it was 9th, English teacher, Mr. Elston. Why do I remember him? Because he was so enthusiastic about what he was teaching. So enthusiastic, loved it. And I feel like that's a struggle to find these people these days who are so wrapped up in the topic that they're teaching that it's contagious and has a lifelong effect on their students. That guy was into Shakespeare the way I'm into, the Golden State Warriors. Like, he was on fire every day with love for the topic, told me I was a good writer. And you don't know, with a little comment like that, how that can send a person on their way because you're a teacher, you're a coach, and it works both ways, positive and negative.
I have a great story about a teacher. I don't know how great a story it is, but it's a very funny story. An English teacher that I had in 11th grade was my my AP English teacher. And then when we went into senior year, it was broken down. We had 3 different lunch periods. And you were separated, with 3 different groups. And I only had one friend in my one lunch period. And this teacher had an open lunch period during that time, wasn't teaching a class. So I would just sit in her classroom and eat lunch because I didn't want to just be in the main room. So I asked his teacher and was like, sure. They said that was fine. So I sit down and I start talking to the teacher, and the teacher, when I walk out of the room the first time, says, all right, Mark, we'll see you tomorrow. And I said, I turned around and I was like, okay, bye. And I did not correct the teacher. This teacher who had me in class the whole year before for a whole year in English. And I kept going back for probably 2 months, and the teacher kept calling me Mark, and I never corrected them for a whole
That's like the girl from the show From the Middle.
Yes.
Nobody knew her name. She was in her class. That's very sad, Limits.
And I never corrected the teacher, except I just stopped showing up one day, and I was like, yeah, I guess I'll eat lunch in the main lunchroom.
We may have to start calling you Mark from now on.
The teacher was like, all right, Mark, how are you, Mark? Good to see you, Mark, in the hallway. I'm like, I'm not Mark. I just thought it was so funny. And I was like, I'm just not going to correct them.
I love that. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Coming up, got an unbelievable mailbag today with questions like this from Joe Custer. I call him General Custer. Who had or has more interest in playing defense, Erik Karlsson or Phil Kessel? I'll give you my answer, and we'll throw these over to Limits coming up next with the weekly mailbag, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Let me tell you about the Good Feet store. For many years, pain in the joints of my big toes. Didn't know what it was. Got misdiagnosed, still don't know what it is, but here's what I do know. After I went to the Good Feet store, the pain lessened. Suddenly I was able to do things that caused me a lot, even simple things like a long walk caused me pain. It's quitting time around here everywhere because people are still trying to stick to their New Year's resolutions and basically in the end saying, forget that, my feet hurt. That's it. My feet hurt. That ends more exercise regimens than anything, I would bet. So whatever it might be for you, plantar fasciitis, sharp pain in your heel, pain and burning in the balls of your feet, whatever it might be, this can work for you. It worked for me. Go to goodfeet.com or visit one of the stores. I went to Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one open in Morgantown now at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have lost 2 in a row, but picked up a point against Toronto on Sunday, 6-5 the loss at PPG Paints Arena. Penguins will hit the road and play against Colorado tonight at 9 o'clock. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, we're on schedule to hit the mid-60s. Skies will turn partly cloudy after an overcast start to the day. I have midday temperatures in the mid-50s. Looking ahead, temperatures stay warm overnight. Rain showers, a few rumbles arriving well before sunrise. Stormier weather, including fast-moving storms, large hail, maybe even a tornado, will be possible late Wednesday afternoon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's winter and your lease is up. Don't try to move on your own. Let 2 men in a truck handle your apartment or business move. Leave the heavy lifting to us. Check out our reviews, then call us for a free quote.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now, through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in a hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. And looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See our weekend features. Celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori, March 7 through 9, and Pittsburgh native and HGTV celebrity Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords, March 14 through 16. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. We have entered March. College basketball conference tournaments are here. And we've got Robert Morris, one of the great stories in Pittsburgh sports, a Cinderella story, if you will. They are playing in this tournament, and they are one of the favorites to win it. And they have had a tremendous year, 20-plus wins. Can they get back to the tournament, the big tournament? And you can bet on them to do it right now. Get to FanDuel, and new bettors, new customers get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything, anything you want, including who's going to cut down the nets at the end of March. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and get in on all the college hoops and get paid instantly when you play. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops just a couple of days away from the ACC tournament as the Panthers have lost 3 games in a row and will play tomorrow against NC State at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan and also listen on your Odyssey app beginning at 6:30. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
An incrinculant mailbag this week. Limits. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can get a hold of my tiny friend here by going on the Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So why don't Mark and I go through the mailbag? Hold on, I'm having a coughing attack.
All right, Joe, let's do that. What is the most fascinating thing that was asked in the mailbag this week? I wonder. There's NFL legal tampering that is going on. There's March Madness that's coming up. Steeler quarterback news is always prevalent. Maybe an RMU basketball question thrown in there. We're going on Thursday.
Nope, none of that. But I'll tell you what was in here was this. If the Steelers, this is from Bobby, if the Steelers end up with Justin Fields and Derek Carr, who starts? I said it has to be Fields at the beginning because why would he come back here if he's not guaranteed pole position? Of course, wouldn't he seek a better option? Of course, that raises another question. Is there any team in the NFL willing to guarantee Justin Fields at least pole position in training camp? Anybody? That's my question right now. But if he has even one other option where they're telling him, you're going to be our guy, and the Steelers aren't necessarily saying that, then he's going to go, right?
Yeah, I think it's plausible. I mean, depending on how much he likes the situation here. And, I mean, I wonder with the chatter, like, how much he'll talk and say, like, what is the likelihood that you will pick a quarterback in the first or second round? Like, if I'm Justin Fields, I'm asking the Steelers that. Now, how much of an answer you're going to get, that might be a completely different story.
Well, what about Derek Carr? Derek Carr, to me, is Kirk Cousins in a different helmet. I mean, he's a guy that rolls up numbers, but there's something unquantifiable that's missing. It's just missing. This guy's got, the last 2 years, he has 40 touchdown passes and 13 interceptions in 27 starts, but the numbers just don't add up to a guy that you look at and say, he's the guy that's going to take me to a championship, or in this case, even to a playoff win.
Not at all.
Come to think of it, him and the Steelers might be the perfect match. Derek Carr's never won a playoff game. They haven't been competitive in a playoff game since 2016. How old were you then?
2016?
Yeah.
I would have been 14 turning 15. I was a sophomore in high school the last time they won a playoff game.
Somebody should tell the national media that the Steelers haven't been competitive in a single playoff game since 2016. And then Derek Carr, he's only played in one. Now, is he just a victim of being on bad teams, or is part of that him? You just have to wonder. It reminds me of Erik Karlsson. It doesn't seem like a coincidence that Erik Karlsson's never won anything of significance in his NHL career. He didn't exactly seem broken up over one of the worst blunders we've ever seen in the National Hockey League the other day, and a bitter loss to the Maple Leafs. I don't know. There's something, again, with Karlsson where you just wonder, the numbers are great, but what do they add up to when it comes to winning?
I've just never been a huge Derek Carr fan, and I heard Doran on the morning show today say that he heard that Derek Carr is going to possibly retire, which I think is fascinating. And if that is the case, there's no other competition for Justin Fields to go to New Orleans. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that the Saints were just going to move off of Derek Carr. You know, like he's just kind of there, like, all right, Derek Carr's our quarterback. We'll win 6 games. Okay.
Yeah, man. It's almost like a game. It's like a game show. It's if you're Fields and Wilson, and the timing of it also, you got to time it right. You know what I mean? Like, are the Steelers overplaying their hand right now? Are they just assuming that one of these guys is coming here? And what if they don't? What if they're making a bad assumption there? What if they both find something else they like more, and then it becomes a game, of musical chairs? Like, am I going to get a spot? Should I take the first offer that comes along that at least gives me a shot if you're Justin Fields? Should I take what I have already with the Steelers no matter what they do in the draft, or get another quarterback? Did I show enough there where I believe Mike Tomlin thinks I can be his guy, even without that, 100% assurance? What do you do if you're him? That a lot of quarterbacks who aren't the guy anywhere right now have to answer that question. What's my best move if I don't get one single team to tell me I'm the guy? Then what? Excuse me, Limits.
Then you're just up the creek without a paddle if you're the Steelers. I mean, I'm getting to that point.
Are you, or would it be best if neither one of those guys came back and you got an Aaron Rodgers or a Derek Carr or drafted somebody? I'm not so sure they're up the creek. That's the other side of that.
Well, from what I think they want their options to be. They want either Wilson or Fields. If both decide to leave.
That's what they're saying publicly.
True.
Yes.
I was thinking about this earlier today. If both leave, I would be completely fine with bringing in an Aaron Rodgers, and if it falls flat, it falls flat, and you're exactly where you need to be. Now, we know the whole Mike Tomlin, it's just not going to happen, non-losing season thing, whatever. But, I mean, Aaron Rodgers would come here and be entertaining. Maybe he has something left in the tank.
Well, there's one thing about Aaron Rodgers that would play here, is that he's the all-time champion of not turning the ball over, and that's music to Mike Tomlin's ears. A man named Joe Custer. I call him General Custer, for obvious reasons. Who had or has more interest in playing defense, Erik Karlsson or Phil Kessel? Which is a tremendous question. I said it's the toughest I've faced in years, General Custer. I'm sitting here weighing pros and cons and remembering things about Phil Kessel, and it's a tough one. I compare it to myself and my interest in things like physics or algebra. Like, literally, if there was something to measure these things by, a gauge, I would have had less than no interest, less than none in topics like that. And that's where these two guys are with defense. Just none. Zero. But as a tiebreaker, I went with Carlson based on that unfathomable gaffe the other day against the Maple Leafs. A blind pass at the offensive blue line that gives them a breakaway and a goal with 0.1 seconds left. I mean, you almost have to admire it. It was a piece of art. So I'm going to give him the tiebreaker right now on who's less interested in defense, or who was when you include Kessel and Carlson, who has to lead the league in assists on opponent breakaway goals. Does he? I mean, it's almost like they're designed plays with this guy.
I just cannot believe the play that he made with the little back pass at the blue line.
Truly, it was a piece of art. If everything doesn't work out literally to the millisecond, that goal doesn't happen. He put it right on the dude's stick in stride.
It looked like Neil O'Donnell in Super Bowl 30. Just a completely targeted pass the other team could take away.
We have phone calls right now on what?
We do, on the quarterback situation. Somebody wants Aaron Rodgers here.
We'll take those in a moment. I'm in the middle of a mailbag here, Limits, and I don't want to be interrupted. I want to hear your answer to the next one. This was interesting. Joel Alexander. How familiar are local sports journalists with the actual scouts that the Steelers employ? They seem to be rather anonymous, yet play such a key role. Their wide receiver scouts seem to be some of the best. Who are their quarterback evaluators for the future? To which I answered generally, I don't know that they break it down specifically by position. I think it's more areas of the country and, things like that. I don't know if they have wide receiver scouts limits. But as far as who their quarterback evaluator is, well, lots of them. But in the end, the guy making the decision is one man, and that's Mike Tomlin. That was my first point. My second point was, when you look at the football personnel roster, for better or worse, it truly is a family affair. Their director of college scouting is Dan Colbert, Kevin's son. Dan Rooney Jr. is the vice president of player personnel. Casey Weidel, Andy's younger brother, is the scouting coordinator. And of late, another member of the Rooney family tree, Anthony, is a scouting intern. Oh. It's basically a family reunion in the scouting department.
Don't forget about the Hayward family. They're also a big part of the roster. Remember, the Edmonds family was here at running back. Tremaine Edmonds and Terrell Edmonds and all the other
Well, this is a little more interesting to me because, you're hiring a lot of people in your football operations department who are relatives. I don't know if is that good? Is that bad? I don't know.
Well, I think one perspective on that could be, we talk a lot about, do the Steelers need a consultant, someone from the outside of the organization, the building, the family, to be able to just tell them the true honesty that maybe we are seeing from our chairs.
Right.
With that type of instance, you don't get that because it's all in the family, like you said.
A man named Kirk, is there any way we become competitive in anything in the next 5 years, or should we just be comfortable basking in the glory of the olden days? I said to him, are you speaking of all teams, Captain Kirk, or just one of them? Because you could be asking that about virtually any one of our teams. And I pointed out that 5 years is a long time, so any of them could conceivably bounce back during that time frame or not. But here's the problem. The Penguins need a full-on rebuild. No more of this half-and-half crap. The Steelers need a franchise quarterback. The Pirates need Bob Nutting to spend more on players. And Pitt football and basketball either need more money or new coaches or both. So we're kind of in a bad way here because those are pretty big things that each team needs, correct?
Yeah, pretty substantial. And it doesn't seem like Pitt. I think Pitt might be in the worst position out of any of them at the moment.
Why? Which sport? Just both?
Yeah, I think football, with the way that the landscape of college football is going, with NIL, Pitt is also in the ACC is not a bad conference, but the SEC and the Big Ten just have so much power.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's going to be so hard for Pitt to be able to overcome that. And, I mean, maybe they're trying to expand the playoff and everything and make it different with 14 teams. 2 ACC teams would get in. But Florida State and, Miami, Clemson, they're talking about legislation with the ACC. They're trying to get the fair and proper money that they want, and there's going to be a deal that's made between the ACC and those schools to get them more money.
Yeah.
I mean, Pitt is just in a really tough spot right now for football there.
Well, basketball, too. And Jeff Capel spoke about this in the Post-Gazette today. Stephen Thompson, ACC's perception, performance problems rooted in money. So you had Capel talking about this. He's finally acknowledging that the ACC is down. And it seems very obvious at this point. And he talks about the other conferences spending more. And within the ACC, he talks about Louisville spending more. So I'm a little bit sort of two minds with these comments. On one hand, it is true that this is pro sports. You largely get what you pay for. On the other hand, you kind of have to make do with what you have sometimes, and you got to spend the money you have on the right players. Did Pitt basketball do that? I think we could have an argument about that. And also, when you hear Capel talk about this, part of me reads it like I'm not the problem here. The problem is we need to pay more for players. Is he right about that? Or is he trying to escape blame? I think that's a legitimate question.
I think a little bit of both can be fair. Like, Capel, coming into this season, and I like Jeff Capel a lot, like, we knew that this was one of the most talented Pitt teams of the Jeff Capel era. Maybe the most talented team that he had. You could argue last year because they had a guy that went in the lottery with, how the success that Bob Carrington had. But this year, like, they have not been able to put it together, whether that's injuries down the stretch, and part of that is just Capel's job coaching in the last 10 minutes.
Well, the Dunn injury definitely had a profound effect on the team, no doubt. But I also think Capel is indicting himself there by saying, yeah, there's a couple teams. Well, he pointed to Louisville, which is ranked 14th now, and how they've turned it around. And Capel said they had to pay well to get this team, which has a lot of experience and talent from the transfer portal, as Stephen writes. But aren't you then saying the rest of us are kind of in the same boat in the ACC? Okay, if you're in the same boat as far as NIL, at least a lot of you are, then why aren't you doing better? Because forget about how the ACC stacks up with other conferences. How is Pitt doing if their payroll, so to speak, is similarly situated to a lot of teams in the ACC?
Well, I think the main difference is, like, Duke stands on its own, Carolina stands on its own. I still think Louisville, because that is just such a huge brand in Kentucky.
All right, that's 3. What place is Pitt in?
10th, 11th right now.
There you go.
They should still be higher. Like, they should be competing with the likes of Wake Forest, Syracuse. And, I mean, those teams are also down this year. But it's a huge part of, and I think, why the SEC has risen in basketball, because the ACC dominated for years. And now it's the SEC with Auburn, Alabama, whatever. I wonder if that's partly because now that NIL is a legal thing, they're just shelling out money like they do in football. Now the basketball players in the SEC can thrive.
Yeah, find a way to win with what you got is what I would say, at least within the confines of your own conference. Finally, we have Christian Svabotka, I believe is the name. Which Pittsburgh team has been the biggest disappointment of 2024/25? So I said, all right, we're talking about the 24 Steelers, the 24 Pitt football team, and the 24 Pirates. And then we're talking about the current Penguins, 24-25, and the current Pitt basketball team. So which of those is the biggest or has been the biggest single disappointment, oh Limitless Wonder?
What a question that is.
A great question.
Especially all the collapses that were had.
Has every one of those teams collapsed at least once? I think so.
Yeah.
Steelers certainly did. The Penguins the Penguins, their whole season's been a collapse. The Pirates collapsed in August. Pitt was 7-0 and collapsed. And the Pitt basketball teams lost 10 of 14. It's been the year of the collapse.
I think basketball, because the expectations were, and at one point they were a 6 seed by a lot of projections to be in the tournament. The Steelers I expected to go 10-7. They did. The Penguins I didn't think would make the playoffs. They're not. And Pitt football, my expectations were 7-5. Unfortunately, that's where it ended up being, right around that area. So probably basketball. I did not see them missing the tournament coming.
Yeah, me neither. 412-928-9370. We have a couple quarterback questions. We'll get to them next. We still have the Limitless Express coming up. And then what I promised earlier is a quarterback rising dramatically in the NFL draft, or so it would seem, and one that's falling. Might he fall to where the Steelers would have a chance to pick him? We'll talk about that. Coming up here, Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth softball and baseball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. All right. God bless me. Let's talk about NBA live betting. I was watching last night when I sure hope somebody had a bet on Buddy Hield for the Warriors because he's been horrible lately. And then suddenly, out of nowhere in the second half, he caught fire and couldn't miss. I don't know why anybody would have jumped on Buddy Hield late in that game, but after the first one, maybe. And then you were in business after that. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, is your home for NBA live betting. You miss a little of the game, early or late, doesn't matter. Just jump in when you can. Plus, you can combine live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Red Sox in spring training baseball as Andrew Heaney will pitch for the Buccos and make his debut wearing number 0. Former Pirate Quinn Priester will pitch for the Red Sox today at 1:05 with G1 Bay, Brian Reynolds, Andrew McCutcheon, Nick Gonzalez, Key Ryan Hayes, Isaiah Kiner Falefa, Derek Hall, Billy Cook, and Jason DeLay in the Pirates lineup. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at empower.com. Texas Longhorns spring practices are almost here, which means the beginning of the Arch Manning era in earnest. Peyton and Eli's nephew is already atop the Heisman leaderboard at most sportsbooks. And with Texas making it to the college football playoff semifinal the last 2 seasons, the expectations are sky high for the Longhorns. I'm Maggie Gray.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 93.7 The Fan would like to thank everyone who attended the Fan 15 anniversary party. We look forward to continuing to bring you the best sports coverage and talk in Pittsburgh. Special shout out to our fine partners, including Boyd and Blair Vodka and Rum, East Suburban Sports Medical Center, Hampton Beer Outlet, New Flow Men's Health, Icy Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at Get-Go for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out. Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity will be holding a Casino Royale on Saturday, March 29th at Live Casino. For tickets, go to cwhfh.org/gala. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at guardianprotection.com.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Limits, you told me there's a couple of quarterback questions coming in on the phone lines. And then I want to talk a little Ricard Raquel because, well, I have strong thoughts on that in a moment. But first, let's go to the lines.
Here is Ken in South Park.
Hey, Ken, what's up?
Hey, Joe, thanks for taking my call.
Do you golf?
No, I'm a hacker.
All right, I was going to have you treat me to a round at South Park, but I guess that ain't happening. What's on your mind?
I usually get kicked off of golf courses.
It sounds like you might be. What's up?
Yeah, I don't understand. How can the Steelers sign a reputable wide receiver who doesn't know who's going to be throwing the football to them next year?
Well, I think all that stuff's going to happen at virtually the same time here with the league year starting March 12th, legal tampering March 10th, illegal tampering going on as we speak. So I think that person probably will have a good idea of who's throwing them the football. Limits next.
Here is Rick in Pittsburgh.
Hi, Rick. What's up? Not that they'll be happy about who's throwing them the football. Don't get me wrong. And the real part of that story is, does a receiver of any repute want to come to Pittsburgh and play in Mike Tomlin and Artie Smith's offense, where your best receiver might be George Pickens, who hasn't exactly been Mr. Dependable so far? So that's legitimate. Go ahead, sir. How are you?
Hey, doing fine, guys. Hey, listen, you like Aaron Rodgers because Tomlin likes Aaron Rodgers because he doesn't turn the ball over. The Rooneys love Aaron Rodgers because you imagine if he has even a good season, the number of jerseys they would sell for a first ballot Hall of Famer. And unfortunately, that is part of where the Steelers operate, in that sphere of profitability. How are you going to find that quarterback? I want to ask you guys if you remember the season where the Steelers started off like 2-7. And we thought, oh, gosh, this is going to be the year we're picking in the top 5 of the draft. And then Tomlin wins 7 games in a row, and we're stuck in the middle once again. Do you guys remember the season?
Yeah, you're talking about the one like 2-3 years ago, right?
3 years ago, right, exactly. Weren't you, you were almost excited for them to lose because you were like, yeah, we're going to get that next great quarterback.
Right. Right.
Here's Tomlin, wins 7 games in a row and kills it for us.
That's why I want them to take a step back just for once. And I'd be on board with trading T.J. Watt. I've said this 8 trillion times. And Minka and Pickens and just going with the likes of Skylar Thompson for a year. And then if Tomlin can if he can withstand all that and go 9-8, then you put him directly into the Hall of Fame. But I would, from an organizational perspective, just take a step back and reload with the draft in Pittsburgh and go from there. It doesn't take that long if you can find the right guy in the NFL, but we all know that's not going to happen. So you're going to have to get a little bit more creative about this. All right. top of the hour, we will get to that story of risers and fallers as far as quarterbacks go in the NFL draft. And some very high compliments from my man, Jackson Dart Limits, that I was sending you yesterday. I was peppering you and Pomp with all kinds of great stuff about Jackson Dart.
I just wanted it to stop. Stop. Ding, 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 ding. My phone the whole day.
I'm gonna keep doing that today. But first, Ricard Raquel. What is happening here? What am I missing? Why are people on board with the idea of keeping him? Jason Mackey wrote that there aren't many good reasons for trading him. There aren't many good reasons or any for keeping him that I can think of. I would scratch Raquel tonight and make it very clear that he's gone on the block. I wouldn't put him on the ice tonight. This is a very valuable asset to have for a team that is allegedly rebuilding. He's arguably the top or one of the top 3 players on the board at a trade deadline when there's tons of teams who think they can win and want a top 6 forward. I mean, this is crazy talk at this point. I keep reading and seeing and hearing that the best reason to keep Raquel is to ensure that Sid's point per game streak, however many years it is, I think his whole career, stays intact. And that streak is amazing. And it's a test, although probably a bit anonymous nationally. It's amazing, and it's a testament to Sid's incredible consistency. Like his consistency with points is akin to Ovechkin's with goals. They're both like Hank Aaron. Like there's not all these prodigious all-time point seasons, but they just keep racking it up. Ovechkin with goals, Sid with points. Just year after year after year, like a metronome. It's amazing. But if we're going to talk trade, if I offered you this deal, would you take it? I'm going to give you this. Sid's point per game streak in exchange for a first-round pick for a team that's rebuilding. I think I'm taking the first-round pick 1 trillion times out of 1 trillion, and I think they might even get more. Rob Rossi, I read recently, doesn't think that they'll get a first-round pick from Raquel. And he might be right, but I respectfully disagree with Rob there. I think they'll get a first-rounder and more. That's my feeling about Raquel right now. He's playing the best hockey of his career. He's healthy, which he isn't always. He's also not always playing the best hockey of his career. He's an every other year guy. He's good every other year. And he's aging, and his contract is favorable, and it's time to go. He's never, ever going to sell for higher. You could say this offseason, is he going to be healthy? I don't know. Let me read you from The Athletic. A team by team. I'm not going to read all of them, but a bunch of teams that either still think they're alive or are building for the future, whatever, want top 6 players. Even Utah. The Utah Hockey Club, the prediction here in The Athletic is they will acquire a top 6 forward. They've stockpiled picks and prospects, and their ownership wants them to start getting players here. New Jersey Devils, Tommy Fitzgerald, prediction, they will acquire a top 6 forward. I'm going to keep going here. The Montreal Canadiens, they want to acquire a roster player with term. They're open to doing, quote, a lot of different things. They have long-term needs at center, right defense, and perhaps even a top 6 winger. Los Angeles Kings. Prediction from The Athletic. They will add a scoring winger. Do you want me to keep going here, Limits? The Detroit Red Wings, who at this point in their rebuild, which was built around tons of top picks, not all of whom have panned out, but they're finally starting to kind of get it. Prediction, Detroit will add a defenseman, and they also have a need up front. Man, if they would take Erik Karlsson, wouldn't that be something? If anybody would. so he can help another team give breakaways to the opponents. The Calgary Flames, they will emerge as the biggest trade broker at the deadline, and they'll buy. I could keep going here. I don't know how many years there have been this many teams who have a legitimate chance to actually win it all, who are right for believing that. In the East, it's Toronto, Florida, Tampa, Washington, Carolina, Jersey. I think you have 6 teams who have legit designs on getting to the final. In the West, you have Winnipeg, Dallas, Minnesota, Vegas, Edmonton, the Kings, and I think the Avalanche. All of them. Then you have a couple of other desperate teams. Vancouver, the Fighting Dickie Tockets have fallen out of playoff position, and you know that Jim Rutherford has that itchy trigger finger. You know he does. I just talked about the Utah Hockey Club, where they want to do something. Ricard Raquel will get you a first-round pick and maybe a player. Seth Jones, who was under Raquel on the listing of most coveted trade targets, again, over at The Athletic. They got a first-round pick and a 23-year-old goaltender. Think of him what you will in Spencer Knight. They got a first-round pick and a 23-year-old NHL goalie. This talk of Sid needs to have a winger, so you need to keep Raquel. For what? I imagine Sid is very, very unhappy these days. They're losing all the time. He's one of the greatest competitors in the history of the league. At this point, I'm not sure it makes a difference whether you keep Raquel or not for Sid's happiness. Plus, don't you think Sid can get this on his own? He'll still have Brian Rust on one of his wings. He'll still play on the power play. I can't even believe I'm indulging this talk of a first-round pick compared to Sid's point per game for his career. What are we doing here? Have we lost our minds? They have maybe the number one target in the whole NHL, and they're clearly, whether by choice or not, a rebuilding team. I disagree with Josh Yohe, who recently said, and I love Josh and his stuff, he's great, who said, I don't know who needs to hear this, but the Penguins are in a full-on 100% rebuild. No, they're not. They're not. They're trying to walk that line. They're 50-50, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Get as close to all in as you possibly can. And yes, the no movement clauses around here make that more difficult. That's why we're paying Kyle Dubas the big bucks. But Raquel doesn't have one. I see no argument unless you can't get a good deal. That's obviously the one argument. If you can't get a decent deal for the guy, then you keep him. But I'm 99.9% convinced that they can and will. Based on what's already happened in the league, based on the history at the trade deadline, based on the fact you're talking about a 30-goal scorer who's playing the best hockey of his life and is signed at a reasonable price. This is better than a rental. It's completely derelict of duty for Kyle Dubas to keep this guy around. His team stinks, and it's not getting better anytime soon. For anybody who thinks that a Capitals-type rebuild is on the horizon here, the Capitals missed the playoffs 1 year. They couldn't get out of the first round for 6. They missed 1 year, and now they're the best team in the league, at least points-wise, maybe second to Winnipeg now. That's not happening here next year. The Penguins are going to be horrible next year. So can somebody please tell me why you would keep this prized of an asset when this is precisely like this is manna from heaven that you have this? Who would have thought Ricard Raquel would be 1 or 2 on the board at the trade deadline? This is as a team that has sunk to the bottom, this is what you pray for. Is an asset that everybody wants and is probably going to give you something pretty darn good for it. It's crazy talk with the Penguins right now. Between that and what a wonderful job Kyle Dubas has done, it's like we're living in some alternate reality with them. He came here trying to win and sign guys or brought in guys with long-term big money in an effort to win while he had Sidney Crosby or while he has Crosby, and he failed so miserably. And we don't talk about it enough, how badly this guy failed and mangled things. And it's great he's got all these picks the next couple of years. I guess we'll find out in 4, 5, 6 years whether he was right if he's still here. And that is what you have to do. I'll acknowledge that. But he's got to go further with it. He came in here. It's one thing if you want to try and win with Sid now to sign a couple guys to short-term big money deals. This dude went out and signed Tristan Jarry for almost $30 million over 5 or 6 years. He made a colossal mistake on Ryan Graves, one of the worst signings in the history of Pittsburgh sports, to multiple years in an effort to try to win. He brought in the reigning Norris Trophy winner, knowing it was going to cost him about $10 million a year for many years, multiple years anyway. And that's been a horrible, horrible blight on the franchise. This guy has done a terrible job. A D minus so far for Kyle Dubas, based on what the obvious objective was. Since the Gensel trade has taken kind of a turn, he is collecting draft picks. He is doing that. A lot of them not first-round picks, although he could have 2 this year if the Rangers finish out of the top 13. That's good. But that's going to take a long, long time. Trade Raquel. It's a gift horse. Don't look it in the mouth. What happens when you look a gift horse in the mouth? Limits. Where did that come from?
I don't know, but the horse, I would imagine, is going to come after you.
Does he bite you? Is that the idea there? You
probably kicks you.
Why would you look him in the mouth anyway?
I don't know. You want to check his teeth? Maybe you're a dentist?
Can you look up that phrase? I'm now curious.
I'm curious what I'll find.
So it'd be nice to trade, Grayzlick and whoever else you want to deal. This is the guy, this is the prize, and this is the time to take advantage of it and strike right now. You have teams bargaining against each other. I want Sid to be happy too, but I'm guessing that the competitor he is, he's extremely unhappy right now, no matter what. They already took away Gensel from him. What difference does it make at this point? That's A. And B, he's got 65 points in 61 games if the career-long point-per-game streak is what has you all tied up here. Don't worry about it. He'll get there. He'll play on the power play. He'll play with Rust. Play him with Rust and Gino. Do that.
Never look a gift horse in the mouth means if someone gives you something, be polite.
Okay. Then I would say thank you to Ricard Raquel on his way out the door. That would be my act of politeness.
Very kind of you.
I mean, and for all this top line has done offensively, they're like a combined minus 70, okay? So I think it's okay to break them up at this point. It's okay to trade Raquel. I got a tweet again yesterday. Why are you advocating for that? Why the hell wouldn't I be? It's just crazy talk. It really is. 412-928-9370. Yes, Limits. Let's go to the lines at the end of the hour, even though it's technically the beginning of a new hour. Go ahead.
It is Ed. He's in Brookline.
What's up, Ed?
Hey, Joe. First of all, very quickly, as I understand it, if you were buying a horse, you would examine its teeth pretty closely. But if someone were giving you a horse, you wouldn't want to be so petty as to be that selective about the horse's teeth.
He's right.
It's a gift horse.
It also says that on here. Very good point, Ed.
Good point, Ed. Yeah.
So, Joe, I'm not going to change your mind, so please don't unload on me too harshly.
No.
But I want to offer a slight counterpoint about the Raquel trade. This is purely coming from an emotional standpoint because there is an emotional component to being a fan as well. And Crosby is his legacy is very important to me. And the gap between him and Ovechkin in terms of career points is only about 60 points. I want that guy to finish his career with more points than Ovechkin. I want that badly because it may be the only real claim as to being the better player. Well, it's not the only claim. He's won more cups and gold medals, but Ovechkin is going to have the goal record. I want Crosby to have points over Ovechkin. I don't want to keep taking away the weapons that he plays with. I don't want to handicap him again and again and again, and I don't want Ovechkin to have that particular career edge. You could get a number 1 draft pick for Raquel, and that guy could be a bust. But what's for sure is 20 years from now, you're going to be able to, you're going to want to say, this is how great this guy was. He was better than Ovechkin, which I believe he is.
So
it's an emotional argument. It's not a rational.
No, I hear you. I definitely hear you. But would total points really make that big of a difference to you? Sid crushes Ovechkin in points per game. And I think Sid is easily in the top 10, I believe, in points per game. And Ovechkin is somewhere in the 30s. And then it just becomes a cumulative thing after that. Plus, Sid has he's played with guys like Brian Gibson and Connor Sherry. Brian Rust is still here. Like I said, just the season's gone. Just play him with Rust and Malkin. If the points are what interest you, why not? And by the way, what has you convinced that Raquel, who's an every other year type guy, he was bad when the Penguins got him, then he was good, then he was bad and injured, now he's good. What has you convinced that he's a guy, as he ages into his 30s, who's going to stay healthy and productive and help Sid get to where you want him to go there?
I'm not necessarily assuming that he's going to continue to be an every other year guy. I don't think you can predict either way. I just see a really good goal scorer besides Sid right now, and how many seasons does Sid have left? Your point is valid. I understand it. I hate to see them continue to take, line mates from him who can help him to be great. I want to see him be great, and I want to see as much of that as possible while it lasts.
I understand that, and I appreciate the sentiment, and I appreciate the call. I do understand that. I just feel like the immediate future of the franchise is more important, quite frankly, honestly. And I feel like this is a prized asset that can help the franchise moving forward, including Sid. All right. Coming up, risers and fallers. There's been one of each in this NFL draft. Plus, I have somebody talking about my guy, Jackson Dart, the dart thrower. We'll do that next. It's 1:04. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency to get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ian Rappaport reporting that Justin Fields is more likely to return to the Steelers than Russell Wilson, and the legal tampering period will begin on Monday. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
T-Mobile Home Internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You gotta talk fast.
T-Mobile Home Internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile Home Internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Calling all golfers. Your winter plans just got a little better. Shooters Golf is the ultimate golf entertainment destination, offering climate-controlled bays so you can play through any weather with top tracer technology. Track every swing and feel like you're on the course. I've been there, I know. And when it's snowing outside, you're inside hitting the ball after your round, cold beer, delicious meal, full-service kitchen. Why wait for spring? Grab your clubs and reserve your bay now. That's shootersgolf.com. Tee off today at Shooters Golf.
Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Make it a great morning and enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines. It's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Leon's Billiards and More of Wexford is once again having huge Home and Garden Show specials at the show and in their store. These once-a-year specials are good on pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air hockey tables, dartboards, and professional billiard service. Not ready for delivery? They'll hold your products until you're ready. See why Leon's is #1 for all your game room needs. At the show, at their showroom in Wexford, or online at leonsbilliards.com. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray.
Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Scoreless first inning for Andrew Heaney in his first outing as a Bucco so far, as Quinn Priester is on the mound for the Boston Red Sox. Pirates attack the first two pitches, and Brian Reynolds grounds into a double play, bottom half of the first inning. No score from Bradenton. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good talk radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, let's look on the bright side here. At least there's tons of quarterback intrigue. You know, even if the Steelers don't have a guy right now, that's the bad news. You want to have a guy, even though Mike Tomlin says every year he wants to have competition at every position. He doesn't, nor does anybody else in the NFL when it comes to quarterback. You want to have a guy unopposed who's elite and a franchise player who's going to give you a chance to win every single year. That's what you get. That's what they had with Ben. They didn't do a whole lot of playoff winning later on in his career, but every season they went into with Ben, you knew you had a chance. You knew you did. And there are a bunch of teams in the NFL right now that know going into next season, we have a chance to win the Super Bowl. I'll start from the top. The Bills know they have a chance. The Ravens know. The Bengals know. The Texans know. The Chiefs, maybe the Chargers, maybe the Broncos know. That's a lot of teams in the AFC who have no competition at their quarterback spot. None. The Eagles, the Commanders, maybe the Lions and Packers. Looks like the Rams for at least another year. Fewer teams in the NFC for sure, but still a lot of teams that aren't the Steelers. But from our perspective, which is talk radio, and yours, which is talk, around the water cooler, in the bar, wherever you might be, at least we do have something to talk about here. And there's nothing juicier than quarterback intrigue, and there's plenty of it. And one of the questions is, are they going to draft a guy? Are they going to surprise us and draft a guy? And nobody knows, just like very few people had them taking Kenny Pickett. By the time the draft rolled around, we were told in some circles they had zero interest in Kenny Pickett. None. Eyes only for Malik Willis at that point. Well, what happened? They drafted Pickett. Last year, at this very time, I don't think any of us were suspecting that they were going to nuke the quarterback room and bring in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields and UPS our friend Kenny across the state. I don't think so. So I think anything goes here as far as speculation. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they drafted a quarterback. How could we be? What if they lose out on both Wilson and Fields, if you consider that to be losing? Of course they could draft a quarterback. Might they draft one in the first round? Why not? Of course they could. Not predicting that, but of course it could happen. And that leads to the obvious question of who. Now, it's generally, up to this point anyway, believed that Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders are the top two quarterbacks in this draft. Ward, I think everybody feels like is going to go very, very early. 1, 2, 3 type thing. Somebody might trade up and do it, whatever. Somebody in that position might do it. Sanders has generally been regarded as the definitive number 2 guy who could go in the top 5 or 10. I think it was generally believed that. But Dane Brugler, our guy from The Athletic, wonderful man, isn't he, Limits?
Yes.
Tell us what he's saying about Shedeur right now.
In his mock draft, he says that Shedeur Sanders is going to be a wild card in this draft. He could go in the top 6 or fall out of the first round entirely, and neither outcome would be a shock. He also says that Sanders is not a first-round quarterback for a lot of NFL teams, which isn't a major surprise, and it matches Brugler's evaluation. But all it takes is one front office to roll the dice on his skill set. If Sanders falls out of the top 10, this would be an interesting landing spot with guess who? Your Pittsburgh Steelers at 21.
Now that's good intrigue. It really is. And for as much as people mock drafts, it's just sort of a general idea of what's going to happen and who's going to get taken where. And for the most part, they're right. Not with exact teams, but it's not like the actual draft is like wildly different from where people mocked guys to go. There's always exceptions. But generally speaking, it's generally accurate. And now I'm reading something here on yahoo.com where post-combine NFL mocks have Shedeur Sanders slipping out of round 1. And that includes people that I respect greatly, like Lance Zierlein from NFL Media. Pro Football Focus has the same thing. In the Zierlein mock, he's got the Browns going back into the first round to get Sanders. I am highly intrigued by this, Limits. What would you do if this guy's on the board when the Steelers step to the table? Would you? It has to be on your mind or on their mind, right?
I would say thanks, but no thanks. Not interested. And, you know, I worry about some of the accuracy concerns with Shedeur Sanders. He's a very confident player. Some of that confidence, I think, kind of becomes some arrogance too, and that is a little bit of a red flag that you're getting with him.
Don't you get that with every athlete who's any good? You get a competitive arrogance. His completion Limits. You said his accuracy. He completed 74% of his passes this year. 74%.
I think we're talking about more so the bigger games that they played in some of those, key ranked matchups that I don't have currently in front of me, but I'm pulling up now.
I mean, that is a high percentage, and they always say if there's one stat that tends to translate from college to the NFL, for better or worse, I might add, it's completion percentage, your accuracy. He had 37 touchdowns and completed 74% of his passes. I think there are some other questions. I don't worry about, the personality here. I don't. I think everybody who comes into the league, especially at that position, you better have an athletic arrogance to you. I think that's actually a good trait. But there are, I think, some other things you might worry about. You got that in front of you?
Yeah, like the Nebraska game.
You're waving to me, and you're making me nervous.
Okay. Nebraska 23-38 overall, so 61% completion percentage, right around there. When they lost to Kansas State, he was solid, 3 touchdowns and a pick. He threw 2 picks in a win that they had against Arizona. The interceptions are kind of concerning to me. The Kansas game, he just was good accuracy-wise, but they lost 37-21. Decision-making, kind of sporadic depending on the game. BYU, the game that they lost in the Alamo Bowl, he was just kind of okay. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks, did complete 70% of his passes, but at the same time, what types of passes are these? He completed 16 passes for 208 yards. When I watched Shedeur Sanders, he had a quarterback rating in that game of 18. It doesn't scream NFL quarterback to me. It just does not.
Well, maybe that's why he's dropping. But in terms of arm strength and accuracy, man, and when I saw him, he seemed to have a very cool demeanor. I thought he was a really poised guy out there. Now, is he the type of two-way threat that you would want? I don't know about that. I don't think anybody considers him a great runner in his career. He's got minus 127 yards. I'm no football analyst at the deepest sense, but if you have minus 127 yards in your career, I don't think you're a great runner.
No, I would say not.
And I realize that sacks are taken into effect there. So you're not really getting a dual threat guy here. Certainly not at any kind of elite level. But I'm more concerned about the passing part of it myself. And I would at least be intrigued. I might be with you that I wouldn't take him, but I would be intrigued. That's certainly a development, wouldn't you say? That people are now looking at Sanders and saying, this is a guy that might slip out of the first round entirely.
It's not something that I at all saw coming. The whole first round? Like, the Steelers would have to do their due diligence with it. Like, there's no denying that. You have to see what you think of Shedeur Sanders, and will Dion be any bit of a part of that and where he ultimately lands? I heard that some people ultimately wanted to talk to Dion too at times when Shedeur was being interviewed. I thought that was interesting. And the Steelers just have to do their due diligence with all these guys. Is maybe not Cam Ward because he's not going to be available, but can you be convinced that Shedeur Sanders could be the guy? It's a hard sell. I'm not one that would think so, but I could understand why you would.
Now, there are a few, I'm reading out of sportskita.com, a few trains of thought, they say, that Sanders tanked his draft stock or knows that a team is going to draft him already, draft him higher than other teams he met with. Like, did he work out yet? Did he have a pro day yet?
No.
Okay.
And he did not work out at the Combine.
And he didn't work out at the Combine. And they say one of the reasons he didn't throw at the Combine was having a performance like Ohio State quarterback Will Howard did, throwing to wide receivers with no chemistry that could result in, a tough-looking performance, right? So maybe things could change with his pro day at Colorado. Either way, whether we think he's a Steelers guy or not, he's a really talented kid who walked into Colorado and I thought played really well. For the most part. Todd McShay said he heard from two teams in the top 10 who are looking to draft a QB that left their 15-minute meeting feeling as if Shedeur Sanders, quote, did not care too much what they or the organization felt of him. How about that? Limits, where are you?
Taking calls on the topic.
Did you hear McShay there?
Please repeat.
He said that two top 10 teams who need a quarterback left their 15-minute meeting with Sanders saying he, quote, did not care too much what they or the organization felt of him.
Yep, not interested. There's that arrogance that I was kind of talking about. I
don't know if that's fair. Where have you gotten the impression that he's unduly arrogant, more arrogant than others?
Well, I mean, I think there's more cockiness on the field with the Rolex watches and the him talking about when they were saying with Colorado and NIL deals, there was a social media video that was going on, and Dion was trying to pump up all the players and, say about next year and we're building towards this and that. And Shedeur was basically saying on camera, like looking at the camera, yeah, I'm not coming back next year. And it's just, like, come on, man.
Is that different than Baker Mayfield planting flags in the middle of people's fields and doing the stuff all he did?
No, Baker was arrogant too coming out of school.
You have to be arrogant. They all are to some degree.
To some degree.
Joe Burrow smoking cigars in the locker room. I mean, if you're going to play that position, you better have a healthy athletic arrogance about you, I think, anyway.
Well, I think there's a difference between having confidence and arrogance. Like, I didn't think that anything that Joe Burrow did, really spewed out arrogance. Baker, arrogant. Burrow, confident, I think. Same thing with Josh Allen, I think, confident.
Well, maybe teams do feel like there is some type of problem there. If what McShay is saying, if he went into these 15-minute meetings and didn't make a good impression, although maybe, as that story said, maybe he already knows that somebody's going to take him. Maybe he already knows that, so he didn't give a crap about these other organizations. But this just builds the intrigue. And so does my man, the dart thrower. Let's hear from Mike Mayock, and everybody laughs now when they hear that name because of what happened with Antonio Brown and his frozen feet and what happened with the Raiders. I still respect Mike Mayock as a talent evaluator. I do, when it comes to the draft, even though some of his picks with the Raiders weren't great. I get that. This is what he had to say about my friend and yours, Jackson Dart, and he would be the riser in this draft.
Let's just say both Dart, Shuck, anybody else who you might be able to be, who might be able to fit in, is available at 21 and the Steelers are on the clock. What do you think, Mike?
I think that Pittsburgh could look at a Jackson Dart and say, with what he does well, and we marry him to a run game and a defense, and we might have a situation that's similar to what we saw in Denver last year. And this is a talented kid. Really, he can spin it. I looked at him against Alabama in 23, and I think it was LSU last year. Those, amongst other games, he got sacked 11 times in those two games. Took a beating, hung in there, made a bunch of throws, but on throws over 21 yards in those two games, he was 2 for 16, okay? And a lot of it was he was taking a beating, and his receivers couldn't win one-on-one. So it's really, there's two sides to every story here, and you got to get the fit. And could Pittsburgh pull a trigger there? Sure. But I'm nowhere near ready to say that Tyler Shuck is ready to go at 21 or anybody else in the draft. The way it looks to me today, Rich, is I think 3 could go in the first round, and I don't see a 4th yet.
And Jackson Dart would be the 3rd. I told you, Limits. There's people that are high on this kid.
I didn't deny that, but I'm denying that the Steelers should take him or not. No.
Well, yeah, and I respect that opinion, and that's Bob's opinion as well. I'm becoming more intrigued with this kid by the day. We might have a new train. Oh, yeah. It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
I'm telling you, man, who else compared him to Jalen Hurts? Somebody else did that the other day. Did you see that?
I did. And
was it McShay? Somebody else compared him to Jalen Hurts.
Mayock compared him.
And now I can't remember who, and I'm very angry about that.
Mike Mayock with Rich Eisen compared him to Shedeur Sanders. How about that?
I think Jackson Dart is saying, wait a minute, what about me? I'm a first-round guy, and he potentially could be, Rich. And I think he's really similar to Shedeur Sanders with the things they do well. I think they both throw with anticipation. I think they throw with timing, and they throw with accuracy. Neither of them is a dynamic athlete, yet they can make you miss and maneuver in the pocket. Both of them have to win with anticipation and pocket mechanics.
There you go. And I have another little treat for you here that I'm also having trouble finding. There's a guy in Cleveland, by the way, who thinks the Steelers are trying to hide their interest in Jackson Dart. And I would add much the way they did with Kenny Pickett, where they threw some reporters some breadcrumbs on the wrong trail there. Do you remember that, Limitless Wonder?
Yes.
Did you see what Shady McCoy said about Justin Fields?
No.
Listen to this. This was on FS1. He thinks that choosing Fields over Wilson would be, quote, crazy. Here's the quote. Why would you be keeping Fields other than to make him a backup or give him a clipboard or give him a package to run the ball here or there? He can't play, can't throw, he don't win. Explain to me from a good franchise and a good coach, why the hell would we keep him? That's what Shady McCoy said about Fields.
That's a huge indictment.
I'm thinking about who's scouting these guys, and I think Andy Weidel is obviously one of them. And maybe he sees a Jalen Hurts comparison here. Because the one thing you get with Jackson Dart that you don't get so much with Shedeur is the running element, which we know is important to Mike Tomlin, right?
Right. That if what the Arthur Smith offense is what they want it to be, like with Ryan Tannehill and I guess Marcus Mariota, maybe, then you would rather have Fields over Wilson, at least. And I'm sure the conversations for Artie Smith is also, hey, I don't really get along with Russ. Please give me Justin Fields or the field.
Right. Daniel Jeremiah is the guy speaking on NFL Network. Said the comparison I have for Dart, and it took some people off guard, Jeremiah said. He's a former NFL scout himself. But I talked about Jalen Hurts just in terms of the build, how the ball comes out of their hand. Mayock said the same thing. He can spin it, Limits.
That's right, and I found it. Here's DJ on the NFL Network.
With Jackson Dart, I was talking about him the other day, and the comparison that I had, they took some people off guard, but I talked about Jalen Hurts just in terms of the build, how the ball comes out of their hand, guys that have gotten better each and every year in college, and here we look at them side by side. I know Jalen Hurts ran the ball more, but Jackson Dart was successful running the ball in the SEC. He is very athletic. There's something to this one to me. Guys, I think are just going to keep getting better.
I would urge people to go home and watch some Jackson Dart for yourself. Have a little dart game for yourself. I got a couple tweets yesterday saying if you think Jackson Dart is going to be a star, you've never seen him play, you're crazy. I get that, but there's enough people now of some repute who are saying that this kid is rising in the draft and is talented enough to be a first-rounder, has all the skills that I feel very confident that when I'm watching highlights of this kid, and some lowlights I might add, I can see a little bit of Bo Nix there. That would be my other comparison. We talked about Field Yates from ESPN. He thinks Dart could sneak his way into the first round. He said he's got a ton of experience. Great athlete, can throw on the run as well. It's going to be a transition because the offense he played at Ole Miss doesn't look like a lot of NFL offenses. But he said when you combine the athleticism and accuracy, Field Yates says, I do think there's a chance by the time it's all said and done, he sneaks into the first round. I had him going 21st to the Steelers. This is intrigue, Limits. It's true intrigue, and I'm on the Jackson Dart train. Would you join me at some point?
Not yet. And I will throw some caution in the wind that Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett, Zach Wilson, Josh Rosen, and others also had a lot of great flashy moments on tape that they showed. So
I know.
I just want to pump the brakes a little bit before we go full-on Dart train.
I don't want to pump the great brakes. I don't want to. I don't want to pump any brakes. I want to talk about him as Jalen Hurts, and I want the Steelers to draft him.
Ah, yes, the Super Bowl MVP.
I'd rather have something I don't know than something I do. And I feel like Justin Fields, I know. Although I wouldn't object to both of them. Fields in pole position with Jackson Dart learning. I just feel like, and maybe this is the wrong way to think about this. I feel like I want something I don't yet know and can't quantify that has a huge upside. And, yeah, I'll probably be disappointed, but I feel like I want that more than something I already know.
I agree with you on that. I just don't think that this is the time to do it. And I don't think that their desperation for needing a quarterback should be what goes to the forefront. And, I mean, that's what they did when they drafted Pickett. They were desperate after Ben retired.
This kid's better than Pickett.
I'm not saying
he's better than Pickett.
I'm not saying
better arm strength, and I think he's more mobile than Pickett. But I could be wrong about that, too. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The Good Feet store. What a place. You're having pain in maybe your low back, plantar fasciitis maybe, balls of your feet, sharp pain in your heel, whatever. Don't quit yet. Don't quit that new exercise regimen. Give the Good Feet store a chance. It worked for me, could work for you. It was the joints of my big toes for me. And I got on the Good Feet foot arch support system designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. The pain lessened. Good lesson for you, too. Check it out at goodfeet.com or go to one of their several stores. I went to the one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township on Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's a new one open in Crowleytown, otherwise known as Morgantown in the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Halfway through the second, Red Sox take a 4-0 lead as Andrew Heaney in his first start as a Pirate was not able to get out of the second inning. Goes an inning and 2/3, go 2 hits, 4 runs, did strike out a batter. Quinn Priester, the former Pirate, is pitching for the Red Sox. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 23 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Look out below. Shedeur Sanders is falling in mock draft. That might not mean anything. It could still go in the top 5. But something has changed in the media perception of the Colorado quarterback. Reporters are sharing negative opinions from their sources in the NFL. Tough to sort through what it means because everyone lies this time of year. But now it seems like a real possibility. Sanders is not the top pick we all expected him to be. I'm Andrew Perloff.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Business taxes. Was stressing about all the time and all the money you spent on your taxes.
This is my bill?
Now Business Taxes is a TurboTax small business expert who does your taxes for you and offers year-round advice at no additional cost, so you can keep more money in your business. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com/business. Only available with TurboTax Live full service.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people die from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You think it's just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, McCall, a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
This is Kevin Brett for Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field. It restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. A man named Charles has tweeted me, and I quote, "I went to Ole Miss and live and breathe Ole Miss football. Dart would be a project, but he has serious potential. My concern is the Steelers' inability to develop." That's a legitimate concern, overriding all of this. And I got a bunch of questions in the mailbag about this, too. Like, they could draft Peyton Manning, or they could draft Eli out of Ole Miss. Would they, or bring in anybody? Would they be able to develop a guy with the current regime? Would they get the most out of a veteran guy, given Mike Tomlin's resistance to letting these people change things at the line of scrimmage before the snap when games are won and lost? These are all legitimate questions, aren't they?
Very much. Like, it's a question that I had. Remember, you know how much I like Sam Darnold, but I would be concerned if the Steelers decided to bring Darnold in here, that their offense just would not fit his skill set at all. Wouldn't.
It seems to me, one could make this case anyway, that the best quarterbacking they've received in the last 5-6 years or so is Ben burning Matt Canada's playbook when they fell behind in games and drawing things in the dirt, and Russ cooking on his own. I think that's actually legitimate.
Yeah, and whatever they did against Washington worked pretty well. It seemed like that was just go to the line and no huddle offense, and Russ call it out. Here we go.
That was Russ cooking, maybe. It depends on what you believe here. Certainly, we have enough evidence that late in the Ben years, once Canada arrived, the only thing that worked was Ben saying, forget this, I'll just do it on my own. Thank you. And they would make amazing comebacks like they did in Minnesota that night. Remember when the pass to Freiermuth at the end? Remember that game? Depending on how you look at it, he either dropped it or was a great defensive play. You remember that, Limits.
Remember when Chase Claypool signaled first down in Minnesota with 24 seconds left or whatever, and they couldn't get back to the line in time? It just burns more time off the clock.
He channeled his inner Rosie Nix for that one.
That's right, in New Orleans.
Oh, was that tremendous?
Wasn't that the fake punt?
Yeah, they were like 5 yards short, and he's signaling first down and celebrating. You tell me Davante Adams is now on the open market?
The New York Jets are cutting Davante Adams at his $36 million salary.
Holy horse milk. He's a guy that can still play. I don't care how old he is. He's 32. It's not like he's ancient. And he just turned 32. And he played for crap teams with crap quarterbacks last year. And the dude combined for like 85 catches and over 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns. Yes, I'm interested in Davante Adams. He plays most of the games, too. The last 4 years, 16, 17, 17. Last year down to 14. I'll take that. Yes. I'm also interested in George Pickens. Man, Davante Adams. He's a Hall of Famer, isn't he?
Yeah, he still can play. I mean, he was good for the Raiders. Everybody just kind of forgot.
Look at some of his numbers, Limits. He's had years of 18 touchdowns. That's not many guys have had more than that in a season. He's had years of 1,300, 1,300, 1,500, 1,500, 1,100. This guy's got 103 touchdowns, and he's closing in on 12,000 yards. He might have about 5 years left. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. He needs 63 catches for 1,000. Maybe they can run a little shotgun pitch like they did with Hines for his 1,000th catch.
For a negative 3-yard loss? I don't know about that.
Negative 3-yard loss is redundant.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
City Limits. You should have said negative 3 yards or a 3-yard loss.
Thank you for being the grammar police for me.
You're welcome. You know how I feel about you. You're a hell of a man.
You're an even better man. And thank you for being an inspiration to many, including myself.
Darius Slay is out there, too. I was listening to Crowley today, and he actually made sense. I think they should go get Darius Slay. You?
Yeah, I'd be fine with it. I think he has 1 year left. Why not? You know, it would be different than like a Joe Hayden deal when
I don't know.
Time left.
Yes, as Crowley pointed out, do we talk enough that their corner play was, by some objective or by some measurements, awful? As he said, and I quote Mr. Crowley, PFF is not the be-all, end-all, but it's a tool to use for sure. And they both had failing grades, Dante Jackson and Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, Dante Jackson.
They need an upgrade.
He had a couple picks, but other than that, he really didn't do much.
Thank you, Limits. You're a wonderful man. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bob will be here, but tomorrow. Bye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Red Sox make it 6-0 after a deep home run by Boston into the left field bleachers at Lecom Park. It's the top half of the third inning. Pirates trailing 6-0 with Caleb Ferguson in the game as Andrew Heaney, the other lefty for the Pirates that has thrown so far in the game, was not able to get out of the second inning. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Network play of the day is the Orlando Magic, team total under 111.5. The Magic are ranked 25th in offensive rating and 27th in true shooting percentage since the break, while the Raptors, who they play tonight, ranked 9th in defensive rating during that same span. I'm Chelsea Messenger from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football here thinking I did something spectacular, dropping 45 pounds. But then Steve pops in and he dropped a whopping 150 with Awaken 180 weight loss.
I got started because I was sick and tired of just being sick and tired all the time. Wanted more from life, and I knew that at my size, I wasn't being who I could be, who I want to be for not only myself, but for my wife. And I was like, something has got to change and it's got to start soon. I mean, the program is so easy. Everything is really written down for you on your first day. Having someone there to help you and also keep you accountable, just having that someone to talk to, and even the fact that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life is amazing because our lives change on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And sometimes you need help figuring it out because keeping the weight off is a lifetime commitment.
A lifetime commitment is what you'll receive with Awaken 180. 45 pounds to lose like I did or over 100 pounds like Steve, Awaken 180 can get you there and keep you there. Free support for life online, awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hi, I'm Jansen.
And I'm Michelle.
And we're a Henny couple. From the moment I walked into Henny,
Henny, I felt so welcome. There wasn't any pressure, and sales associate Debbie's top priority was to find the perfect ring for Michelle that was in my budget. Once I had the ring, I proposed earlier than I planned because I was too excited to wait.
Jansen proposed in front of our closest friends on a day that is incredibly important to me.
I'm thankful to Henny for the experience and how special they made us feel.
Check out Henny Jewelers online at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social. Henny Jewelers, they're the jeweler for life.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
KBG, HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we are live in Bradenton. The Pirates are playing the Red Sox right now. My back is turned to the scoreboard, so last I checked, Boston was leading 4-0, but that may have changed. Andrew Heaney making his spring training debut for the Buccos. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, much like in spring training baseball, you have split squad days. Team stays at home, half of it. The other half goes someplace else and plays. And that's what we have here. I'm in Bradenton at Lecom Park. Pirate City is not where I am, but that's another place here where you can check out Pirates prospects. Chris Muller is back in Pittsburgh. What is the weather there today, Mulls?
Legitimately 62 and sunny right now.
Wow, 62 and sunny back home.
That's correct.
And it's breezy here, so much so that I just had half a can of Diet Pepsi spill on my work laptop right before we started.
Oh, good.
Do you think that'll ruin it?
I mean, any more so than it can be ruined?
We'll see if it works here.
But
anyways,
did you notice, by the way, we started the show at 1:59 today?
I did not.
Yeah, Joe has a club fitting scheduled for later this afternoon. He was, according to City Limits, spots were moved to make sure that we didn't get in earlier. So,
so I guess we can.
With warm weather and sunshine, Pony, comes that rite of spring. Joe trying to nod off early so he can go to the golf course.
And Pomp just straight up not showing up because he has golf.
PTP, baby, part-time Pomp.
All right, so here's the situation. I am watching Carmen Majinski warm up here on a back practice field behind the stadium itself. That's where they've positioned us. I can see Hannah Mears' broadcast location where she does her player interviews to my right. And we'll post up here, I will, for the next 2 days. Tomorrow the Pirates play the Blue Jays. And we'll bring on some Pirates guests and do all that stuff too. We won't ignore all the football happenings. The latest thing in the last half hour, Chris, Davante Adams officially released by the Jets. And I saw Jason Mackey. Mackey's everywhere. He's going to be down here next week. Noah Hiles informed me, doing all kinds of stuff from Bradenton. And I saw Mackey write today, if not Justin Fields, he would consider Aaron Rodgers. And I think it's hard to talk about Davante Adams without Aaron Rodgers because Davante Adams tends to want to follow Aaron Rodgers around, or Rodgers, wherever he goes, seems to want to pound the table for Adams. So I think a legitimate question right now is, how would Steelers fans feel if the Justin Fields thing falls apart and fingers crossed Russell Wilson isn't back here? How would Steelers fans feel about Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams plying their trade in Pittsburgh this year? And I will tell you, Chris, on a scale of 1 to 10, I am at a -5 on that idea. How about you?
-5. You broke your own scale. You invented a 1 to 10 scale just so you could say -5. I'm, I guess, closer to 0, but still in the negative category. I just have Chris Muller, the Steelers fan, is like a -20. I think Rodgers probably has some obvious arm talent left, but I don't think everything else is hunky-dory there. I don't think.
What is everything else? Are you talking about intangible stuff?
Footwork, just ability to play within structure, ability to take orders from anybody or have any kind of cohesive cooperation with offensive coordinator, head coach, half of his teammates in any given moment. I think all of that stuff is way, way, way gone with him. Steelers fan Chris says -20. Chris there are many Chris's contained in one Mulsey. The Chris who does a talk show and likes drama because it gets people fired up one way or the other is more at a 3 or a 4 here, because if they were to bring in Aaron Rodgers and bring in Davante Adams, I feel like the percentage chance that Rodgers and Tomlin, who previously made googly eyes at each other on the field many years ago,
they have openly flirted every time they play, whether in the game. And there's the gamesmanship, Tomlin calls a timeout at just the exact moment because Rodgers wants to quick count and catch the Steelers' defense with his pants
smirking
down and
all
play.
That stuff. Yes, I think that presumed great copacetic relationship would completely dissolve in the span of about 6 weeks tops. And so, from a car wreck value standpoint, I would be all here for it. But in terms of tangibly, how would this affect the team on the field, I think it would be almost certainly an unmitigated disaster.
So you're saying things that I actually think Steelers fans some of them are somewhat interested in, which is, if you think it's going to be a, quote, unmitigated disaster and a train wreck, then is that your way of saying you think this would be the first losing season and first, they actually do somehow not get to 9 wins?
Rodgers would probably play well enough that they would actually somehow go 9-8, but he would be sitting there the whole time going, if Mike would just let me run the offense the way I see fit, we'd be 13-4.
All right, so that's what you mean by unmitigated disaster. Passive aggressiveness,
yes, drama,
shots
sniping.
at each other.
They would again be cannon fodder for the real contenders in the AFC. I think his arm has some life left in it, but I think there's very little else to like about Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback, and you can't just sit there and have a great arm because we've seen it would have worked better for him in the Jets last year if it was just have a great arm and then you're good.
Well, his offensive line wasn't any good there.
Yes, and he's coming to play behind the Hogs from Washington.
Well, that was the next thing I was going to say, is that he needs, I think, he needs an offensive line that is going to give him. Now, I think quarterbacks can make their line look better. I mean, can people rattle off the names of every offensive lineman Tom Brady had in New England or Peyton Manning in Indianapolis? No, of course not.
Sebastian Vollmer, Matt Light, things of that nature.
Logan Mankins.
Your Logan Mankinses.
Yeah.
Your Shaq Thompsons, I want to say.
Right. So, I don't think that the juice is worth the squeeze with him but I also don't think it's – I do think there might be a right situation for him in the NFL this year. I just don't think it's here. He's 41 years old. He is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. So I think there's a much better chance he would somehow find his groove or get his game back than, say, Russell Wilson. But I just have very little confidence in it happening here. And I'm also, until I see it now, I am stuck in this rut where I believe come hell or high water, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or Duck Hodges, they're going to find a way to win 8 games, and they're going to keep themselves or prevent themselves from getting the draft pick 9 games. 8, yes, thinking of 8 games back. Well, I think they could
8-8-1 is absolutely 8-8-1 is absolutely within their capacity.
I think if they had Aaron Rodgers, they could have. If he was their quarterback, they could have the first losing season under Tomlin. But I don't think it would be so bad that it would set them up to draft a guy with the top 5 or 6 picks in next year's draft. That would actually be really funny if he became the answer to that trivia question. Who was the quarterback for the Steelers when Mike Tomlin suffered his first losing season? Aaron Rodgers. But I would think I haven't seen all the reports on it because I'm sitting out here in right field at Lecom Park. But I'll be interested to see if the insiders think that Adams and Rodgers are a package. If they're not, okay, and you can get Devontae Adams without Aaron Rodgers, well, then that is something I'm interested in doing. I think of all the wide receiver options that are out there for the Steelers in 2025 to make that room better, he actually becomes the one that I'm most interested in other than guys to draft. I think Cooper Kupp is shot, and I don't want to have to give up really anything to get him, and I don't want to pay him what he's making. Deebo Samuel ship sailed. I didn't look at him as a real answer here either because of how injured he's been and how flat-out bad he was last year. And Devontae Adams in both New York and in Vegas with mediocre quarterback play in both places, had a 1,000-yard season and 8 touchdowns and missed those games with that made-up hamstring injury. So that I would do. How about you?
For the price, I think he's still a pretty good player. I wonder how much of it is like hive mind with Rodgers. I mean, he had the majority of it with Rodgers. Like those two clearly still have some sort of copacetic relationship on the field where they know where the other is, and I think that's a big part of his success. I know he hasn't played his whole career with Aaron Rodgers. There's the time with the Raiders that's relevant where he did put up good numbers. They weren't as good as the best with Rodgers. If you're telling me like among free agent receivers who I think could be useful to the Steelers, I mean, a name like Amari Cooper still kind of jumps out to me. But it's
really, man, he got buried in Buffalo and
I know. I think I'm probably a sucker for him though, as far as like when the guy's right. I just feel like great route runner, everything else. Adams, I wonder how much is left physically for Adams. Like I do. He's at the age now. The one thing I'll say for him is he's never been like a straight line speed guy. He's always been a technician about getting open. So you can make a case for him. Keenan Allen in the same vein is kind of appealing. Godwin's probably.
I think he's better than Allen. Godwin
of all the guys of all the guys that are like eligible free agents right now, Godwin's probably still the best one, I think, but he's going to be way out of your price range.
Exactly. He's going to be a guy that ends up. But you know what? Even as I say this out loud, there are other teams that are better than the Steelers that need wide receivers just as much as them. The Patriots have money to burn. They've got $130 million.
Who would you rather play for, Drake May and the Patriots or insert quarterback here in the Steelers?
Well, but it's not only that. It's also those teams have more money. So you're probably going to lose a bidding war to them. And then on top of it, what you were just about to say, like, if it's tie or if it's close, I don't think it goes to the Steelers unless people still, believe in the mystical powers of Mike Tomlin.
I don't think they do, though.
Which I think that has a better chance of working or applying to a case like Patrick Queen when he's been in the same division as the guy and he's a defensive player playing for a defensive head coach versus somebody who's a wide receiver who's watched Mike's teams basically run the ball on first down every time until they get themselves in 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 7.
Could I interest you in a Darius Slayton in free agency, Pony, just to crack my knuckles and bring that favorite name?
I heard an interview where their top beat writer said he thinks the Steelers are the top suitor for him.
I wouldn't hate it. I mean, he's not going to be super expensive, and I know what he would fit the one bill. Had a good game, right? What against the Steelers, did he not?
That was the game of his life. All the Giants.
Yeah, that's right. I was like hallucinating there for a second. He had a great game against the Steelers. Perfect. Bring him in. I think
Donnie, how do you?
The more relevant thing
Donnie,
before we go to Donnie, though, relevant thing before we go to Donnie is I do think you need to drive home that for offensive players, I just don't think there's any desirable thing here. I don't think the Mike Tomlin mystique matters. I don't think anything else matters. I do think that they are way more seen. Donnie and I talked about this yesterday. I'm sure you were busy with the rest of the C-suite hobnobbing down there. But Darius Slay's name gets brought up immediately because he has the Terrell Austin connection from Detroit and all that other stuff.
Ooh, that's a good point.
He has the Terrell Austin connection. He had talked on his own podcast about how Mike Tomlin is that dude. I love Mike T. But then he already is saying, I'd either go back to Philly for less money or go to Detroit. And now what the Steelers are becoming, and I'll let Donnie take it from here in general with all of this, they're becoming the team that just gets connected to random 34-year-old type of players, the guys who are on their last legs looking for a farewell run in the NFL. It's like a nursing home. And I know Darius Slay started a bunch of games, but the best team in the NFL and the best GM in the NFL is cutting him loose. And yet the Steelers are now the team that gets connected to every one of those types of guys. Anyway.
Donnie, do you have any interest in Aaron Rodgers, Davante Adams tag team in Pittsburgh?
I don't think I like the package, which includes Aaron Rodgers. Like what Chris said, it would be good, I guess, for us work-wise, but maybe as fans it would not be a pretty sight. It could end up being a disaster. Now, I'll say this. I would rather have Aaron Rodgers than Russell Wilson in 2025 because we know what the Russell Wilson story will be. They're going to try to sell us the bill of goods that the team will be better with Wilson under far more money. So I'll leave it at that.
Can I say something about that, though, quickly?
Over Wilson. What?
I want to say something about that point because I get why you wouldn't want to. Why you don't want to watch Russell Wilson play football again, and I don't either, because I think he's washed and I think he's basically done. And it doesn't help his cause that it sounded like he circumvented something that the coaches wanted and made things difficult on them when he's frankly not good enough to be acting that way anymore. But at the same time, when you say that, I just don't really want to root for Aaron Rodgers this season. So you say you'd rather have Rodgers than Wilson. I don't know. I'm just not an Aaron Rodgers fan.
You don't want to root for Aaron Rodgers, the guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that a crappy thing to say? Probably. But that's partially. It's not.
People say they don't want to root for a specific player all the time. Why is that suddenly a crappy thing to say?
It's not jading my opinion of him, though, because when I say it, I don't want people then to say, well, the only reason why he doesn't want Aaron Rodgers as the Steelers quarterback is because he doesn't like Aaron Rodgers, the dude. That's not the principal reason. But all of his nonsense and everything and all the baggage that comes with him, in a way, I'd rather lose with Russell Wilson than lose with Aaron Rodgers.
Davante Adams, though, separate from Aaron Rodgers, if we were to slice that pair down the middle, I still think Adams is a pretty damn good player. I mean, the dude's a 1,000-yard receiver again this year.
I think he's better than Pickens.
He's one of the best wide receivers of this era. I know he's 32 years old, will be 33, but he was still – look at what he did last year. He would have been easily the Steelers' best wide receiver in every category.
He might be better than Pickens when you factor in, the Pickens headaches, and Adams, relatively speaking, despite just always wanting to play with Rodgers, doesn't really provide any headaches for teams. It says way more about how Pickens hasn't developed than what Adams is as a player. If you're steadfast about that opinion and people would agree with it, that's way more a George Pickens thing than it is a Davante Adams thing.
Man, I'll tell you what, that Griffin just ran by me, the Pirates' first-round pick.
Yeah.
Man, is he put together.
Oh, here you go,
He's
Bradenton flu. Here comes the Bradenton flu, Donnie.
He's probably going to play in Bradenton this year, Chris.
Can you explain to me, by the way, we were watching while you were coming on the air, Ji-Hwan Bae hit a home run to dead center field. Pony, it's 400 feet out the dead center, of course, at Lecom Park. The StatCast had the home run at traveling 396 feet, despite it going directly over the 400 sign in center field. Would you care to try to explain that one to us?
I'll get on it here. I'll ask.
Talk to some. Have your people talk to other people here. How that works.
So all kinds of sights and sounds here in Bradenton. We'll work to get some Pirates guests on here throughout the show. We'll sprinkle them in. Can text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. How do you feel about Davante Adams? We are less than a week away from the unofficial start of free agency, noon on Monday. We still need Steelers moves. Who are the Steelers going to cut? So Adams got cut. Slay got cut. Mike Hilton got cut. Who the hell are the Steelers going to cut to free up some dough? We'll talk about that when we come back. Live from Bradenton, Andrew Filipponi, back in Pittsburgh, Mulsey and Donnie. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins on the ice tonight. They play the Avalanche at 9 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. College hoops conference tournament action underway right now. Robert Morris has the best odds to win its conference tournament. What a season by them. They win more than 20 games. The first time they've won the regular season title in the league they moved into a few years back post-COVID. And they are trying to make it to the big tournament for the first time since 2015. And you can bet on them to win that tournament on FanDuel. New customers right now get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. So you can bet 5 on RMU to win their tournament. They do it. You're going to get the money from winning the bet, plus you're going to get the $150 on top of that. FanDuel.com/Andrew for your home of the best college hoops betting. And that is FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NCAA tournament usually isn't kind to star freshmen. The older, more balanced teams tend to go further. We'll soon see if Cooper Flagg can be an exception at Duke. Flagg was dominant last night in what could have been his final game at Cameron Indoor. A lot of people are going to fill out their brackets and have Duke on the final line. Not to put more pressure on the kid, but to get where they want to go, Flagg is going to have to succeed where other generational talents have failed. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Right. When it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing playoffs on the line golf with 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Tonight, Jupiter versus Atlanta. Tiger Woods, Max Homa, Tom Kim, Kevin Kisner, taking on Justin Thomas, Patrick Cantlay, Billy Horschel, Lucas Glover. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern for TGL, only on ESPN and ESPN+. Keep up. It's golf.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms, Zero Resified starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com today.
The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mulsey and Donnie back in Pittsburgh. I'm in Bradenton. I was just watching Paul Skenes do one of his unorthodox drills where he sits down and he takes what looks like a lacrosse ball and was throwing it against a wall repeatedly and sometimes trying to catch the ricochet. Other times the ricochet would just go flying past him. But we know he has an unusual training method that the Pirates have, I think, done a good job of staying out of his way and letting him do that stuff. And so I got to watch some of that firsthand. They also have the pierogies ready to race down here, Chris. I didn't know that they took that tradition from Pittsburgh and brought it down to Bradenton. That's always been something the station, I think, should try to get in on. Like one night, instead of the normal pierogi racers, it's Callis, Donnie, Bechtold, and throw in another producer, a Joel Nelson, if you will, and have them be the pierogies for the night, or have us do it. But most of us are older, and they'd probably be from a liability. Starkey's torn his Achilles.
I mean,
you had that clicking knee thing.
Yes, it was called a torn meniscus that I got.
A torn meniscus.
Clicking knee.
He got the old clicking knee. His trick knee would act up
That's what they called it back in the 1800s.
Yeah, he's suffering from a clicky knee and consumption.
Yeah. But don't you think that's a brilliant idea? It's like your combine idea. Why haven't we done that yet? Why haven't we had a night? Well, if Tenuta videotaped the whole thing, I mean, content would be off the charts.
Oh, yeah. We also had that idea
They wouldn't take they wouldn't take that article down, I can tell you that much. What's that?
I said you also had the idea of us three being in the booth for a game, but I would settle for a good pierogi race. That gets the crowd pumped.
Mark Garda, who is the director of broadcasting here, will probably go out with us till the wee hours of the morning again. So I will wait until the moment is exactly right to broach that subject with him. And when I say exactly right, I mean after PJ has plied him with several bourbons, which is kind of what happened last night.
Oh, wait, PJ? PJ has gone after it again?
So PJ is the brand manager for KDK 100.1 FM. That means he is a Marconi Award winner, so that means he's a very important radio person.
Highly successful, too.
Yes, and last year on this trip, he painted the town red with Jeff Hathorn until the bars closed in downtown Bradenton. And there was an early wake-up call because we had to drive to Tampa from Bradenton, which is about an hour drive, to go to Steinbrenner Field to broadcast before the Yankees played the Pirates. And PJ was not feeling well and set a Spring Hill Suites continental breakfast record with 6 breakfast sandwiches of egg, sausage, and cheese. So, not to be outdone this year, he went and had the continental breakfast, did not have 6 sandwiches. But unbeknownst to him, we were going out to a diner later on in the morning. So PJ had 2 breakfasts.
I respect that. He's living it up. He's out of he's off
That's
the
exactly
chain.
right.
He's off the chain. He's in the warmth. Let him live a little bit, and he is living. By the way, can you, when everybody's plied with bourbon, can you ask a Mark Garda or a Brian Warecki or somebody higher, I guess maybe a Brian Warecki, when everyone's had a few drinks and is feeling convivial, ask them if they can formally decide on a name change for the Pirate Parrot to the Ginormous Bird Guy, which is what Lennox referred to him as 2 days ago in the car to me. He was telling me about something at his school, like a big event that they're having, and he couldn't really give like many details because he didn't know. But he said, Dad, it's going to be so fun. The Pittsburgh Penguin, meaning Iceberg, is going to be there. The pierogies are going to be there, and the Ginormous Bird Guy. And I just think that that's the kind of rebrand and freshening that the Pirate Parrot might need. It might be perfectly timed for the Parrot. The GBG.
That's like when the Titan schedule came out and they asked people on Broadway who were drunk
who the team names,
with
yes.
each logo.
Yes.
And it was really funny.
By the way, did you see this little story, Pony? Just a football story for you. The Eagles giving Saquon his money. Big money. 2-year, $41.2 million extension.
Wow.
The first $20 million a year running back.
How are they going to come up with the money to get a Miles
fully
Garrett
guaranteed.
or somebody like that? I've heard that rumored. They've got guys like Milton Williams and Zach Bond. Josh Sweat are all free agents. And I think Howie Roseman talked about the difficulty of bringing all those guys back. I know the Steelers love Williams. I think if they had more money, they would probably sign him. But I think, again, they're going to get outbid by teams like Arizona, who have tons of cap space. There's a relationship because Gannon was his coach before he went and became the Cardinals head coach. So I think they'll meet the $20 million asking price. But I think if you went around the room, this is not me knowing completely the answer to this, but having a decent understanding of Tomlin, as the head honcho decision maker, and then everyone else has inferior opinions that get run past Mike, but he's obviously going to do what he wants. If you asked him you gave him this scenario, this hypothetical. You can have any free agent out there, anybody who's available. I think Milton Williams would be his answer. I think if T. Higgins had not been tagged and he were available, I still think his answer would be Milton Williams. And we know how much he loves Higgins.
Two thoughts on all of this broadly, this offseason player movement stuff. Just ready? I'll run two things by you. First, on the Barkley front, kind of makes it ridiculous to think that the Steelers, if they were going to try to get Najee Harris to come back at essentially the fifth-year option price for a couple of years, would be able to do so now, because that is going to raise the price, I would think, even though he's not close to the same back. Everybody's going to probably get a little bit of an inflationary price on that position, Pony. So that's good news for me and you and many other Steelers fans, in my opinion.
I don't actually agree with that, but that's fine. I think they look at Saquon Barkley. I think the league does as one of one, and I don't think what Saquon Barkley gets makes Aaron Jones more expensive or Najee Harris more expensive. But that's
maybe
okay.
I'm wishful thinking. T. Higgins is off the market. If you were the Steelers and you were thinking about asset management in a truly aggressive fashion, why would you not be more aggressively shopping George Pickens for teams that might be more interested now with T. Higgins removed from the proceedings?
Now that is a really good point. I like that one. But I think this goes back to Tomlin having the hammer in the organization. I think Mike believes he can still unearth something and untap something in George. That's why you and others have been so astute in saying he forbids himself from ever criticizing the kid. The worst thing he said about him was he needs to grow up after a game, and then immediately at his press conference 2 days later,
walked it back.
Did a 180. Exactly. Yes. Precisely. So I think Mike is a huge believer. The only way that would change, I think, is if Art had a light bulb go on that's like, and he picked up on exactly what you said. Man, wide receivers are going for a lot. There's more chairs than there are, chairs at the table than there are good available wide receivers.
Demand is outstripping supply.
Right. So we should take advantage of this.
I'm sure Omar Khan has noticed that too, and I would hope Omar at least has gone to Art and said, "Listen, we have to at least consider this, Art."
But you heard Omar's answer at the combine on Pickens, because I think he's parroting what his boss is.
I know, but I'm hoping he's
Mike Tomlin.
I'm hoping he's parroting that publicly and privately, going to Art and saying, "I know I said this. Here's how it really has to be, and here's how we should really at least consider thinking about this."
I want to say one more thing about Davante Adams and Aaron Rodgers, because I do honestly believe the only way Davante Adams would want to come play for the Steelers is if Aaron Rodgers was here, because there's really nothing else about Pittsburgh that would be attractive to him.
What if they built a Taco Bell in his house?
Well, he already has that.
Yes, but they got him a house here with a taco. Forget it. Continue.
Well, I was as you're saying that, like, could they one up the Taco Bell and put a better fast food place in there?
I mean, my personal opinion, that wouldn't be very hard.
When you were playing, because you never had Taco Bell, when you were playing with the Raiders, you got a Taco Bell, but what if we told you we could put a Chick-fil-A in there?
What if they just went hyper-local and said, "Have you ever had fries on a sandwich? We'd like to introduce you to a house with a Permanis in it."
Oh, I was at Permanis on Sunday picking up food for Amanda after we had a bunch of kids over to play with Stella.
Yes.
And I ran into some guys who remember when we were there out in Washington to do a broadcast at Permanis 7 years ago.
Nick Wright called the show.
And the guy still had the pictures on his phone.
Wow.
Of us being out there. And
Nick,
it's like, I miss you in Malsey.
Nick
you got to go
called
back
the show
on a
that day, and he
tour.
just excoriated you for some opinion you had.
Yep, that's not that shocking. I teased that we were going to mention guys the Steelers are going to cut. When are those moves happening? Where is the Larry Ogunjobi, see you later? Where is the Cordero Patterson, your services are no longer needed? Where are these moves shedding dead weight that set up the moves that the Steelers want to make? I'm not baffled, but I would think those are things that are going to happen in the next day or two.
So what I would always ask you is, and just think through this with me, what reason would there be for them to not have done them already? Is there, or more to the point, is there some sort of logical reason why they haven't taken these professionally,
if you know for sure that a guy is not going to be on your team,
it's courtesy to get him out there.
Yeah, let him before other teams start making moves. So I think that that's good business. But the other side of it, I guess, would be that they're waiting to see who they sign, because if they swing and miss on guys, they might be left no choice but to bring those players back. So take Ogunjobi, for instance. If they don't get any defensive linemen in free agency or guys who they deem starters.
Kind of a loser mentality, Pony, to have, like, keep these guys in the back pocket.
That's what I mean. Do you keep Ogun?
Go ahead. Well, no, I was just going to say, you're bringing up, like, are they keeping him around in case they don't get anybody? It's like, since when do the Steelers now have to worry about being so undesirable of a destination or a locale that they almost have to keep a guy as a backup option is all I'm saying.
But I would just think with a couple of those guys, and specifically the two that I just named, I don't see any reason why, regardless of what pans out or plays out in free agency, why I would want to keep those guys here. Cordero Patterson is done. He wasn't even returning kickoffs by the end of the year. He was back there, but you had Jaylen Warren basically doing it. And Ogunjobi's just so expensive. He's so overpaid that unless he's willing to take a massive pay cut, you can't bring him back.
It's part of an off-season theme where they just have done so little after promising changes. They haven't even done like these rudimentary things with their roster.
And you want to free up the money so you have extra money to go out and get some of these guys. Donnie, you probably have the roster or a depth chart or something like that pulled up in front of you. Am I missing any other names here? Who else would be a candidate to get cut by them for cap space?
So I also just discovered randomly that Spot Rack has a little thing they're working on that it's kind of like what the mock draft sites have you do, as like a simulator. You can go into it and decide what to do with every player on the roster. It drops down a little menu like, do you want to extend a player, release a player, trade a player? And it kind of shows you, like off to the right, your financial summary. But the only two guys would be the ones that you mentioned, really. I mean, I can't pinpoint another player that they have of like, yeah, this
How much money would they save by cutting both of those guys?
Ogunjobi, they would. He's got $3.5 million of dead cap on a $10.5 million cap hit, so you'd save what, $7 million. And then
Patterson has a dead cap of $950K on a 1-year 2.8.
So I believe you'd save almost $10 million combined. Or no. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
You'd save 8.
Yeah, this has it as like 8.1 million gained.
All right. I mean, you got to do that because $8 million is a useful player that you can get by cutting both of those guys. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'm out in right field here in Bradenton at Lecom Park. Donnie and Mulsey back in Pittsburgh. Right now, it's time for a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bottom 5 in Bradenton, the Pirates trail the Red Sox 10-1. Tomorrow, the Pirates play the Blue Jays at 1 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Awaken 180 weight loss. What might be a health issue that you've been dealing with? Just lack of energy, joints are hurting, you get winded easily, all sorts of things, right? Things that happen in many cases because, or at least with one major contributing factor being the fact that you're overweight, that you're carrying around too many pounds. I can attest I was dealing with all of those kinds of symptoms when I was weighing about 210 and wanted to lose around 30 pounds. Had tried multiple times to do it on my own, hadn't been able to. That is until, of course, Awaken 180 came around. Then I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks. And I'm a success story who's kept that weight off for well over 2 years now. It'll be about 2.5 years, as a matter of fact. Awaken 180 just works. It's nutrition-based. It's science-based. There's coaching that's free even after you reach your goal weight. It just feels so much better to lose that weight, to have your joints feel better, to have more energy. With me, it's for 2 little kids at home that I'm chasing around all the time. It's just great to have finally kind of won that battle that I had been fighting for so long. Awaken 180, they can help you win the battle because it's the solution for weight loss. Check them out, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a great celebration for halfway to Oktoberfest with this great deal. All month long, get 3 32-ounce crowlers of their flagship Bierce Lager, Dunkel, or Hefeweizen for just $20 now through March 31st. Try it with March's feature pairing, Marzen beer, along with house-made cabbage rolls. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the Southside Works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water, and it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-444-9919. 800-444-9919. Again, that's 800-444-9919.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Time for Hockey Talk. We are live here down in Bradenton, Lecom Park. Andrew Heaney did not do well in his first Pirate start. Maybe we'll get to hear from him the next time he pitches. Not today. The NHL trade deadline is on Friday, Malsey. And the debate that is consuming Penguins fans is the Raquel decision. Do you keep him? Do you trade him? Mackey wrote a column today saying you keep him. Starkey berates Kennedy and Tyler Kennedy and Pomp on this and says you absolutely have to keep him or trade him. Excuse me. What is your take on it?
If you're going to do a rebuild, which is what they're doing, despite trying not to say the word rebuild, you trade him because he's also 31 and possibly at the absolute apex of his value. I know the deal already looks like a good deal with his production this year. It's going to be an even better contract when the cap goes up. But you have zero guarantees that Ricard Raquel will age gracefully at 32, 33, and 34, even if he's playing that entire time on Sidney Crosby's wing. So I'm looking at this as an asset situation, and I want to trade and flip the asset for possibly a first. I think Utah has been rumored to be interested in giving a first, maybe a second,
Utah
and a
Jazz.
player.
That's
yes,
what
the
Harry
Utah
Callis
Hockey
called
Club. I know, yes. Karl Malone and John Stockton. Who could forget those greats of the ice?
He thought the hockey team was called the Utah Jazz. That's still unbelievable.
I guess Callis also has a girlfriend and told her he loved her already, like 3 weeks into dating.
3 weeks in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't make that same
Donnie,
move,
how
but-
long did you wait before you told Sarah I love you?
Trying to think about the amount of time. It definitely wasn't that early.
It's a matter of
Who
months.
said it
I'm
first?
Sure. It's a matter of months, I bet.
I said it first.
Let's go.
What about you, Pony? I think we were a couple months in, me and Alex, and I'm 99% sure I said it first.
And you got an I love you right back?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think she was waiting, you know.
One of my best friends from college.
You're dodging it. When did you? Who said it first with you and Amanda, and how long?
She said it first to me, and I immediately said it back.
Oh, that's nice.
You can't leave somebody.
You can if you
high
don't
and dry
actually
in a
love
spot
it.
like that.
Well, you
Well,
give
I
the
was
old,
gonna
hey,
say,
thanks.
One of my buddies from college, he ended up getting divorced shortly thereafter.
Oh.
But he told me the first time he said it to his soon-to-be wife, who he's now divorced from and hates with a passion of 100 burning suns. And she said to him, let me think about that a little bit.
Oh,
that was
my
her response.
God.
Yeah, let me think about that.
That's actually worse than, hey, thanks. I mean, that is, I almost can't even, recover from that. It's so bad. No, I would trade him, Pony, because I just think you have to look at him as an asset right now. You can't fall in love with the idea that he's going to be great and this rebuild's going to take in a year or two and he can be part of a contender again with late career
But I
Sid.
think he should be worth more than
How about a first, a second, and a
mid-first-
player? Because that's what Utah
player
is
better
rumored
be
to be
good.
interested in.
The player better be good because mid-first, it's not football.
Yeah, we went over this yesterday. We went over this yesterday.
Somewhere
trust
between.
me.
Oh, you guys did?
Well, no, I'm talking. Well, yes, we talked Raquel at length yesterday, but also broadly the idea that having more first, second, and third round picks in the next 3 drafts than anybody else, which is what the Penguins have, is hardly some surefire guarantee because middle to back end first round picks are not even close to a guarantee to becoming good players in the NHL.
Right.
That's why
So
Rutherford and Shiro would deal them so often.
So some of these proposed packages I've seen on that trade just don't knock my socks off, and that's ultimately why I would keep him. Based on the goal production and the fact that he's Sid's winger and conceivably, if they could turn it around in 2 or 3 years, which I'm not confident they'll do, he could still be a productive player for them.
Hold on, sorry, I'm busy. I'm texting Starkey right now. Pony thinks Mackey's take on Raquel is great, does not agree with you. Hold on, let me just finish sending that one to Joe.
All right. Well, you can send that. Why, is he mad now?
No, I'm just saying he would. Come on! He would probably send me a text at this point saying, come on, I made a great case. Why does Pony want to keep him?
Coming up, what Russell Wilson just tweeted. Is that foretelling a move? And what Ben Roethlisberger said, who he would pick to be the Steelers' next quarterback. Live in Bradenton at Lecom Park. Mulsey and Donnie back in Pittsburgh. It's the PM team quick timeout and then a long commercial-free segment on the Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro-jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Right now, you can sign up and get 1 free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will come back to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a free application and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins start a road trip in Colorado tonight against the Avalanche, coming off losing back-to-back games over the weekend at home to the Bruins and Maple Leafs. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
I'd like to see what Fields can do in another year of that offense. Like, you know, like whether you want to bring someone else in, but let's see what he can do in a second year of an offense, because there's some familiarity. Right? He's had a new system every year. Like, he may be more comfortable. Obviously, we're not taking into account contracts and all that kind of stuff. But I'm with you. I'd like to see what Fields could do another year. Some of the mobility stuff would be interesting. Know he's got a good arm, and again, not taking anything away from Russ, but it feels like Fields could be the pick of the future if you wanted.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. I am live at Lecom Park out in right field. Just saw Andrew McCutcheon, Brian Reynolds, and Brian Hayes walk by. Hayes moving well. Didn't look like that back was bothering him, although he did ground into a double play earlier in the game today, getting killed right now with the Pirates by the Red Sox. We'll be joined by Matt Capps and some others as we move along here. That was Ben Roethlisberger on what he wants the Steelers to do at quarterback. He wants Fields back for another year and is touting the idea that another year in the offense is going to do wonders for Fields. My hang-up on that is the offense going to be, let's make sure Fields doesn't lose games, and ask him to play another version of conservative brand of football, because Tomlin is so turnover averse and does not want to see his quarterback, would rather see his quarterback not lose games than see his quarterback win games. And unless they are able to overhaul their wide receiver room and add all kinds of weapons here, Chris, I don't see Mike's philosophy with Justin Fields changing very much. I would be much more in favor of Fields coming back here if I knew for sure or felt like Mike was actually going to give him more of a green light to be their quarterback this year.
Well, yeah, because athletically speaking, you could at least make the argument that, like, with the shackles of conservative offense and thought from the head coach taken off, theoretically there's a ceiling there that's much higher than a lot of other quarterbacks could offer you. But that theoretical thing, it's like when somebody brings up theoretical physics or, like, what the universe could be to me. Like, hey, it could be actually this big, and this could actually be what's happening out there. And I'm like, well, we'll never actually know. We'll never test the theory to be able to find out. That's how I feel about right now Tomlin and the way he views their offense. Like, you said it best there. He would rather his quarterback not lose the game than his quarterback go out and win the game. And I wonder, we always talk about what would Art Rooney think if they finally had, like, a really bad season, 6-11, 5-12, something like that. I do wonder if Mike, if he did it his way and got his way and kept the restrictor plate on his quarterback, whoever that would be, and they won 5 games, I wonder if that would serve at all as a system shock to him. Like, holy crap, I've been doing this wrong. Like, I've been allowing myself to be blinded by the fact that we always lose or win more games than we lose. Maybe this isn't the right way to go about my business here. Like, I wonder how he would view that.
Oh, sorry, Mulls. I got distracted. We do have a pirate walking over here right now. I need to figure out who this man is, though. Derek Hall, who is wearing a Phillies cap in this picture. He's the first baseman, PJ. Is he going to win that first base job? I guess I should probably ask him that question. Hi, Derek.
Hey,
Nice to meet you. I'm Andrew Filipponi. We've got Chris Muller back in Pittsburgh and Donnie Football back in Pittsburgh. You're new to Pittsburgh.
I am.
How you liking it so far?
Man, it's been awesome. Just new place, new faces, new theories. It's just been nice it's kind of been a fresh start for me.
We're much nicer than the people, Derek. I'll say this, we're much nicer than the people in the city across the state that you previously played for. Much, much friendlier.
No comment.
I got to say, though, it did get pretty, as someone who roots for the Phillies to go 0-162, their playoff atmosphere, though, was pretty badass the last few years, man.
Yeah, I got to be a part of that in 22, and it was incredible. I think I have permanent hearing loss from that, actually.
Our version of that was the 2013 wild card when the Pirates beat the Reds. How old were you in 2013?
I was a senior in high school.
So do you even remember that game?
Probably not.
No?
No.
What were you doing then? What was your plan at that point in life?
What was my get good enough grades to keep playing baseball. That was my plan.
So you went and played college ball?
I did.
Where at?
Yeah, so I went to Cochise College, a junior college for 2 years in Arizona, and then I went to Dallas Baptist for a year.
Derek, I always like the tournament, I think, last year, didn't they?
They did. They made it, I don't know how many years in a row now.
Okay.
I think 2 years ago they were like knocking on the door to Omaha, and they got beat the last game.
Wow.
The Supers, yeah. Huh. It's hard to watch.
Derek, I always like asking anybody that's made it to the show and played, and obviously that 22 was a really strong year for you when you were up with the Phillies. When did you know you had a real shot to make the bigs? Like you said, what I'm doing is going to translate enough that yeah, I need a break here or there like anybody almost does, right? But I can do this at that level.
Yeah, I'd say my junior year of college is when I kind of found power, right? I was always a good hitter, but when I found power, it was that year. And I had to, I spent years in the minor league developing that on top of the approach and playing. And, it'd been a fight. It'd come and go. It'd be here and there. I'd have a month where it'd be Titanic, and then I'd have a month where it wouldn't be so good. And 22, I put it all together. The end of the second half of 21 and all of 22, I put it together. And then 23 was really good too. But yeah, that I felt like about halfway through that year when I noticed my routine and was good, and the decisions I was making, the swings in game, I just started to feel like a real threat all the time. And that's when I kind of felt like I was knocking as a player, to be honest.
Pirates first baseman Derek Hall with us here. Who do you picture yourself as? Like when you think about, for Pirates fans who don't know you, when you're trying to imagine or fantasize over who you would be as a big league first baseman, who is a hitter that you either try to emulate or model your game after, or think like, ideally, this is who I can be as a big leaguer?
That's a tough question. I'd say, like, as far as maybe like older school first baseman, I know in the game now we have a lot of utility type players. But
yeah.
I'm kind of the old school mentality of, your power first baseman, right? It's like I drive the ball.
So who would you watch tape of or say in a highlight, like, hey, here's a guy that reminds me a lot of myself?
Obviously, I watched a lot of Ryan Howard, but I watched Mark McGwire, Barry Bonds. Like, those are my favorite guys to watch, right? It's like, I like Mark McGwire even though he's right-handed because we're the same, frame, 6'4", first baseman. Ryan Howard was a very good, he hit obviously really, really well in Philly. There was a style of hitting that.
And he got blocked there because Tomey was there for so long. So
yeah.
He was kind of a late bloomer, not because he wasn't a great power hitter, but because they didn't have the DH in the NL back then.
Yeah, I watched his swing playing a lot, especially when I got in with the Phillies. It wasn't they forced it on me. It's like I saw Ryan. I talked to Ryan. It was one of those things where I'm asking him questions and started paying more attention to what made him successful and how his swing worked and things.
When you break down Bonds, what sticks out to you? I mean, obviously,
you can't say everything. You have to actually.
So revered and respected by Pirates fans because we watched him when he was starting his career and won an MVP here and went to 3 playoff appearances.
What I love about Bonds is you want to talk about pure confidence and no ball fear. There wasn't a spot in the zone he was scared of. There wasn't a pitcher he was scared of. It didn't matter if it was Randy Johnson. It didn't matter. Same side. That dude got in there and really played his game. And to me, watching his swing is like, that dude is powerful in such a short window. And, before the everything else, he was kind of a smaller guy. And
before everything else, I like how you terms that.
But, I mean, even so, when he was, coming up, like, his swings were – the amount of power he had in that short, tight window is unbelievable. And for me, I feel like, we're in a time in the game where we're watching guys transition to different styles of swing, right? You're starting to – you don't see the massive leg kicks, the bat pumps,
Why do you think that is?
Just pure velocity, right? We're fighting, time, reaction time. It's more about getting down, staying short, trying to stay inside the ball as best you can. Because, with the velocity, if you're around the ball, you just don't give yourself a chance with the defensive shifts. Obviously our goal isn't always to hit fly balls, but it's to hit line drives. And then with velo and you're around the ball, you don't give yourself a chance to hit line drives, and that's how you become a productive hitter. You watch anybody in the game. Obviously, take a look at Juan Soto. That guy got paid how much? Was it $750 million?
Yeah.
And you know why?
And he didn't defer it like Ohtani. He's getting it.
Yeah. But the swing he had in the playoffs where it was slider down, cutter down, slider. He fouled the slider off and then saw 98 above the zone away and hit it out to dead center is why that guy made $750 million. There's not very many people in the game that can get on top of a fastball like that in a situation like that, and you know what I mean? That just shows like his talent. But if you watch his swing, man, it's short, it's flat. Like I think people are trying to emulate that on all scales. And you watch, even Judge, like big man, biggest man in the game, short swing, pound for pound. Like, so I think that's the way that I've gone. I know a lot of players have gone. You just watch the game, it's gone that way.
Derek, you started this chat with us by just talking about, hey, new place, new philosophies and theories, so can you expound on what some of those new things are here that are different as far as how you've experienced what the Pirates are teaching versus maybe the past, some of that new stuff?
Yeah, I looked at it before I got into camp. I had, an idea in the off season of what I needed to do to get ready. And, last year I had somewhat of a down year, but I really had to look at the numbers and realize like my hard hit ball percentage was the same or better. My swing and miss percentage was the same. Walks were a little down, but my production was down. And I was like, okay, and I looked at how many singles I hit off the wall, how many balls that I hit over 100 that were spun wrong, so like to me, again, we were talking about being outside the ball or inside. Last year it was like I had a pull, kind of a pull shape with kind of a barrel drag, which led to less power numbers, even though the ball striking was there, the exit velocity was there, but it didn't lead to great numbers. So I worked with a guy named Chad Miller and Alan Thomas at PDP Athletics in Chandler, Arizona, and we were talking about, we put our heads together and said, hey, like, I'm in a kind of advanced stage of my career. I know what I need to do. It's not a huge change, but there's some things I got to work on to make this happen. And we put our heads together, and that's, what we've been working on ever since. It's just trying to find that inside part of the ball, get better ball flight, and let the power play. It's not swing harder. It's not try to hit home runs. It's do things correctly and let it fall into place.
Derek Hall with us here, Pirates first baseman in the running to be their opening day first baseman with the Spencer Horwitz injury. Give me your favorite at-bat from your major league career, your major league moment as a hitter that you're proudest of or you think is your most cherished one.
It was the first hit for sure, and it's, there was just, it's hard to beat that, right? But I remember the first day, I thought I was playing Pepper with Phil Gosselin. I hit.
We know Phil Gosselin here.
I hit 2 rockets at him, and he was played in 3 different places off Kyle Wright. Mm-hmm. At one time they had him at normal depth, then they had him forward depth, then they had him in the shift, and I hit freaking 3 balls to him, and I punched out, and that was my first day. I was like, Phil, he worked for the Phillies last year. I said, Phil, you couldn't let one like roll by. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? He's like, nope. But go back out there, played in Braves again. We're kind of beating them pretty good, and I think it was my 3rd at bat to get up there. And, I'm just like still on my high, but I'm just trying to focus the best I can.
You got all your family and friends and stuff still at the game?
Family, friends. Phone's been blowing up for 2 days straight. I'm just trying to put that away, and I remember getting up there and just finally felt the bat. You know what I mean? Like I finally felt the bat. It's hard to describe that. When you're up there and you're doing something like that, sometimes you don't even feel your body. You're just there. And I was like, okay, there it is, and boom, a little slider, little hang piece, and backspin to right field. I think 107 homer, and I remember running around the bases, and I again didn't.
Oh, you hit it out?
Hit it out.
Did you get the ball back?
Yeah, I got the ball on the bat.
Did you have to make a trade for it?
Yeah, I traded the bat. The guy was very, very gracious. He gave him a couple bats, signed a couple things for him.
Where is that ball now?
It's at home.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's at home in a safe. So,
what is your favorite baseball moment as a fan growing up watching baseball? You think back on like a game or something that happened as a lover of baseball. Darren, what would that be for you?
So for me growing up, I grew up in a baseball family. Both of my mom's brothers were drafted, and my Uncle Shane was drafted by the Red Sox. So I really and that was a good time in the early 2000s watching the Red
those
Sox.
Yankees-Red Sox games
Oh,
were
my gosh.
intense, man.
Yeah, I remember,
How about when Pedro threw Don Zimmer? That was incredible.
Oh, that was great. So
you got to go back and watch that documentary on the 04 Red Sox that's on Netflix. Have you seen that?
It.
Oh,
yeah,
tremendous.
I've seen it. I might need a little review, but, man, the camaraderie that they had and just the pure humanness of that environment, it's hard to emulate that, but it's it felt like a big family. And
so you remember when they beat the Yankees from down 0-3? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember not specifics, but that era, that's what I was watching was the Red Sox.
Donnie, that's speaking your language. You were big time into those teams.
Oh, yeah. The 04 Red Sox will forever be one of my favorite teams because growing up I was almost 10 years old at the point because Derek and I are the same age. The Pirates really gave me nothing to root for in the first 10 years of my life. So and plus David Ortiz, I think as a kid, you watch that guy and you see all the other characters they had, you just fell in love with a lot of those guys.
Well, that and, I don't know if you ever played MVP 2005.
Best baseball game ever made, baby.
I can't even play these games now because, first of all, they're too hard. Second of all, we play a lot of baseball now. But back then, MVP 2005, man, playing that, watching the Red Sox, that was I would say my childhood of a team to just enjoy I think it began the understanding of what baseball is from not just a playing standpoint.
And they had a fake Barry Bonds in that game, John Dowd. Do you remember that? They couldn't use.
That must have got by me.
They couldn't use Barry Bonds because he was not in the Players Association, so they had to create a generic version of him.
Either.
Yeah, man.
I didn't know that either. Huh.
The Red Sox were tough in that game because the Wakefield knuckleball was almost unhittable.
Yeah, and then a guy I like to use is Mike Mussina. Because he had
the knuckle curve.
He had all those crazy pitches on there that I like.
Speaking of unhittable pitches, by the way, Derek, Paul Skenes, he have 3 more of them, it appears, after his first outing. Nothing looks like guys can touch.
Just watching him.
He's on our team.
What would be the battle plan going up against him?
Ooh, that's a great question.
I would say it's it'd be like going to take a calculus test, when you're in Math 151 off Skenes. You know what I mean? It's you go there, you're I know math, but this stuff right here, it's tough. You know what I mean? But with him, I always think guys like him, you try to get the head out, but you just try to hope that one of those balls are right in the middle because everything's so fast and so hard. And, it's easy. One can go the other way. One can come into you, So for him, as a hitter facing him, the best thing you can do is to look on one side of the play or the other and just try to be on time and try to recognize the best you can because everything's coming at you hard. It's moving. He's a great pitcher.
So here's a name from MVP baseball that you'll remember. A.J. Burnett, who pitched for the Pirates, was on our show last week. And we played him some clips from Skenes, and he was like, I can't believe already how cerebral the guy's approach is to baseball. He's not just I can throw at 102, good luck. He's so analytical about everything he does. But to your point, Derek, it sounds like that's happening a lot in baseball. The guys that roll out of bed and just go 3 for 4 and don't watch any tape, they really don't exist anymore, or not as much.
The ones that are still do it. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just taking some more planning.
Is it ever paralysis by analysis?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For me, I don't know if I speak for anybody else on this, but I feel like when I'm going good, you just go. It's when you're in the middle or you're in the hunt where it's having a good gauge of information makes you more comfortable. Because I think, a lot about the game is when you feel comfortable on the diamond and say you've had some success recently or whatever, I think you put yourself in a good position good things happen. Now, when you get out there and you're thinking too much or you're pressing, like, regardless of whether we try to do that or not, I've never seen it really work out personally. And for other, I'm not speaking for everybody, but we've all been there. But how you get out of it is by relaxing again, however you find that. So, yeah.
What do you do to unwind then?
I go fishing.
Really?
Oh, got to. Yeah, I get out there. Even in the off season, I'm like an old man. I go out there every Wednesday. You'd find me on the water. That's what I do. The weekends for the wife, Wednesdays are for me, and all the rest of the days are for work.
Hey, Derek, good luck with this. I mean, it sounds like you got a shot here and a real opportunity, so it's great to get to know you a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
You bet. Derek Hall, Pirates first baseman. Can text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I'm live in Bradenton, Mullsy and Donnie back in Pittsburgh. Here's the headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
11-3 Red Sox, top of the 7th inning in Bradenton. The Pirates play the Blue Jays tomorrow, first pitch at 1 p.m. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mullsy.
Thank you, Donald. It is me, Mullsy, for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season's here, so reinvest in your home and put in some brand new energy-efficient windows. Universal Windows Direct has their tax time sale going on right now. That means you can save big and make your home more comfortable and energy efficient at the same time. Right now, it's buy 2 windows, get 2 free. There's no limit. If you need 20 windows, you're only going to pay for 10. If you need 40 windows, you're only going to pay for 20. If you have a house with 40 windows, can I come over and hang out? Because that's probably a pretty cool house, let's be honest. Plus, it gets even better. Pay no interest until 2030. No interest for the next 6 years. And then this month only gets even better. This month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. In Universal Windows Direct, their windows have exclusive Super Spacer technology. Bottom line, it's going to keep your house more comfortable, going to keep the energy bills at bay. Everything good coming from those Universal Windows Direct Super Spacer-equipped windows. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. College basketball is an old man's game now thanks to the transfer portal and NIL, but not at Duke. The Blue Devils' top 2 scorers are freshmen Cooper Flagg and Con Knippel. Flagg had 28 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks, 2 steals in last night's blowout of Wake Forest. Second-ranked Duke has won its last 4 games by 30-plus points apiece. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Seeing a lot of tunnel traffic on the Parkway East around the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound side, you're backed up to the Birmingham Bridge. Inbound slows down at Wilkinsburg. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Pony, I have a question for you.
Yes.
We have 2 games on right now. We have the Pirates spring training game on in one of our big TVs in here, and then the other one is Mets-Cardinals. Who's this clown in garbage time for the Mets in center field, wearing number 90, last name Williams? One arm is all tatted up, and he's got like the Chris Hovan eye black thing going.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know who that is. I mean, 90's a guy that's not going to make the team, but
yeah, he's clearly like a minor leaguer at this point because they're in the 8th inning there. I need you to do some digging, though, and find out because I just saw this guy run in and make a pretty routine catch in center field. He immediately became like my least favorite player in baseball.
Roethlisberger endorsing Fields on his podcast last night. He had Duck Hodges on, and they were breaking down this situation. It sounds like if we're going to get an answer, or when we get the answer will be before free agency starts on Monday. Adam Schefter parroted that on, I think, McAfee show today, saying that the Steelers want to get the deal done before those guys go to market. And he thinks that Fields has moved ahead of Wilson as far as their preference and the pecking order of quarterbacks. Now, if you're Fields, going back to what we were talking about before Derek Hall stopped by, if you're Fields and you think there's a chance you sign a 2-year deal here, and the money's okay, let's say it's between $15 and $20 million, but it's unclear to you how they're going to use you, if it's going to be restrictive again, and if you're worried that they're going to draft the quarterback in the early rounds. If you think either one of those two things, you're going to go to market on Monday and at least see what else is out there. I mean, I think they would. I get it, and other people have made this argument, and it's a compelling one, that the guy does not want to have to start over someplace else and learn a new offense and do it all over again after he had so many nomadic coaches and transient things happen in Chicago and all of that stuff. But if he really has legitimate concerns, and why wouldn't he, that this offense is not going to bring out the best in him, then I think he owes it to himself to shop around and see what the Jets will pay him, see what the Giants might do.
Do you think it would be fair?
The Raiders are legitimately interested.
Do you think it would be fair if the Steelers essentially said to him as part of the negotiations, hey, we're going to make the money like something that we think is fair for both? What was the first number you threw out? 2 years and what?
I said between 15 and 20, so just say 2 and 40.
2 and 40, okay. Between 2 and 35, 2 and 40. They said, hey, here's what the deal is, 2 and 35 to 2 and 40. You are the starting quarterback in 2025. If we draft a guy, it's going to be in the middle to late rounds. We are not drafting like some player in the first round, pretty much come hell or high water. You are the man this year. 2026, no guarantees really what happens, but you're the man this year. Would that be fair enough in your opinion that if you were Fields, you'd say, good enough, I'll take that. I don't need to hit the open market.
No, I would not.
Then this is a mess of their own creation that at this point has now become unavoidable. And the only way out is to buy yourself out of it with a ridiculously overpriced deal for the guy, which they won't do.
If I were Justin Fields and I'm betting on myself, I'm doing what is best for me and me alone, and the Raiders are potentially interested in me, and Chip Kelly's the offensive coordinator there, and given the quarterbacks he's used and developed, why would he not think that situation or system might be better for him? You know what if that's an option.
If Chip Kelly's
and the only way he's going to really find that out is if he becomes available.
If Chip Kelly's learned another trick besides go really fast with tempo, then I think, I would agree with that. I just wonder if Chip Kelly's learned any more tricks for the NFL since he last was coordinating.
All right, Mulsey, we have another Pirate on site. This guy came over at last year's trade deadline and is in the mix to be a part of their opening day roster. Billy Cook. Billy, Andrew Filippone here. We got Chris Muller and Donnie Football back in Pittsburgh. How are you today?
Good. How are you guys?
Adjusting.
Yeah.
You were with the Orioles system the last few years. What do you make of your first spring training with the Pirates?
Not as much adjusting as you think, because if you know spring training, I was right down the road. So pretty familiar with the Pirates spring training complex and everything.
Do you just stay in the same Airbnb that you had?
I wish. It wasn't available. I would have. It was on the water and everything. It was great. But
who takes care of that stuff for you guys?
We're on our own here.
Yeah.
You know, they just give us the max, and we go find a good place. And, you know, you can choose a roommate. You can choose to be on your own.
What
or
did
whatever.
you do?
I chose Nick York. So, trade buddies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're living together, which is fun.
Who is the cleaner roommate?
Probably him. But not by much. I won't give him by much.
What does he bring to the table as a roommate?
Great energy and great conversations, and we're both gamers. So
What is the game of choice? What's the game of choice?
I'm a Fortnite guy, and he plays Call of Duty. So occasionally we'll hop on together. We'll compromise and choose one night and play the other the next. But, yeah, we kind of got our setups, and it's pretty fun.
Does either of you try your hand at cooking, Billy? I'm wondering.
He cooks a little more than I do. I'm more of a grill guy. Grill some steaks, but when it comes to cooking and baking, I kind of leave that.
Very interesting. Hold on.
Baking?
No, not baking yet. No. But
hold on, it's very
cooking
interesting
for sure.
It's very interesting to me that you say that. Like, full disclosure, like, I like to cook, I'll bake, I'll grill. I do not separate grilling and cooking. Like, to me, if you're putting steaks on the grill, you, my friend, are cooking whether you want to say it or not. Like, that's cooking.
Fair. Well, let me tell you a story. I in college was set on making my own food senior year. I was like, hey, Mom and Dad, don't worry about the meal money. Just put it in my account.
Where'd you go to school?
Pepperdine.
Nice.
So,
3-year-old
yeah, try to
Pepperdine
save
in
a little.
Malibu. That had to be tough.
Malibu.
Yes, right? A little expensive there with the restaurants.
True.
But I was like, hey, we'll save you some money. I'll cook for myself. It'd be something good. And I came out hot with a chicken pot pie. And it took me about 2.5 hours to make and do everything. And I ate the whole thing. And I was like, I'm never doing this again. And I didn't have a dishwasher. So I had to hand wash everything after. And I finished the food, and I was like, I spent 2.5 hours to eat this thing in 10 minutes. I'm done. I'll let people do the baking for me, and I'll just pay them.
So I think, Chris, you can correct me or Donnie if I'm wrong. What was the gaming relationship between Jones and Skenes? Who was good at it and who sucked at it? And they played all the time? Even when one guy was in Indy and one guy was in Pittsburgh last year?
I thought
Do you remember, Donnie?
I thought Jones was better than Skenes.
Yeah, something tells me Jones was the better video game player because for whatever reason, can't quite put my finger on it. I don't see Paul Skenes as a video gamer.
Oh, no, I think he gamed. I just think that Jones happened to be better
but like
than
an
him.
avid one.
Yeah. What's it been like being around him, Skenes?
It's been great. He's a great guy, you know, very down to earth, and he was welcoming from day one, which was awesome. And we got an Air Force connection. We both know a lot of people that were at the academy or there right now. So that was kind of easy to connect with that, too.
We had Derek Hall here a few minutes before you came over, and Chris asked him a great question. He's like, if you were in the batter's box against him, what would your game plan be?
Swing for a fastball and hope it's a fastball. Yeah, and I haven't faced him, so I can't tell you what it looks like. But watching other people or watching it from center when I'm behind him, it doesn't look very fun. So you just got to get up there and compete and hope that it's somewhere down the middle, and you're at least on time for something on the
Billy, is that like the game plan for almost every elite power guy, pitcher-wise, in the game? Like, you just kind of hope they throw you a fastball and hope it stays straighter than they want? Like, is there really a good way to go about combating almost any of those elite-level pitchers?
Yeah, I would say it depends on the guy and what your strengths are. Some guys, they'll probably tell you that they just sit on off speed, and if they get 3 heaters, they're not going to swing, and when they do get that off speed, they're just selling out and hammering it. And other guys will tell you that if they're on the fastball, they can hit anything, but the second they get off that fastball, they get in trouble. So for me, I try to time out the heater, and just if it's a power guy, just swing a little higher than you think because their balls seem to carry a little more. But again, that's just me, and I think the more power arms that I face, I'll have a better answer. But that's just from talking to other guys, and everyone's different.
Pirates outfielder and first baseman Billy Cook with us. Who is the guy that you got into the box against at any level where you're like, holy crap?
There's been a few.
Where it's like you were like, oh my, like the pitch was by you before you even had a chance.
Well,
to, like,
I'll tell you what. I mean, in high A, we faced the Phillies. When I was with the Orioles, we faced the Phillies a lot, Jersey Shore. And they ran out Painter, Griff McGarry, Ben Brown, and Mick Abel.
I don't know any of these guys. Are they all huge prospects?
They were like the top 4 pitching prospects with the Phillies and like top I don't know, 30, right?
And how old were you at the time?
I was right out of college, so 22, coming from a not even mid-major, really, Pepperdine, to seeing like 98, 99, 4 days in a row. Those 4 in a row, that was kind of fun to get used to, you know. In the bigs, I mean, we faced some good arms.
Did you have a moment where like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm actually facing this guy, like a starstruck moment?
Not yet. No.
Really?
Not yet.
Who would be the one pitcher that you would face?
Yankees.
Who would be the pitcher you'd face where you'd feel that way if it comes to that?
I think if I faced Chapman, that would be the one. And I was lucky he was on our team last year, so I got to play defense behind him and watch everyone else face him.
You know what I heard about him, Billy? And I didn't think this. I had the exact wrong opinion of him. I thought he was a guy that basically could take a shower, come out, and throw gas and throw like over 100. But people told me he was actually like the most maniacal worker on the teams in terms of workouts and lifting weights and stuff. Was crazy about it.
Yep. I saw him in there every day. Every day.
Giant
and
dude.
He's
human.
Not just moving. You know, he's lifting hard. He's not just kind of, okay, do a little mobility here. Like, he's full workout, and he's sweating, and it's 12 o'clock. And you're like, dude, you're pitching at probably like
9:30.
Yeah, 9:30. But it didn't matter, you know. And then he would probably go. When I was playing, I don't know what he was doing, but he was doing something to get warm and get ready for the game. So that's very factual. He is maniacal with his work, and there's a reason he throws so hard and he's been around for so long.
Who do you model your game after?
It depends. I mean, I try to model it after everyone who's been successful, right? And there's a lot of guys who have done that. Kutch has been a great guy to, hey, he's seen the game evolve and everything. So talking with him about maybe approach, number one, before mechanics, like that's been a really good thing because he's been, in the box for however many years where guys threw all sinkers at one point, and then he had to make the adjustment when they started throwing rise balls, right?
Yep.
And then he's like, I had to change my whole approach.
That's interesting.
So he's been a really good guy to talk to, just not necessarily model every piece of the game, but he's a great role model, and there's a reason he's been.
Ballsy, remember when this team was obsessed with the sinker? Ray Searage.
Oh,
he loved that two-seamer.
Billy,
they made everybody throw
the
it.
Pirates,
Cole had to throw
yeah,
it.
the Pirates' big years, 13, 14, 15, they were throwing sinkers to beat the band, Billy. They were just trying to turn every pitcher they were trying to turn into Brandon Webb, if you remember that name.
Because it was all ground balls and shifts. That's how they were playing it.
Right.
At the time, and it was very effective.
Yeah.
So, who was your favorite baseball player growing up? Let's do that one.
Dustin Pedroia. I thought that I was going to be shorter than I am.
I thought I was going to be shorter.
Both my parents are 5'7", and as a kid, I'm like, well, great. Like 5'7" it is. So who can I look at that's close to there? Pedroia, and he was that hustle guy. You know, not a big guy, but he hit for power. He was fast. He played a really good infield, and he won a World Series. And I'm like, I want to do that. And so everything kind of looked up to him, and it was cool that I turned out a little bigger than Pedroia, but still a good guy to be a fan of, I think. And I've only heard great things about him.
Were you a guy that hit the growth spurt, by the way, like later? Like you're listed at 6'1", so obviously, yeah, you outstripped both parents there. But like, were you a shorter guy into like halfway through high school, like, or were you always, hey, I kind of shot up past my parents in 7th or 8th grade? I'm gonna be a bigger guy here.
I was my parents' height freshman year, and then I was one of those guys that slowly grew. So like each year, I'd be an inch or two taller. I think I even grew like an inch in college. And so I never had a giant growth spurt, but it's like every year, okay, you get measured and you're a little taller.
Further and further away from Pedroia, so now I have to pick a different guy to model my game
Now I got to
after.
pick someone else.
You got much better hair than him, too, by the way.
Well, thanks.
Not a high bar, but you do have nice hair.
Yeah.
It's true, he does.
Billy, I'm laughing as he says that. I'm a bald guy who's laughing, so.
Hey, so is my dad.
There's a little bit of cry laughing going on my part here.
So when the Pirates traded for you, knee-jerk reaction because now like we're following the AAA affiliate of the Orioles every day.
Right.
And my thought was, I said this to Chris, I said this to our listeners, I'm like, we watched in this town, Brian Giles was blocked in Cleveland, and they traded Ricardo Rincon, a lefty specialist, for him, and he was a stud here for multiple years, probably one of the most underrated players in Pirates history. And I felt that way about you. I'm like, the Orioles have so many good young players. It's tough to break into that lineup, man.
Yeah. Yep. No, I was very fortunate. It was my Rule 5 year, and they were going to have to make a decision. And I came up in Norfolk, and you have Stowers, you have Kerstad, you have Mayo there, and they could be big leaguers on any team at the beginning of last year. And they're all there. And so they were really good at how to approach, be where your feet are, do what you can, and just control what you can control, and the rest will take care of itself. And so the trade was my way. Stowers got traded too, but they have really good, talented young outfielders and infielders. And I was like, listen, if I get traded, that would be great to a team where there's opportunity. And the Pirates, I've, again, played against them a lot, and they said, we love playing against you in spring and everything you brought to the table, and we're excited to see it here. So I'm glad they took a chance on me, and I'm excited to keep contributing, and be able to contribute in the outfield or at first and in the box, where you don't feel like you can contribute as much when you're just sitting behind those young guys with the Orioles and AAA.
What position defensively do you feel the most comfortable? Like if you could pick one of those 4 spots on the diamond, Billy?
I think definitely center. I went into college as an infielder, and I moved to center field my junior year, and it was like I was born to play there. Wyatt and I had played there my whole life, So I think that's where I feel most comfortable, but getting time in the corners too, definitely feel really comfortable.
What's the
there.
PNC Park?
Cruz just started playing.
Yeah, right. Cruz just started playing.
That was wild
before I got traded. But
what do you make of him? He's a 101 freak, huh?
Oh yeah. I told York this. We were watching him take BP, and he was just smashing baseballs. I said, hey, we cannot swing like that because we don't have the body he does. So don't try to swing like that. You don't, I won't, because this is a one-on-one guy, and he hits the ball so hard. He's effortless with everything, and then the ball comes out at 103, however hard he throws it. And I'm trying to do everything I can to throw it that hard. And he just makes it look easy and effortless. But, I mean, there's something to it because, yeah.
There was a basketball hoop here last spring, right behind where you're sitting when we were here. And he was a few months, well, now not a few months. He was basically a year removed from his foot surgery. And he's out here playing basketball with Shelton and some other guys. And I'm like, if he had been born here,
yeah,
he'd be playing for North Carolina or Duke right now. Like
right.
It was wild to watch a guy that probably did not have a lot of basketball training just like dunk on guys and stuff.
No, he's just an athlete, It's like I think you watch people play baseball and the pure athleticism doesn't always show.
Yep.
He's a guy that he could pick up anything and you could just see that athleticism come out. He could play basketball, he could go play soccer. I'm sure you could pick any sport and he would just be naturally good at it because of it.
And he's the height in the program is the real deal.
Yeah.
It's not one of those things like in basketball for your dad where they would give him a couple inches.
Right. No, he's every bit as tall as they say.
Hey, Billy, thanks so much for swinging by, man. We appreciate it, brother.
No problem. Thanks.
Billy Cook, Pirates outfielder and first baseman. Can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie has a headline. We're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bottom 8 in Bradenton, the Red Sox lead the Buccos 12-4. Pirates and Blue Jays get at it tomorrow at 1 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 23 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's a college basketball bet I love on Tuesday night. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Let's go to Ames, where the Iowa State Cyclones host BYU. This number on the move. Some books at 9.5, including BetMGM. Other offshore shops at 10.5. So this number on the rise. I think the Cyclones take care of business at home. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. And please, gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shaped them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
draft is still almost 2 months away, but the combine just wrapped up and loaded with new information on each draft prospect. The draft cognoscenti cannot help themselves but to release new mock drafts right now after all the scuttlebutt from the combine, after all the rumor mongering that went on at the combine, watching guys run 40s, having conversations at St. Elmo Steakhouse over Manhattans and shrimp. PJ Kamenchik to my left had a Manhattan last night, Mulsey. Did not have him tabbed as a Manhattan man. Stunned by that move.
I had PJ.
Frankly shocked by it.
I had PJ tabbed as more of an IPA guy.
I went margaritas. Thoughts?
That's pretty on brand.
What kind?
Down here? The one at the bar at the hotel was called the El Chapo margarita. It was just a regular margarita.
As in El Chapo, the guy that they found in a rat tunnel when he was trying to cross the border or escape authorities?
Who's that?
El
Is that
Chapo?
a Mexican fugitive?
You called him El Chapo. It's El Chapo.
I don't know any. I'm sorry, Chris. I don't.
Infamous
El
drunk.
Chapo.
He's at El Chapo. I had that El Chapo margarita. Yes, it's El Chapo.
Well, what was it like?
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
How many?
Bartender was tremendous. Oh, great stuff. Really good stuff. All the way around. Personality, outgoing, could make a drink, like the small talk.
Was this frozen or on the rocks?
On the rocks. Yeah, I don't do frozen margaritas.
Oh, I go frozen.
Too sweet. Really?
Yeah.
Donnie, you know what? I still think that's on in my 20s move right there.
You know what I want you to do at whatever bar you go to tonight? I just want you to look whatever bartender it is. Maybe if it's a lovely young lady like last night or whoever. Or
I didn't say she was. I didn't say. Did I give a gender?
No, I just guessed.
Well, your grunt kind of made us think that way.
Yeah, your Tim Allen kind of routine there.
Well, that's because your horny guy radar's going off right now.
Well, anyway, whether it be a grizzled old veteran of the bar scene or a 20-something, I want you tonight to look the first bartender you see straight in the eye and say, "I'd like a martini, shaken, not stirred." Just do
Never
the
had a martini in my entire life.
I think you need to change that tonight. That's a Mulsey double dog dare.
I'm hanging out with Joe Block tonight.
Oh, he's an IPA.
How about that,
baby? Now, he's an IPA guy. He will drink some IPAs with you.
I'm actually excited for it. I haven't really seen Block with his hair down figuratively before.
Block's a fun time. When Joe and I went down there several years back for spring training, he hung out with us for a little bit at a brewery we were broadcasting from. He had some good off-the-air stories.
I'll also let you guys know that I think Steve Blass has a longer list of dirty jokes than any human on planet Earth.
I could have told you that.
It's actually impressive.
I've played a 4.5 hour
volume.
golf round with him, and he's just a machine.
Donnie, it's crazy. It's like his brain.
I knew that too. I knew he had quite a catalog.
He's basically
he
one of the main characters in Superbad is how his brain works.
So the best analogy I can make is what I can do with, say, Super Bowl MVPs or Conn Smythe winners, he does with dirty jokes. Like his brain
Donnie,
has just been able to retain all of these dirty jokes.
He would come talk to classes, talk to Lanny's classes at Waynesburg, since they obviously have had a good relationship for a while. And
he told a story about that.
It would be like the first thing. The first thing out of his mouth would be some sort of dirty joke.
All right, Donnie, let's get to your 10th mock draft.
Lance Zierlein on this one. His 2.0, it came out yesterday.
The son of the former Steelers coach who was fired for sending a pornographic email.
Yes. He is not worried about the Abdul Carter injury news. He has him going number 1 to the Titans.
I mean, I just saw today that Carter's, all the medicals and the scans they've done, the recommendation is no surgery for him, which I would imagine was a best-case scenario because the surgery was going to involve put screws in your foot, which is never great.
I saw that.
Travis Hunter goes 2 to the Browns. Cam Ward at 3 to the Giants. Per usual, offensive tackle goes to the Patriots at 4. That seems to be a foregone conclusion. McMillan goes 5. the Arizona wide receiver to Jacksonville. Then we see our first defensive lineman drop out of the top 10. Mason Graham goes 11 to the San Francisco 49ers.
Pony making introductions in the background.
Yeah.
Nick Gonzalez is putting a headset on, but maybe Nick wants to hear how this NFL mock draft went. So
well, who is Nick's favorite team? We can find somebody for him.
Nick, who do you root for?
I'm scared to say.
College
You're not going to say
Come
Ravens.
No. Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
fine. Cowboys are going to take Ashton Genty in this one.
How do you feel about that, Nick?
Sounds good to me.
Really?
Yeah. Sure. Does it really matter?
No.
Wait, are you saying that as like a Cowboys fan? Does it really matter? Like they're not going to win, so who cares?
I think we have a lot of issues that need to be resolved, but
you're going right to the we.
Nick,
on that. That's a mark of a true fan.
You know what, though, Nick? I would call you a realistic Cowboys fan if you start with we have a lot of issues that need to be resolved. When a Steelers fans say that to us, I feel the same way.
Yeah, I'm a realist when it comes to them. I didn't go to any games this year. Last year, or what was it? 2 years ago when they didn't lose at home other than the playoffs, I went to
Green Bay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep.
I had to do that.
I went to almost every game, but this year I didn't go to one.
Wow, you're that big of a fan.
Yeah.
C.D. Lamb, by the way, to your point, just sent out a very cryptic text or tweet about how he's not thrilled with his situation. So you got that going for you, which is nice.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
What is your all-time favorite Cowboys memory then? Because obviously their Super Bowl win over the Steelers is before you were alive, so I don't know.
Yeah,
really know
they
if you
had
count
a lot of glory before my birth. I'm trying to think. I think Dez caught it. I think that's one of my biggest.
Oh, he definitely caught it. He definitely caught it.
He did.
That's probably my biggest memory. Not that.
Where were you for it, and what was your visceral reaction to it? Who were you with? What were you doing?
I think I was with my dad. Yeah,
also a Cowboys fan?
Huge. No, I would say my biggest memory is probably going to the old stadium. We're from Arizona, so we made the trip out there, and then being able to take my dad to the new stadium, which is about 40 minutes from my house. So I was able to take him, and we left my house, and we got there in like 30 minutes, and he's like, I can't believe you live this close to Jerry's World. And I'm like, yeah, I do.
Do you see Cowboys?
No, not really. I'm way out kind of in the boonies, so I don't really see them.
Who is your all-time favorite Cowboy?
Tony Romo.
I had a funny feeling you were going to say that. Just your whole vibe had me thinking, what do you
Even
make
though, hold on, Nick. I'm bringing up something really painful here. I'm surprised that the well, I mean, we've already kind of dumped on the Cowboys, but you seem to be on board with, yeah, they got problems. It is interesting to hear you say favorite Cowboy. He had a very good career, but all I would be able to think of as a Cowboys fan is a particular snap on a field goal.
Yeah. What year was that?
Pony would know.
That would have been
06?
06, yep. Good job, Donnie.
Okay, well, I was 7, so I probably don't remember that one too well. That's thrown on the rug. I think he redeemed himself, and he had a hell of a career. So I'm all for Mr. Romo.
Were you from a fan perspective, were you a bigger football fan than baseball fan as a kid?
It would change. It would differ. You know, when I was playing football, I was like, I want to be a running back for the Cowboys. And then when baseball would come, I wanted to be a baseball player. And then once I got to high school football, I was like, yeah.
What position did you play?
I was like a running back, slot receiver.
If you had to describe your style of play and match it to an NFL player, past or present, who would you say?
Oh, that's good. I don't know. We'll go with like McFadden for the Cowboys back in the day, like a few years ago. Yeah, that's good.
I was going to say Cole Beasley.
Cole Beasley? Yeah. See, it's different though. You know, you play high school football, and if you got any like a little bit of strength, like you can compete. But I would have been demolished. You know.
Did you play at a big school or a small school?
Smaller school. But I stopped playing once my junior year of high school. I was like, nah, baseball.
Man, high school football too. I know you were in Arizona playing, but if you had been in Texas, that's like a religion there in high school when those kids in Texas are playing. It's wild down there, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't know I just moved out there 2 years ago. I didn't know people go to the games like it's like a tailgate in like college
Nick,
football.
they don't.
Like,
Nick,
you go to
have
AT&T
you seen some of these?
and it's sold out.
Have you seen some of these stadiums down there? Like, I think the team is McAllen, Texas. Their high school has like a stadium that's nicer than half of the college stadiums for Division I teams. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, my little high school near my town has a bigger stadium than my college stadium, and they probably get more fans.
Now you went to where? New Mexico State?
Yeah, I did. Not bad basketball. We got basketball. Football's decent.
There was a kid from Pittsburgh who went and played college basketball there. Herb Pope was his name. He's a little bit before your time. Look him up. Was like, what would you say, like a stretch 4 kind of player, Chris?
He was like a prototype 3 in the NBA. He's like 6'9", lefty, could absolutely stroke threes, dunk on people, double machine, and kind of a bit of a goofball, to put it nicely, Nick. But he had NBA level ability for sure. And
but you guys are like the quintessential 12 seed. That's like always like a dangerous
Wrecks
spot
a bracket.
for a 5.
Yes, we are. Sleeper. That's why I always put them in winning in my bracket every
They
year.
played a classic game against Auburn a few years ago.
Yes,
you remember that?
was my sophomore or junior. Maybe my sophomore year of college. Yeah. Like it went down to the wire. I think they missed a free throw.
Yep. Absolutely.
Nick, if you were a Cowboys fan growing up, I don't think I've ever asked any kind of question like this. Who was your favorite baseball team growing up then?
I won't say that one.
Oh, come on.
Can't say that one.
Wait, I feel like I can
Pirates,
guess it.
actually.
Who was your favorite player then?
Andrew McCutcheon, for sure. Kutch. I kind of changed. I was A-Rod and Jeter.
So you're a Yankees fan, you just didn't want to say it. Yeah. Come on, I mean, there was only
that's okay. Billy Cook was here. He rooted for the Red Sox.
Yeah, there was only a couple options that could have been. It was Yankees, Dodgers, Red Sox, basically.
And our big boss is a diehard Yankees fan, so he's going to love hearing you say that.
Yeah, and then once I started playing the outfield a little bit, like growing up, I loved watching Kutch. I loved watching him play. So he was one of my favorites.
What do you credit his longevity to, having been around him now for more than a year?
He's just really, really good at swinging at strikes and not swinging at balls. And he can do that better than anybody I've ever seen in my life. And you look at the numbers, I think he is the best in the league. So,
how do you get better at something like that?
I don't know. I need to ask him.
What kind of steps are you? What are you working on to try to get better at that? Like when you're trying to pursue what you just described that he does so well. Like what are some of the tangible things you try to work on to help you with that?
Yeah, I think it's finding the ability to be aggressive, but within, your certain area that you're looking for. Because I can be aggressive and put stuff in play, but, if it's a slider down and away or something that I'm not going to do a lot of damage at, finding a way just to lay off of that like he does and only swing at the stuff that he knows he's going to hit really well.
Are you still into, taking, older trucks and modernizing them? And getting them on the road?
Yeah, my old one is out here, actually.
Is it that red one that I saw a lot?
Yeah,
man, that looked pretty badass.
Thank you, yeah. Yeah, it's all done for the most part. But, something like that, it's never really done. You know what I mean? That's kind of the beauty in it. And so I say it's done, but...
Tell people what kind of truck it is.
It's a 1986 Silverado, fully original interior. It was fully original until I got my hands on it and it's in a lot of different stuff to it, but it rides just like a normal truck. It's got all brand new suspension, new engine, new transmission. It's got stereo, Bluetooth. But I kept a carbureted engine. I didn't do a EFI or anything like that, so it still sounds and drives like an old truck.
It's like from back in the days when they would play Bob Seger songs in the commercials to sell those things. They'd have the Like a Rock commercials.
There you go. Yeah.
Do you get that from your dad too? Like, was he a mechanic type or was inclined to change his own oil and stuff like that?
Not mechanic type, but we love cars in my family. That's like one of our biggest passions that we all have. My whole family. But my grandfather raced cars.
No way.
Yeah, he had his own mechanic shop and he'd race cars. And my mom was just telling me he would race on Friday, crash, bang up his car and everything, and then by Monday morning it would be ready to go back on the track. And him and his buddies would be in the garage fixing it all weekend. So he's more mechanically inclined to do everything. And he just kind of helps me out here and there.
Do you think this is an obsessive thing where you have one now and now you want another one, or are you done?
Oh, no, I will have more. For sure. For sure. I'd rather buy something old than buy something new, but I'll keep buying old. I'll keep buying old stuff. For sure.
Hey, Nick, it's great to see you. Good luck this year, and I guess we'll meet up again when we're in Pittsburgh.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Nick Gonzalez, Pirates second baseman. Quick timeout, then we'll be right back. Matt Capps, Hannah Mears, and more. Let us know. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, decreasing clouds and overnight lows into the upper 40s. Rain arrives for Wednesday with heavy downpours at times and the chance for storms with highs in the low 60s. Rain switches to snow overnight Wednesday with lows near freezing and snow possible Thursday with highs in the upper 30s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. In looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, tarnished maybe, or simply disgusting? Well, Colin Dunlap here from my great friends Larry and Nick, the owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. This is the same team of guys you see installing large glass storefronts all around town. Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a couple questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people die from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture. 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now, only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, March 7th and Saturday, March 8th. Come see Adult Star. Sherry Noble, only at Cheerleaders.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of 28 in Millvale. The left lane is closed. You'll see backups all the way to the north side and the upper deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
You know what you want to say. Bad dog. You chewed up my couch. Now I gotta call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins start a road trip in Denver tonight against the Avalanche. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan happened a long time ago, but I need to get the read in. It's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. I am in Bradenton at Lecom Park. The Pirates just played the Red Sox. Malsey and Donnie back in Pittsburgh, and I saw this guy jogging around out here behind the ballpark, and I'm like, what a unit. Connor Griffin, the Pirates' first-round pick last summer, and he's gracious enough and kind enough to join us here. Were you a multi-sport athlete? You had to letter in a bunch of other sports, right?
I did. I played football and basketball growing up. I give a lot of credit to those sports just to help me, be the athlete that I am and help me become the baseball player that I am.
And where'd you go to high school?
I went to Jackson Prep in Flowood, Mississippi.
And I'm shocked that the baseball coach there didn't say, hey, you're going to be a great major leaguer. Cut this football and basketball stuff out, man, because that happens in a lot of places with coaches.
I'm sure he thought it, but I had a really good relationship with my high school coach, and he just wanted to see me have fun and enjoy high school, and he let me do my thing. And when it was time for baseball, he had me all in for baseball.
Connor, you're a top 10 pick in baseball, so I think it's safe to say baseball is your best sport. But was it a case where your best sport was also your favorite, or were one of those other two your real first love as an athlete?
Yeah, it's hard. I started football when I was in 7th grade, and I started basketball since I was a young kid, about the same time as baseball. So I love basketball, man. That was always so fun, and but at the same time, I love playing this game of baseball and just enjoyed it ever since. And luckily, I've been blessed to be in the position that I am, and glad I'm here and glad I'm a Pirate.
Did you get recruited for the other sports, or were they like, that's a waste of time because he's going to be a baseball player for sure?
Yeah, I think they just kind of backed away, and I got recruited for baseball, and I think people knew that was where I was going to have a career at. So that's I think they backed away, but it would have been cool to get some offers in other sports.
Football position and basketball position. Let me Chris, you want to guess?
So it's always hard for me to guess this for basketball because around here in Pittsburgh, you're 6'4", 225. Congratulations, you're a center no matter what you actually want to be because there just isn't a ton of tall talent. But I'm going to guess you were playing the 3 in basketball. You're a small forward.
That's pretty close. I was a 4. I wasn't our biggest guy, but our coach let me shoot it a little bit.
Rather dunk on somebody or make a 3?
Oh, dunk on somebody.
Yeah.
Dunk on somebody for sure.
I'll guess in football, by the way. I'm going to guess football too, Pony, from 900 miles away. I'm going to guess like linebacker / tight end.
All right. That's not that close.
Not even close, Malsey.
I was a receiver and a safety, so I like to go score touchdowns and try to get some interceptions.
So I asked Nick Gonzalez this because he said he played football in high school with us too, and I'm like, if you had to describe the way you played football and compare it to like an NFL player, who were you as a high school football player? So who were you as a high school receiver?
Maybe DK Metcalf, a bigger guy. I would say that's a pretty good comparison. He's a strong guy, and he's built. I got ways to go on that side of things, but I would say DK.
What about as a safety? Is there would you have gone Cam Chancellor then for another dude who was a big safety?
Were you a big hitter or a?
No, I would go catch the football and run away and score.
Ed Reed type.
Yep.
Connor Griffin with us here. Chris mentioned you were a top 10 pick. I'm curious, when you have that kind of life-changing, this is an amazing moment, this is like the pinnacle so far of my success in the sport. When that happened, and you sign with the Pirates, and you get also life-changing money, what's the first thing Connor Griffin bought when that happened for his family and for yourself?
Yeah, I needed a new car. I'd been driving a super old car in high school. And
what was it?
A Volvo. It was like a 2011 Volvo.
And that thing had some miles on it.
Those things are tanks, though. I'll tell you that, man. Those things, you could take that into battle, dude. Those things just don't break down.
That's right. It did well on me. But I ended up buying me a Bronco Raptor, so that was my first purchase, and super proud of it. Something I really needed for sure.
Connor, I'm wondering, at the age you're at how early you are in your baseball journey, like what you focus on at a time like this when you're, and this is painful for me to say as a guy who is about to turn 40 in a couple of days. You're 18 years old, so like what is the one thing, what are you working on right now the most to get better at in baseball? Like what's your focus point right now?
I would say, being at big league camp, I learned a lot from these big leaguers and just how they go about themselves and their routines early in the day before, workouts start, before the game starts. So I would say just kind of putting together a good routine to, get my body in, game form every single day. I mean, we're playing games all the time, and just, really working on how to feel healthy and get my body at 100% before game time.
Are you more of a morning person or a night owl?
I'm a night owl. It kind of stinks just because I need to get as much sleep as I can, but I like to stay up. I never feel too tired, but yeah, definitely a night owl.
So who is the guy who's coming in here at the ass crack of dawn, who's grinding, who you looked at and you said, like, damn, that's I got to aspire to be like this guy?
There's two guys really that, kind of stick out. One's Henry Davis. I mean, that guy works harder than a lot of people. He showed me his, plan for the day. It's minute by,
he's got it all mapped out.
Yeah, it's minute by minute. Like
minute by minute.
It's pretty impressive. But it shows, on the field. It all comes together. And then Isaiah Falefa, he's another guy that's, he's in the strength and weight room all the time, and just trying to get his body right, which is cool to, kind of see his routine.
Who do you model your game after as far as guys you watched when you were growing up and you thought to yourself, when I get older, this is who I want to be as a player?
Yeah.
Style of game.
When I was kind of growing up, my favorite player was Ronald Acuna. So I see a lot of that similarities. Just, loves to play the game with a lot of energy, have fun, can swing the bat for power, for contact, gets on base, steals bags, good arm. I see a lot of similarities.
It's
there.
Crazy, Malsey, hearing somebody say, when I was growing up, Ronald Acuna.
I know.
I feel like he's been in the major leagues for 5 minutes.
I know. It's a little bit of a system shock, like I said, for me. What's Connor Griffin do to just relax when you're trying, hey, I'm going to unplug from baseball for a couple of hours here for a night? What do you do? What do you go to?
Yeah, when I'm in Florida, it's tough because when I'm back home to get away from the game, I love to go hunting, love to fish, just get in nature. Here I haven't really found anything crazy, but I like to go to the beach, kind of, enjoy a day at the beach. But I'm outside all day, so I like to find stuff inside and love to just hang out with my buddies here and just have a good time.
Were you Ole Miss or Mississippi State growing up as a fan?
I was Ole Miss. I thought I would play at Ole Miss. And
what do you think of Jackson Dart?
I think he's going to get selected higher in the draft, higher than most people think.
How about he threw the football 58 miles per hour? Did you see?
It's crazy.
You pitched in high school, I heard.
Yep.
What was your max velo?
I hit 98 one time, so I got up there. But I sat around 94.
Wow.
95, just consistently.
Well, look, man, best of luck this year. We know we're going to be hearing your name a lot, and we know you'll be in Pittsburgh soon. Thanks, Connor.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks for having me on.
Connor Griffin, text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan. Text on Edgar Snyder, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Matt Capps, who went to bed very early last night, is going to join us next. Live in Bradenton, I'm Andrew Filipponi. Here is a headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at NC State tomorrow night. Tip set for 7 o'clock. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, pregame at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Uh-oh. He might be pressing the flesh, Donnie. We might have to push this one back a minute.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. One of the gifts the NBA trade deadline gave us was the return of meaningful basketball for LeBron James and Steph Curry, the two players who have defined this era, who have won 8 titles between them and 6 MVPs, seem destined to see out their careers with meaningless basketball games. No more. Both the Lakers and the Warriors are contenders. And for NBA fans, that's a gift for all of us. I'm Bill Ryder.
Cloudy with rain tonight, the low 45.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Already seeing a lot of backup on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You'll hit congestion from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels to Edgewood, Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy, just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Once again, that's Indeed.com/credit. When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Chris Muller and Donnie Football back in Pittsburgh. I am in Bradenton after the Pirates played the Red Sox today. Matt Capps called that game and is now sitting across from me. And I think you were about to regale me with a story before we came back on the air of when you lived with Niger Morgan?
Oh, a story.
That had to be.
Mo, it depended on the day whether you got Mo or Tony Plush. Both of them were awesome.
What was the difference between Mo and Tony Plush?
Well, that's highly confidential, and I'm not at liberty to share a whole lot of differences. But Mo, one of my favorite all-time teammates, and despise playing against him. Like, I tell people all the time, like, he just had this persona about him when he took the field that, like, he's going to beat you. He doesn't care what he has to do. He's going to beat you, and, it doesn't come off in the greatest way, but he is one of the best teammates, great dude, great human being. We lived together at Pirate City a couple of years, instructional league, spring trainings.
Did he have any weird idiosyncrasies? Did he, clip his toenails and leave them out? Did he snore? Did he not?
Idiosyncrasies. Clipping your toenails and leaving them out is like a serial killer behavior, Pony.
I agree. Yeah, I was trying to use a euphemistic term.
Well, I couldn't hear his snoring over my own. But as far as the toenails, I never saw anything. So
Okay.
I don't know. I guess maybe he washed them down the
Good
sink.
cook?
No recollection of cooking. We had a lot of Fruity Pebbles. We had a lot of Fruit Loops. We had every now and then some frosted shredded wheat. Because they.
Man, you guys are eating the breakfast, lunch, and dinner of champions. It sounds like.
Oh yeah. Well, they usually put me on a weight program, so we had to slide in the frosted shredded wheat from time to time to help old Capper out.
You know what, Matt? That's something that's probably changed a ton since you played. The nutrition of baseball.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I remember in Hickory, we looked forward to, I think it was Tuesdays. Yeah, Taco Tuesday. We looked forward to Tuesdays because each guy got 2 soft shell tacos from Taco Bell. And that was our post-game spread.
Chris has never had Taco Bell in his entire life.
What's
Correct.
wrong with you?
I mean, I eat tacos. I make them at home. Just my wife loves Taco Bell. Like when she was pregnant the first time, Matt, I had to go and get her Taco Bell an amount of times I don't care to think about. But
and you didn't try it?
No, I just was not interested in it, man. It just did not look like something I wanted to get after.
Oh, this is a little bit disturbing.
Wait, here, I'm going to tell you straight away, and since I don't think Taco Bell advertises anywhere near the station, I'm not going to get in trouble for this. It just didn't look like something that the aftermath would be good for. You know what I mean? Like, when you're trying to project 12 to 18 hours into the future, it looked like you were just tempting fate.
Nice verb, project. Okay, all right.
But I don't make every food decision thinking about that like Chris does, evidently.
No, I don't either. I usually, my problem really is I don't foreshadow very well. I don't project in the future, if you will. So I usually wait until I have like the hunger pains, and then I eat anything and everything around me. And that could be part of my problem. Maybe now that I say that out loud, maybe I'll work on that.
Kind of, it was like an eat first, ask questions later type of thing.
Yeah, that's me. Yep.
What does a weight program, by the way, look like when a major league team puts you on that? Are they like forcing, Cap, steamed broccoli today? Like, it sounds like punishment almost.
Yep, green beans, salmon, baked chicken, grilled chicken. Pretty much stay away from red meats. Stay away from a lot of carbs, breads.
Why stay away from red meats?
Well, I think because chicken is leaner,
Gotcha.
salmon's leaner. Really like anything that I would enjoy eating was like a no-fly zone.
What was the Matt Cap's cheat meal?
Cheat meal?
Yeah. When they're like, all right, Matt, do whatever you want for a day, brother.
Well, like I said, it's whatever's in front of me. If I have a choice of a last meal, it's going to be somewhere between a bone-in ribeye, some mashed potatoes. I do like the mashed sweet potatoes, and I could have those on my little diet thing. I also am a huge sucker for a good spaghetti with a meat sauce, like maybe a bolognese.
Now you're speaking my language.
Give me some bread with some olive oil, some Italian seasoning, something like that.
Are you a sweet tooth guy or dessert
I'm not
guy?
a huge sweet tooth, but again, if it's in front of me and we've just had a meal and everybody else is having cheesecake, yeah, I'll take some cheesecake.
I believe that's peer pressure eating right there, I believe.
Yeah, peer pressure eating. I tend to fall for the peer pressure, too. It's happened from time to time where
Yes, maybe you're out drinking bourbons till 1:45 in the morning, PJ. Not that Matt would know anything about that.
I don't know anything about that. All I know is last night I was starving after we got back from a late night game in Tampa, and it's like, you know what, there's a pizza and wing place in our hotel. Let's try that out. And, the guy that I was with was like hemming and hawing and turns out, it might have been one of the better decisions that was made all night. But, hey, we got here. We had a great day of baseball, and we survived.
Speaking of meals, now that we're on the food kick, when you played for the Pirates and you guys had like a Sunday day game, let's say, so all right, we're not going on a road trip. We got a Sunday evening. Who would be the guys from that clique that you would go out to dinner with and pal around with from those days?
With the Pirates?
Yeah.
Well, I was Zach Duke's best man. So Duke,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so Duke and I were real close. Paul Mahalam, Gorzolani, Ryan Domick, Chris Duffy.
Muller looks just like Mahalam.
Is that right?
Yes. Would you agree with that, Chris?
I think on the scale of major leaguers that I look like, he's a little further down. Rizzo, I get compared to the look.
Mike Trout.
Mike Trout all the time. Among major leaguers, I think he's third behind those two, Pony.
Is this with your shirt on or off?
Well, the joke that somebody made about Paul to me once was, yeah, you look like him, but he got hit in the face with a line drive, so what does that say about you?
Oh, wow. Wow. All right. Well, Chris, I didn't know
what it says about you.
I didn't know how to.
Not good.
Nothing good. That's just such a game ender for me. I'm like, well, you're using his story, which is not a fun story at all, to go after me. I thought it was frankly out of bounds. I don't even remember who said it to me, but I remember being deeply scarred by it, Matt.
Well, I remember when that happened. He was in Lynchburg, I was in Hickory, and it kind of trickled all the way down through the organization. And it's when you're with an organization, you get close with guys, even guys that you're not on their team. You get to know these guys, spring training, instructional leagues, and things like that. And you pull for different guys for various reasons. But, Paulie's a great guy. And like I said, remember when that happened. And
I thought Zach Duke was going to be the next Tom Glavine.
Yeah.
He was so dominant.
Yeah.
That rookie year. How did he come up and basically, Donnie or Chris, you can look this up. His ERA was
well under 2. It was well under 2.
Yeah, he cruised through the minor leagues. We all thought the same thing. He could command his fastball, had a great changeup. I remember, I can't remember who told it to me, but they were with the Braves at the time, and Chipper Jones coming into the dugout talking about Duke in 2005. Having the best curveball he'd ever seen. And I heard this years after the fact, and I need to ask Chipper about it, but anyway.
Humble brag.
Well, sorry.
On your part.
Well, his kid.
My good friend Chipper Jones and I are going to talk about this over beers.
Not good friend.
Don't let him shame you like this, Matt. He pulls this card all the time. I just want to stress, do not let him bully you about this kind of thing.
You know what? I've been reading about this bullying and cyberbullying stuff, and I think you're right. That obviously that triggered you. It should trigger me, and maybe we can work on it. I am sitting across the table from Pony here. So
where was the bachelor party with Duke? What did you guys do? Where'd you go?
We didn't have a bachelor party. He got married in Indiana, right outside of, I think, Indianapolis. Gosh, that was so long ago.
Is that because you guys played up there, or is he from there?
No, his wife is from Indianapolis.
Okay,
that area. Yeah, so got married up there, and Duke and I mean, we're not super close anymore. Just kind of life happens, and careers go different directions and stuff like that. But I talk to him, maybe every other month or so. We'll get a text or something going back and forth, and we actually have a Pittsburgh Pirates 2018 team chat that has most everybody from that 2008 roster, and even a few before and a few after.
You guys should start like a fantasy football league together.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Get Tommy Pham in it.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were setting yourself up. That's shameless behavior, Pony.
And if I set that up, I'd be the one to lose. My kids are at the age, I don't have the time to put anything else on my plate and do a fantasy football or fantasy anything, kind of draft or league. But I don't know. Maybe it'll happen. For all I know, everybody on that chat's in a fantasy football draft except me.
Was John Russell as quiet and subdued around you guys as he was with the media? Because I've never heard a more tight-lipped leader.
Yeah.
As someone that has to talk before and after every game for 162 times than him.
Yeah. So Russ would talk if he had something to say.
It wasn't in that monotone, like, hey, guys, we're going to do this.
Yeah, but, I mean, he would get excited.
Because just to bring this up, Belichick is the opposite of that. Like, he does that in the press conferences, but we've heard stories about how he was just, like, hilarious.
Oh, he would cut guys to ribbons in meetings and just say the funniest stuff ever.
No, Russ wasn't like that. But, JR and I got pretty close. So his wife and his wife Jamie and my wife Jen, they struck up a pretty quick friendship. Both of them outgoing and talkative, and they got close. And then through that, and obviously JR being our manager, we got fairly close. But he would be more conversive off the field, away from the field, away from that setting, and we talked a lot of baseball at the hotel bar, in the hotel lobby, when at the end of the game we're on the bus coming back and our wives maybe took a taxi. It was pre-Uber days, or they came back on the family bus before us and they were waiting for us at the bar, and we'd sit down and have a couple of beers and talk about the game or talk about what was coming up, stuff like that. He was a lot more talkative in that setting, and I remember a couple of times thinking, like, we'd be down there for an hour, 2 hours, whatever, hanging out, and conversation was flowing. And then the next day I'd be in the clubhouse and he'd walk right by me and not say a word. And
that is interesting.
Like, thinking to myself, did I say something dumb last night? Like, trying to backtrack and think about what happened, what I said. And he didn't mean anything by it. He's a good dude, meaned well. He just was a quiet personality. Very, very smart baseball guy.
Well, he was Buck Showalter's
very smart, and I think
guy in Baltimore after he left here.
I think those were two complemented pieces. I think him being on the bench coach side and Buck kind of being out front, that made sense.
So I had Teak on a long time ago, and I asked him his process as a guy that had to get the last 3 outs in a game. And he would say, like, I think one time he told me for the first 4 or 5 innings, he would, like, write back fan mail. He was still getting letters back then, and he'd send, like, his autographs out just to get his mind off of it for the first hour or so of the game, and then after that he would completely lock in. How about you? Were you just
a little bit different? I was a little more engaged early. I like to be in the dugout. I usually, I don't want to say always, because somebody will find a time that I didn't, but I usually was on the line for the anthem, and I liked being out on the field for the national anthem, and then a lot of times I wanted to sit in the dugout the first time through the lineup, whether that was 1 inning or 1+ or 3, just to kind of see in real time if I saw anything that I didn't see on video or didn't hear or find out through scouting reports that maybe I could pick up on a guy. Also wanted to get a feel for the flow of the game and kind of what that was like. You can't do that on TV. And then after that, I'd go up to the clubhouse. Depending on what the pregame stuff was like, I would shower and then get dressed. Most of the time, I'd say 90-something% of the time, I was on the field for the anthem in my game pants and then a T-shirt underneath and like a BP jacket or a pullover of some sort. And then I would go upstairs and get my uniform on, uniform top, and get ready. And part of getting ready, it meant the 3rd, 4th, or 5th inning, I was in the training room. I'd get stretched. If I felt like I needed a stretch, I'd get some of that attention. Get my Red Hot on or whatever I was putting on my arm. Just get ready. And then I would walk out to the bullpen, usually in the middle of the 5th inning, and then hang out. And I'm really, at that point, I'm just kind of trying to relax a little bit until the 7th inning stretch. And I had a routine, whether we were at home or on the road. The 7th inning stretch, I got up and started moving around. I had my stretch routine. I had my weighted baseball that I would kind of move around and lightly toss and kind of get the body going. And then,
Mark, he's in the middle of a great story here. Can you stop, please?
What's he yelling at me about?
He thought you were being long-winded here, but I actually like what I like.
No, I want to hear this, and then I honestly have a follow-up based on all of this. So Mark's going to have to just deal with it for a second.
Well, so then I mentally, from the seventh inning stretch on, I wanted to be on. I wanted to be prepared. I started looking at where the other team was in the lineup and trying to anticipate who I may face, look at who has not been used yet as pinch hitters. And that came into play a lot more back then than it does now with pitchers hitting in the American League. Usually there was somebody burned off the bench at that point in the ball game. So, and then ready to go 8th or 9th inning.
Meanest and friendliest road fans to you guys when you were in the bullpen?
Well, Philly is not fun to go to as a visiting player.
Well, they do research and say things about like your mom or like your wife or anything like that?
Yeah, so a couple of quick stories. In the minor leagues, there was a guy in Charleston, West Virginia called the Toast Man, and I later found out I think he was like the mayor's assistant or deputy mayor or something like that at Charleston. And he'd sit right behind home plate, and he had a toaster. And, you know, if you're pitching and somebody hits a homer, you give up a run, he would toast some bread, and then he'd throw it up behind him. Like,
hold on. I'm sorry. This feels like it's straight out of, I feel like this is straight out of Eastbound and Down, like a Kenny Powers bit here.
Yeah, that's, 55 right here talking to you. So that's kind of what it felt like. But Philly, I always tell the story in Philly. I was warming up, and I thought a lady was yelling at me and cursing me like I've never been cursed in my life. And finally, I get enough of it, and I turn around and I look, and it's probably a 12-year-old little boy, flanked by who I'm guessing was his father and his uncle, and they're all laughing. And, I mean, he is throwing every word you can imagine at me. But I heard the address of the home I grew up in, stuff like that. Like, people, It's incredible what people can find out.
Matt, I'll see you later tonight. Thanks, brother.
Where are we going?
Cafe Amici. You ever been?
I have not.
Maybe they'll let bolognese that you're talking about.
What's the cuisine like?
I've never been.
If they have grilled octopus, I'm crushing.
Well, I'm going to have to sit next to you then.
You like it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the best.
Matt Capps, everybody. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, Hannah Mears is here. She's going to join us next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins in Colorado tonight. They play the Avalanche at 9. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. And right now, new FanDuel customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. There's a man sitting across from me with a mustache who likes to bet on the Knicks. So he's been losing money lately. And maybe he can recruit some people to FanDuel to make winning bets. Just picking against them would be probably useful. And like I said, you win that first bet. Not only do you get the money from that first bet, you also get $150 in bonus bets coming your way. And you don't have to bet on the whole game. You can live bet during the game. You can bet the first quarter, the first half. You can bet player props, like who you think will score more than 20-plus or 10-plus or 15-plus. How many threes a guy is going to make in a game. How many blocks or steals they're going to have. All there on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. And start playing today. 21-plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 23 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Rooted Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing and another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof and massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard, so your lawn can look like a fairway. Right now, you can sign up and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will come back to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a free application and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping the leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Back here at Lecom Park. Ballsy and Donnie back in Pittsburgh. This is usually the time we do the Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Boyd and Blair Vodka, proud sponsor of the Fan 15th anniversary. Hannah Mears, sitting across from me, Sportsnet Pittsburgh, proud Penn State alum, and was just telling me how much she loves Drew Eller as a future NFL quarterback during the break, right?
Phony, you love to put people on the hot seat, huh?
I do.
Uh-huh.
Does not like to be put on the hot seat himself, Hannah. He does not like it if you call him out for things.
That's not true.
Boy, he'll throw you right into the fire, though, huh, Malsey?
Well, yeah, you know what? I shouldn't say that. He actually makes so many bad predictions that I think he's developed a very thick skin, like a turtle or shell, like a turtle would have.
Although I did have a midlife crisis last week.
He did.
Yeah.
Why? What happened?
Because Stafford stayed in L.A., and it just hit me that the Steelers are going to have a mediocre quarterback situation.
Very healthy reason for a midlife crisis, Hannah. One that played out on the air, mind you.
And then Chris was like, well, you have a beautiful daughter at home and stuff. And I go, yeah, you're right, but 20 hours a
Matt
week.
Stafford could have been my quarterback.
Football team, yes. Exactly.
You know, I love that. Well, to clarify what he was talking about at Penn State, I think it just hurt me a little bit to watch a quarterback make a mistake the way that Drew Aller did in Notre Dame, knowing that we could have been in that national championship had he not thrown the ball across the field. No, I wouldn't have. I don't think I would have been able to go. I think I had something going on that weekend. I don't remember what it was. I think I took my mom to New York that weekend for her first time ever being in New York City, so we spent Christmas there.
What was that like?
It was awesome.
Did you do all the touristy stuff like Radio City Music Hall and like the...
We did. We saw the Rockettes. We saw a Broadway show. I mean, she was in awe. Yeah, we saw the tree, which super hot. I don't know if this is a super hot take or not, but really underwhelming. I thought it would be bigger. I didn't think it was that cool. I actually am biased to the tree now in Pittsburgh, thinking that the one in Market Square is better than the Rockefeller tree.
I made out with my wife there, so I'm going to disagree with you.
Hot. Cute. That's awesome of you.
Did you get
How'd that go? I mean, it's still going now. Strong.
Did you get an authentic New York slice from Sbarro like Michael Scott did? If you're not an Office fan, Hannah, that's going to go flying way over your head.
No, that is one thing. I don't think. No, we did get a dollar slice because that was something we did in honor of my brother. We did a couple things while we were there to try to honor his memory, and he was a huge pizza guy. So my mom was like, we have to get a greasy dollar slice of pizza.
Ooh.
Not from Sparrow, though. Sorry.
What was I going to ask you? Oh, the Drew Auer thing. I just have to go get one more dig in. Don't worry, though, Hannah. You said it was crushing to watch him throw that interception against Notre Dame. If the Steelers draft him, you won't have to worry about that because Mike Tomlin will literally never let him throw the ball over the middle of the field. He'll be dragged off in handcuffs, in fact, if he does that.
He probably disqualified himself as future Steelers
Tomlin,
starting quarterback.
If somebody cuts to Mike watching that game, Pony, and he's just putting a Sharpie through Drew Aller's name.
Do you still live and die with Penn State football?
I do.
Are you texting your friends like, could you believe Franklin? Again, he lost to a top 10 team.
I mean, I don't. I try to be like just, fade on the outside, just a fan, because I do have to cover these guys like objectively sometimes now with being in the Big Ten. But I will say, yes, there are text messages that I frequently get about Penn State football and those types of losses and how frustrating people are with them.
When did you get the sports bug? Because I will give you a compliment here. When we did our betting show together, I was so impressed by, not just level of research is great that you were prepared for things, but you, had a super-duper passion for that kind of stuff. And I was always curious, when you got, the sports addiction like I have.
I would say probably my freshman year of college when I really started to pursue this stuff and realized not only did I like sports and wanted to do broadcasting, but I got, a nerdy feeling really diving into the nitty-gritty because I'm a curious person, and so I didn't want to just be able to do my job at a surface level. I wanted to know. Yeah, I'd always loved sports from that level. I played soccer, basketball, and track. My brother had wrestled, played football, so I was super involved. Latrobe.
Wow. So did you know Mike DeFabo there?
I didn't know him there, but
did you know he hates me now?
Afterwards. Why? What'd you do now?
No, we don't have to get into
Add it to the list.
Hold on, Pony. Why would you have brought that up if you didn't want to get into it? Is the question?
Because he wants to stir the pot.
Well, because I just thought she knew about it.
Oh my God, Hannah, you really do know him. You and I obviously work together as well, but you really do know him down to a T. He just wants to stir things up. He's like the Joker. Some people just want to watch the world burn.
He's hoping someone tweets that out. Now there's going to be a gossip column about it.
Chris was actually lamenting to me the other day, and this was him, not me. I want to make that very clear.
Here we go.
How much he misses you producing the sports call because someone needs to rein Richie in.
Oh, my God, Hannah.
Fair.
Because he is just all over the place. And you just never know what he's going to say or do in those situations.
That's just Richie Walsh. That's his, MO, He's just keeping people on their toes, keep them guessing. Malsey, rein him in.
Hannah. I'm borderline mean.
It's a herding cat situation.
I am borderline mean to him sometimes when I think he's going off the planet and I am trying to pull him back into orbit. If somebody is watching, they probably think I hate Richie, which I, of course, do not. But sometimes you have to, take that shepherd's hook, at the Oscars, and just yank him back to where he needs to be.
Yeah, he needs someone to be able to mute his mic back there.
Donnie, would you consider Hannah a rival because you went to Greensburg-Salem and she went to Latrobe?
Yeah, I was going to say, notice how she pronounced it, too, which is the correct way. Latrobe.
This is true. I wouldn't have considered us rivals, Donnie.
No, I don't. I mean, if anything, I'm rooting for anybody else that's out of Westmoreland County trying to do the same thing.
Heck yeah.
So who would, for both of your schools, what would be the school then that you both mutually hated? Those kids.
Hempfield, maybe?
Yeah.
Hempfield.
Greensburg Central?
Yeah.
We never really ventured with Central because they were so small.
I think Hempfield, I'm not a Westmoreland County resident, clearly. I bet you this comparison will hit nicely for both Hannah and Donnie. I think Hempfield is the North Allegheny of Westmoreland County.
That's a good comparison.
I think that's fair. Yeah, that's a great comparison.
They also pull in all of the track athletes from Jeanette, and they're like, "Oh, look how great our track program is."
Oh, so they're finding loopholes and stuff.
Well, no, it's just Jeanette doesn't have a track
program. Wait a second, they do have a lot of track athletes that have checked out there.
They do, but they will also pull in some of the best athletes in the county to add to that. That doesn't sound
Pony,
very fair.
I mean, you know what North Allegheny is for Allegheny County. It's basically like the University of NA. It's a huge school. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. I get it now.
Big school. And I think when we played them, at least from my experience, I played them in 3 sports that, girls we were pretty competitive in. So, track, obviously they had a really good track program at that time. So it was you want to beat Hempfield because they were the best of the best. Then you have Basketball, I think my senior year, we finally beat them to go to the playoffs was who we had to beat. So they always had a really competitive basketball program, and then girls soccer as well was up there. So I feel like they were the team. Soccer. Yeah, I was.
Really?
Yeah, I was way better at soccer. Basketball, I was the girl that like you put on the court defensively to shut down their best player, but don't put the ball in my hands with like 3 seconds left because it will be going off the backboard.
Donnie, do you think it's possible that Hannah would have played against your fiance Sarah? Because I was at
that's a good
playoff
question.
game. I was
Sarah
at a playoff
went to
game a few
Norwin,
weeks
and
ago.
you guys would have played Norwin.
In soccer?
Hoops.
Oh, no, basketball.
Oh, yeah. We definitely played them in basketball.
And I was at a game last week for the playoffs, and the guy came up to me and said, "You should have seen Donnie's fiance Sarah. She was the Dennis Rodman
Really?
of Norwin Hoops. A great
Wait, what year did
rebounder.
she graduate?
Just she could go out there and
2014.
she knew the angles and where the ball was going.
See, no, because I might have played against her, but I graduated in 2016. I didn't play the
my
year
God, you're
before.
still so young.
Pony, this
so
has
no,
just been a
I
running...
probably crossed paths with her, yes.
Pony,
but
this has
Norwin
been,
had a legit girls basketball team when I was there.
This has been really difficult between you and Connor Griffin. We got people talking about and Derek Hall. We got people saying like, yeah, back when I was a kid, I really liked Ronald Acuna, who's been in the majors for 5 seconds. We got people talking about what was it, Donnie? MVP baseball 2005. Oh, I played that when I was 10 years old. This is hitting me hard right now.
Well, Connor Griffin, they just asked me about him, and I was like, he's 18. He's the age of my little brother. And I was like, I feel like a mother here when those children are 18 years old and you see 2006 on the scoreboard. I was like, if I feel like I could have held you as a baby, then I feel like your mother.
I was high out of my mind in 2006 in college.
Good for you.
What is Hannah Mears' favorite Pittsburgh sports moment? Like growing up and watching games with your brothers and dad. Like, what's the game or the thing that you think about or come back to the most when you...
Yeah, actually,
Go
this
back
might
to
just
those
be
days.
recency bias, but something that was really cool that my family did, and I mean, rest his soul with Mike Lang, we would watch the Penguins hockey games growing up, and when Mike Lang got moved to the radio, we would mute the TV, and so anytime that there was a goal scored, we would have the radio beside us playing to turn up the radio to hear his goal calls, and that is something that, like, when I think Pittsburgh sports, that's the stuff I think about, where we're like, we loved our broadcasters so much, we loved those moments, we loved those things that we made Pittsburgh, and that's something my dad always did with us for Penguins games, was we always had the radio handy to listen to Mike Lang's calls.
Is your dad, like, Steelers fan who thinks, like, the Rooneys can do no wrong? Or is your dad the guy that's like, Tomlin goes 9-8 every year, he's stuck in his own ways, he won with Cowher's players? Like, which...
Somewhere in the middle. My dad's that guy by, like, the end, like, 4 minutes into the game. He's like, oh, we lost. But then, like, by, like, the third quarter when they're making a comeback, he's like, well, I told you this and that. I'm like, oh, okay, Dad. No,
that
but my
is a
dad
Pittsburgh
dad is
behavior, for sure.
He is Pittsburgh dad behavior when it comes to sports, but he's a diehard Steelers fan. So in his mind, he's an eternal optimist to a fault as well. So he really always believes, like, the best in everybody until there's that, like, 3 seconds in a game where he can be like, I told you this was bad.
Hannah, just let him hang around me and Pony for like a week. We'll knock that eternal optimism right out of him.
First jersey you owned as a Pittsburgh sports fan?
Troy Polamalu. Still have it. Still fits. Youth, like, extra large. Still can squeeze into that. I wore it on Jersey Day with the Pirates last year when we got on the plane.
God, that is a hack, by the way, that my wife likes to exploit. She's like, I still fit in Youth XL stuff, and man, is the youth stuff cheaper if you can get away with it.
I didn't know that was a thing.
It is a thing. It's way cheaper. Same thing with, like, kids' shoes. I'm like a half size too big for all of those, but boy, they're a lot
Pony,
cheaper.
here's the weird part. Here's the weird part. Like, most clothing that Hannah and I are discussing here, adult women's small is the exact same size, basically, as these Youth XL jerseys, but yet they're the same thing, and yet one is like half the price.
I also think it's humorous that whenever you look at jerseys on a Dick's website or a Fanatics or something, and it's women's, I don't know if they do this because they want to make sure that you know it's women and not men's, but they always make the jersey like an hourglass shape. Like the jersey, like the actual, you know what I'm talking about, Chris?
Probably because
they silhouette it like that. Yeah, they have like the like, oh yeah, it slims in here in the midsection, and then it goes back out.
But women's jerseys do fit tighter. So you do have to be careful. Like now at this day and age, I like things a little baggier. Like if I was getting a jersey, I'd probably order a men's because women's do fit tighter in like the shoulders and like in your stomach region.
I think they should make a Hoss-sized one, Pony, for like the big boys out there. Like they call it like nasty boys size, and the thing just looks like a curtain.
Hannah, thanks for hanging out with us. We'll be watching you all season long on Sportsnet Pittsburgh.
Hey, thanks guys.
Hannah.
I miss you. It's been a pleasure being back.
Noah Hiles has interesting facial hair, and he's sitting across from me, and he will join us next, live in Bradenton. Pirates beat writer, a man that's going to tell us about the big main move that could be on the way for these Buccos. We'll be right back.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Boutte Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Dan